Chapter 54:01, The Limits of Inspiration. Vess became filled with thoughts on how to realize this latest idea. It was incredibly daring to set a goal related to bringing the Mech body merger progress forward. His idea did not conform to the well-established pattern set by the Mech community. The Mechers and a lot of other smart people methodically refined and optimized the cultivation trajectory of the Mech piloting profession over the course of the age of Mechs. Vess did not want to sound arrogant and claim that he possessed the capability to subvert all of these proven laws and replace it with a completely new theoretical framework. There were good reasons why every Mech pilot could only wait until they had reached the very limit of what they could accomplish in their normal cultivation before embarking on the infamous road to no return. However, it was exactly because the Mech body merger process produced so many fatalities that Vess felt compelled to figure out a substitute. A cultivation process that tries to cram so many radical life-changing transformations in a single sequence is a mark of poor design. Vess frowned for a moment. The results speak for themselves. The excessively high failure rate shows that this is one of the most awful breakthrough methods imaginable. The Mechers certainly knew this, but they were helpless about this outcome. The only other way for a peak ace pilot to advance successfully was to complete all of the 4 transformations at the same time. The success rate of that reckless and highly risky method was even worse, so the Mech community settled on the Mech body merger progress because it was the least bad option available. This illustrated the enormous difficulty of a Mech pilot trying to ascend to a true god without the assistance of the kingdom of Mechs. The huge jump in difficulty was simply too much for Mech pilots who relied on automatic cultivation for the entirety of their careers. There was no way the Mechers were content with this outcome. They must have worked incredibly hard to improve the Mech body merger process or develop alternatives with higher success rates. None of them succeeded apparently, or else the Mechers would have popularized them a long time ago. Their need to produce more god pilots was too high for them to keep a better method for themselves. What this meant was that the demand for a better way to help Mech pilots ascend to godhood was insanely high. Even if Vess could only produce a minor improvement, such a solution would already offer incredible value to the Mech community at large. Vess knew that Jovi and the survivalists had already recognized that his Carmine system had the potential to make one of their most difficult dreams come true. However, potential was not enough. There were plenty of other brilliant and crazy Mech designers out there that came up with promising ideas. Unless Vess was able to come up with a systematic theory and a practical solution, his idea would only remain a fanciful daydream to the Mech community. It was even worse if the solution could not be replicated without his design philosophy. Vess was still a senior, which meant that his work and philosophy had yet to prove their value and permanence to the Mech industry. Only master Mech designers had the capital to make permanent contributions to the development of Mechs. This was because they had already contributed their design philosophies to the kingdom of Mechs, or rather the Red Kingdom. Even if they perished, their extraordinary design principles would live on, thereby permanently enriching the strength of Mechs in future generations. Vess understood that it was a bit too premature for him to single-handedly solve one of the major problems related to the Mech body merger progress, when he was still a relatively inexperienced senior Mech designer. I can still try, though. He had already discovered numerous parallels between the Blood Pact and the early phases of the Mech body merger process. There was no hope of relying on the Carmine system to attain corporeal union and total union. The last 2 phases of the Mech body merger process were among the most extreme and deadly. Only the strongest, luckiest, and daring of ace pilots could successfully overcome these insanely difficult hurdles. A means to complete the first 2 steps of the Mech body merger process in advance was not that valuable in comparison. While it would certainly help peak ace pilots improve their chances of success, Vess did not expect the success rate to improve by more than 10% at most. That is already enough to produce 1 or 2 more God pilots per Mech generation. Vess made a conservative estimate. There were far too many variables that affected the emergence of God pilots. Population was the most important factor by far, and red humanity was far too short of human bodies. The best way to increase the rate of breakthroughs was by boosting the population. There were good reasons why the polymath insisted on producing human clones en masse. Vess shook his head. He was letting his mind wander yet again. When he turned his focus back onto his work, he recalled that the fabrication run had already persisted for 4 standard days. There was not much time left before the blood star completed its radical metamorphosis. Even now, its Mech frame already integrated enough high-end parts that the fundamental character had already changed. Its transformation to a quasi-first-class expert Mech massively strengthened its spiritual foundation. Vess became impressed by how extensively this fed back to Venerable Benjamin. Whenever the blood star grew stronger, so did his grandfather. Benjamin literally looked as if he had undergone a round of life-prolonging treatment. The lingering traces of his physical frailty had disappeared entirely, and he was visibly gaining a bit more body mass. While it wouldn't surprise Vess too much if these improvements took place over months or years, to see it happen in the span of just a few days was too shocking. The visible proof of a deep relationship between a Carmine Mech and a Mech pilot validated much of Vess' hopes and expectations towards the blood pact. This soul bond was absolutely extraordinary. So long as Vess managed to improve it, Carmine Mech such as the Blood Star could turn any of their pilots into powerhouses. It is not that easy to improve it, though. Vess frowned. His theoretical frameworks were not comprehensive enough to direct him towards a viable solution. Vulcan also did not have access to a complete enough inheritance from a divine blacksmith to contribute to this effort either. From the perspective of artifact cultivation, the Blood Star was most definitely a soul bond artifact. Radical upgrades to its material performance might strengthen its intangible properties as well, but these were merely secondary reactions that took place without the direct involvement of a Mech designer. What Vess wanted to do was to figure out a safe and effective way to directly improve the blood pact. He needed to do this in a direct and targeted fashion in order to produce the most effective result. However, any thought related to tampering with the blood pact in any way caused his intuition to buzz. Vess grimaced and narrowed his eyes. It was not a good idea to experiment on an active blood pact without thought. This was because this extraordinary bond was strong and resistant to tampering. The only way for Vess to directly alter its properties was by using force. It went without saying that if Vess tried to hammer at the soul bond with the spiritual equivalent of a sledgehammer, the most probable outcome was that he would break it entirely. This was a disastrous outcome for both Benjamin and the Blood Star. How can I change the blood pact, then, if I cannot take any direct action? He could only resort to softer and more indirect methods. He was already trying to improve the current blood pact by upgrading the physical and spiritual design of the Blood Star, but he had already reached the limit of what he could do after he completed this project. That left Vess with the slowest and most time-consuming method of improvement. Growth. Growth was a powerful force. As the central concept of his design philosophy, Vess was highly familiar with its strengths and weaknesses. One of the greatest advantages of relying on growth was that it was usually the gentlest and least harmful way to strengthen a living Mech. Growth could complete the most radical transformations that would have ended up in disaster if they happened under any other circumstance. By dragging out the changes over the span of years or decades, it became far more manageable to control for the negative consequences. All good things take time to come into fruition, Vess whispered to himself. Though Vess did not prefer to rely on such a slow and relatively uncertain method of improvement, He could not come up with any other ideas for the time being. All he could do was create a new blueprint and embed it into the spiritual design of the Blood Star Mark Roman II. As long as the Carmine Mech continues to cultivate, it will gradually be able to strengthen itself in a targeted manner. Vess thought back on the cultivation method that he had attached to this mech. He had only made a few superficial changes to the Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra. It primarily focused on strengthening its metal aspect, but also sought to improve the qualities related to blood to a minor degree. Vess did not feel satisfied with this shallow solution. This is not the best fit for a Carmine Mech. A Carmine Mech was a lot different from an ordinary living mech. A cultivation method that mainly focused on improving the non-organic qualities of a mech would not be able to realize the full potential of the Blood Star. It needs a different cultivation method, one that not only focuses on improving its biotech components, but also reinforces its blood pact, Vess concluded. As much as he got caught up in the latest wave of inspiration, he was unable to solve such a deep and complicated problem. It took a lot of time and research to develop a comprehensive new cultivation method for his living mechs. Doing so in the middle of a fabrication run was impossible to Vess. He could only come up with minor alterations to the Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra at most, but that was far from enough to satisfy his demands. As the upgrade process slowly came to an end, Vess still hadn't managed to produce any further breakthroughs. His latest ambition may be great, but reality was too cruel. Vess could only shake his head and shelve this interesting idea for the time being. He had plenty of time to explore this interesting new research direction once he was done with his remaining mech design projects. Besides, developing an effective and comprehensive cultivation method for Carmine mechs was such a massive leap in progress that it could single-handedly form the basis of the third-generation Carmine system. Vess had yet to complete a single second-generation Carmine system. The Blood Star Mark Roman II was supposed to be the first living mech of its kind, to showcase the improvements that he had been working on over the last half-year. Vess needed to spend way more time on testing, verifying, refining, and optimizing the implementation of the second-generation Carmine system. It was not proper for him to get ahead of himself and skip past these necessary procedures. The Carmine system was too important for him to compromise his research. By the end of the 6th day, the Blood Star Mark Roman II finally reached completion. Gloriana looked disappointed as the upgraded Carmine mech failed to become a masterwork mech. You were right, Vess. The metallic components were all excellently made. Their overall quality was no worse than the quality of the Lionheart. Just as Vess predicted, what ultimately held the Blood Star Mark Roman II back from undergoing a masterwork transformation was the Carmine system. If this complication did not exist, then Vess and Gloriana would have been able to receive another masterwork certificate by this time. Chapter 54, Otutu Sunatel. Just because Vess predicted this outcome did not mean he liked it. He never put all of his faith in his predictions because he had seen too many people get screwed when they happened to get it wrong. If even the polymath got misled by her assumptions and projections of the future, then Vess should never put too much stock in his own predictions. There were always variables that could cause reality to deviate from the most probable outcome. This was why Vess faintly hoped that he could produce another miracle and turn the Blood Star Mark Roman II into another masterwork mech. Too bad it didn't happen. This was a missed opportunity. A masterwork mech was not just a unique work of art. It was a rare state that provided all kinds of benefits to its mech pilot. For example, now that General Ark Larkinson received a masterwork expert mech in the form of the Lionheart, he would definitely be able to break through sooner or later. The reason why he had failed to do so during the first activation was because a simple testing session failed to stimulate his willpower and emotions extensively enough. Ark had already made plans to speed up his Warborn's deployment to the border regions once he returned to his posting. The best way for him to trigger his second apotheosis was to go all out against an opponent that was not a pushover. With such a powerful and exquisite expert Mech at his disposal, the threshold for Ark to break through had dipped to the lowest point in years. If he could not break through in the next 5 years under such favorable conditions, then he was truly hopeless. Venerable Benjamin had a much harder road ahead of him. The absence of a masterwork Mech would make it a lot harder for him to overcome his bottleneck. Although Gloriana's second-generation God-body method, combined with the Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra, should be able to promote the growth of the Blood Star Mark Roman II over time, Vess was not sure whether that was enough to overcome the handicap imposed by the Carmine system. Vess could only wait and see whether the Blood Star Mark Roman II would be able to overcome its own deficiencies. At worst, it would remain stuck at an impassable junction like the Ouroboros. Only outside intervention might allow the Blood Star Mark Roman II to reach the second rung of the ladder of craftsmanship. There was no need for Vess to get too hung up over this issue. Masterworks were helpful, but not essential to the cultivation of Mech pilots. Plenty of Mech pilots managed to advance to the rank of ace pilot while piloting perfectly normal expert Mechs. Vess believed that a Carmine Mech had its own advantages. The Blood Pact transformed the relationship between Mech and Mech pilot to the point where their mutual feedback became at least an order of magnitude stronger. If this was the case, then the advantages of a Carmine system more than made up for its disadvantages. While everyone beheld the final outcome of this fabrication run, Ark approached and placed his hand on Benjamin's shoulders. "Are you okay, Dad?" The old but surprisingly rejuvenated Larkinson smiled in response. "I am fine, Ark. It is not a setback if I did not hold any high expectations to begin with. Regaining my strength as an expert pilot and restoring my lifespan is more than I could have ever hoped for. Piloting the original Blood Star has allowed me to rediscover my original passion. Now that it has turned into a proper expert Mech, I have everything I need to fight on behalf of our family." Benjamin's positive attitude dispelled the air of disappointment that had settled into the Mech workshop after the outcome became clear. Though Gloriana still expressed obvious discontent at missing her goal, there was nothing they could do to improve the Blood Star Mark Roman II. "This is a fine high-tier expert Mech," Vess affirmed after he had collected his thoughts. "I am proud that I was able to upgrade your Carmine Mech to this extent. Masterwork or not, it will serve you well enough in the coming years." The conclusion of the Blood Star Mark Roman II project signaled the end of projects related to expert Mechs for Vess and Gloriana. While plenty of Larkinson Mech pilots would undoubtedly advance to the rank of expert pilots in the coming years, Vess intended to pay less attention to any new expert Mech design projects. There was no need for him to go all out into designing the most extravagant expert Mechs for a bunch of low-tier expert pilots. His wife might have a different opinion, but she needed to take the next months off in order to receive her long-awaited cranial implant upgrade and recover from the operation. This gave Vess a good opportunity to put more emphasis on designing standard Mechs. Whether he designed them for the Larkinson Army or the Mech market, Vess felt a strong compulsion to go back to his roots and focus on meeting the needs of ordinary Mech pilots. A few days went by as the Mech designers recovered from their exertion and spent more time with their family. In the meantime, both the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark Roman II went through multiple testing sessions. The Lionheart needed very little tweaks and adjustments. Gloriana had done a good job at interpreting Ark's wants and needs. The expert command Mech already fit him like a glove from the start, and the minor changes that followed afterwards were so trivial that they weren't even necessary. The Blood Star Mark Roman II needed a bit more tweaking in order to accommodate venerable Benjamin. The old man had not fought like an expert pilot for over half a century. Neither he nor Gloriana could accurately anticipate how the Blood Star Mark Roman II needed to be configured in order to fit his current fighting form. All of those years of living his life as a normal person had changed Benjamin in many profound ways. He was not young anymore. His fiery passion and his impulsive edge had made way for a more level-headed and patient outlook towards life. The Blood Star Mark Roman II exuded a steady but reassuring presence. With the Golden Cat as its design spirit, the expert offensive Space Knight inspired both love and protection. This caused Vess to consider whether it would have been better to design it as a defensive Space Knight. Vess shook his head at that thought. Janzi already has that covered. The Larkinson army is better off with a sturdy machine that can take the initiative and carry its own weight on the battlefield. Aside from the Carmine system and the optional shoulder-mounted Luminar crystal cannons, the Blood Star Mark Roman II was not an exciting expert mech. Usually, high-tier expert mechs tended to gain one or more powerful trump cards that synergized well with the developing abilities of their expert pilots. The Blood Star Mark Roman II did not come with so many bells and whistles. Its configuration was a little bland, but that enabled Vess and Gloriana to make it solid and reliable. What they actually wanted to pay attention to were the effect of the Blood Pact and the implementation of the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem. Previously, the Lionheart was the only Larkinson mech that had been built according to the standards of the new mech ecosystem. There was no effective way to test it out because it was expressly designed to work in cooperation with multiple Larkinson mechs. The greater the strength and quantity of Larkinson mechs, the more drastic the effects produced by the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem. Pairing just two of the mechs with the new ecosystem together was enough for Vess to verify a few theories. As the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark Roman II finally deployed together for the first time, Vess watched on as their respective pilots tried to figure out how to make use of the Energy Weaver functions. That was one of the downsides of the new mech ecosystem. It was so far beyond the experiences of most mech pilots that they had very little foundation in these sorts of activities. The strong auras of the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark Roman II failed to harmonize with each other. The local E-energies claimed by the two expert mech refused to merge with each other. Ark and Benjamin tried various ways to combine their strengths, but made no progress in this area. Vess thought that their close family relationship would have made it quick and easy for them to combine their forces, but it turned out that this assumption was wrong. Just because the mech pilots of the Gemini family could merge their powers together did not mean that others could do the same. Vess couldn't bear to see his uncle and grandfather Bumble around like fools. He transmitted lots of instructions in the hopes that one of his ideas might allow the two to get started. Don't try to cooperate directly with each other. Work through your mechs instead, as your machines are the interfaces that can facilitate greater cooperation. Grandfather, your job is easy. Just leave it to your living mech. Ark, your job is a little harder because your Lionheart does not possess an independent personality. You will have to reach out to the Blood Star Mark Roman II yourself through your second skin mech. When the two Larkinson expert pilots tried this suggestion out, they found to their surprise that their expert mechs were finally beginning to reach out with each other. The resonance strengths of their pilots were strong, so their initial attempts at utilizing the advantages bestowed by the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem were quite drastic. At this time, the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark Roman II produced notably less clashes as their resonance shields started to get in touch with each other. Though the two expert mechs were ultimately not able to combine their resonance shields and form a much more resilient defensive barrier, this was just the start. Vess already anticipated that the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem would be challenging to learn and even more challenging to master. Ark and Benjamin at least needed to practice with a troop of Energy Weaver mechs for multiple months before they developed their first proper applications. Try and see if you can produce a better result by borrowing the help of Goldie. When the Golden Cat manifested above the Blood Star Mark Roman II, She managed to improve the cooperation between son and father for a bit, but it was still too early to produce any drastic results. There were too few participating units. Neither Ark nor Benjamin developed any significant proficiency with the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem. The amount of additional E-energy that they were able to harness through their combined efforts was not trivial, but it was not game-changing either. All of this left Vess a bit dissatisfied. He had hoped that his powerful uncle and grandfather might be able to prove the value of his new Mech ecosystem, but it appeared that he needed to wait until he completed a bunch of other Larkinson Mech designs. The Fae project was already close to completion. Once the Larkinsons produced a few hundred copies and started to put the new machines into use, the Mech pilots assigned to the new drone Mechs would surely be able to explore the potential of his Mech ecosystem. All right, that is enough testing for today. I have seen enough. The miracle couple had conducted enough tests on the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark Roman II to confirm that they had reached their optimal states. They were ready to be shipped back to their respective places. General Ark Larkinson eagerly wanted to bring his Lionheart back to the Warborn Mech Division and lead his elite unit in battle against the aliens as soon as possible. Venerable Benjamin Larkinson would be taking his Blood Star Mark Roman II back to the Expeditionary Fleet and participate in the Golden Skull Alliance's next expeditions. Either way, neither of the powerful living Mechs would be gathering dust in the coming months. Chapter 5403, The Promises of the Fae Project. It was always hard to say goodbye. As much as Ark and Benjamin wanted to stay at Diandi Base a bit longer so that they could spend more time with Vess and his children, their places were elsewhere. As expert pilots that had reached the threshold to the next rank, their main priority was to use their new machines and seek their breakthrough opportunities in battle. Even if the two men truly enjoyed their time on New Constantinople Roman 8, they did not feel comfortable amidst all of the extravagant wealth and luxury on display. This was not their world. Their hearts beckoned them to return to their true homes. As such, the two guest Larkinsons gathered in front of their hosts one last time before they returned to the middle zones. Vess children were especially sad to see their granduncle and great-grandfather go. There weren't a lot of other Larkinsons they were close to in the small and underdeveloped Premier Branch. They missed the hustle and bustle of the Expeditionary Fleet. "Are you going away to beat the aliens with your new Mech?" Andrast asked as she looked up at the tall and dashing Ark. "I certainly will. Each soldier has an obligation to stand up and do their part to defend our state, our society, and our race. I fight not because I enjoy the violence or because I relish in the suffering of alien beings. I fight because the humans of our dwarf galaxy need the protection of those who possess the strength to resist our enemies. Make sure to pay attention to the news. The Warborn and I will be making a name for ourselves in the Torald Middle Zone. We shall do our utmost to pose as a shield between the murderous aliens and the defenseless citizens of the Krakatoa Middle Zone." Meanwhile, Aurelia exchanged a few words with her great-grandfather. "Are you happy with Papa and Mama's gift?" "More than you can ever imagine," Venerable Benjamin replied as he gazed at the young lady with pride. "It is not entirely necessary for me to obtain such a Mech as fantastic as my new Blood Star. The greatest gifts that my grandson has given me is to thrive and have lovely children such as you. Nothing makes me happier as an old man than to see my children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren grow up and live their own happy lives. In a way, I am grateful that Vess has restored my ability to fight again. The stronger I become, the more I can relieve your burdens." Benjamin was fortunate enough to grow up and spend much of his decades during the high tide of the Age of Mechs. He lived in a galaxy where humanity reigned supreme and where the threat of aliens was an afterthought. If he was being honest, then he would have liked for the Larkinsons to remain in the old galaxy. Sure, the Milky Way galaxy did not offer much excitement. The absence of face water, E-energy radiation, and hypermaterials meant that the Mech designers over there were stuck with the same old resources as before. However, Benjamin envied the safety and stability that the people of the old galaxy took for granted. Even if a disaster took place in a star sector, there were still plenty more where humanity would remain safe and sound. Benjamin envied this simple luxury. Here in the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy, humanity was locked in such a huge confrontation that no zone was safe. Neither the Agamemnon upper zone nor the Krakatoa middle zone were guaranteed to remain intact. It would only take a few massive offensives from the native aliens to break through the front lines and ravage all of the colonies within their reach. As far as the old man was concerned, it would be best if the majority of the Larkinsons retreated all the way back to the rear of human space. Given how rapidly Vess rose in status and importance, it should be possible for him to move his immediate family to Bridgehead 1 or one of the central star nodes. However, his stubborn grandson refused to do so for reasons that Benjamin did not understand. Though the old expert pilot would like nothing more than to personally drag Vess and his children all the way back to the other side of human-occupied space, he lacked the authority and power to make this happen. The future belonged to the younger generations. The time where Benjamin held significant sway over the Larkinsons had passed. His grandson was the most powerful voice within the clan, and that was not necessarily bad. Vess certainly brought far more prosperity to the Larkinsons than anyone else in the old family. "I hope your father will keep you safe when I am not around," Benjamin said in a good-natured voice as he bent down to hug Aurelia. "If he fails to do so, tell me. I will make sure to come back and teach him a lesson about caring for his family." After everyone said their goodbyes, Ark and Benjamin finally disappeared from view. One of the warships of the Blue Jay fleet would be taking them back to their respective destinations, together with their shiny new expert mechs. Whatever happened after that was largely beyond Vess' power. At most, Vess would be able to help his Uncle Ark in a pinch through his weak but permanent relationship with the Lionheart. This was also another reason why Vess regretted the fact that he was unable to turn the Blood Star Mark Roman II into a masterwork mech. If Venerable Benjamin ever got into trouble, Vess could not help him with his own power. The only way Vess could directly intervene was by lending his own power to another mech on the battlefield that happened to be one of his masterworks. "It will be all right," Gloriana comforted him as she led the children back inside. "Your uncle and grandfather chose this life for themselves. They are fighting so that the rest of us can remain safe. We should respect their service." "Shem, you are right. There is not much point in worrying about what they will get into now that they have proper mechs again. The best we can do for them is to help our clan in our own ways." Everyone had a part to play. Mech designers such as Vess and Gloriana could contribute just as much, if not more, by designing fantastic mechs. The couple spent the next few days analyzing the newly gathered data and processing everything they had learned. Completing the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark Roman II and witnessing them in action had verified a lot of theories and assumptions about the latest tech. The second-generation God body method, the second-generation Carmine system, and the fourth-generation Luminar crystal weapons all worked as intended more or less. Aside from that, the Larkinson Mech designers personally verified the soundness of many other applications of hyper-technologies. The Larkinsons were fully qualified to design hyper-mechs that better made use of the changing environment. This was great news for the remaining mech design projects. The Fae project in particular contained many essential aspects that hinged on Vess' ability to realize all of the drone mech's ambitious new features. A versatile and powerful mech like this could never become as good if it did not take advantage of the hyper-generation. While Vess and Gloriana could have completed the mech design sooner, they deliberately extended its development so that they would still have room to apply the lessons from designing the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark Roman II. The Fae project experienced a lot of small but useful improvements in the days that followed. The complicated Mech relied a lot on its Fae to augment its combat effectiveness. The issue with that was that the Fae were too small and compact to pack a lot of power. It would have been great if Vess designed the Fae project as a first-class Mech. He could fit a lot of miniaturized components in the small Fae and still make sure they were powerful enough to be of use in battle. However, it was a bit too difficult to make them strong enough, while Vess was stuck with second-class technology. The only ways that Vess could make up for this shortfall was by leaning heavily on both hyper-technology and e-technology. The variant of the Fae project that was exclusive to the Larkinson clan should possess ample enough power to cement its place in the Mech roster. The Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem should be a lot more effective for a living Mech that could deploy multiple Fae that also happen to be alive. This would allow any Mech units with this Mech model to capture a lot of E-energy radiation and harness all of that power for other purposes. The greater the quantity of Fae, the greater the effectiveness of this Mech model. Vess was not able to determine how many Fae a copy of this Mech could effectively control. He assumed that it should not be difficult to control 4 Fae at a time, but how much time would it take for the Fae project to grow to the point where it could control 6 Fae at once? Vess did not have enough data to make a reasonable projection. It may be that the Fae project would not be able to expand its effective control over the Fae when it evolved into a third-order living Mech. If that was the case, then one of the key factors that Vess relied upon to raise the value proposition of his product would become invalid. Erg, it is too difficult to make predictions when I can't simulate any of this stuff. Hyper-technology and e-technology were so new and mysterious that no adequate mathematical models existed to make accurate predictions. It used to be a lot more manageable back during the face water generation. A few years after the use of face water became widespread, a lot of clever people had studied this exotic material so extensively that they derived a lot of formulas that could be used to increase the accuracy of simulations. If nothing unusual happened, then the face water generation would have persisted for at least 2 decades, granting the Mech industry enough time to refine the mathematical models and improve the application of transphasic products. Unfortunately, the fast and unexpected rollout of the hyper generation had interrupted the old technological cycle and started up a new one, bringing everyone back to the starting line. To say that Vess and many other Mech designers were annoyed at this was an understatement. It may have been necessary for Red humanity to embrace hyper-technology as soon as possible, but the researchers and developers who needed to keep up with the changes had all been dragged out of their comfort zones. "Do you think the Fae project will live up to its promise?" Vess idly asked his wife. Gloriana briefly contemplated the question. "I am confident that both editions of the Fae project will end up satisfactory. They have to be considering all of the work that we have put in. The real question is whether they will be successful enough to take the second-class Mech market by storm. That is still in question. In my opinion, there is a small chance that it will sell well, but only as long as the competition has not released anything that can rival its value." In other words, the Larkinsons had not been able to make the Fae project good enough to dominate the sales charts. Vess did not like this, as his competitors would be the ones to determine the success and failure of his work. There were a lot of brilliant Mech designers out there. Who knew whether a handful of them could release a powerful alternative to the Fae project? After all, Vess should not be the only Mech designer who recognized the new and powerful synergies between hyper-technology and drone Mechs. Vess narrowed his eyes. "I won't admit defeat that easily. Let us focus on refining the Fae project earlier. I do not want my first original commercial product of the hyper generation to turn into a flop. We need to do whatever it takes to get our Mech business back on track." Chapter 54:04 Marketing Considerations. The completion of the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark Roman II represented a turning point for Vess and Gloriana's stay on New Constantinople Roman 8. Gloriana no longer had any heavy obligations left that held her back from going on a trip to replace her cranial implant. The only reason why she decided to linger for a bit longer was to assist with the partial upgrade of the Macheria Excelsia. It was a genuine ace mech after all, and the fact that it hailed from the Hex Federation made Gloriana even more enthusiastic about the machine. Unfortunately, her inadequate qualifications prevented her from providing too much input. She was not even allowed to apply her God body solution, as that would require a complete overhaul and rebuild of the ace mech. The most she could do was to get into closer contact with the Macheria Excelsia and study the properties of an ace rifleman mech firsthand. This was already valuable enough for a mech designer with her specialization. Combined with her modest involvement in the iterative upgrades of the Mars, her comprehension of machines that surpassed the existence of expert mechs had definitely improved by a lot. This would definitely serve her well once she was able to design her own ace mech in the future. In any case, the minor delay also granted more time for the survivalist-owned implant development company to optimize its augmentations for their VIP customer. Gloriana also took the time to help Vess finalize the Fae project. While she was not that passionate about mass production mechs, she deeply understood the importance of this new mech line. The Fae project had the potential to become one of the mainstays of the Larkinson army, as well as a bestseller on the second-class mech market. I think there is a good chance that we can persuade the Hex army to adopt both public editions of the Fae project, Gloriana remarked as she leaned against Vess as they studied the latest iteration of one of the Fae models. As long as the performance of the Standard Edition or the Elite Edition surpasses that of other mech models at the same price range, the Hexers will surely fall in love with its capabilities. It is just too versatile and useful. As a new mech line that was targeted towards several different audiences, Vess had chosen to split up the development of the Fae project into 3 broad variations. The Standard Edition consisted of a cost-effective second-class non-transphasic hyper-mech that was fairly expensive, but still affordable for the most part. The design department always had the option of designing additional variations in order to perform better under certain circumstances, such as land-bound combat. The production cost fluctuated considerably due to geography and volatility in the resource markets, so it was not easy to figure out how much it cost to produce a single copy. Vess aimed to limit the cost to 2 MTA credits, though it was incredibly challenging for him to design an effective drone mech with so many limited means. The Elite Edition was the much more powerful quasi-first-class transphasic hyper-mech take on the Fae project. Vess did not hold himself back as much and shopped around for lots of expensive tech and materials. Its cost was much greater as a result, so much so that it was unaffordable to the vast majority of second-class forces. With an estimated average production cost of 85 MTA credits, a lot of potential customers with enough Starship capacity on their hands were better off spending that money on acquiring an entire mech company's worth of machines as opposed to a single boondoggle. The Larkinson edition largely resembled the Elite edition, but it improved upon the version intended to be sold to well-heeled clients by upping the parameters that could still be raised. Not only did the Larkinson edition make use of significantly higher quantities of face water, it also incorporated the exclusive Energy Weaver mech ecosystem. This would give the Larkinson army a massive edge and ensure its superiority in the middle zones. Another factor that distinguished the 3 editions from each other was the use of hyper-materials and hyper-technology. As more and more hyper-materials continued to emerge from every part of the Red Ocean, the supply of low-grade and certain mid-grade variations had already started to become more adequate. In order to keep the costs down, the Standard Edition predominantly made use of mid-grade hypers that were a bit more common. The Elite Edition and Larkinson Edition utilized high-grade hypers that were not that easy to source. It just so happened that the Tea Institute had already been working on expanding the production of many of the high-grade hypers that were needed to mass-produce the more powerful editions of the Fae project. If not for the fact that internal demand of high-grade hypers was too high, VES would have permitted the Tea Institute to sell a portion of its output. The main factor that limited the supply at the moment was the difficulty of obtaining the precursor materials that could transform into medium and high-grade hypers. A lot of high-grade hypers originally came from relatively worthless materials, but that did not mean that there were trillions of tons of them lying around in a typical star system. The current medium energy environment was not able to transform those precursor materials into hyper materials. The concentration of E-energy radiation was not high enough, which meant that all of these hidden treasures had yet to show their true value. An entirely new prospecting and mining industry had popped up that expressly hunted down these precursor materials. The identification and mining of these crucial precursor materials was constantly progressing at a fast rate. Many companies smelled profit and eagerly roamed the stars in search of greater gains. However, securing a supply of hyper materials was not helpful unless it could be converted into greater value. It was not easy to develop powerful hyper technology based on ordinary hypers, but VES possessed unique insights on hyper technology. He was also able to produce a lot of synergies by tying hyper technology with living mechs. This was one of the reasons why VES grew so confident in the sales potential of the Fae project. The unique synergies raised the value proposition of all 3 editions of this mech line, thereby ensuring that each of them would be worth considerably more than their production costs. At this time, the 3 editions were close to completion. VES and Gloriana had recently upgraded the designs to incorporate the latest insights from the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark Roman II. They only needed to test a bunch of prototypes before they were ready to end this project. Now that the Fae project had reached this point, VES needed to make up his mind on how he wanted to market his latest product. It has been too long since the LMC has released a high-profile commercial mech, boss, Gavin reported to VES. Unlike the other commercial mechs that we have put on sale in the previous generation, I think we can boost the interest in your new product by holding a product reveal. We can take advantage of your rising celebrity and esteemed status to attract a lot more attention to the Fae project. The effect will be at least an order of magnitude greater than if we attempted to hold a regular marketing campaign. A product announcement under these circumstances was also a lot cheaper. Sure, the Larkinsons needed to spend significant sums to rent an appropriate venue and pay for the services of all kinds of partners in order to ensure the event would go smoothly. But that was much cheaper than funding an entire marketing campaign. VES knew that his current reputation and prestige had already risen to the point where thousands of news publications would flock to him whenever he wanted to make a public announcement. All of this was free publicity. It would be criminal if VES did not take advantage of such favorable circumstances. He nodded to his assistant. It has been years since I have presided over an old-fashioned product reveal. Let's do it, Gavin. The Living Mech Corporation needs a marketing boost in the new mech generation. Starting off our commercial revival by announcing the Fae project to the public is an excellent way to reignite our brand and secure our place in the mech market. Those are my thoughts as well. Where would you like to hold the product reveal? Can't we do it here? Oh no, that would not do, Gavin immediately protested. Perhaps you might have forgotten about it, but the Terrans do not have a good reputation among the second raters. The people who live in the middle zones both hate and envy the arrogant, stuck-up first raters who regularly look down on everyone, who is unable to enjoy an exceedingly high standard of living. While you are technically not a first rater, your choice to relocate to the Terran Alliance sends an ugly message. This will turn into a powerful point of criticism if you dare to hold a product reveal on New Constantinople Roman 8. Though Vess did not agree with the sentiment, he could understand how this course of action might piss a lot of people off. He had indeed lost sight of how associating too closely with the Terrans would send all of the wrong messages. So we need to hold the product reveal in a middle zone. That would be our recommendation, Gavin responded. I have taken the liberty to explore 3 potential locations where you can present your work to the public. You can choose to unveil the Fae project within the Hex Federation of the Magyar Middle Zone. This would be an excellent choice for you to appeal to the large number of Hexer dynasties that you can personally woo into placing large orders for our new products. That surprised Vess. Really, Gavin, the Hex Federation? It makes complete sense, boss. The Hexers are among our most loyal and fanatic customers, so if you want to build up more hype and cause our early sales to skyrocket, then starting here is an excellent strategic choice. However, I also have to mention that there is also the risk that our new product will become so closely associated with the Hexers that it will be known as one of their exclusive Mech models, even if that is not actually the case. Vess did not want to hear anything further. Pass. I do not want to create any misunderstandings. Our relationship with the Hex Federation is already close enough. Besides, we have already captured it as a solid market for our products. The Hexers will buy my Fae project in larger quantities, regardless of whether I unveil my work in their state. My next suggestion is to hold your product reveal in the Colonial Federation of Davut. This would be a good opportunity for you to check up on the Larkinson branch, negotiate any deals with President Yename's Clive, and possibly collaborate with Master Decimus Horst on the Supremo project in person. All of that sounded compelling to Vess, but he did not have a good impression of Davut these days. He was always afraid that he would get sucked into its vortex again as soon as he came close. He left Davut for good reasons. Not good enough. Do you have any other suggestions that aren't as loaded? Well, if you want to present your work to the customers who need the Fae project the most, you can hold your product reveal in one of the booming markets in the Torald Middle Zone. The Bordel system has become one of the strongholds and the economic centers of the war against the aliens. Almost every second-class Mech force will pass through the port system whenever they venture to the border regions and back. It is a popular destination to dump a lot of salvage and purchase new Mechs to replace the losses sustained in combat. The Bordel system again, Vess thought about it for a moment. Gavin presented an excellent argument for this choice. It was certainly a lot more palatable than the previous 2 options. All right, let us settle on holding our product reveal in the Bordel system. Please make the arrangements. Oh, contact the expeditionary fleet and ask whether it will make it back to this port system on the date of my presentation. It would be good for us to get in touch with each other again and see how everyone is doing these days. I shall do my best to make that happen, Gavin promised. Chapter 5405, by Gloriana. The time had finally come for Gloriana to depart for her life-changing operation. After months of waiting, she would finally be able to replace her old and outdated second-class Erestal 015 cranial implant with a much more superior version. While her upcoming replacement implant might not be the apex of what red humanity could make at this time, it was still a top-grade product that was only affordable to a small proportion of first-raters. Gloriana was incredibly lucky to be able to acquire such a fantastic cranial implant free of charge. She benefited enormously from the deal that Vess had made with a survivalist master Mech designer during the infamous conference. Though Vess regretted the fact that he could not make use of this opportunity himself, he was more than happy to see his wife make use of this sumptuous gift to become a much better Mech designer. On the day of her departure, she and Saintess Ulrika Vraken prepared to go on a trip to the Violet Central Star node that would last for about a month. Countess Ulrika and her ace Mech did not accompany Gloriana in order to protect her against any threats. No one dared to attack a warship of the Blue Jay Fleet deep within the boundaries of human-occupied space. Vess could count on the Mechers to do their utmost to protect his wife against outside threats. What he truly was concerned about was the threat from the Mechers themselves. He knew them well enough that they would do anything to get their hands on more trade secrets. It would be too easy for the implant development company to tamper with the new cranial implant before placing it inside Gloriana's head. This would give the Red Association a direct feed to everything that went through her mind. The Mechers could do way more than that. What if they installed a back door that could take over her body? What if they only needed to transmit a single command for her head to blow up like his experimental subjects? There was no limit to how shameless the Mechers could be if they were allowed to act without restraint. Saintess Ulrika Vraken hardly posed a threat against the Red Association, but her Saint Kingdom could pick up any signs of malicious intent. Vess had tasked her with verifying the safety of the implants while also monitoring the operation from beginning to end. The implant surgeons had no problem with this arrangement. It was actually quite common among the upper echelon due to the need for additional guarantees. After all, powerful and important figures were at their most vulnerable when they bared their brains to a bunch of strangers. Vess had personal experience with the unpleasantries that could arise when the precautions were not sufficient. "Why are you leaving, Mama?" Marvane asked with tears in his eyes. "I want to go with you." Andrast hugged her mother's legs. "Why can't we go on vacation? Violet is so cool." Gloriana lovingly patted their heads. "I would love to take you, but this is a work trip, not a vacation. I will not be able to accompany you while I am recovering from the operation. You will fall behind in your studies if you accompany your mother to Violet," Vess added. "Your study programs at Joan DeVos are so demanding that it will be too difficult for the three of you to catch up if you have skipped too many classes. We can still do our homework and take remote classes." Vess shook his head. "Joan DeVos cannot fully accommodate remote teaching. Stop complaining. None of you are going. You will stay on this planet for the time being where your nanas will take care of you when we are not around." "Always. Can we go with you instead?" "No, the journey to the Bordel system is a work trip as well. Don't worry. I will not be leaving right away, and I won't be gone as long as your mother." The Larkinson clan and the Living Mech Corporation had already scheduled a public event in one of the economic and military hubs of the Torald Middle Zone. The Larkinsons hardly needed to send out any invitations before they became inundated with requests to attend the closed event in person. Expectations for this upcoming product reveal were already high. Many people expected one of the rising stars of the Age of Dawn to surpass their expectations and come up with another shocking surprise. The hype surrounding the upcoming product reveal placed a heavy weight on Vess' shoulders. He needed to put his full focus on this event and make sure that he would not disappoint his audience. It hadn't taken long for Vess to agree to this proposal, but the Larkinsons under his command had already formed elaborate plans that would be sure to make the Fae project stand out from the competition. Bordel was no place for his children, though. Ever since the Red II fortified the port system and turned it into a key logistical center of the war effort, the entire region had militarized at a rapid rate. The Toral Middle Zone no longer represented a place of opportunities and new beginnings. The escalating threat posed by the native aliens had forcibly turned all of the surviving colonies into bulwarks designed to stop or slow down the enemy advance. Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane were better off staying far away from this risky region. As mother and father tried their best to console their children, the appointed time had finally come. Gloriana grasped the heads of each of her children and planted a loving kiss on their heads. "Make sure you behave and do not fall behind on your studies. I love you, and I cannot wait to return so that you will be able to see your new and improved mother. Bye, Mama." Gloriana and Saintess Ulrika Vraken soon teleported out of Diandi base and emerged inside one of the warships of the Blue Jay fleet. While the Mecher fleet was not under Vess' direct command, his relationship with Jovi was good enough to ask for small favors as long as they were not excessive. With Gloriana leaving to upgrade her cognitive functions, the premier branch had become quieter all of a sudden. Gloriana was such a great part of his life that he clearly felt her absence in the following days. While Alexa, his children, and the students of the Eden Institute continued to keep Vess company, his design sessions became a lot more monotonous now that he could no longer bounce his ideas off his long-standing partner. Vess still had plenty of work to do that did not require the presence of his wife. One of the more interesting developments were the negotiations with the Terrans and the Rubarthans. Progress had been fairly slow over the last months, as both groups had surprisingly been plagued by indecision and internal disagreements. This prevented Vess from taking action and delivering kinship networks to the powerful first-rate colonial superstates. It was a bit frustrating to see these initiatives get stalled because the Terrans and the Rubarthans couldn't get their acts together. The negotiations will not drag on for much longer, Alexa reassured Vess when he expressed his irritation about this issue. No one can deny the usefulness of your kinship networks. They are frankly amazing and can be used to foster greater trust in large populations. The impressive unity of your clan serves as proof of that. The only points of contention aside from the obvious are related to how effectively they can monitor and administer the kinship networks. As you can imagine, those who can gain administrative access can cause great damage if they abuse their newfound powers. This includes you and any agents of yours. Vess seriously nodded. Trust was hard to come by in this cosmos, and he had strong trust issues himself. Rushing this matter was the worst mistake that the Terrans and the Rubarthans could make. They were fully justified in taking it slow. The longer they waited, the more time they could spend on understanding how kinship networks worked and how they could protect their citizens against its potential dangers. What does your grandfather think? I have not been in touch with him as of late. He is preoccupied with his own affairs. Otherwise, he is doing well for the most part. I understand. The first year of the Age of Dawn had almost come to an end. General Axeler Strion did not have many more years to prepare for his ambitious heist. He needed to unite the entire Terran alliance around his daring objective early enough to prevent the aliens from taking more precautions and fortifying their defenses further. Vess wished he could contribute to Axeler's operation, but there was little more he could do so long as he was still a second-class Mech designer. He needed to step up on his studies and master all of the essential high technologies that was expected of a first-class senior Mech designer. It did not help that the start of the hyper generation forced a lot of Mech designers to master all kinds of subjects related to hyper technology. Vess needed to master more knowledge and skills in order to gain enough trust to design first-class Mechs for his customer base. Vess continued to chat with Alexa about various different topics. He still had so much to learn about Terran society and first-class society in general. You are about to fabricate the first production copy of the Fae project, correct? The young woman asked. That is correct. Do you wish to participate? Alexa shook her head. I am content with an assisting role. I do not want to interfere with your work and lower your chance of making another masterwork Mech. It will be fine. Vess dismissively waved his hand. My skills are good enough that your work will hardly create a negative impact. Don't forget that Blinky has a design network as well, though his version is not as developed as that of Alexandria. I can guide your work much better if it is just the two of us. I will be able to direct all of the work. That sounded interesting to the former Terran. She began to waver in her mind. I am open to trialing this new approach. Great. Do you have any other questions about our upcoming fabrication run? Which edition will you choose to fabricate first? Shouldn't the answer be obvious? It will be the Larkinson edition. It is not only the best and the most complete version of the Fae project, but its existence will add another valuable living Mech comparable to the Quint to the Larkinson army. Surprisingly, Alexa disagreed with that decision. I do not advise you to fabricate the Larkinson edition as the first concrete example of your work. There will not be any negative consequences if you fail to turn it into a masterwork Mech, but if you happen to succeed, you will not be able to retain possession of it for a long time. What are you, oh? I forgot about the association's awful habit. Many of the masterwork Mechs that Vess and Gloriana had made as of late consisted of expert Mechs. By definition, every expert Mech was exclusive to a single chosen expert pilot. A masterwork version of an expert Mech was useless in the hands of any other pilot, including one who hailed from the Red Association. The story was different if the masterwork happened to be a more standardized Mech. Although the Larkinson edition of the Fae project was meant to be utilized by the Larkinsons and no one else, it did not come with any strong safeguards that prevented it from being piloted by third parties. This meant that the Mechers could just snap up a masterwork Mech of the Larkinson edition and make use of it without any hindrance. Alexa gave a suggestion to Vess. Would you like to try and do less than your very best in order to prevent the association from appropriating your work? No way, that goes against my professional ethics. Every living Mech that I have brought to life deserves nothing but the very best from its creator. Besides, I don't want to deliberately shortchange the association. The Mechers have helped me many times. I do not mind it if I can pay them back for all of the favors that I have received over the years. If that is the case, then I suggest you fabricate a copy of the Elite Edition instead. This way, you will not lose anything sensitive. I guess you are right. Chapter 54:06, The Association's Power Plays. Vess had long grown annoyed at the Red Association's habit of requisitioning masterwork Mechs. He still had no idea what the Mech Trade Association had done with the little angel, for example. The only reason why he had managed to avoid this problem for years was because he invested a lot more effort into designing expert Mechs. Now that he thought about it, one of the original reasons why he had become so enthused about designing high-level Mechs was exactly because he wanted to avoid his work from getting hijacked by the greedy Mechers. Exquisite machines such as the Amaranto, the Evertshanger, and the Phobos were absolutely irreplaceable to Vess. He expressly designed them to excel in their areas of specializations in order to bestow amazing advantages to the forces at his disposal. He did not invest his heart and soul in each of those amazing masterwork expert Mechs just to allow the Mechers to leech off his hard work. Though Vess detested their policy a lot in the past, his perspective had broadened since those years. The Mechers served many essential functions in human society. They may be greedy for masterwork Mechs, but they probably had good reasons for their power. Alexa, I wonder if you or the Terrans know what the association is doing with so many masterwork Mechs. Why can't they rely on the ones they built themselves? I mean, the Mechers must have plenty of masterwork Mech designers in their ranks that can fully meet their own demand. It is not that simple, sir. The woman shook her head. From what I have learned, the reason why the Mech Trade Association can never have enough masterwork Mechs is because each of them are notably more effective in combating an internal threat that is difficult to fight against with mundane Mechs. Not even the most luxurious first-class multipurpose Mech can adequately resist this danger if they do not possess the qualities of a masterwork. There was only one enemy in the Milky Way galaxy that could make the Mechers so spooked. The compact. Alexa nodded with a serious expression. It did not surprise Vess that a woman of her background was aware of the existence of this infamous cult. You are correct that the Mech Trade Association has sufficient master Mech designers in its ranks that can produce masterwork Mechs non-stop. Alexa continued. These masters occasionally produce masterwork Mechs of their best designs in order to meet certain quotas or earn additional MTA merits. However, they cannot dedicate all of their time to this single priority alone. Each of them must invest far more time in their core research and Mech design projects. Anything that detracts from these activities will reduce their chances of advancing to star designer. That made sense for the most part. Time was the most scarce and precious resource of every Mech designer. One of the most severe demands of masterwork Mechs was that they could not be produced en masse with the help of the most advanced production method mastered by the first-raters. Materialization technology was fantastic at fabricating exact carbon copies of Mech designs, but they lacked the essential human touch that could elevate the products beyond their physical existences. It took a lot of time and effort to fabricate a high-quality, first-class multipurpose Mech. Even the most reputable master Mech designers, such as Master Vero Goldstein, would have to waste hours, if not days, to fabricate a proper Mech by hand. This was not an efficient use of their time. As such, it became easier for the Mech Trade Association to just lay claim to random masterwork Mechs built by third parties. It was not as if the space peasants could resist the power of the Mechers. At least they received handsome amounts of MTA merits in return for their voluntary contributions. Almost none of those requisitioned masterwork Mechs are up to the standards of the association, Vess argued. It is quite troublesome to upgrade them into first-class multipurpose Mechs. The amount of work put into this effort is excessive. That is true, but it is important to identify who is doing all of the work. The difficulty of upgrading an existing masterwork Mech is much lower than making one from scratch. The association can delegate the former to various journeymen, seniors, and masters who are not as important. Working on these upgrade projects also serves as excellent creative exercises for them. They can all get into contact with foreign Mechs that are designed according to completely different principles than what they are accustomed to. Every masterwork Mech has their own points of brilliance, no matter how humble they actually perform. That was information that Vess had not been able to obtain or deduce in the past. It was quite useful to know what happened immediately after the Mechers swiped the masterwork Mechs off the hands of their original makers. A part of Vess felt a little annoyed that the MTA Mech designers easily took advantage of the hard work of the space peasants they talked down upon most of the time. Okay, I can understand why the Mech Trade Association values masterwork Mech so much, but is there any reason for the Red Association to maintain the same stance? Vess asked with a frown. As far as I am concerned, the Compact's presence in this dwarf galaxy is negligible. There is no need to accumulate a large amount of masterwork Mechs just to combat a special threat that is not easy to fight against through conventional means. One of the factors that was relevant here was that Messier 87 exotic radiation created an environment where it became easier for Mech pilots to break through. Expert pilots and higher were much more effective at fighting extraordinary threats. Besides, the main high-level threat of the Red Ocean were the phase whales and phase lords. Their spatial manipulation abilities were quite powerful, but they were otherwise a lot more physical in their threat profile. The best way to beat them was to overpower their defenses and demolish their enormous fleshy bodies by relying on overwhelming firepower. It was not a coincidence that the Destroyer of Worlds and the First Flame annihilated the ancient phase whales the fastest during Operation Night Jazz. Alexa was smart enough to deduce what Vess was thinking. She shook her head yet again. There are additional motivations for the Mechers to lay claim to masterwork Mechs. Do you recall that Mech pilots have a much higher chance of breaking through if they pilot masterwork Mechs as opposed to normal machines? Oh, yeah, I should have thought about that. Are you saying that the association wants to promote the rate of breakthroughs through this policy? Yes, but that is not all. Think about it, sir. The continuous transfer of masterwork Mechs from the States to the association will not only increase the rate of breakthroughs in the latter, but also reduce the same rate for the former. Over the long term, the Mechers will welcome a larger amount of expert pilots, while the armed forces of many states will see a reduction in the number of Mech pilots who undergo their first apotheoses. What? That's outrageous. Vess almost stood up when he heard this explanation. What the Mechers were doing was nothing less than stealing the breakthrough opportunities of the masses. How many more expert pilots could states such as the Bright Republic, the Heavensword Association, and the Garland Empire produce if they managed to retain all of their masterwork mechs? There had to be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands over the span of several centuries. All of those poor mech pilots that originally had brighter careers ahead of them all lost their opportunities without even knowing it because the Mech Trade Association stole away their breakthrough machines. Instead, those masterwork mechs went through extensive overhauls before they got assigned to a large number of freeloaders within the MTA. Vess found this conspiracy to be profoundly dishonorable and disgusting. He understood that it served to increase the Mech Trade Association's superiority over the space peasants, but that was not enough to excuse these heinous acts. The injustice of it all gave him another reason to dislike the Mechers. Alexa gave him a rueful smile. Expert pilots are not the strongest individual combatants that humanity can produce, but they have all embarked on the path to godhood. The larger the pool of expert pilots, the greater the amount of ace pilots that will emerge from their ranks. In turn, a larger pool of ace pilots will increase the number of god pilots that successfully survived the greatest test of their lives. This is why the Mech Trade Association has the largest number of god pilots under its sway. The Terran Confederation and the Rubarthan Federation, on the other hand, have to make do with less due to their more limited opportunities. This was a conspiracy. This was a clear and obvious scheme to strengthen the association at the expense of the subjugated states. A scowl appeared on Vess' face. Why don't these Mechers go ahead and deprive the right to own masterworks among expert mechs and ace mechs? That is counterproduced to their overarching goals. The association is still invested in the goal of producing the largest number of god pilots as possible. It is just that the Mechers would rather make it so that as many god pilots come from their own ranks as possible, hence the mass transfers of masterwork mechs. However, once a third party makes a masterwork expert mech just as your Lionheart, the Mechers will violate their own policies if they attempt to take it out of your hands. Ah, I understand. The Lionheart will not be able to produce any breakthroughs if it falls in the hands of the Mechers. However, taking it away will hinder Uncle Ark from advancing to ace pilot and eventually god pilot. The Mechers were able to tolerate the existence of god pilots who did not pledge their loyalty to the association. This was because powerful heroes such as the Light of Sol and the Destroyer of Worlds helped to counteract the pressure from other rival powers such as the Common Fleet Alliance and the Five Scrolls Compact. This consideration held true for the Red Association as well. The Mechers of the Red Ocean had no incentive to stop their thieving ways. Vess crossed his arms as he thought about the massive implications of this conspiracy. He was personally affected by this nefarious policy. If he successfully fabricated a masterwork version of the Fae Project, none of the bright and talented Mech pilots of the Larkinson clan would be able to enjoy this reward. Instead, Jovi himself would probably swoop in and spit out a poor excuse before teleporting the freshly made masterwork mech away. It was one thing for Vess to let this happen when he remained ignorant of the greater truth, but now that Alexa had enlightened him to this dark secret, he was not as pleased. Wait, I am an honorary member of the Red Association. Doesn't that mean I am exempt from this policy? That made Alexa chuckle. That is true, but you are a mech designer, not a mech pilot. There are no other honorary members within your clan, correct? You need to see this from the perspective of the Mechers. Of all of the possible mech pilots that can contribute to human civilization, the ones that have received the best training and can pilot the strongest mechs come from the association. An R-Ray expert pilot is 1,000 times more valuable than a Davitan expert pilot. Humanity will become much weaker if there are less first-class expert pilots and more third- or second-class mech pilots. That sort of made sense. It was a justifiable reason to transfer the most valuable breakthrough resources from the weakest to the strongest pool of Mech pilots. It did not make Vess any less angry, though. So from the perspective of the Red Association, my Larkinson expert pilot are not worth as much. Did I get that right, Alexa? That is an accurate characterization, she affirmed. To be fair, it is not personal to the Mechers. It is merely a game of numbers to them. They are driven by their goals. That encourages them to think in absolutes. They constantly think about the big picture and ignore all of the individual harm they cause with their decisions. It is a common fault of hegemonic organizations. It is usually responsible for their eventual downfalls as well. Chapter 54:07, The Strategic Value of Masterwork Mechs. The Mech Trade Association, and by extension, the Red Association, craved power. It was in the nature of a dominant organization to do whatever it took to preserve their dominance and reduce the ability of others to overturn its reign. The Mechers had never made it a secret that they were cast from the same mold. Their deliberate attempts to castrate the many states of human civilization successfully prevented other human groups from growing too strong during the age of Mechs. Vess never really had a problem with that for the most part. The hegemonic model set by the Big Two after the disastrous end of the Age of Conquest led to centuries of growth and stability. It was difficult to think of another alternative that could have led to a more favorable outcome for human civilization. Nonetheless, Vess was under no illusion that the Mechers and the Fleeters were the good guys. They were clearly interested in advancing human civilization, but only a version where they stayed on top. Every development that might lead the human race to a brighter future, but where the Big Two lost out, was intolerable as far as they were concerned. This was why the Mechers and Fleeters suppressed the Terrans and the Rubarthans anytime they could get away with it. Robbing the first raters of their masterwork Mechs turned out to be a surprisingly huge component in a strategy to prevent the former leaders of humanity from rising up again. Vess never imagined before this day that masterwork Mechs possessed such significance. It should have been obvious in hindsight. Vess had learned about Senfaven's ladder of craftsmanship years ago. He discovered that high-quality Mechs helped to drag Mech pilots up to their level, meaning that breakthroughs happened a lot more frequently. Vess thought of how masterwork Mech enriched the Larkinson clan and boosted the performance of its key assets. Unique treasures in the form of the Amaranto and the Evert Shanger had single-handedly turned battles around due to the rare advantages conveyed by their masterwork properties. The key takeaway from his conversation with Alexa was that masterworks were strategic assets. The benefits they provided to their owners were so substantial that the addition or absence of just a single one of them directly affected the future of an entire organization. How many benefits could Vess bestow to the Larkinson clan if he turned the first production copy of the Fae project into a masterwork Mech? It was difficult to make a solid prediction, but he only had to look towards the Quint to know that the Fae project could unlock the potential of a lot of promising Mech pilots. The more masterwork Mech's Vess supplied to his clan, the more expert pilots and ace pilots would emerge that could protect the Larkinsons against the looming threats of the future. Vess did not forget about the fact that the Mechers were all spooked by what little they managed to ascertain from Messier 87. Given that this supermassive galaxy had an insanely high energy level, the aliens who rose up in this kind of environment had to be much more powerful than anything humanity had ever faced in the past. Vess suspected that only true gods had a chance of self-preservation if they ever came into direct contact with the natives of the much larger galaxy. As such, the value of masterwork Mechs had shot up even more in the Red Ocean. After all, back in the Milky Way galaxy, the only threats the Big Two had to guard against were the 7 Apex races and the much-diminished 5 Scrolls Compact. While these enemies certainly had the capital to make a comeback due to their deep foundations, the MTA and CFA controlled them well enough to prevent them from gaining enough strength. It was different in the Red Ocean. The natives of the Red Ocean were already difficult to resist due to their overwhelming numbers advantage. The aliens of Messier 87 were many times more powerful. Only god pilots, star designers, and other true gods could resist the threat posed by all of these dangerous aliens. Of course, Vess was aware that the Red Fleet most definitely disagreed with this notion. The stance of the fleeters was admirable, but it was also a huge gamble driven by ideological motivations rather than sound logic. Vess did not want to bet on the possibility that the cult of pure technology was right. During Operation Night Jazz, the dreadnoughts of the Red Fleet fought admirably and displayed amazing capabilities that had never been unveiled before. A lot of warship enthusiasts gained confidence. It looked as if the renaissance of warships was close at hand. However, most people did not agree with this sentiment. Dreadnoughts were incredibly massive and must have cost an insane amount of high-grade exotics and hypers to build. The Red Ocean was just a dwarf galaxy, and red humanity only occupied a small slice of it. How could the fleeters possibly gather all of the high-end resources to construct a couple of other dreadnoughts? All of those resources could be utilized to construct dozens of serviceable battleships, or entire Mech armies of first-class multipurpose mechs. Perhaps it was his bias as a Mech designer that led him to make this conclusion, but Vess believed with all of his heart that warships could not save red humanity in the times to come. They were too big, too clumsy, too inflexible, and most importantly, too wasteful. Every decent engineer pursued efficiency in their work. Why use 2 units of resources to solve a problem when you could do it with 10 units of resources instead? Mechs had their fair share of shortcomings, but the synergies they could achieve with Mech pilots had unlimited potential. It was much easier for red humanity to raise powerful enough Mech armies due to how much less resources they demanded compared to more conventional warfleets. It is not just the Mechs that demand attention. The Mech pilots can also affect the combat effectiveness of these Mech armies. Developing talents was a matter of life and death in the Red Ocean. Any state or organization that could amass more expert pilots, ace pilots, and possibly even god pilot would be the new reigning powers of the new frontier. Vess even saw how much this new reality tied into the new elites program. The deep strike plan conceived by the Fist of Defiance sounded like a bone-headed scheme at first, but it actually sought to transition human civilization into a more brutal society. If the plan truly was an awful idea, then the survivalists would have never given it a chance to get voted upon. The premise behind the Fist of Defiance's plan was that only a strong but cruel society had a decent chance of resisting the alien powerhouses that might come and knock on humanity's doors one day. The new status of warlords was originally reserved for the high-ranking Mech pilots who would not only serve as protectors, but also leaders who earned their right to rule by relying on their fists. The Mechers deeply comprehended that only a true god could defeat another true god. While this rule was not entirely true all of the time, it took an excessive amount of resources and planning in order to take down a true god without relying on the strength of a comparable entity. Even then, the combat effectiveness of true gods varied a lot depending on their nature and their progression. A design spirit that was born less than a decade ago, like Gaia, was one of the weakest and most pathetic existences of this level. Her roots were weak and her foundation was brittle. She only managed to become insanely strong due to a few coincidences that caused her to become worshipped by a lot of unwitting devotees of old Earth. Though Vess was aware that Gaia had been working hard behind the scenes to shore up all of her deficiencies and make up for her fragile foundation, there was no denying that she was a shame to the class of true gods. Of course, that did not mean she was a pushover. Her transcendent life state meant that she could still overpower nearly everyone that was not on the same level of a true god. There was one clear exception, though. High-ranking Mech pilots had nothing to fear from her. God pilots could probably squash her like a bug if they managed to enter into a direct confrontation with the Mother of Earth. Cynthia had emphasized multiple times that God pilots were the most unreasonably powerful true God-level combatants that she knew of. They had sundered the 5 scrolls compact and kept all of the aliens of the old galaxy in check. The might of all of these God pilots was so great that they could confront much older and more powerful true gods and still come out on top. They were the only ones that had access to the massive synergies derived from the perfect fusion between the best form of willpower cultivation and the most extreme variation artifact cultivation. All of this highlighted the role of high-ranking Mech pilots in human civilization even further. Any resource that could promote the rate of breakthroughs and accelerate the progression of Mech pilots was of paramount importance to the Red Association. Vess already knew this to an extent due to how much the Mechers valued his companion fruits, his carmine Mechs, and the Transcendence glow. However, due to all of the excitement surrounding his most notable innovations, Vess had overlooked the extensive benefits that masterwork Mechs could supply to their owners. They were not merely a means to increase the proportion of high-ranking Mech pilots in the Larkinson army. They could turn the Larkinson clan from a chess piece into a chess player. This was especially crucial in the coming decades, where the probability of coming into contact with the natives of Messier 87 became ever greater. All of this led to an important consideration. Should Vess utilize his bargaining power to force the Mechers to keep their hands off his masterwork Mechs? This was an important question, and the answer was not as obvious as it appeared. Certainly, Vess had gained enough status and importance for the Mechers to respect his wishes. He was sure that if he called Jovi right now and told him to keep his hands off his future masterwork Mechs, the Red Association would not come in and take away his more brilliant works. However, every action had its consequences. Denying the Mechers the right to requisition his masterwork Mechs would send numerous messages. Vess would make a selfish impression that negated some of the contributions he had made to benefit human civilization. He would appear to push back against the premise that he was willing to be a team player. Keeping a relatively weak second-class masterwork Mech for himself would deprive Red humanity of an opportunity to nurture multiple powerful first-class Mech pilots in the future. This would have deep political implications. Would Vess truly be better served by destroying a part of the goodwill that he had engendered among the Mechers through his many contributions? On the one hand, the more high-ranking Mech pilots that rose up in the Larkinson clan, the greater its self-preservation ability over the long run. On the other hand, the better his relationship with the Red Association, the more advantages Vess could gain by deepening his cooperation with this dominant organization. Which one was the better option? It would be nice if I could have the best of both worlds, he sighed. It was not that simple, though. Even though his craftsmanship had improved by a huge extent ever since Vulcan started to transition into a more authentic god of craftsmanship, it was not enough for Vess to be able to fabricate masterwork Mechs on repeat. Vess understood his strengths well enough that he worked at his best when he worked on new and interesting tech and designs. He just couldn't muster up enough passion if he had to fabricate another copy of the same Mech design. Perhaps he and Vulcan might be able to advance their craftsmanship to the point where they could permanently settle on the second rung of Senfaven's ladder of craftsmanship. But that would not happen today. Vess furrowed his brows. I can't have this dilemma hanging over my head before I produce a copy of the Fae project. I need to make up my mind before I start my fabrication run. Chapter 54, 08, Neo-Feudalism. Vess did not have many people to turn to for advice. The premier branch was too small. He missed the inner circle that he had gathered around him back when he was still running with the expeditionary fleet. Not even Gavin could offer an informed opinion about this deep and contentious issue. His background was way too shallow, and all of the effort he put into catching up to the meteoric growth of his boss did not delve too deep into the greater secrets that actually shaped human society. Fortunately, He had a former direct descendant of a Terran ancient clan by his side. Vess thanked himself for the umpteenth time for making the daring decision to recruit Alexa Strian as his disciple. On the morning of the day he was scheduled to fabricate the first copy of the Fae Project, he sent his children off to school before he descended into his main Mech workshop. It was there that he asked for Alexa's input on this matter. The young lady paused in her inspection of the stock of raw materials. "I am glad that you have asked for my advice. If I was still a Terran, then I would have advised you to persuade the Red Association into letting you keep your masterwork mechs. However, now that I have become a member of the Larkinson clan, I think that you should be more measured in managing your relationships with great powers." That was an odd answer. "What do you mean by that, Alexa?" "It means that you need to recognize your place in the hierarchy and act accordingly," she replied in a serious tone. "Think about it, sir. You have been promoted to a Tier 3 galactic citizen and have earned the personal attention of many different leader figures. Do they value you? Yes. Do they fear your power? No, not truly. There is a mismatch between your value as a Mech designer and the force of arms that you can rally to your banner. The Larkinson clan that serves as your primary base of power is fundamentally a second-class organization. Do you think the Mechers and other first-raters have any reason to fear the Larkinsons?" "No," Vess admitted as he let out a deep breath. "When you put it that way, my clan is practically a non-entity in this galactic landscape. It is unable to pose any significant threat against the established first-class powers. The expeditionary fleet may be able to defeat weaker alien fleets, but it stands no chance against the primary war fleets that can inflict casualties against the forces of the Red Two. Without enough force of arms, a Mech designer like myself is too vulnerable to the malicious intentions of those who see me as an obstacle." To hammer home this point, Alexa pointedly raised her index finger above her head. "The main reason why you have been able to live your life in peace all of these months is due to the Blue Jay fleet that is shadowing your every move. Its open presence not only grants you concrete protection against many different threats, but it is also a clear signal that the Red Association has extended its guarantee to you. I think the most accurate description of your current state is that of a vassal. You enjoy a measure of autonomy, but at the end of the day, you must still answer to the Mechers that you rely on to shield you against dangers that you cannot handle." This was a sobering realization and a reminder of his current situation. Vess might have become too full of himself in the months that followed after the Survivalist Conference. All of the respect and appreciation he received from the likes of the Xenotechnician and General Axeler Strian inflated his ego and caused him to act like a big shot. Though he had definitely gained a lot of importance since he returned from the conference, he put too much stock in the illusions of grandeur that ensued. It was only now that Vess reminded himself that people did not necessarily give him so much deference because of how much he could be of service to them. A key factor that forced other groups to play nice with him was because they could not resort to more forceful actions that might displease the Red Association. In other words, when Vess presented himself to other players, he did not just represent himself, but also the power that was backing him and guaranteeing his safety. He sighed. "I guess that I am not as independent from the Red Association as I previously thought. Is that correct?" "That is the fate of the weak. You do not have the qualifications to stand up to the great powers on your own merits. You have value but not the corresponding strength. That is why your success and well-being is dependent on those who can make up for this shortcoming. This is the true meaning behind your honorary membership of the Red Association. You have fallen under their banner. It is hard to escape the web of the association once you have become entangled." That did not paint a pleasant picture in Vess' mind. What depressed him the most was that he was helpless to change this reality. The only ways for a vassal to escape the grip of a liege were to become strong enough to break this unequal relationship or to find another powerful backer. Neither of these two options were available to Vess. This was why Alexa was in favor of maintaining the status quo. The overall purpose of her words was to remind Vess of his actual place in society. "Do you understand the responsibilities of a vassal?" she asked. "I do," Vess slowly answered. "Protection does not come for free. I need to deliver enough value to the Red Association to cover the cost of guaranteeing my protection. If there is one thing that you can be certain about with the Mechers, it is that they always profit the most in every transaction." This was a privilege that only the most powerful groups enjoyed. People wouldn't be so willing to let the Mechers take advantage of them if this was not the case. The Red Association had so many powerful Mechs and warships at its disposal that no one wanted to go to war with such a powerful organization. It was actually not a bad deal to fall under its protection. The Mechers were relatively fair and benevolent. Vess knew enough prominent Mechers in person to understand that their intentions were noble to a certain degree. Worse people could have come into power. In fact, that had almost happened. If the polymath hadn't been stopped in the crucial moment during the final day of the Survivalist Conference, the Red Association would have descended into tyranny. This made Vess a bit more vigilant towards Mechers. Even they were vulnerable to their own flaws. Whether it is the Milky Way or the Red Ocean, the Mechers command the greatest number of god pilots, Alexa remarked. "Do you understand what this means? The association enjoys a near-absolute advantage over our society. If relations have truly deteriorated to the lowest point, the 5 god pilots that lead the Mechers can systematically destroy the defenses and wipe out the population and infrastructure of every major colony that belongs to a hostile state. No Mech army in the Terran Alliance or the Rubarthan Pact can threaten even a single god Mech." Her words painted a distressing image in Vess' mind. The scenario sounded so outlandish that it was highly unlikely to happen, but it still hammered home the point that the Mechers could overturn the table in the most destructive manner if they did not get their way. Only god pilots can fight against god pilots, is that right? That is roughly the case, Alexa partially agreed. God pilots have their limits, though. The fleeters have done a good job at mitigating the possible threat by adopting a strategy of decentralization and redundancy. The Red Fleet holds relatively few fixed assets. The fleeters, instead, chose to establish their extensive foundation across many different war fleets, each of which are constantly on the move, in order to prevent them from being easily tracked. It is virtually impossible for the god Mech of the Red Association to hunt them all down. This is how the fleeters have been able to restrain the Mechers from staging a coup. I see. Only the fleeters could pursue this strategy. The Larkinson clan's own fleet was too small and weak to stay out of the reach of the Mechers. It was also only a single force, which meant that it did not take much trouble to track it down. The Terrans and the Rubarthans derived much of their wealth and power from all of their prosperous territories. They could not afford to get rid of all of those valuable planets and star systems, because they would quickly experience massive shortages due to losing access to so much population and resources. Only god pilots could resist the Red Association's own god pilots. Every major player knew it, which was why everyone worked hard to advance as many of their Mech pilots as possible. There was no way the Mechers would allow others to beat them in their own game, though. No other organization knew more about Mech pilots and what it took to facilitate their breakthroughs. With a constant supply of masterwork Mechs and the successful development of cultivation elixirs, the Mech pilots hailing from the association would be making far more progress than any other state or organization. This would not change until other parties were able to field more god pilots than the ones that currently led the Red Association. Vess understood more deeply how General Axeler Strion's possible breakthrough would alter the balance of power in the Red Ocean. It only took a single more god pilot for the first-rate colonial superstates to finally gain a measure of parity against the Red Two. If Vess knew that the political implications of Axeler's successful ascent to godhood were so massive, He wouldn't have agreed to enter into a secret agreement with the Strian ancient clan so quickly. The unfortunate reality was that he had already waded into this mess. He had no other choice but to make the best out of his current situation. I agree with you that it is not a good idea to lose the favor of the Mechers for the foreseeable future. Ves steadily shared his thoughts. A good vassal must always offer regular and sufficient tribute to his master. I cannot make any mistakes in this regard. Offering my masterwork mechs is but a small gesture, but it is enough to prove my fealty. It is good that you understand your current reality, sir. What you and your clan need the most is development time. Maintaining your status as a vassal is advantageous to you because you do not need to look over your shoulder all of the time. Make use of the protection granted by the Red Association to gain more strength and build up your forces. So long as you expect your circumstances to improve in the coming years, there is no incentive for you to break your current arrangement. MHMMM, you are right as always, Alexa. Ves actually felt a little better about giving away his masterwork mechs. Letting them go was undeniably bad to the Larkinson army, but Ves depended far too much on the protection of the Red Association. Supplying the Mechers with his masterwork, mechs on a more frequent basis, would cement his image as their loyal vassal. This made it easier for Ves to ask for favors and to obtain more insider knowledge from Jovi. A more solid relationship with the Red Association would also make it harder for any critics or enemies to take any actions that were detrimental to his own interests. The more people such as Master Termanio Dervidian and Master Vero Goldstein approved of Ves, the more they were willing to look out for him in the situations that mattered. This was the way the cosmos worked. No one was truly free unless they possessed the force to protect their rights. Chapter 5409, A Bundle of Personalities. Now that Ves had settled his conflicting thoughts, he tried his best to shove all irrelevant matters aside and fabricate his next mech. It felt rather strange to be doing this without Gloriana by his side. She was so obsessed with collecting masterwork certificates that it was difficult to think that she was willing to pass off this opportunity. Her decision to leave before Ves started this fabrication run emphasized how much she cared about obtaining a powerful first-class cranial implant. Though Ves most definitely noticed her absence in his work, it was not as if he lost the ability to do his job without his wife at his side. He had not degenerated to this point. Ves had his own style of designing and making his mechs. Without Gloriana's direct input, he was free to apply his full vision onto the Fae project without any pushback. If Gloriana fabricated a copy of the Fae project, then it would be as materially perfect and flawless as it could be. That did not mean that she aimed to minimize the differences between her work and the output of a materializer. As bland as her work might sound, she still believed in the value of a human touch. Her ultimate goal was to design the perfect vessels for her clients. This meant that she was open to making on-the-spot deviations to the actual mech so long as it would help. This also made it possible for Gloriana to tolerate her husband's many antics in their work. In any case, Ves did not really care too much about reproducing a design as closely as possible. It was a good idea for mech designers to adhere to the parameters of a mech design as closely as possible at the start of their careers. However, mechanically fabricating the same parts without any regard for material inconsistencies, emotional investment, and other variables usually ended up producing mundane commodities that did not deserve to climb up the craftsmanship ladder. One of the undeniable traits of a masterwork mech was that its maker cared enough about the product that he invested a piece of himself into his work. Both Ves and Gloriana happened to excel in this aspect. This was one of the many reasons why they cooperated so well with each other, despite their many differences. Ves expressed his love and dedication to his mech designs by trying his best to impart each of his handmade mechs with a unique character. In his opinion, no mech should be completely identical to each other. Every mech pilot was different, so why should they be stuck with piloting the same rigid mechs that did not adjust to their piloting styles and other circumstances? Gloriana held the same stance. She mainly sought to overcome this problem by customizing her mech designs so that they fit their intended pilots right from the beginning to the best possible extent. Vess wanted to produce living mechs with personality that would befriend their partners. Over time, these adaptable living mechs would grow and mature as they accompanied their mech pilots, thereby increasing their fit in an organic fashion. Of all of the living mechs that he had made, the Ouroboros was the finest example of dynamic in action. Initially, many of the qualities and properties of the first-class hero mech were seriously deficient. It was only after Axeller continually committed to piloting his Ouroboros that it gradually grew into a monstrous second-order living mech that could provide a huge amount of help to its mech pilots in battle. Thinking about the Ouroboros gave Vess a bit of inspiration. The legendary journey of this old living mech not only showcased the power of growth, but also proved that it was okay if a mech started out imperfect. Vess just needed to have the right intentions. So long as he was earnest in his work, he had a lot of hope that his mechs would have a bright future ahead of them. This was especially the case for his masterwork mechs. In the hands of the Red Association, my masterwork mechs will enjoy the best possible growth conditions. The only downside that frustrated Vess was that it took too damn long for his living mechs to grow into powerful beings. It took a century of time for a renowned machine such as the Ouroboros to reach its current state. That was a bit too long as far as Vess was concerned. My other mechs don't have to wait as long this time. His expression eased. The medium energy environment combined with persistent cultivation should speed up the growth of my living mechs by a considerable extent. How did that relate to the Fae project? This is the most interesting living mech that I have designed in quite a while. Vess grinned. The last time he was presented with such a difficult and complicated puzzle related to the spiritual engineering of his work was back when he designed the Phobos. Just as he somehow managed to kludge together a mystical combat module in the form of the Geist system, Vess was presented with another mystery box when he worked on the Fae project. The defining characteristic of a drone mech was that it shifted much of its combat power to its combat drones, or spurs in order to distinguish them from their standalone versions. Why this mattered so much to Vess was that he had only ever imbued a single life in every mech he designed and built. He had never been tasked with designing a mech that consisted of multiple different elements that could operate separately from each other. The spurs were sufficiently self-contained that it felt wrong for Vess to design them as extensions of the main body. This was why he designed the Fae project with the goal and the presumption that every spur was a living entity in itself. Of course, Vess did not make the spurs completely independent from their main body. That would make them weak and rootless when they were deployed in battle. His real vision for the Fae project was to make all of Fae alive, but connected to the main mech. The Fae are like the pets, or the companion spirits of the main body. There were multiple reasons why he hoped to establish these connections. Spurs tended to get consumed in battle at distressingly high rates. What would happen if a Fae project lost all its Fae? While it was not that expensive to fabricate a replacement batch and assign them to the drone mech in question, it would be an enormous setback for the Fae to be reset and start over from the beginning. This was why the connections were so important. His greatest hope was to make it so that any living Fae that had fallen into battle could be revived when the main mech received a replacement spur. Vess had puzzled long and hard over the spiritual engineering to make it all possible. Though Vess had come up with a lot of creative and inventive solutions over the past year, he did not have any clue whether his design would work as intended. This was the greatest point of uncertainty about the Fae project. Much of its unique value was based on this key feature. If Vess had failed to design a working example of this mechanism, then his product wouldn't be able to live up to its promise. I cannot let that happen, he vowed to himself. He had a lot riding on this fabrication run. This was the final test that would prove whether his elaborate spiritual design for the Fae project would hold up in reality. Before he started his work, he briefly made sure he worked on the correct variant of his new Mech line, the Elite Edition. Though he would rather fabricate the more exclusive Larkinson edition, it was not the best choice if he ended up offering his work as tribute. Let's start. Vess employed his living workshop ability yet again, causing the entire first-class Mech workshop to be engulfed by his powerful glow and life energy. The environment became a lot more accommodating to the formation of living Mechs. Perhaps the favorable circumstances might also result in the creation of stronger and more successful Fae. Next, Vulcan descended into his body yet again, thereby boosting Vess' effective craftsmanship to a much higher level. This was such a powerful mental rush that Vess felt there was nothing he could not construct. It took a moment for him to sober himself up a bit. It was only after he had managed to enter into a more reasonable state of mind that he began to operate the superfab and other high-tech production machines. Just like in the last few projects, Alexa worked quietly in the background. She dutifully moved resources and inspected the fabricated parts so that Vess would not have to waste any time on trivial matters. As Vess fabricated the many small parts that would ultimately comprise the 4 Fae that would become a part of the Elite Edition's starter loadout, he began to entertain strange thoughts about how he should craft their lives. The Fae were originally supposed to start off as blank slates, much like his living Mechs. This ensured that they would start to get along with Mech pilots with the least amount of biases that might spoil their cooperation. While this was a safe design choice, it also made the Fae rather bland. What if I change this? It is not good for every copy of the Fae project to come with strong personalities, but this is different. This will become a unique work that will be able to stand on its own. Why don't I add a little personality to its Fae at the start? Every masterwork Mech possessed a unique destiny that inevitably caused them to diverge from the Mech model they were derived from. This already happened to the Quint, and Vess had every reason to believe his current work would follow a drastically different trajectory as soon as it fell into the hands of the Mechers. Vess knew that the first production copy of the Fae project would definitely undergo a huge overhaul that would strip it of much of its original parts. The masterwork Mech would go through such an extensive overhaul and upgrade cycle that it would become practically unrecognizable at the end. However, there was one element that the Mechers could not pervert with their input. Much of the intangible and fundamental spiritual properties of the Fae project would remain intact. This ensured that his masterwork Mech would still retain the essence of what Vess had put into its Mech frame. If this presumption was correct, then Vess should put an even greater emphasis on the spiritual design of his Fae project. A smirk appeared on his face. Let's go a little wild then. Instead of sticking to his original plan and designing the 4 Fae to be as pure and neutral as possible, he wanted to turn them into colorful personalities that would add a bit of excitement to the Red Association. Naturally, Vess did not want the characters of the Fae to be dull or forgettable. He wanted to force the Mechers to acknowledge and respect the living Fae if they wanted to make good use of their extraordinary properties. The question now was what sort of personalities should he shape into the 4 Fae? Many different possibilities came into mind. For example, he could insert the personality of a Mecher, a Fleeter, a Terran, and a Rubarthan in each of the Fae. That would certainly lead to a lot of interesting discussions and disagreements between the Fae. Perhaps all of the constant quarrels would drive the Mech pilot mad. Oh, I have a better idea. A more promising and wicked combination caught his attention as inspiration struck his mind like a lightning bolt. Vess couldn't help but grin like crazy as he envisioned a much more imaginative take on his Fae. Alexa, I need you to withdraw a few matches of other materials from our material reserves. What? Why do you require materials that are not included in the original design? Isn't it obvious? I am going to need them to design and make more distinctive variations of my Fae on the spot. I can assure you that you will love what I have in mind. Chapter 54, 10 Deeper Applications. Vess grinned like crazy when inspiration bestowed him with an idea that surpassed all of the ones that he had entertained in the past. He called up the full design of the Fae project, yet again, and thought that it was a lot less magnificent than before. It was remarkable how a single realization could drastically alter his perception and evaluation of his Mech design. Before he embarked on this fabrication run, he thought his Fae project was shaping up to become the best and most effective standard Mech design after its completion. The design incorporated much of the fancy new hyper-tech that came out after the start of the hyper generation. It also benefited from Vess and Gloriana's recently acquired insights after they fabricated the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark Roman II. Yet it was only now that he realized that his approach towards designing the Fae project was too conservative and restrained. The Age of Dawn introduced red humanity to a bright new future where people gained access to an entirely new source of power that possessed unlimited potential. The Red Two's joint development and release of scientific theories and engineering principles gave the common folk a structural and systematic introduction to the wonders of the hyper-technology. But they did not go into too much depth of the uses of E-energy and hyper-materials. This made sense as the vast majority of red humans had only come in touch with all of this brand new phenomena for a short amount of time. While Vess was convinced that the Mechers and the Fleeters could do a lot more with the same resources, they withheld much of their advanced knowledge for two reasons. The obvious one was that the Red Two sought to preserve their technological superiority. This was nothing new, as they had already done the same with face-water technology. The less obvious reason was that hyper-technology could be dangerous if misused or misapplied. E-energy was not harmless and could produce all kinds of accidents or self-destructive applications if hyper-tech was handled without care. Nonetheless, the risks were commensurate with the rewards. The only way to squeeze more power out of hyper-technology was to move beyond its shallow applications and start to play around with more advanced concepts. Fortunately, certain people like Vess did not have to blindly explore this vast field. They could draw upon the ancient legacies of the past to give them a head start and clarify more advanced theories in advance. While not every piece of knowledge from the past could be applied to the present, the wisdom of the ancients still provided Vess with plentiful ideas and inspiration. That was exactly what happened to him just now. After so many months of working on the Fae project, he finally connected the multi-spirit properties of the Mech designs with the theories of cultivation science. There were various different ways that Vess could apply his insights on cultivation science to the Fae project, but only one particular idea resonated with him more than the other ones. He became attracted by a bold and risky strategy that could completely transform the Fae project and transform it into a drastically different but superior machine. Any comparison between the original Fae project and the one that incorporated his latest idea would lead to the latter outshining the former in almost every aspect. Of course, the price of implementing his latest idea was also considerable. First, he needed to incorporate a lot of new hyper materials attributed towards multiple different attributes. The supply of mid-grade and high-grade hypers was relatively inconsistent from region to region. Vess already knew that Diandi Base was lacking in the ones that he needed to turn his latest vision into a reality. Fortunately, New Constantinople happened to be a port system and the capital of the Riston territory. As the main seat of power of the DeVos ancient clan, a lot of traders flocked and sold their wares in one of the many marketplaces of New Constantinople Roman VIII. Alexa had already contacted the premier branch's fixed suppliers and easily ordered several batches of the required hyper materials on favorable terms. The second complication related to his new idea was that Vess needed to solve several new design problems in order to realize his bold vision for the Fae project. The main body and its associated Fae needed to cooperate and synergize much more extensively with each other than before. Vess could not treat them as casually as before. He had to tie them together and figure out a way for each unique construct to interact with each other despite their strong differences. Lastly, in order to make the Fae project a lot more powerful while preventing it from tearing itself apart, Vess had to delve a lot deeper into cultivation science. More specifically, Vess had to dive a lot deeper into aspects of Kai cultivation that he previously neglected due to his limited interest in this field. Every piece of knowledge has its uses, Vess reminded himself. Mechs are artifacts that can effectively incorporate almost any power or concept. The only limit is the imagination of the Mech designer. Right now, Vess felt incredibly brave and inspired. His idea had incredible potential, but also introduced a lot of heavy risks that could easily ruin his chance to fabricate a masterwork Mech. Although Vess could have taken the more sensible option by reserving his latest idea for a future Mech design project, he was unwilling to shove it aside when he could work on it right away. So what if he chose to develop a substantially more radical variant design of the Fae project on the spot? His passion had been stoked, and his design flame burned hotter at the prospect of transforming the Fae project into a more promising and exceptional machine. It is a good thing that Gloriana isn't working with me at the moment, because she would never tolerate the decision to scrap the schedule and go freestyle. Vess completely liberated himself from a lot of planning, scheduling, and other preconceived notions. His surging mind became more stimulated as his creativity continued to come up with all sorts of strange ideas that might or might not be helpful to his latest brainchild. He picked the ones that sounded promising and fitting enough for his latest vision, and decided to implement them into his current work without too much consideration. The Mech design of the Fae project changed rapidly as Vess utilized his cranial implant to quickly and efficiently alter the schematics. None of the changes had been tested. Vess simply did not have enough time to verify and optimize the spontaneous changes and additions that he had made to his Mech design. The Fae especially went through an extensive redesign, as Vess had envisioned entirely different roles for them. They no longer became as weak and expendable as before. As Vess spent an entire hour in the Mech workshop on redesigning the Fae project on the spot, it was as if he was completing weeks' worth of design work in just a fraction of the time. Vess was not surprised by this. His productivity always rose meteorically when his passion burned strong and when inspiration struck his mind. He also made a lot of new connections between many discrete theories and phenomena. It was as if he had struck his head with his hammer. He recognized that he had fallen into a natural inspired state, one that was considerably more effective than the false version that he could artificially induce with the help of the hammer of brilliance. In fact, part of the reason why he was so effective this time was because he was intimately cooperating with Vulcan at this time. Vulcan became affected by Vess' inspiration as well. Due to his different heritage, cultivation method, and experiences, the design spirit was able to produce a lot of brilliant ideas that Vess wouldn't have thought of under normal circumstances. This meant that the current inspired state had doubled in effectiveness. Vess got at least twice as many benefits from this period of heightened excitement than in past cases. The final contributor to Vess' rapid rise in productivity was Blinky. Though the companion spirit had to direct a lot of focus towards fueling the demanding living workshop ability, his Blinkhiverse was more than just a reservoir of lots of spiritual energy. The primordial planet was partially covered by e-computers. Months of cooperation with the researchers of the transhumanist faction had caused the imaginary processors and databanks to leap past many different generations. Although the current iteration of e-computers still performed far worse than any modern computing system, they had already reached a point where they could imitate the performance of a relatively basic first-class cranial implant that was especially configured for Mech designers. All of that additional processing power came in handy at this time, as Vess had to perform a huge amount of calculations in a short amount of time. If not for the additional help provided by all of the e-computers, it would have taken Vess several more hours to come up with the same amount of revisions to the Fae project. His current gains taught Vess another important lesson. Inspiration alone is not enough for me to produce a far better Mech. An ordinary third-class or second-class Mech designer would never be able to realize anything close to my newest vision. Better resources, workshop facilities, and processing power are all essential to producing more transcendent works. Vess did not linger too much on that. It was more important for him to complete the rapid development of a brand new type of Mech that was certain to be unprecedented in the entire Mech community. The reason why he was convinced that no other Mech designer had ever developed this kind of Mech was because the demands were too high. It required a much deeper and more intricate application of hyper-technology, and more importantly, e-technology. As his redesign started to take shape, it finally became clear on the surface what Vess was working towards. Fire. A red-coated Fae came into view. Water. A blue-coated Fae appeared next. Wood. A green-coated Fae showed up in the projection. Earth. A brown-coated Fae took the place of the last one. Metal. No Fae appeared this time. Instead, the gunmetal gray main body of the Fae project showed up last. The 4 elemental Fae soon made a reappearance. They were initially mounted on the slots in the main body's rear. Once the redesigned Fae became activated, they detached themselves from the drone Mech frame and surrounded it from 4 directions. The visual image produced a striking impression. The 5 elements combined into a cohesive whole, Vess uttered in a reverent tone. Even though the simulated image of the redesigned Mech could not reproduce the powerful and complex interactions of 5 different variations of E-energies, Vess was certain that his bold new machine would not be weak. A Mech like this shouldn't even be possible in the early stage of the hyper-generation. The easiest applications of hyper-technology was based around harnessing the power of a single E-energy attribute. The slightly more complicated ones combined 2 different attributes. This introduced a lot more complications, but could usually be managed by working with complementary elements. Design applications that utilized 3 or more E-energy attributes in a significant capacity were much rarer, because it became exponentially more difficult to juggle them at the same time. Vess had learned enough about cultivation science to know that combining the 5 classic elements was one of the most difficult but powerful accomplishments in Kai cultivation. The beginner 5 elements spells manual that he had acquired from an enlightenment fruit only hinted at the endless power and potential that could be gained by fusing the 5 elements. This was not a power that Vess was qualified to work with in his current state, yet he did so anyway. The reason why he disregarded all of the warnings and broke the rules without fear was because he was utterly convinced that he could do the impossible this time. Perhaps ordinary Kai cultivators would never dare to fuse the 5 elements together, but this was different. Vess wanted to create a brand new synthetic life form that innately wielded the power of the 5 elements. The inherent synergies of this amazing Mech will become insanely strong. I just have to make sure that it doesn't blow up on the spot. Chapter 54, 11 Balancing Relationships. The demands of designing a 5-element variation of the Fae project were harsh. Vess needed to be skilled, proficient, and knowledgeable in integrating 5 different types of hyper-materials into his work. Due to the short time that passed since hyper-technology became accessible to red humanity, Vess had not worked with too many variations of hypers. The last 4 expert Mech designs gave Vess a bit of exposure towards hyper-materials related to the attributes of metal, water, light, and so on. But that was not comprehensive enough to cover the current range of elements. Vess specifically lacked essential experience in working with the wood, earth, and fire elements. Fortunately, this was not an insurmountable shortcoming. Many of the general methods and solutions he developed over the course of working on the other attributes were universal in nature. He could readily apply his toolbox to the elements that he had yet to work upon after adapting his work. Vess also had a basic degree of familiarity with handling the 5 elements through the spell manual that he had learned a long time ago. The benefit of swallowing an enlightenment fruit provided by the system was that he could not only gain immediate understanding of all of the theories, but he could also get started on many of the techniques. Of course, enlightenment fruits did not grant him the highest level of comprehension and proficiency right away. Vess still had to put a lot of time and effort into deepening his mastery. Much of this work consisted of moving beyond the basics and trying to adapt what he learned into adaptations that specifically fit his circumstances. One of the characteristics of the beginner 5 elements spells manual was that it was specifically designed to be broad and accommodating to many kinds of cultivators. The theories were all based on basic fundamentals that did not contain too much weirdness that increased the difficulty of understanding them. That said, they did not go too much into depth about the 5 elements, but that was not the purpose of this beginner book. The associated techniques were all relatively clean and simple. They taught Vess how to shape an element into different forms based on its various strengths and possibilities. The spells effectively taught Vess how to harness elemental E-energy in a safe and reasonably effective manner. While none of the spells were particularly powerful, they were stable and had a low chance of producing any backlash if anything went wrong. Right now, Vess was drawing increasingly more on the knowledge of the beginner 5 elements spells manual to weave an intricate spiritual design for the Fae project. His ambition was great. He had come across plenty of warnings about recklessly toying around with the 5 elements. Combining 3 or more of them at once usually produced violent reactions and could easily cause any arrangement to go out of control. However, Vess had become so inspired that he believed he could overcome a problem that had plagued many cultivators in the past. Vess was not arrogant enough to combine the 5 elements on his own. He would definitely cause an accident if he tried to make such a foolish attempt. What gave him so much confidence was the fact that he was attempting this fusion indirectly through his work. Every living Mech started off with a blank slate. Vess had a unique capacity to shape his products into living entities. Each of them could integrate certain traits and behaviors in order to strengthen and differentiate them from the competition. Vess wanted to take this a few steps further by not only integrating multiple elements in his Fae project, but also form a mutually reinforcing cycle that would cause each of them to feed into each other. The most perfect outcome that produced the strongest results would be if he was able to form 5 sequential relationships where the 5 elements attained complete harmony without getting into conflict with each other. However, it was that last demand that vexed cultivators the most. For example, mixing fire and water almost always produced explosive reactions, making this particularly unsuited for sustained effects. There were many relationships that caused the elements to weaken, destroy, restrain, or stabilize each other. All of it was incredibly uncomplicated and made it a nightmare to combine the elements in any application. Vess could not completely guarantee that the Fae project would be able to maintain a stable elemental cycle after he completed it. His ideas were too rough, and his prior work and experiences provided far too little reference value. If not for the fact that his current inspired state helped him come up with many inventive and promising solutions on the spot, he wouldn't have the courage to proceed at this point. Vulcan's expertise provided him with a lot of assistance. Traditional craftsmen earned their renown for their ability to harmoniously combine and balance out different hyper-materials based on varying attributes. Even so, a traditional blacksmith hardly dared to forge a weapon or other item that combined all 5 elements at once. It took a lot of experience and comprehension in working with the 5 elements for an artisan to become qualified. Even then, a blacksmith had to resort to secret methods and techniques that were specifically developed to channel the 5 elements in a stable manner. Vulcan was way too immature as a creation cultivator to be able to make such an amazing work. Even divine blacksmiths had to work a little more seriously in order to produce any work that incorporated the 5 elements. How could Vess overcome the insanely high threshold of working with the 5 elements and turn his remarkable variation of the Fae project into a reality? Vess smirked again. It is all in the spirit. This was his main area of specialization. It was the key factor that granted him an unreasonable amount of confidence that he would be able to succeed in this experiment. The theoretical premise of his idea was rather simple. The 4 Fae and the main body each encompassed a different element. It was not that difficult to design 5 separate metallic objects that embodied the power of fire, water, wood, earth, and metal. The fact that the Mech frame and its 4 Fae could detach from each other already prevented a lot of possible dangers. However, too much separation defeated the point of working with the 5 elements. What Vess wanted to make was a drone Mech that could fuse and combine the 5 elements. This meant that the 5 objects needed to become connected in a way that enabled them to transfer their elemental energies with each other. He needed to integrate them well enough to produce strong enough synergies. His ultimate goal was to produce an outcome that was way more powerful than the sum of its parts. If this ambitious idea works out the way I hope it will, it is not impossible for all of the amplification and reinforcements effects to achieve parity with an expert Mech. This would be an astonishing result. It was not unheard of for standard Mechs to gain enough power to fight against an expert Mech on equal terms. However, much of these incidents involved battles between low-class expert Mechs and high-class standard Mech. Any sufficiently powerful first-class multipurpose Mech could defeat a second-class expert Mech. Vess did not take this seriously because the cost of the former was far greater than the latter. It was essentially a form of attaining victory by spending a profligate amount of money. What truly attracted him to his current idea was that it gave an ordinary Mech pilot the hope of defeating an expert pilot with a cheaper Mech. Even if Vess was forced to raise the cost of the Fae project by adding additional modules and integrating several more varieties of elemental hyper materials, it would still be cheaper than an expert Mech of the same class and tier. Vess did not actually think his 5-element Mech could reach this amazing standard upon completion. The interactions between the 5 elements were bound to be rough and imperfect at the start. This was fine. The Fae project was a living Mech, which meant that its main personality and 4 subpersonalities would be able to grow, adapt, and learn over time. His 5 elements Mech would inevitably be able to master its endless applications after many years of growth. It is just like a Kai cultivator in that regard, Vess realized. What Vess was attempting to do was nothing less than creating an artificial Kai cultivator that possessed an inherent talent in working with the 5 elements. This was absolutely unique and would probably be regarded as a miracle in both ancient and modern times. It was exactly because it was unheard of that Vess needed to work harder than ever to solve its many issues. One of the dilemmas that troubled Vess a lot forced him to make highly consequential decisions that directly affected the success rate of this experiment. On the one hand, he needed to make the 5 living entities independent enough to prevent their elements from conflicting with each other. On the other hand, he had to make them close and interconnected enough to enable them to reinforce each other. These were 2 contradictory goals. Vess could not go too far in one direction without causing the Fae project to weaken by a considerable extent. Vess was unable to calculate the sweet spot that would lead to an acceptable balance between conflict and reinforcement. A Fae project that was overly prone towards conflict would be able to gain a lot of combat power at the cost of stability. The threat of a backlash would constantly loom over the drone Mech's shoulder. A Fae project that erred too much on the side of caution would not be prone to producing accidents, but the reinforcements between the elements would become so weak that the Mech would fail to live up to its potential. Neither of these outcomes were acceptable to Vess. He needed to resort to other means in order to find an acceptable balance. When Vess surveyed the spiritual design of his Fae project, he paid constant attention to the strength and intimacy of the permanent spiritual bonds between the Fae and the main body. Vess had created many different spiritual connections over his career. The relationship with the Fae and the main body reminded Vess of himself. The Fae are sort of similar to the companion spirits or the incarnations of their principle. This comparison granted Vess another insight that might help him determine the elusive sweet spot. If Vess regarded the Mech frame of the Fae project as an artificial Kai cultivator, then its 4 Fae could function as its companion spirits. Can Mech have companion spirits? Vess asked this question multiple times before. One of his original goals in designing the Fae project was to find the answer. In any case, Vess could use his own situation as a template. He had created multiple incarnations of himself, each of which were at least somewhat separate from his core self. Blinky and Vulcan were definitely connected to him, but they were also separate enough to develop their own powers and domains. Despite the fact that they wielded their power differently, they still cooperated well with Vess. Vess directed his attention back to the Fae project. He felt a lot more certainty than before. Instead of trying to explore the unknown, it is better to settle on more familiar ground. I can use the spiritual bonds between humans and their companion spirits as a model for my 5 elements Mech. He was not completely sure whether this design choice could lead to a successful result, but he felt confident enough in it that he proceeded forward anyway. It took a remarkably short time for Vess to redesign the Fae project in the Mech workshop. Only a couple of hours had gone by, which meant that he still retained all of the momentum that he accumulated before. His current situation was highly conducive to resuming his fabrication work. Only this time he intended to produce a remarkably different Mech. Nothing will stop me from realizing my vision. Chapter 54:12 Building a Bomb. A couple of days went by as Vess worked to fabricate his new 5 elements Mech. While Vess still considered it to be a variation of the Fae project, it was clear that the new design had transcended its original root and reached a higher level. This was the sort of advanced Mech design that only master Mech designers and other highly competent figures would be able to design. The sheer difficulty and complexity involved with incorporating the 5 elements in a single Mech would frustrate any other Mech designer. Gloriana can never design this kind of Mech. This falls so far outside of her area of expertise that she would not even know where to begin. Only people who had become exposed to the secret of ancient cultivation science knew how terrible it was to combine all 5 classical elements in a single product. Vess primarily derived his confidence from 2 factors. First, he did not foolishly try to combine all 5 elements in a single Mech frame. That was a step too far for him. He needed to develop a much greater mastery of the 5 elements and become intimately proficient with fusing them with each other before he could develop a genuine machine that could contain all of that combined power. Second, he believed that creating 5 living entities that each possessed an inherently high control over their assigned elements would help to control all of those combined elements. Instead of letting a single living Mech bear all of the burden of managing several different energies, Vess split the load and relied on teamwork and a division of responsibilities to better harness all of these complicated interactions. That made the Fae project a substantially different living Mech than anything else he had conceived of in the past. In his eyes, the Fae project was not strictly a Mech anymore, but had shifted into another kind of existence. The use of multiple living personalities and the high relying on teamwork and coordination reminded Vess of how starships were run. Many different ratings and officers utilized their own expertise to fulfill their own distinctive roles and manage their stations to the best of their abilities. Alone, these spacers were only good at a few jobs at best, but together, they could turn any starship into an efficient and high-performing machine. Although the Faye project was clearly not a starship, Vess began to develop the notion that his work started to operate in the same way as a larger vessel. This caused Vess to entertain troubling thoughts for a while. Is this truly a Mech? One of the fundamental principles of Mechs was that they were singular machines that should be controlled by one pilot at most. While there were rare instances where parties designed Mechs that could be piloted by two or more specially trained individuals, they had fallen out of vogue centuries ago due to their heightened manpower requirements. Vess clearly did not have to worry about this problem for the Faye project, but substituting multiple Mech pilots with multiple semi-autonomous Faye was another matter. My Mech will definitely become a handful to any Mech pilot that is lucky enough to pilot it, he chuckled. He did not worry too much about personality clashes and so on. He inherently designed the Fae to maximize their cooperation with each other. Working together to produce greater synergies was their fundamental purpose. What truly concerned him was whether the final product would become stable enough to be usable in a practical setting. Even now, Vess was not entirely certain whether he was making his most innovative standard Mech to date, or whether he was putting together a giant superbomb. I have no other choice to see this through, he frowned. No amount of baseless predictions or questionable simulations can give me any certainty. Only the actual Mech can determine once and for all whether my idea has any merit. He was under a compulsion, so see this abnormal project through. Vess could not stop himself even if he tried. This was the scary part about entering into an inspired state. He had become so driven in his current obsession that he needed to explore it to fullest if he wanted to gain true satisfaction. 2 days went by. It took that much time for Vess to fabricate all of the parts of the revised Faye project, even when he took the additional delays into account. This was remarkably faster than any of the expert Mechs he had fabricated before. The Faye project was not as packed with advanced technology as those high-ranking machines. The elite edition of the Faye project might be a lot more technologically endowed than the typical second-class Mech, but it was still a standard Mech in the end. With a modern suite of Terran production machines at his disposal, Vess was able to churn out all of the parts a lot faster than before. Even the transphasic Mech parts hardly took any additional time to make. As Vess worked on components that integrated hyper-materials that were related to one of the 5 elements, he steadily began to learn more about their uses and the way to handle them. Practical learning granted him plenty of new insights that were never prominent in theory or in his design process. All of this helped to make up for the considerable gaps in his understanding of the 5 elements. Vess knew he could make his life a lot easier if he was willing to call upon a little help. For example, he could ask certain design spirits for tips. Gaia was an especially prominent entity. Her innate comprehension of wood and earth was so high that she could definitely boost these aspects of the 5 elements Mech. Vess and Vulcan already possessed a high degree of understanding and feel for metal, so they did not require any additional assistance in this regard. Only the elements of water and fire were a bit more troublesome to resolve. If he truly needed help in harnessing the power of fire, then he could call Venerable Isabel Cotin for help. As for taming the power of water, Vess did not have any better choice than turning to the Fae's king. Neither of these choices sounded reliable, to be honest. Even if Vess was able to borrow a lot of deeper insights related to controlling the 5 elements, all of this knowledge was only relevant if his Fae project manipulated them in isolation. That is not good enough. What he truly needed was actual knowledge related to fusing several elements together. Its absence left a glaring hole in his 5 elements Mech that Vess had to fill up one way or another. He could choose from 2 different approaches to solve this massive problem. First, he could rely on his own innate understanding and guesswork to design his living Mech and living Fae in such a way that would hopefully lead to a favorable outcome. Second, he could rely on a course of action that had always helped him a lot in these kinds of situations. He could approach his mother for help. She was by far the most powerful and knowledgeable Kai cultivator in his orbit. Her understanding of cultivation science was incredibly deep. She could always make an insightful remark that instantly illuminated his mind and solved all kinds of questions that had been bothering him for a long time. Although the Oblivion Empress had never explicitly demonstrated any powers related to the fusion between different elements, Vess was sure that she was able to do so if she wanted. Even if her ability to utilize multiple elements at once was not that great, a true god should still be able to juggle the 5 elements on a basic level at the very least. Besides, his mother gave off the impression that her abilities were far more comprehensive than that. There were times where Vess would not have hesitated to use Veronica to ask for Cynthia's input on a matter. However, he felt intensely repulsed by the idea as soon as he thought about it. The reaction from within was so jarring that it almost knocked him out of his inspired state. This is my work. The Fae project I am working on is the result of my own efforts and understanding of the 5 elements. It might not be perfect, but it is an accurate reflection of my own creativity and abilities. Only I can be responsible for its success and failure. Vess felt it would be a violation of his spirit as a Mech designer to rely on his mother's help to smooth over any problems and increase the fusion of the 5 elements. He would lose his incredibly high sense of ownership of his current work, making him feel as if he had realized his mother's interpretation of the 5 elements as opposed to his own vision. Aside from that, Vess had developed a sour taste towards any idea that was related to relying for help on anything. She had taught him a profound lesson that it was better to figure out stuff by himself than to rely on answers that he could not fully understand by himself. If he had to make a choice, then Vess was far more inclined to put his trust in his own messy solutions, as rough and flawed as it may be. He was willing to bet that his intuition, his inspiration, his brilliance and his prior accumulation were all sufficient enough to produce a successful result. Since that is the case, I should just let go of my worries and see whether I can make my vision come true. He soon transitioned to the assembly phase, which had become a lot more crucial than in previous cases. Not only was Vess attempting to create 5 life forms in a single cohesive package, he also had to work carefully and prevent the different elements from generating any explosive interactions. Alexa. Yes, sir. I need you to activate additional security precautions. This Mech workshop is about to become a lot more dangerous than before. At worst, this entire chamber might get engulfed in an explosion that is as powerful as a dozen heavy artillery shells exploding at once. That is impossible. There should be nothing volatile in the design of the Fae project that could produce such an excessive blast. Even the power reactor should be relatively safe due to its extensive safeguards. Vess smirked at his assistant. Your understanding is too shallow. Trust me, this is not a Mech that you can put together without care. Just make sure that there is enough energy shielding and so on to contain any possible incidents. If you say so, sir. Assembling a standard Mech shouldn't be as difficult as putting together an expert Mech. That still remained true for his 5 elements Mech, but Vess still did not dare to let down his guard as he calmly combined the parts together. He decided to stick to familiar ground and assemble the main Mech frame first. This was the base of his altered Fae project and harnessed its most dominant element. Though Vess desired to make a Mech that could harness the power of the 5 elements in equal measure, that was not possible for this Mech design. He instead opted to make the metal element stronger than anything else so that the main body could suppress the 4 Fae if necessary. This made the Fae comparatively weaker in exerting the power of their separate elements, but it couldn't be helped. As Vess began to fabricate the living Fae one by one, he could feel as if he was bringing different elemental seeds to life. Fire, water, earth, wood. Each additional Fae altered the flow of E-energy radiation in the environment. The entire surroundings became more and more charged, and when different elemental energies started to get into close proximity to each other, the interior of the Mech workshop started to show faint signs of instability. Nonetheless, it was impossible for Vess to stop now that he had come so close to completing his latest experimental work. He could already judge that his 5 elements Mech would become a masterwork as soon as it was complete, and its quality would not be low among its exalted kind. This was by far the most innovative Mech that he had designed in a long time. Not even the Lionheart or the Blood Star Mark Roman II could make him feel so excited as today. However, the closer he came to completing his 5 elements Mech, the more he felt that everything was heading towards a certain explosion. If the newly created living Mech could not get its act together and immediately work to control all of the volatile energies, it would rip itself apart due to an inability to control all of the conflicting forces. Damn it, I am counting on you all. Don't let me down. Sweat dripped from his brow as he slowly put together the parts of the final living Fae. A part of him wanted to separate all of the Fae from each other and the main body. That would easily solve the immediate risk and prevent an explosion from occurring. However, doing so would cause the Fae and the main body to become a lot more distant from each other. They would no longer be able to produce strong synergies from fusing their elements in deep and profound ways. This would defeat the purpose of designing this special Mech. This was why Vess deliberately kept all of the completed elements close to each other. Only this way would all of the living entities share close enough bonds with each other. Almost there. Vess visibly slowed down as he carefully affixed the final plates and screwed in the final pieces. He worked so slowly that the Mech workshop had almost descended into silence. Even the smallest of noises became amplified in this charged environment. Vess did not dare to work any faster. He felt as if he could instantly cause the situation to cascade out of control as long as he made the wrong move. His mind, spirit, and body tensed to the greatest possible extent as he felt as if he was fighting the hardest battle of his Mech design career. As he began to put the finishing touches on his work, the accumulated E-energies began to produce stronger and stronger interactions with each other. This was already a sign that a chain reaction was about to take place. Chapter 54, 13 Too Many Reactions. Nobody living on the surface of New Constantinople Roman 8 had any idea of what was happening inside a Mech workshop, situated underneath a fairly small and remote base. Aurelia and the other children attended another eventful day in school. Despite growing up in a radically different environment from the locals, the Larkinson children got along well with the young descendants of the Terran elites. No one who worked or studied at the Joan DeVos elementary school were stupid. Even the youngest of children had been told to never look down on the son and daughters of the youngest Tier 3 galactic citizens in the New Frontier. Fortunately, the Larkinson children managed to prove their abilities well enough since they enrolled at school. In the late afternoon, their classes had already ended. Most of the children stayed on the elementary school's expansive campus in order to take part in different extracurricular activities. Over 100 girls crowded around a podium. Their eyes displayed varying degrees of admiration as they watched a lone girl weave movement after movement in line with a song that evoked the tragedy and loss of the dark days of the Age of Conquest. As Aurelia continued to perform her dance, she made slow and sweeping movements that conveyed her depth of emotion. Pure passion empowered her every move, making it seem as if her extraordinary body glowed with divine radiance. She danced like a woman far beyond her years. It was impressive how much empathy she conveyed without saying a single word. A few of the younger and more sensitive girls had even begun to shed tears as they became overtaken by the tale conveyed by this radiant girl. The ambient E-energy in the environment stirred with her dance routine. Her extraordinary mind, spirit, and body were so much more integrated with these hidden energies that it appeared as if the heavens applauded her performance. Elsewhere, a three-dimensional sports field became packed with energy as two teams of girls competed against each other in a much more brutal fashion. None of the boys and girls demonstrated any elegance or beauty in their movements. They instead used their antigrav boosters to dash through the air in an effort to wrangle a shiny blue ball into a goal. Pass the ball to Jack. Which Jack? The short one. Okay. Before the boy wearing a black outfit could do so, a girl came up and used her own hockey stick to block her opponent's own stick. Not again. Though the boy attempted to use his larger body to shove the girl aside, she skillfully used her antigrav booster to move sideways just enough for her to wrench her adversary's hockey stick from his hands. No. It's mine. Andrast grinned as she spun her body around in the air, before whacking the other end of her hockey stick against the floating ball with enough force to launch it all the way to the other side. After that, she planted her foot against the body of the boy who lost hold of his stick. An energy shield prevented her foot from harming the other playing, but conveniently gave her a launching pad that allowed her to dash upwards at a considerably greater speed than if she relied on her antigrav booster. Bye-bye. As the practice game progressed, none of the children participating in this multifaceted sport exhibited signs of nausea or dizziness. Zero-G hockey had become popular among potentates and those who yearned to become a Mech pilot. Many of the skills and experiences that children accrued over the course of practicing this sport translated well into Mech piloting. The more proficient they became in Zero-G hockey, the faster they acclimated to operating Mechs in a spaceborne environment. Sadly, a lot of children tended to drop out of the sport once they reached 10 years old. Once they found out that their genetic aptitude could not support their piloting ambitions, they lost all of their drive and motivation to do anything else related to a profession that proved to be unattainable. The children playing in the Zero-G field were still a few years away from receiving the verdict that would dictate the rest of their lives. It would be a shame for these players to be forced away from pursuing their dreams. Many of them were designer babies that had been explicitly raised to excel in piloting Mechs. Although there was more to soldiering than piloting Mechs, it just wouldn't be the same for them if they settled for becoming a naval officer or an elite infantry commando. The age of Mechs may have come to an end in the Red Ocean, but the glory of the Mech piloting profession had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, its popularity had actually grown ever since the god pilots showed their dominance to the public. Months after the battles of the Operation Night Jazz took place, the astonishing event still remained in everyone's consciousness. Andrast and many other hopeful children constantly dreamed about what they had seen. The more they envisioned the impressive god Mechs, the more they yearned to pilot their own powerful machine one day. The girl gripped her hockey stick tighter. Even though there was no proof that playing Zero-G hockey would promote the formation of suitable genetic aptitudes, Andrast wanted to believe that her efforts and her devotion to her goal might make a crucial difference in the future. Even as she paid attention to the ball, she actually allocated a part of her attention to cultivating the relatively simple cultivation method supplied by her father. A small quantity of ambient E-energy swirled around her before getting absorbed by her body and spirit. Andrast could not tell whether this effort made any difference to her goal, but at least she felt she was trying to make progress. I will not allow myself to be defeated by my own body. I have the best papa in the galaxy. His genes will make sure I will become a talented pilot. Under that strong and unflinching belief, Andrast began to display more fighting spirit, causing her to jump into the Zero-G hockey match with greater fervor and aggression. Meanwhile, the youngest of the three Larkinson children was still too young to engage in any fixed extracurricular activities. He instead spent time in the local equivalent of daycare. Marvane had a fantastic time as he was able to play with lots of Terran children. Cats are cool. Noah, dogs are better. No way, cats are much nicer. Dogs are smarter and more loyal. You two are both wrong. The best pet is a Roxhaw bird. Roxhaw birds are too big and alien. They are disgusting. As Marvane argued in favor of cats with his new friends, he suddenly paused and turned his head in another direction. Huh, what is the matter with you, Marvane? Can you feel it, Barney? Feel what? Something is happening, something big. I do not know what you are talking about. It's happening somewhere far away. Marvane had access to more senses than his little friends. His spirituality and his companion's spirit both bestowed him with the ability to observe and feel the flow of E-energy. Right now, those senses had begun to warn him about a distant buildup of extraordinary energies. Because it was happening many kilometers away from the city of Sandon, Marvane had only managed to detect the escalating buildup when it had already become powerful enough to pose a danger to a large area. Wait, Marvane stood up in shock. My home is over there, I need to go back. A short time before the young Larkinson deduced that a potential calamity was unfolding at the place he called home. A certain Mech workshop had become charged with more and more unstable energies. The 5 elements were difficult to tame. As the Fae project was nearing completion with each passing second, the ambient E-energies that usually existed in a state of calm had become more concentrated and agitated. This was because the living Mech and its Fae had already begun to attract and absorb the elemental E-energies. This was not a bad phenomenon if it happened in isolation. What made this situation different was that the 5 elements did not always get along with each other. Due to the relatively close proximities of all of the living objects, the elemental E-energies all started to bump into each other. This produced many different reactions depending on various conditions. For example, when wood energy came into contact with fire energy, the former started to get consumed by the latter, causing the power of fire to grow. The growing fire energy started to react violently with water energy, causing the latter to evaporate in most cases. These were but a handful of the many simultaneous interactions between all of the different energies. No matter whether the energies increased or decreased in quantity, the net outcome was that the 5 elements became more and more concentrated in the Mech workshop, crowding out all of the other attributes that could have played regulating or isolating roles. This was not good news, as the magnitude of reactions escalated rapidly over time. Though Vess banked on his special Mech to use the reinforcement cycle of the 5 elements to wield unsurpassed power, the incomplete machine was unable to exert enough control over the process. Without sufficient control, the E-energies would continue to interact with each other without any form of restraint, making it so that the likelihood of an explosion chain reaction grew ever greater. Vess and Vulcan already felt that they had embarked on a course that could not be stopped. They had to see this fabrication run to the end, no matter the consequences. Vess and his incarnation clearly sensed the destructive escalation of energies in the environment and tried to speed up their work to the utmost. Once they finally affixed the final part into the only remaining Fae, they released a lot of tension and backed off from their work. It's done. Those words acted like a signal that caused the Fae project to truly come to life. Even without a Mech pilot in the cockpit, the recently completed machine already woke up and gained an immediate consciousness as a third-order living Mech. Welcome to your new life. Before you do anything, try and rein in the energies that are building up in and around your brand new Mech frame. You need to act quickly before you explode. Vess quickly urged his new creation. The authority of its creator weighed heavily on the completed Fae project. Even though the newly born living Mech had not yet acclimated to its new existence, the drone Mech quickly tried to stabilize the surrounding energies by engaging its cultivation method. The Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra was most suited to absorbing and harnessing the power of metal. The concentration of metal energy slowly started to diminish as the new living Mech eagerly strengthened and fortified its new spiritual foundation. The Fae did not remain idle as well. Each of them possessed independent personalities and were able to cultivate slightly different methods that enabled them to attract different elemental energies. For a moment, it looked as if the new Mech had begun to tame the 5 elements. However, the initial absorptions created a void that attracted even more elemental energies from the environment. This not only negated the effort to make the Mech workshop safer, but also caused it to become even more dangerous, as practicing 5 elemental variations of the Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra increased the concentration of dangerous energies even further. Vess grew alarmed by what was happening. "Damn! Stop cultivating. You are not helping matters here. You need to employ another method to tame these energies." The living Mech would love to do so, but it was starting to grapple with another problem. The elemental energies absorbed by the living Mech caused the relationships between the main body and its 4 Fae to grow less stable. It looked as if their Mech frames had become subjected to the same volatile elemental interactions as was happening in the rest of the Mech workshop. The situation was growing even more dangerous. Chapter 54, 14 Energy Tamer. The 5 Elements Mech had just come to life. The highly unusual variant of the Fae project initially looked like everything that Vess had hoped to build after he had entered an inspired state. The modifications made to the design of the base model successfully enabled the machine to interact with all 5 classical elements at the same time. With the main body developing an affinity for the metal attribute, and the 4 separate Fae acquiring an affinity for the other 4 attributes, Vess had successfully brought a machine to life that was technically able to harness the power of all 5 elements. However, Vess quickly noticed that all was not well with his latest creation. Its current state was highly volatile, as the large quantities of elemental energies that had built up in the Mech workshop over the last half-day did not show any signs of weakening. Instead, the inherent properties combined with the initial cultivation attempts of the 5 elements Mech had caused the energy concentration in the Mech workshop to increase even more. This was bad, as any accident that might occur under these circumstances were bound to cause greater damage. "Come on, try and control the elements. You were born to reign over them. Do not let them take control over you. I know you can do it. I expressly designed you to harness all 5 elements. Now is the time for you to begin with fulfilling your purpose." Vess continued to encourage and provide advice to his living Mech. He did not know for certain whether his words made any difference, but he could see and feel the Mech starting to take more concrete action. He had withdrawn his living workshop ability at this time. Now that the 5 elements Mech came to life, the glow and life energies no longer helped anymore. Vulcan still remained close at hand in order to monitor the situation and take steps if necessary. There was little that Vess and Vulcan could do to make the situation less charged and volatile. They could reduce the dangerous buildup of energies by disassembling the 5 elements or bringing its various Fae far apart from each other. However, neither of these options were acceptable to Vess. This was because, despite putting in the last part that was supposed to bring his experimental Mech to completion, his latest creation had not actually triggered a masterwork transformation at this time. This was perplexing to Vess, because he was 2% convinced that the overall quality of his 5 elements Mech had most definitely surpassed the masterwork Mech at a comfortable margin. "It's not complete," he concluded with an astonished voice. "My new Mech is still in the process of taking shape." This was unprecedented and completely unfamiliar to him. Although he desired novelty, he did not ask for his attempt to fabricate a powerful masterwork to get stalled at this time. Vess couldn't help but worry more about his latest creation. Everything had gone off track, as he had inadvertently caused a new situation that put his new work through an unknown process. What is happening? This was supposed to be one of his best and most exquisite mechs that he had built up to this point in his career. None of the other masterwork mechs that he had fabricated in the past few years could match the depth of passion, ingenuity, and personality he put into this seemingly unassuming standard mech. The Fae project that integrated 5 different types of hyper materials and came with 5 separate personalities vastly exceeded the potential of any other quasi-first-class standard mech. It might even be one of the rare standard mechs that had actually become so powerful that its combat effectiveness had actually reached the level of a first-class mech. That was one of the dream goals of every mech designer. There was no challenge involved with designing second-class mechs that could fight on an equal level against other second-class mechs. The true difficulty lay in designing a second-class mech that could actually give a first-class mech a run for its money. Even if the modified Fae project was a quasi-first-class mech that pushed against the upper limits that defined a second-class machine, there was still a huge gap that should have separated it from real first-class units. The main factor that distinguished the mech classes from each other was their energy supply. The more powerful the power reactor, the more powerful their functions. The 5 elements mech possessed the same quasi-first-class power reactor of the elite edition of the Fae project. It was costlier than the power reactors used by products such as the Pacifier and the Ferocious Piranha mech lines, but it was still far outmatched by the cheapest first-class power reactors. The fundamental reason why the 5 elements mech was able to bridge this crucial gap was because it was meant to use the power of heaven to make up for its power deficiency. In that sense, Ves had clearly succeeded, because his new mech showed greater and greater signs of imposing more control over the elemental E energies. It first started with the mech and Fae themselves. The conflicts that took place from within gradually started to get sorted as the living entities filtered and separated anything that was not in the right place. Ves gained more and more hope that his new mech would be able to de-escalate the volatile situation. However, that hope did not last long. While the new living mech became preoccupied with putting its insides into order, the external environment did not grow any calmer. In fact, they started to get more and more concentrated as the multiple reinforcement reactions continually promoted the emergence of more elemental E energies. The internal problem became less acute, but the external problem had grown even worse. It even started to affect the stability of the newly created mech. The growing pressure from the environment was causing the young mech to grow even less stable. Both Ves and Alexa started to grow increasingly more concerned about this pattern. "We should transport your new mech away from this mech workshop," Alexa urgently proposed. "Once your new machine has been brought to a stabler location, the buildup will no longer happen." "I am not so sure about that," Ves frowned. "While you are partially correct, my mech will always be at risk of building up a cascading energy cycle whenever it attracts too much elemental E energies. Bringing it away won't solve its own inability to prevent its internals from exploding. What my living mech truly needs to do right now is to learn how to tame the violent energies from the onset. Can't your mech do that later, after we have relocated it to a different venue?" Ves immediately shook his head as his instincts issued a stern warning. "Your idea has merit, but it is not that simple. I have a feeling that my 5 elements mech will become severely deficient if that happens. I am not sure why, but I think it is best if we wait and let it sort its current situation. I am willing to risk an explosion for this opportunity. Besides, just because we cannot move it does not mean we can help in other ways." "Emro." Blinky flew forward and began to devour the energies around him. The energy concentration started to drop as the companion spirit took the opportunity to compensate for all of the energies that he had released from his Blinkiverse these past few days. However, the absorption of E energies soon started to produce other accidents. Small explosions occurred in front of Blinky as the indiscriminate devouring of E-energies caused the different elements to collide against each other, thereby producing all sorts of chaotic reactions. Damn. Emro. Blinky quickly stopped what he was doing and started to absorb a single element instead. The local energy concentration continued to decrease, but Blinky no longer created as much instability as before. In fact, the Star Cat was actively helping to diffuse the dangerous situation. The metal element was the most dominant one in the Mech workshop, and it was what the main body relied upon to keep the other elements in line. The problem was that the quantity and concentration of fire, water, wood, and earth energies had grown too strong for the metal element to restrain them any further. Blinky helped to ease the situation by draining the strongest of those 4 remaining elemental energies. Fire energy happened to be particularly abundant at the moment, so that was what Blinky focused on absorbing. The ancestral star that shone inside the internal universe slowly started to grow larger, hotter, and brighter. However, Blinky's devouring rate did not make a significant dent in the situation. This was what made the 5 elements so difficult to work with. As long as they all came into contact with each other, many of their interactions caused the different elemental energies to reinforce and egg each other on without any apparent limit. Though the 5 elements Mech had begun to assert its control over the volatile E-energies in the environment, it's still a bit short despite its growing proficiency. If this went on, the energy concentration in the Mech workshop would rise past a point where it became hopeless for the Mech to control the situation. In the end, as much as Vess had attempted to make his new Mech as strong and alive as possible, it was still too young, immature, and weak to properly harness all of these powers at once. Perhaps that was one of the reasons why his Mech had not yet reached completion. Vess needed to make up for this major deficiency in order to complete a Mech that was fully capable of sustaining itself. How can I do that, though? The 5 elements Mech had already transitioned into a living Mech with multiple personalities. Its spiritual foundation had become fixed, which meant that Vess was unable to improve it as directly as before. This was incredibly inconvenient to Vess, as it meant that he could not employ his usual tricks to tweak with the spiritual foundation of the 5 elements Mech without restriction. There were not many other ways for Vess to take action to solve his creation's weaknesses. Maya. Maya expressed her concern as she acted as Alexa's spiritual eyes. Vess abruptly turned to his discipline's companion spirit. Wait a second. He just recalled Maya's inherent capabilities. Even though the new companion spirit was relatively young and weak, one of her starting abilities might mean the difference between a complete success and a partial success. Alexa, what do you require, sir? I need you to bring Maya forth and use her ability to promote the growth of any living entity on my new living Mech. If you can make it grow fast enough, my work may actually be able to tame all of the unstable energies. His suggestion surprised Alexa. You are asking much of my companion spirit. She is only a few months old. Maya is not a baby. She is already pretty decent. Just try out and see if it works. Very well. Though Alexa was afraid of exposing Maya to danger and forcing her to exhaust herself in favor of an unstable living Mech, the companion spirit still flew forward until she was close enough to touch the exterior of the 5 elements Mech. Maya. Once the cat extended her paw and made contact with the hard-working 5 elements Mech, Maya began to inject a steady stream of gentle and helpful life-attributed E-energy into the living machine. The modified Fae project eagerly absorbed the donated E-energy. It even began to display a growing mastery over its ability to tame the violent energies. It is working, Alexa happily explained. Good job. A huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Vess started to grin as the situation started to look more optimistic. The Mech workshop was steadily becoming less and less dangerous with every passing second. However, just as it appeared that his Mech was starting to gain the strength and control it needed to assert more control over the surrounding elemental energies, a growing sense of danger started to loom over the Mech workshop. Vess grew increasingly more uneasy as his instincts detected that his living Mech was about to become subjected to an even greater threat. Even Alexa started to frown and look concerned at times. "What is going on? Shouldn't the problem be resolved?" His comm suddenly chimed an emergency alert. This was not normal, as Vess was sure that he had muted the device so that he could fabricate his Mech without interruption. "Why have you called Gavin?" I hate to interrupt your work, boss, but we are observing highly abnormal weather patterns outside. It used to be fairly clear a few minutes ago, but a large amount of dark clouds have spontaneously formed above Diandi Base. We are even detecting a rapid buildup of lightning, so much so that the power of this thunderstorm is looking to break a record on this planet. There is no obvious explanation for what is happening. Can I ask if your work has anything to do with the rapidly changing weather?" Vess widened his eyes when he heard the news. Chapter 54, 15 Abnormal Event. New Constantinople Roman 8 experienced an abnormal climate event that was not supposed to happen. The Devos, ancient clan that terraformed the planet and actively regulated its weather in order to produce a stable and comfortable living environment, had no warning that a powerful lightning storm would form in a matter of minutes. More and more authorities became alarmed as the data readings started to paint an increasingly more alarming picture. The sheer amount of power accumulating inside those dark clouds had already exceeded the planetary records and started to soar into heights that shouldn't even be possible. At first, the Devosans and other experts suspected that the storms were a form of sabotage or attack. Perhaps a hidden alien infiltration force had deployed an exotic alien weather machine that caused the weather in a target area to turn into a major hazard. What reinforced this suspicion in the minds of the local Terrans was that the epicenter of the storm happened to be situated right above Diandi Base. Every Terran knew the VIP who resided in this fairly remote location. While the defenses of any decent Terran-built base should have been able to resist the power of many possible weather events, the abnormal and purposefully engineering lightning storm was starting to produce readings that were so incredulously high that the Terrans doubted whether their measuring systems were accurate. Nonetheless, faulty readings or not, this strange lightning storm was definitely shaping up to be powerful enough to cause serious harm, if not outright deaths if it formed above Sandon or any other population center. As the Terrans began to activate emergency measures that were meant to disperse dangerous weather patterns as best as possible, their attempts to take action suddenly ceased when they received a notification from the Red Association. The Blue Jay fleet up in orbit had sent a strong notification that warned the Terrans to stay away and refrain from interfering in what was currently happening. Those Cretans, are these Mechers blind? This lightning storm can damage a large amount of infrastructure if it drifts over a nearby settlement. Be that as it may, the Red Association has issued a high-priority directive to us. This means that the Mechers have signaled their willingness to take direct action to prevent us from getting involved in any fashion. This is a violation of our own sovereignty. New Constantinople is our planet, not theirs. Though the Devosans were awfully upset about the R-Ray's unwelcome interference, they ultimately chose to back down and let the Mechers deal with this abnormal matter. Meanwhile, a short distance away from the site that had attracted the lightning storm, a pair of notable spiritual entities manifested themselves underneath the surging dark clouds. The two translucent female figures stared meaningfully at the storm above their heads. "The power is greater than anything that I have witnessed," Helena remarked. "My little brother needs help in order to save his work. We should do what we can to mitigate the damage." No, the much more powerful spirit stopped Helena from taking action. "The heavens are jealous. My son has brought a Mech to life that shouldn't exist. Actions have consequences, and they cannot and should not be avoided. If he wants to become a god among creators, he must face his tribulations head-on and struggle against the forces that seek to put him back into his place. But Mother, his Mech will break if we do not lend a hand. This lightning tribulation is far too powerful. Heaven's punishment is bound to sunder this poor machine within the first 3 strikes. Then so be it. The superior mother crossed her arms as she held her decision. Tribulations exist to eliminate the weak and the unworthy. Failure means that my son has done poorly and that his work is not meant to survive in this reality. Though Helena understood her mother's logic, she still found it awful to see her brother's hard work get ruined on the moment that he was supposed to welcome his magnificent creation. Poor Mech. Do not pity the Mech or its creator, Helena. All creators must be prepared to endure these tribulations in their struggle to create ever more remarkable works. The more they try to break the rules and reach beyond their limits, the more the heavens will push back against their defiance. Creations that cannot withstand punishment have no right to occupy so many resources and pollute the environment. While the lightning storm continued to build up, the interference produced by this highly anomalous weather event started to generate more and more interference. It became a lot more difficult to transmit signals and maintain contact in the overcast areas. Diandi Base happened to suffer the most from this interference effect. This shouldn't have happened. The former military outpost was equipped with a high-powered communication array that was designed to overcome any jamming or hostile environmental effects. The only way that the Larkinsons stationed in the base could still maintain outside contact was by using the well-shielded quantum communication node that was buried underground. It was through this active link that the occupants received an important message from the Blue Jay fleet. What? Are you crazy, Jovi? You can't teleport my new Mech away under these circumstances. It will be perfectly safe. Jovi's shaky projection replied to Vess. The Orden hammer has already begun to descend to the surface. She is taking a detour in order to avoid coming into contact with the lightning storm. But once she has come close enough, her remote teleportation system should be able to push through the interference and teleport your Mech to an open field that is right outside your base. For safety's sake, we will refrain from teleporting your precious machine any further. The Orden hammer was the name of one of the 2 light cruisers assigned to the Blue Jay fleet. She was considerably smaller and lighter than the Tarask, which meant that she could safely descend from orbit and maintain altitude under atmospheric conditions. Vess suspected that the Tarask was powerful enough to fly in a planetary environment as well, but she would obviously have to strain her flight systems way too much in order to prevent her heavy hull from crash landing. As Vess considered Jovi's proposal, he briefly swept his gaze around the Mech workshop. The first-class production machines were highly likely to get wrecked if lightning bolts descended from the skies. While they were certainly capable of withstanding a few hard knocks, Vess did not have any confidence that they could resist the electrical violence that was about to come down from above. Vess had witnessed this phenomenon several times over his career. Though rare, each time he managed to trigger a lightning tribulation, the effects and results were always remarkable. Different from last time, Vess sensed that the storms were much more powerful and violent than the one that he had experienced during his sublimation. Back when he created a living divine artifact in the form of Veronica, he not only evolved into a higher life state, but accidentally became a phase lord as well. This magical transformation took place under a long and continuous rain of lightning bolts that went on for an abnormally long time. It was because of this prior experience that Vess knew that he needed to take the current storm a lot more seriously. For whatever reason, the act of creating a masterwork Mech that could inherently harness the power of the 5 elements provoked a much more violent reaction. He could not even begin to figure out this strange logic. The modified Fae project might have become an amazing Mech due to his efforts, but it shouldn't have become strong enough to merit such a powerful response. Unfortunately, nobody asked for his opinion. The storm showed no sign of abating and could unleash its formidable might at any point of time. Given how the Mech workshop not only contained a large amount of expensive production machines, but also happened to be built underneath a base structure that contained all manner of other expensive lab equipment and sensitive instruments. Vess could not allow his 5 elements Mech to withstand this tribulation at this location. Fine, go ahead and do it. Just make sure you bring my Mech far away to avoid any collateral damage. The Orden hammer had already been underway before Jovi notified Vess, so it did not take long for the brand new Mech to disappear from the Mech workshop. Vess and Alexa had already left the underground facility and quickly moved up until they entered a defense tower that gave them a clear view of the Mech that had been translocated a short distance away. The special Mech remained completely silent, but it had already begun to cultivate again. It was as if the living Mech was acutely aware of the threat from above. The Altered Fae project sought to attract and absorb as much elemental energies as possible. The rate of absorption had escalated so rapidly that the rapidly increasing elemental energies were beginning to exhibit the same unstable reactions as before. Vess did not have the time to care about the dangers that his new work was incurring. "Can you give us an explanation of what is happening, sir?" Alexa asked with concern. She had grown increasingly more concerned now that she was able to see the growing and darkening clouds above her head. "Sure, but I only have time to give you a brief overview." Vess gave her a very truncated explanation on lightning tribulations. To be honest, he did not know too much about them either. He could only base his understanding off his personal experiences, as well as the references contained in the knowledge bestowed by the enlightenment fruits that he had swallowed. His mother could probably explain a lot more about this mysterious phenomenon, but he had no time to consult her opinion at this time. "Should we deploy our Mechs and our transphasic shields over your Fae project in order to increase its survival chance?" Vess shook his head. "No, Alexa, that is not appropriate in this case. I know enough about lightning tribulations that any form of external help will cause the storm to grow even stronger. There are strange rules involved that are designed to close these kinds of loopholes." The young woman furrowed her brows. "Is it possible to circumvent this condition by mounting an additional power reactor or transphasic shield generator onto its back?" "That might actually work, but there is no time for us to strengthen our Mech any further. I am starting to sense a rapid growth in power. I think the first lightning bolt is about to strike down my Mech." Meow. Meow meow. Lucky and Clixie had slipped inside the control tower at one point. The 2 cats looked frightened as they both huddled together. Crack. Though Vess had felt it coming, he did not expect the storm to strike at his 5 elements so soon. A blindingly bright lightning bolt struck the poor Mech with great power. The power of this strike was so formidable that the exterior of the 5 elements Mech had already begun to exhibit light surface damage. Though the quasi-first-class transphasic hyper-armor system held up according to his expectations, Vess did not have any reasons to relax. This was just the warm-up. Vess could clearly feel that the storm was escalating in power. The subsequent lightning strikes were bound to become progressively more powerful. The poor machine's armor system would never be able to resist this onslaught. "No, I can't let my Mech proceed like this," Vess shouted in panic. "It needs to go online and activate its Azure Energy Shield generator. My work has a significantly higher chance of surviving this event if we can bring it fully online." Though Vess was not sure whether this was a good idea, it was the most effective solution he could think of. His new Mech was only operating at a fraction of its potential while it remained in a dormant state. Chapter 54, 16 Violent Resource. What was a lightning tribulation? Vess had been wondering about this mysterious phenomenon for years on an intermittent basis. He had 2 vivid memories about his experiences with this powerful force. Both of them had a profound influence over his life, his work, and his views on how reality worked. Frankly speaking, Vess lacked a thorough understanding of this powerful and far-reaching phenomenon. He knew that it popped up in times when a cultivator was about to make an amazing breakthrough. It also appeared to pop up when a creator attempted to make an exceptional product. Vess had done both over his career, so he had at least a bit of personal experience of what it was like to trigger a lightning tribulation. The first time he caused a lightning tribulation was when he attempted to make the superior mother. With the knowledge that he possessed today, he understood that the ritual that he had devised around the birth of the superior mother was not that big of a deal. What truly caused her birth to go to the next level was the use of extraordinary ingredients and the ambitious scope of her creation. However, witnessing a lightning tribulation from afar paled in comparison to becoming subjected to it himself. Vess could never forget the moment where his attempt to create Veronica caused a lightning tribulation to barge into the system's space like it was nothing and directly rain down lightning bolts onto his body. Strangely enough, the punishment he induced due to his excessively negative karma turned out to be a lot more manageable than he thought. The quantity of lightning bolts was unimaginably high, but even if they ramped up over time, their individual power never exceeded his body tolerance and the defensive properties of his unending regalia. It was at that time that he personally experienced the other side of the coin. The power of heaven's punishment was not only a force of destruction, but could also serve as a force of creation. The premise was that the target of heaven's wrath possessed the strength to weather the storm and survive long enough to allow the creation force to do its job. Having benefited enormously from the accidental circumstances that led him to sublimate his entire being to a higher level, Vess understood that lightning tribulations represented both danger and opportunity. Vess initially thought that his new 5 elements Mech had a good chance of resisting this lightning tribulations. Based on his previous experiences, he thought that they were quite tame. It was as if the heavens were just going through the motions and never truly showed that much animosity to their targets. He quickly had to change that impression at this time when he saw and felt the size and scope of this lightning storm exceed anything he had ever experienced in the past. This was not the weak tribulation lightning that seemed to do Cynthia a massive favor by strengthening and transforming the superior mother's foundation for the better. It was also not the relatively tame and friendly sequence of lightning bolts that not only healed him and strengthened his foundation to the point where he developed a glow, but also gave him a freebie and turned him into a phase lord. Vess did not forget about the weird hallucinations either. Not only did several ghosts of the past, present, and the future confront him about his alleged deeds and misdeeds, he also became introduced to what truly passed as the heavenly authorities of the Milky Way and Red Ocean. According to the theory that he devised back then, the 2 galaxies could actually be regarded as living entities on an unprecedented scale. Just the notion that the 2 galaxies were alive and sentient would cause almost every human to call him nuts, before forcing him to undergo mental health treatment. Though Vess only had vague impressions of what it was like to get into contact with those powerful sentient galaxies, he remembered that they had shown a considerable amount of goodwill towards him. He was unclear as to the reason why, but he wasn't in the habit of looking at a gift horse in the mouth. However, at this time, Vess did not sense any of that goodwill or benevolence from the current lightning storm. Crack! A golden bolt of lightning struck the exterior of the 5 elements Mech, causing its surface components to look a little fried. The Mech had never been rated to withstand so much electrical violence, particularly when it was also empowered by E-energy and other mysterious forces. Although lightning tribulations were unfathomably deep to the likes of Vess, he instinctively felt that this storm was not trying to go easy on Vess and his work this time. Vess could sense an overwhelming amount of ruthlessness and malice from the dark and surging clouds that were blackening the skies. It was as if the authority responsible for dispatching this storm was hellbent on destroying an abomination that should not exist. This was incredibly bad for Vess. He never designed his modified Fae project to resist such an inexplicable force. How could he have known that the product of his inspiration would violate a rule that he was not aware of and provoke heavy punishment upon its creation? Vess was not prepared, and neither was his work. If his 5 elements Mech wanted to have any chance of surviving this unavoidable tribulation, then it needed to be piloted right away. "We need a pilot inside that cockpit now," Vess urged. "Are you certain you wish to do so, sir?" Alexa asked with obvious concern. "If this lightning storm continues to grow stronger, the risks to both the Mech and its occupant will become considerable." "We have to try." Vess did not want to give up on his product. He was willing to take the chance and let his Mech fight for its right to exist, even if it risked the life of a Mech pilot. However, the next difficult decision he had to make was who he should put inside the cockpit of his new work. When Vess moved to the Premier Branch, he had only brought a small amount of personnel from the expeditionary fleet. He had dispensed with bringing any Larkinson Mech pilots because they were completely useless in a first-class environment. It was better to rely on other specialists to man the powerful turrets and other defensive installations of Diandi Base. The only Mech assigned to defend Diandi Base were the units dispatched from the 306th Blue Jay Fleet. A constant rotation of at least 2 Mech squads descended from orbit and patrolled the base. Additional Mechs also shadowed his children whenever they traveled to school and back. Though Vess had been depending on the protection of the Mechers assigned as his security detail for months, he never really put too much effort into befriending them. He hardly knew them on a personal level and pretty much treated them as background elements. Right now, he was regretting the fact that he had neglected to bring any reliable Mech pilots to his side. He even sent away Saintess Ulrika Vraken by requesting her to escort Gloriana to the planet, where his wife was about to receive her new cranial implant. Vess wished that he had brought a trustworthy champion such as Venerable Joshua to his side. His favorite expert pilot would undoubtedly be able to get along well with his new living Mech. Still, the Mech pilots of the Red Association were highly competent in their own right. They were used to piloting much more complex and difficult machines. A drone Mech such as his modified Fae project shouldn't be too difficult for them to control. The only major challenge that was outside of their realm of experience was the usage and combinations of the 5 elements. However, that was what the living Mech was for. Vess believed that the combination between a highly trained Mech pilot and a living Mech that possessed an inherent talent in manipulating the 5 elements might be just enough to survive this violent storm. "Jovi," he transmitted over a spotty communication channel. "I know this is a difficult request, but can I ask you to volunteer one of your pilots to take charge of my new Fae project? The pilot is already on his way. I have already anticipated your demand. Trust me, we are just as invested in seeing your work prevail against this force." A first-class multipurpose Mech was already approaching from a distance at high speed. From the trajectory of the incoming Mech, Vess deduced that it had launched from the Orden Hammer. "I am at your service, Professor Larkinson," a reassuring male voice transmitted over another channel. Vess' eyes lit up when he recognized the newcomer. "Major Jankowski, I did not expect you to be the volunteer. This is an anomalous incident that is of great interest to the Mech designers and researchers of the Red Association. We have received direct orders to send in our best. My piloting qualifications are the highest out of our entire Mech company. I have a moderate experience in handling exotic or alien technologies, though my exposure to E-energy phenomena is admittedly shallow," Major Jankowski factually explained. That sounded good enough for Vess. That was exactly the kind of pilot profile that could complement his 5 elements Mech. "All right, I will transmit a very short instructional manual to you. There is a lot of depth to using its Fae in combination. This will be the key to resist the forces of destruction. Can you teleport directly inside the cockpit of my new Mech, or do I have to open up an entrance?" Stable teleportation has become untenable in this hostile environment. Once my first-class multipurpose Mech has arrived beside your work, I will need you to open up an entrance to the cockpit at the right time. We will need to time this transfer between the lightning strikes to avoid any accidents. Understood. We have it under control. The frequency of lightning strikes is not that high, fortunately. Crack. The bolts did not come down as quickly as expected, but their power was definitely escalating at a rate where they did more than minor surface and electrical damage to a quasi-first-class Mech. What was worse was that the storm clouds showed no signs of abating. They were growing stronger with each passing minute, making it seem as if it was trying to gather more power in order to rule out any chance that his 5 elements Mech would make it past this event. As Major Jankowski's Mech was closing in at rapid speed, Vess stared back at his unique work. Was this enough to save his machine from destruction? He was not so sure about that. He still had an awful feeling about this lightning tribulation. Its character was too hostile. Nonetheless, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. The power of a lightning tribulation was split into 2 opposing forces. The force of destruction was the most obvious one, but the force of creation was equally as strong. When Vess stared up into the violent storm again, he did not only regard it as a threat this time. In his eyes, the huge and expansive storm clouds also served as a resource. An immense amount of creation power was hiding in those dark and ominous clouds. If Vess could leech just a fraction of it, he could use the potent creation energy for all kinds of high-end purposes. His eyes sparked all of a sudden as a crazy idea came to mind. Desire welled up inside his mind as he recognized what an amazing opportunity this lightning tribulation had brought. He would be a fool if he did not try to take advantage of the circumstances. "Sir, where are you going?" "I am going on a trip." Vess dismissively waved his hand as he turned around and summoned his unending regalia on the spot. "You should stay and coordinate with the Mechers. Make sure you are ready to command the new Fae project to open up its cockpit when the time has come." He did not even care about exposing the fact that he was able to hide his relic armor inside his own exclusive pocket space. As soon as his unending regalia appeared, it opened up and wrapped around his body, cladding him in armor that had already resisted a lightning tribulation in the past. Alexa Strion was not stupid. She quickly deduced his radical plan. "Professor Larkinson, do not do this. You are about to take an unacceptably high risk. Your life is not worth endangering." "Ha ha ha ha, you are wrong, Alexa. This is exactly the time where a Mech designer like myself needs to stick up for his own work. I have faith in my own work." To Vess, the lightning tribulation was not just about taking advantage of its power, but also a moment where he needed to prove with his actions that he was willing to stand by his own works. He would not be able to take pride in his craftsmanship if he abandoned his works to their lot. Chapter 54, 17 Underneath the Storm. Madness. Alexa helplessly watched her willful and apparently insane superior donned his armor and exited the control tower in a hurry. "Meow." Clixie reacted with alarm at Vess' departure. "Meow. Meow meow. Mew." Clixie hissed and repeatedly smacked Lucky's head with her paw. "Meow meow meow. Mew meow meow meow." Lucky reluctantly left his comfortable perch and phased through the wall so that he could follow after Vess. As Vess went outside and was just about to fly towards his latest work, a pair of first-class Mechs barred his way. The soldiers of the Blue Jay fleet had been tasked to protect their charge. That meant that they sometimes had to go as far as to protect their principals from their own foolish decisions. "My apologies, Professor, but we cannot allow you to come any closer. The threat posed by the lightning storms are too much for your defenses. We also cannot guarantee that we can teleport you away or shield you from any potentially lethal attacks." Vess grew annoyed at the obstruction. He knew it was not their fault for doing their duty, but every second they held him back was one too many as far as he was concerned. He did not bother to talk to the R-Ray Mech pilots directly. "Tay, Jovi, get these Mechs out of my way. This is too important for me to miss out upon." "The risks are too great, Vess. You do not know what you are." "Do not get in my way," Vess roared inside his closed helmet. "You are a smart man, Jovi. You should have an inkling how much I care about my new Mech. It is more than just a disposable machine. It is a labor of love and a product of my passion. I have invested so much of myself into it that its meaning is far too great to me. If you dare to stop me from helping it tide over this storm, then I will seriously question whether you have the heart of a true Mech designer." Vess appealed to Jovi, as one Mech designer to another. Only the people of their profession understood best what it meant for one of them to become so invested in a Mech. If Jovi's priority was to keep Vess safe, then the powerful first-class multipurpose Mech would never let a Tier 3 galactic citizen expose himself to such a crazy risk. However, if Jovi understood how much a Mech like this benefited its developer, then he should not deprive a Mech designer of his ability to support and observe his new creation. "Let me go already," Vess impatiently demanded. "I know how to take care of myself. This is hardly the first danger that I have subjected myself to. I am not in the habit of joking around when it comes to my life." Jovi eventually relented after a few seconds. "Very well. We are willing to defer to your judgment, as dubious as it may be. You should know that our Mechs will remain close at hand and ready to move at any second. If we determine that you and your Mech will not be able to handle the storm any longer, then our Mechs will forcibly carve out the cockpit from the rest of the Mech frame, if that is what it takes to evacuate you to safety." That was good enough for Vess. "Fine, let me proceed now. My Mech is not sufficiently prepared for this event and needs my assistance and guidance as soon as possible." The two first-class Mechs helped to escort Vess towards his Mech. Meow. Vess briefly reacted with surprise when Lucky chose to come along as well. It was not all that bad for Lucky to accompany him this time. The gem cat was a lot tougher than he looked, and his architect construction happened to be highly resistant towards electrical damage. Even if Lucky's existence was in danger, the cat's ability to survive was stronger than that of Vess. "Haha, let's ride this storm together, buddy," Vess boisterously said. Meow. The gem cat sounded a lot more reluctant about this endeavor. The sense of oppression grew stronger as they neared the 5 Elements Mech. The machine had already been struck by lightning bolts several times, and that had caused the tough transphasic hyper armor plating to show more and more signs of surface damage. Vess worried more about the internal damage. The armor system should have done a good job at preventing the tribulation lightning from frying most of the electronics, but he was afraid that a few nearby systems had already shut down from all of the excess current. Once he and his cat got close, they met up with the armored form of Major Simon Jankowski. "Professor," the most senior Mech officer of the Blue Jay fleet curtly greeted, "please wait for the next lightning bolt. We should dash inside as soon as it has landed onto the Mech." The piloting suit of the Red Association possessed a lot of advanced functions. In light of the current dangers, the pilot had opted to mount additional armor and other defensive modules onto his body. This caused his suit to bulk up to the point where it was covered by modular armor. Crack! Another blinding golden flash of heavenly might instantly descended from above and struck the 5 Elements Mech. Meow. Experiencing this lightning tribulation at close distance was a completely different experience. The thunder that buffeted against Vess' armored form seemed to shake him to his core. Both his bones and his spirituality had become rattled by the power of this strike. Move, move, move. Meow, meow, meow. 2 humans and 1 gem cat quickly slipped inside the cockpit that Alexa had just opened by remote. As soon as they slipped inside, the cockpit slid shut again, forming enough defensive seals to prevent the occupants from getting directly exposed by the force of lightning. Major Jankowski already took his seat, and began to boot up the 5 elements Mech without any delay. I have accrued an extensive amount of piloting experience, and I have a high adaptability towards piloting unfamiliar Mechs. However, it has been decades since I last piloted a second-class Mech. What do I need to pay attention to when controlling your machine? The 5 elements Mech activated remarkably quickly. It was as if the powerful living Mech was already aware of the urgency and sought to speed up its activation as soon as possible. Midway through the activation process, everyone inside couldn't help but recoil when a powerful force struck the machine yet again. Crack. Meow. The entire cockpit shook as if a powerful explosive had detonated at close range. The entire metallic machine rattled for a second before subsiding again. Though Vess sensed that his Mech had held up decently well, it had likely incurred even more damage. There is no way the inherent technical properties of this Mech are strong enough, Vess emphasized once the tense moment had passed. The full explanation is a bit too long, but I have concluded that the only way that my machine can make it through is if it leverages the power of the 5 elements. That is a blind spot in my skill set. Don't worry, I have already taken that into account when I made this work. The living Mech and its semi-autonomous Fae will take care of this burden. Do not try to assert control over everything. Trust in my Mech. Listen to its suggestions and give it enough room to take independent action if it sees fit to do so. Just think of it as working together with an advanced AI system. Crack. The power of this next lightning bolt had ramped up considerably since last time. Fortunately, Major Jankowski had activated the modified Fae project fast enough to activate its Azure energy shield. Even though its specs were not as good as the energy shield of the Larkinson edition of this Mech line, its defensive power was still superior to the transphasic energy shields of old. The highly synergistic combination between hyper-technology and transphasic technology happened to be so good that the Azure energy shield actually managed to block the entire strike. However, when Vess accessed a port built into the side of the cockpit and used his backdoor to gain administrator access over his work, he grew concerned when he glanced at the data readings. The Azure energy shield has taken a nasty hit, Vess commented. It should be able to block a few more strikes, but it will not be able to last much longer. Major Jankowski frowned. The Azure energy shield was the strongest defensive tool of the Fae project. What do you advise? Do you feel the multitude of energies surging around this Mech? Those are the 5 elements. The lightning bolts are causing a bit of them to disperse, but there still be enough for your living Mech to work with. You need to work with it to form a more effective defensive barrier, either by strengthening the Azure energy shield or the armor. I am not versed in these abilities. The R-Ray Mech officer gritted his teeth. Only high-ranking Mech pilots can effectively wield energy to amplify the performance of a Mech. I can sense the living Mech at work, but it is scrambling for solutions as well. Vess briefly closed his eyes and placed his armored hand against the side of the cockpit. Let me guide you, then. I understand these energies a lot more, and I can guide you all into shaping them in useful forms. Emro. Blinky emerged from Vess' head and hesitatingly looked around. My companion's spirit will help out the Fae as they do their jobs. The most important priority at this moment is to channel more power into the Water Fae. It is equipped with an Azure energy shield of its own and can amplify our defenses by utilizing water energy. Crack. The active Azure energy shield had become less stable as the lightning strike had taken a toll on its reserves. Vess became subjected to a greater sense of urgency. At the same time, he became dissatisfied with the current arrangements. Wait, don't rely solely on the Azure energy shield. You need to strengthen the armor system of the Fae project as well. You need to reinforce the Mech frame with more metal energy by relying on the affinity of the main body. There might not be enough metal energy to resist the lightning bolts that will come down later, so you need to nurture it with earth energy. That caused Major Jankowski to grow confused. Will that truly work, Professor? I do not mean to doubt your theories, but they sound closer to superstition than sound and proven science. Crack. I know how you feel, but it is precisely because of these wacky old theories that has triggered this lightning storm in the first place. I do not make the rules here. We have no choice but to work with what we have. Just work together with my Mech and try it out, okay? While Major Jankowski quickly worked with his living Mech to manipulate the Fae and the surrounding E-energies, Vess was free to do his own work. A gleam shone in his eyes as he used his deep access to his own creation to transmit a large amount of instructions that caused the internals of the drone Mech to shift in unusual ways. He needed a bit of help in order to produce his desired outcome. He had designed his Fae project a bit too well. The cockpit of his new creation was so well protected and isolated that there was no way he could fulfill his secondary goal. Lucky. Meow. Vess transmitted a schematic of the Fae project that highlighted over a dozen different components to his GemCat. I need you to phase through this Mech and either cut or move these components. Can you do that, Lucky? Meow. Oh, come on, it's not that dangerous. It will be quick. Even if you get shocked, the power won't be high since much of the current can't reach the internals. Just do it, Lucky. It will be good for you as well. I promise. Crack. His reluctant cat went to work and phased through the cockpit in order to make the necessary modifications. While Lucky completed his assignment as quickly as possible, Vess began to withdraw a multi-tool from his unending regalia and began to make physical modifications to the side panel. What are you doing, Professor? The R-Ray Mech officer asked with evident concern. Ah, you will see. Don't worry, it shouldn't be dangerous. A minute and a lightning bolt later, a frazzled-looking Lucky eventually returned to the cockpit. See, you're still fine. I told you that my Fae project is well shielded enough. Miyuowa. Vess ignored his GemCat's complaints and quickly completed his little project. In the end, Vess had managed to cobble together 4 rods, 2 of which were sticking out from the side, while the other 2 stuck out from the floor. When Vess moved his armored form so that all of his limbs came into contact with the rods, Jankowski shut off the Azure energy shield for a moment. You need to give it a rest anyway. Let the armor absorb the next hits. Vess waited until the skies launched another attack. Crack. This time, the cockpit suddenly became charged with a bit more energy as a small fraction of that tribulation lightning actually shot through the upper rods, ran through the unending regalia, and exited through the lower rods. Yes, this is it. This is the power. Chapter 54, 18 Fried Cats. The newly built Fae project was holding up a lot better now that it had come online. With Major Jankowski in charge, the Mech no longer stupidly stood around. It not only adopted a stabler posture, but also deployed all 4 its living Fae. Sadly, not all of them could offer a lot of assistance. The Water Fae was the only one that was equipped with a defensive module. That did not mean that the other 3 Fae were useless, though. Their innate affinities to the different elements allowed them to exert a measure of control over fire, wood, and earth energy. Both Jankowski and the living Mech were still in the process of exploring what they could do with the tools they had at their disposal. Wrangling the energies was not that simple. They not only interacted in many different ways with each other, but also became dispersed to an extent whenever another golden lightning bolt struck from above. The 5 Elements Mech was the first of its kind as far as Vess knew. No Mech pilot had any sort of practice with a machine that possessed similar capabilities. This caused Jankowski and the new living Mech to go through a lot of trial and error. Many of their attempts to strengthen the Fae project's ability to resist the lightning tribulation failed to produce any favorable results. They had to try out a different method in order to shape the elemental energies in a way that could help them at this time. Vess paid constant attention to the state of his creation. His mind was swirling with ideas, and he occasionally made suggestions based on his own understanding of hyper-technology and e-technology. Crack. At the same time, Vess cheekily took advantage of his Mech's lightning tribulation to siphon a part of that ultimate power for his own use. Though Vess clearly understood that he was subjecting himself to excessive risks, a part of him felt it was an enormous waste if he did not take advantage of this opportunity to further his comprehensive evolution. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face, as his body did not even manage to register the effect of the last lightning strike. His unending regalia had channeled all of the current that flowed through the jury-rigged rods. This is not good enough. What am I afraid of? My armor is holding me back. Vess just realized that it was better to take advantage of this moment while the Fae project was still in good shape and the power of the lightning tribulation hadn't ramped up too much. Besides, Vess had made additional modifications to his scheme that enabled him to exercise limited control over how much lightning power would loop through the cockpit. Let's do this then. Major Jankowski initially did not notice what was happening to the side, but when he briefly took a look, the Mech pilot grew alarmed when he saw that Vess had actually stepped out of his combat armor. Vess not only shed his armor, but also deactivated his energy shield generator along with other defensive gadgets. In order to prevent his electronics from getting fried, he had removed most of them from his body and set them aside. Only after that did he use his bare hands and feet to touch the 4 rods. Sir, what are you doing? You are putting your body in serious danger. I know what I am doing, Major. This isn't the first time that I have endured a lighting bath. I do not know if you have been informed about this, but I am actually a phase lord. My body can take way more punishment than you think. The critical moment quickly neared. Due to how much additional risks Vess had incurred by removing his armor, he felt a lot of dread towards an unstoppable force that was about to unleash its might yet again. Crack. The cockpit shook more violently, and the rest of the Mech frame rattled a lot more as the power of the last bolt had increased yet again. Vess felt electrocuted in a way that he had never experienced before. He already suspected it before, but now that the golden current had briefly run through his body, he personally confirmed that this lightning tribulation came from a much different source. It not only held not a single scrap of goodwill towards him, but probably operated by different rules as well. This lightning tribulation was not a force that was willing to promote his goals so long as he passed its test. This destructive force sought to strike down his 5 elements Mech with extreme prejudice. Even though it was forced by its very nature to channel the power of creation through its potent attacks, Vess intuitively guessed that the tribulation lightning did not intend for the Mech to exist long enough to enjoy its benefits. Even though he was not the target of this lightning tribulation, Vess was able to understand what his Mech was going through a lot better after he experienced this force in person. His body had definitely incurred a bit of damage. His resilience was so high that Vess had no cause for concern. Instead, Vess focused more on what happened to his body tissue after it got fried by the golden current. His flesh and bones began to undergo a slow and subtle transformation. The parts of his body that sustained more severe damage exhibited a greater rebound, as the raw power of creation directly nourished his organic cells and made them stronger in ways that he could not explain. What was important to Vess was that he could sense that the face water in his blood had actually begun to increase. Though the changes were extremely minor at this time, Vess deduced that subjecting himself to continuous lightning tribulations may be the most effective way for him to advance his body cultivation. That is not all, Vess grinned. He was more than just a phase lord. His powerful spirituality that had already been tempered by a past lightning tribulation started to show more signs of strengthening. Of course, his spirituality also sustained a nasty shock that caused him to feel pained down to his very soul. But once the power of creation started to do its work, Vess experienced a brief moment of ecstasy as he could feel that his glow had grown a little more powerful. Emro. Even his companion's spirit benefited from this potent force. Blinky even attempted to devour a tiny proportion of the golden current and dump it into his internal universe, but he failed in this attempt. The power of lightning was too fleeting to get caught by Blinky's devouring ability. Oh well. This is not enough. I need more stimulation to speed up the evolution of my body. Vess used the interval between lightning bolts to alter the settings of his improvised arrangement. When the next tribulation lightning struck, the cockpit lit up a lot brighter as a much stronger current ran through his body. Crack. Ah, that hurts. His body was actually steaming as a substantial part of his palm looked like they had suffered nasty burns. Vess blinked his eyes as he tried to regain his wits. Perhaps I went a little too far in the other direction. That was a bit too much. Meow. Lucky grew concerned at what Vess was doing to himself. I am fine. I will isolate the force a bit more so that I won't receive such a strong shock this time. By the way, you should come and have a taste of this lightning as well. Meow. That's not true. It will be fine. Just try it out. You will become a lot stronger if you are willing to take the risk. At worst, you will just release whatever you are digesting at this moment. Meow. Crack. Ah, that's it. That's the right amount of power. Come on, Lucky. If you miss out on this, who knows how long it will take for you to grow any stronger. It took a bit more cajoling, but Vess eventually persuaded Lucky to share the burden. The gem cat reluctantly landed on Vess' shoulder and waited for the next strike to come. Blinky was also trying to absorb more current. Crack. Azul. Meteor. Emro. Damn it, why has its power jumped by such a large extent? Both Mech Designer and Gem Cat looked a little crispier now that they had received a stronger than average shock. Major Jankowski had tried his best to resist the power of the lightning tribulation, but the antics of Vess added another burden to his mind. Though Vess wanted to embrace the forces of destruction and creation that were working in tandem to promote his evolution, he did not forget about his primary responsibility. He studied the projected control panel and figured out the current state of the Fae project. He also reached out with his spiritual senses to get a more intuitive sense of the flow of elemental energies that was constantly taking place in and around the Mech frame. Vess quickly concluded that Major Jankowski had followed his initial idea and sought to rely on a combination between metal and earth energies to reinforce the main body of the Fae project. Earth nourished metal, which caused the Mech frame to get reinforced to an even greater extent. In addition to that, earth energy had an excellent grounding effect on lightning, making it so that the tribulation lightning did not penetrate too much into the internals. It was not completely effective, though. The lightning strikes possessed extraordinary properties that somehow caused every other attribute to suffer damage. This was the power of supreme destruction. While the Fae project still sustained at least a bit of damage with every strike due to this reason, the strange reinforcement effect happened to be powerful enough to keep the armor of the Mech in good shape for the time being. The fact that his new Mech was already able to do this was remarkable. His 5 elements Mech was finally beginning to make use of its potential, though there was still a lot more that could still be done. Crack. I. Mewel. Emro. Lucky started to question whether it was a good idea for him to participate in Vess' latest bout of insanity. This was pure torture. The Gem Cat could not even tell whether his archimetal construction was improving in any way. While Vess recovered from the latest strike, he received an urgent transmission from Jovi. We have consulted the opinion of several experts. Jovi quickly spoke. Your new Mech has been struck a dozen times so far, but that is just the beginning. They have estimated that this lightning tribulation will likely persist for at least 81 strikes. What is more pertinent is that the power and the form of the lightning strikes will become substantially more threatening after every 9 discharges. Some of our authoritative experts have even mentioned the possibility that even greater abnormalities may occur as this event proceeds further. The power of the final 9 strikes will be at least 2 orders of magnitude stronger than the first attack. What? The first lightning strike was not that impressive, but an attack that was 100 times stronger was a different matter. There was no way the Fae Project would be able to resist such an attack with its base functions alone, especially when it had already sustained heavy damage from all of the previous strikes. Vess grew more and more discouraged at this situation. Though he did not want to give up, he knew that his 5 elements Mech had to master its capabilities a lot faster in order to make it past the end. Crack. Aza. Mio. Emrugo. What are you doing, Vess? Is it worth it for you to subject yourself to a part of the raw power of this lightning tribulation? I know what I am doing, Jovi. Before you ask, I did not go crazy. What I am currently doing is completely logical. By the way, I want to ask you a question seeing that you are in contact with the experts of the association. What is the origin of this lightning tribulation? Does it come from the Red Ocean, or... Jovi's expression became grim as he supplied the answer. The E-energy radiation that has engulfed the Red Ocean originates from Messier 87. The lightning tribulation that has manifested above your base is an extension of that very same supermassive galaxy. Jovi validated Vess' guess. Congratulations, Vess. You have become one of the few red humans to make direct contact with a powerful alien force that originates from Messier 87. Chapter 54, 19 Race Against Time. It was impossible for the DeVos' ancient clan to miss the large and violent storm forming in the skies above New Constantinople, Roman 8. The dark and unnaturally powerful lightning storm covered a significant chunk of the surface of the planet. Not only that, but the storm did not behave anything like a normal one, but instead discharged much of its concentrated energies at a single location. It did not take much snooping to figure out what the storm was targeting. It's the aliens. We are being attacked by the aliens. Our defense forces should be trying to blow these dark clouds away with explosives. We can't let them spread any further. I know that place. The aliens have employed exotic weather technology to assassinate our guest professor. We need to send in our rapid responders to evacuate our honored galactic citizens right away. Why are we not allowed to sortie? There is an emergency taking place outside. It is our duty as Terrans to respond to any disasters that take place within our jurisdiction. We are violating our oaths if we stay in our places. My apologies, Captain, but these orders come straight from above. The Red Association has taken over all responsibility for this affair. The Mechers have strictly prohibited us from approaching the storm clouds. Not many local Terrans understood what was unfolding. They found it inexplicable that the DeVos' ancient clan had made no move to address the strange anomaly that had swept the skies of one of their most important planets. However, a select few leaders had better awareness of what was taking place. In the upper floor of an office building located inside the campus of the Eden Institute, Master Layla Rebecca DeVos stared at the distant storm clouds with an expression that conveyed both astonishment and interest. This storm, as an esteemed master Mech designer from one of the oldest and most traditional ancient clans of Terra, Master Layla roughly knew what it took to trigger this kind of phenomenon. It was not completely unheard of for an anomalous thunderstorm to occur, but they were so rare that the vast majority of people remained ignorant of what it represented. Though Master Layla had become repeatedly impressed by the young new professor that her school had been fortunate enough to employ, she never expected him to be able to trigger such a vast and powerful storm at this stage in his career. He is just a senior, she uttered in a disbelieving tone. Even if he is a seasoned masterwork Mech designer, there is still a huge gap to reaching this threshold. Vess Larkinson had already broken the assumptions that governed their profession once or twice. It shouldn't have been that much of a surprise for him to be able to do it again, especially since the DeVos' ancient clan had already deduced that he had access to an extraordinary heritage. Still, the DeVossons were in a similar position, but the people that had received the right to study the digital scans of those ancient and forgotten tomes had barely managed to decipher the overly cryptic words and archaic phrases that obfuscated their meaning. It took a lot more research to convert the wisdom of the ancients into practical inventions and applications. This was why Master Layla valued the young professor more and more. The event unfolding in front of her caused her to step up her plans to deepen her ancient clan's relationship with the talented Mech designer. Perhaps we should offer our guest an opportunity to teach a class related to hyper-technology. Professor Vess Larkinson clearly had a lot more wisdom to share if he was capable of triggering such a large-scale event. Meanwhile, Alexa Strian tried her best to keep her emotions in check as she witnessed an extraordinary event of great import unfolding right outside of Diandi Base. The calamitous storm clouds above everyone's heads had repeatedly thrown down lightning bolt after a Mech that had drawn their fury. The unerring accuracy and target fixation of these lightning bolts clearly indicated that this was anything but a natural weather event. Her observations supported this conclusion. Her naked eyes did not reveal anything too unnatural, but her companion's spirit senses easily observed the huge amount of energies clashing against each other. Crack. Maya. The spiritual ragdoll cat looked frightened as her senses clearly caught a huge torrent of destructive energy slamming against the defenses of the new Fae project. The newly constructed Mech, for its part, did not receive the attack without any preparation. Instead, Maya was able to observe the extraordinary Mech working to shape and control the energies related to the elements of metal and earth. The modified Fae project did not demonstrate any particular skill or direction at first. It was only later that the machine started to work more purposefully with the energies that came from the environment. The E-energies attributed towards metal constantly filled up the main Mech frame in an attempt to amplify its defenses. This was similar to how regular hyper-technology worked, but Alexa knew that the newly fabricated Mech should not contain enough metal-attributed hyper-materials to take in so much energy. She knew this because she had assisted Vess in the fabrication of his spontaneously redesigned drone Mech. How? What she was witnessing broke the rules that she had learned in her studies on hyper-technology. What was more remarkable was the way in which the new Mech had begun to make use of all of the earth energy. The Mech channeled a part of this energy into itself, boldly forcing it to crash and merge with the prevailing metal energy. Metal and earth energies shared a well-known synergistic relationship that had been officially registered in the Red Association's database. However, most hyper-tech applications related to combining these two elemental forces usually had to be designed and built in advance. Alexa knew for certain that the Fae project did not contain any mixed parts or systems of that nature, but it was somehow able to harness the two distinct energies through conscious manipulation. It actually reminded her a lot of how the Ouroboros was able to combine the power of creation and destruction to produce special compound effects. The difference was that the Ouroboros was a powerful ace Mech, while the new Fae project was just supposed to be a standard Mech. The latter shouldn't have been able to manipulate these kinds of energies in such a freehand manner, but the new Fae project somehow managed to do so with the help of its Earth Fae. Is this the true power of living Mechs? She wondered. It was impossible for the Mech pilot to be able to accomplish this feat. Her workstation had extensive access to the telemetry transmitted by the new machine. The resonance meters did not detect any manifestations of true resonance, and Major Simon Jankowski was clearly not a high-ranking Mech pilot. It should have been impossible for a well-trained but purely mortal Mech pilot to be able to wield serious amounts of E-energies to such a degree. The only answer that made sense was that the Mech was doing the heavy lifting. Alexa was able to corroborate this guess through Maya's observation. Each time the surrounding E-energies tried to accomplish a specific purpose, it was because of the control exerted by the new Mech and its Fae. The logic was clear, but that made it so difficult for Alexa to accept. Before she became familiar with the Larkinsons and their impressive patriarch, the only Mech she was familiar with that could perform this feat was the Ouroboros. Even then, her grandfather and the many archival records of his battles indicated that it took several decades of growth for this initially weak machine to become so powerful at harnessing specific energies. "This Mech is not even more than an hour old," she whispered to herself. That was what boggled her mind the most. She learned from Vess that every living Mech started out as babies more or less. Even the rare and much more capable third-order living Mechs were still considered juveniles relative to their lengthy life cycles. The Mech in front of her was clearly supposed to be a third-order living Mech that had only received a modest boost in aging with the help of her new companion spirit. But even then, it should have only become equivalent to an adolescent. Now, this young and tender Mech was already demonstrating the strength and control far beyond its years. Alexa realized that her new mentor and employer had managed to make a boundary-crossing product. This was a standard Mech that somewhat imitated the capabilities of an expert Mech, all without an expert pilot in the cockpit. If Vess completely mastered the design and fabrication of such an outrageously powerful and cost-effective machine, he would be capable of producing many more copies of this extraordinary drone Mech. With the unprecedentedly large potential and effective combat power demonstrated by this new Mech, Vess could easily raise entire troops of false expert Mechs that could defeat any opponent with just a fraction of the numbers. "Such a rule-breaking Mech shouldn't exist," she gasped. Alexa instinctively figured out why an astonishingly powerful thunderstorm had formed immediately after the Mech had reached completion. Perhaps this was the cosmos taking action to destroy this heretical creation before it could upset the balance of this plane of existence. All other standard Mechs would become obsolete overnight if it was possible to mass-produce this kind of miracle. Crack! Another golden lightning bolt shot at the Mech from above. Its power had increased at a worrying rate, causing the previous defensive measures to endure greater stress. The Fae Project had cleverly manipulated the Earth energies to form shabby and malformed lightning rods. Though the extraordinary lightning bolts did not completely behave as expected, the lightning rods still managed to divert at least a part of the disastrous power, enabling the metal-reinforced Mech to withstand the remaining current with greater ease. However, the Fae Project did not settle for its current solutions, but worked hard to explore newer and more diverse applications of the energies at its disposal. Maya. Is that a Faraday cage? Crack. The attempt to create a grill out of a combination of metal and earth energies looked ingenious, but when a more powerful golden lightning bolt violently made contact with it, the Faraday cage exploded in an instant. Perhaps the idea was good, but the Fae Project and its pilot were still too inexperienced and lacking skill to succeed in their attempts. It was a fairly creative idea, though. The Mech under duress was already attempting to form a thicker and more solid energy barrier, but the ephemeral and insubstantial nature of E-energy made it difficult to shape them into a desired form. "This is a race against time," she whispered. The Fae Project was too weak to withstand the unending barrage of lightning bolts by relying on its quasi-first-class Mech systems. Its only chance of survival was to become more proficient at harnessing the power of E-energy. While it was doing a decent job at that so far, the difficulty of mastering more effective applications was much greater. Would the Mech be able to learn these stronger methods quickly enough to make it all the way to the end? Even Alexa did not dare to be too optimistic. Can you produce another miracle, Professor Vess? That was the only factor that she could think of that might reverse the current trend. Whether Vess would be able to subvert everyone's expectations and save his latest work from utter annihilation was still in doubt. However, she had already learned to never rule out any options when it came to her new patriarch. That was the only factor that she could think of that might reverse the current trend. Whether Vess would be able to subvert everyone's expectations and save his latest work from utter annihilation was still in doubt. However, she had already learned to never rule out any options when it came to her new patriarch. One of the defining traits of an excellent Mech designer was to turn the impossible into a reality. No matter the outcome of this day, Vess would definitely become known as a Mech designer who had broken the boundaries of reality. Chapter 54, 20 Multimodal. This lightning isn't behaving like lightning. Vess cursed as he shook off the effects of his latest shock massage. It is messing up my calculations. He had been trying to come up with suggestions on how to resist the lightning bolts that were growing ever stronger. Major Jankowski and the Fae Project had managed to figure out numerous tricks that helped with preserving the integrity of the main body. However, neither of them possessed the expertise or imagination to formulate more advanced combinations. Vess originally devised this remarkable variation of his Fae Project as a living machine that could naturally harness the power of all 5 elements at once. Yet just because it was born with the potential to do so did not necessarily mean it was ready to manipulate all of those elemental energies like an ancient spiritual sorcerer. A part of Vess felt disappointed at himself for bringing such a flawed product to life. The deviant Fae Project possessed the greatest potential on completion out of every other Mech that he had developed, yet its shortcomings in other areas dragged it down. The clear spiritual immaturity and lack of spiritual strength meant that his latest work was like a third-class Mech pilot who had entered the cockpit of a first-class multipurpose Mech. Even though the latter was powerful enough to destroy a small and relatively weak alien warship by itself, the handicap imposed by a weak and unqualified Mech pilot meant that its effective strength was only a minuscule fraction of its theoretical maximum. Right now, Vess loosely estimated that the 5 elements Mech was only operating at way less than 1% of its attainable maximum potential. This was an extremely bad utilization rate, because he guessed that in order to survive all 81 lightning strikes, his Fae Project had to activate at least 30% of its potential to withstand the onslaught from above. If the lightning tribulation progressed at a rate that was way beyond his expectations, then perhaps the Fae Project would not be able to make it out alive unless it activated 80% of its potential. This was a ludicrously high rate and could only be attained through decades of constant practice. Vess did not dare to think too much in this direction. He could only think about what was in front of him. So long as he kept coming up with effective solutions that enabled his new creation to merge the power of the 5 elements in more effective ways, his Mech should be able to get ahead of the curve. Crack. Aye. Sir, your demands are becoming more difficult to fulfill. Major Jankowski spoke as he endured greater and greater strain. The Mech is doing its best to increase its reach and strength over the energies under its control, but it is too hard to do both at the same time. It is easier to focus on accomplishing one or the other. No, that is not good enough. Vess vigorously shook his head. This lightning tribulation won't let the Fae Project survive if it does that. The only way for it to survive long enough to resist all 81 lightning strikes is to quickly boost the quantity and quality of its energy control abilities. The living Mech and its Fae can do it. I know what they are capable of, and together they can produce amazing synergies so long as they work hard enough. What do they need to do then to make that happen? The Mech officer asked. Vess thought quickly. The operation of the Fae Project was similar to a Kai cultivator, so it may be best to employ the same methods. The best way for them to increase their control is if they fixate on a strong image of what they want to accomplish. The power of imagination is their best hope. It is not enough to move the elemental E-energies around. They must convince themselves that they can form more advanced energy constructs. It is best if they imagine themselves as strong entities that are capable of wielding these energies with the ease of a god. This Mech is too new to possess a strong identity, Jankowski retorted. It doesn't even have a name for itself. Then we should correct Crack. Ouch, I mean we should fix that immediately. They both tried to come up with a few names. Time was of the essence, so neither of them could come up with anything too imaginative. What about the Elemental Lord? The R-Ray Mech officer proposed. The living Mech likes the image that the phrase evokes in my mind. It wants to attain complete dominance over the 5 elements. Vess did not look surprised when he heard that. He pretty much conveyed the same goal into his work when he developed it during his inspired state. Elemental Lord is as good as any. Try and encourage the Fae Project to believe in the fantasy that this name evokes. Just as he wanted to say more, the nature of the storm changed drastically. Vess had already expected that the next lightning bolt would be different. He had already adjusted the settings in order to substantially decrease the amount of current that would be running through his improvised arrangement. This was because the newly christened Elemental Lord had already been struck 18 times. The exterior of the machine looked a lot more scorched and battle-worn than before. The strong armor affixed to its humanoid head and upper shoulders had clearly seen better days, as the excessive heat and energy from the tribulation all caused them to melt and deform. Vess initially expected that the storm clouds would spit out a lightning bolt that was up to 50% stronger than before, but it actually started to accumulate more charge into its clouds, causing it to get riddled by golden flashes. What was happening? It was Jovi who cleared up his confusion. This is bad, Vess. All signs indicate that this is a multimodal lightning tribulation. That means that after every round of 9 strikes, there is a chance that the next round will test the target in a radically different way. What? Why would it do that? There are a lot of possible theories behind it, but a well-regarded one proposes that mixing up the attack methods will prevent the target from relying on a single excellent countermeasure. In the case of a Mech, we have a large degree of confidence that the current tribulation will test its attack, defense, and mobility capabilities. Your work cannot be allowed to have a shortcoming in any of these areas. Vess became shocked at this. Were lightning tribulations so sophisticated nowadays, or was this a unique trait of the ones sent by Messier 87? Meow, meow, meow. Lucky reacted with alarm as the storm clouds from above finally sent down the 19th strike. Instead of launching a straightforward lightning bolt that attempted to strike the Elemental Lord in an instant, a large quantity of thin golden bolts had condensed into the shape of hundreds of birds. Yes, birds. This is impossible. Lightning bolts shouldn't be able to condense into such stable forms, except if they were forcibly willed into existence by high-ranking Mech pilots, but the tribulation brought them into existence anyway. The air became a lot more charged with energy now that those ominous energy birds left the clouds. Loud sounds of chirping filled up the entire space, forcing Major Jankowski to reduce the sensitivity of the audible sensors. They're coming down. Shoot them down. Use wide-area fire attacks if possible, Vess quickly urged. The lightning birds are closing in too quickly. The Fire Fae is working as fast as it can to produce the right attacks, but there is not enough time. Damn. The Elemental Lord had no choice but to rely on its existing arrangements to withstand this wave of attacks. As a drone Mech, its primary weapons consisted of its spurs. The Fire Fae was equipped with a small luminar crystal cannon, while the Earth Fae was armed with a compact Gauss cannon. Both weapon systems were most suited to fire against single targets, but that happened to be the least effective way to shoot down all of these lightning birds. especially when they spread out and surrounded the elemental lord from multiple directions. Activate the Azure Energy Shield. The powerful transphasic hyper-energy shield came online just in time for dozens of lightning birds to crash right against the newly formed barrier. Alarms blared inside the cockpit as the large quantity of crashing lightning birds rapidly drained the integrity of this powerful shield. Vess grew horrified at how quickly these small birds stressed the defenses of the shield. The lightning rods and other defenses generated by the Earth Fae were not as effective in diverting the power of these strikes away from the Mech frame. The birds were just too damn nimble and flexible. By the time the last batch of lightning birds attempted to overload the failing Azure Energy Shield, Jankowski skillfully forced it to shut down at the final moment, thereby preventing the crucial generator from enduring excessive strain. Though it would definitely take a while for the shield generator to recover from the earlier stresses, it would still be able to do its job somewhat well. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. When the final surviving lightning birds struck the elemental lord, they targeted multiple different sections, causing vulnerable modules and the rear section to sustain moderate damage. Meow meow meow. Vess and Lucky briefly became subjected to a pulsing lighting massage. The effect was quite different from a single big shock. Though Vess was able to endure this round of shocks with relative ease, he was not so sure his body would be able to hold out as well if all of those birds successfully managed to strike the elemental lord in quick succession. Major Jankowski grimaced as he studied the condition of his Mech. Most of our systems are still in good condition, but repeated attacks will definitely wear them down. What is worse is that our Azure Energy Shield is down for the time being. We cannot stay in one place, Vess concluded. Previously, the tribulation only struck our Mech with an instant lightning bolt with perfect accuracy, so it was useless to move. This time, those lightning birds are not moving nearly as fast, so you should be able to kite them and drag out their approach. This will help us cope with the next attack. Chirp, 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 chirp. The thunderstorm had unleashed another wave of lightning birds. These ones looked a little larger and brighter than the ones that came before. The punishment they could inflict had undoubtedly increased. The elemental lord no longer acted like a target dummy, though. Under the excellent control of Major Jankowski, the Mech and its accompanying Fae launched into the air and started to move away from Diandi Base. The Mech needed a lot of maneuvering room in order to address this latest crisis. As the elemental lord boosted away, the lightning birds still moved fast enough for them to be able to catch up to the speeding machine. However, their net movement speed had dropped to such an extent that the elemental lord was able to launch a lot of shots at the pursuing energy birds. The Fire Fae and the Earth Fae both shot purple fire beams and transphasic hyper-projectiles respectively. Meanwhile, the main body itself contributed as well by firing hyper-laser beams from its relatively slim luminar crystal rifle. It would have been difficult to kill more than one bird at a time with every attack, but because the movement trajectory of the elemental lord forced the lightning birds to compress and narrow their formation, every shot managed to eliminate 3 to 5 birds at once. Yes, it is working. Only a fraction of the birds were left by the time they closed in and collided against the main body of the elemental lord. Meow, 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 meow. Chapter 54, 21, Adding Fuel to the Fire. The lightning birds actually inflicted considerably more damage to the components of the elemental lord, while the machine was in flight. The lack of grounding caused the golden current to bounce around inside the Mech frame a lot longer, thereby disrupting the internals to a considerably greater extent. If not for the fact that every lightning bird not only carried the power of destruction, but also the power of creation, the repeated strikes would have caused the vulnerable internal systems to fail a lot sooner. Even so, the restorative effects of the tribulation lightning only provided the greatest benefits when the Mech components only sustained light to moderate damage. Any part that had either broken down completely or sustained serious damage could not be magically restored to full functionality again. All of this meant that in order for the Elemental Lord to strengthen its capabilities and survive to the very end, it had to repeatedly expose its Mech frame to a relatively controlled amount of tribulation lightning. Blocking everything might be good in the short run, but it would doom the drone Mech at the later stages of this lightning tribulation. Allowing the Elemental Lord to get struck by powerful current in every wave would definitely boost its strength at the highest possible rate, but its parts would collapse too quickly before it could get past the first 3 or 4 rounds. The living Mech that aspired to dominate the elements had to strike a careful balance in order to meet both its short-term and long-term needs. Vess, Major Jankowski, and the Elemental Lord quickly shared their own conclusions with each other. You need to land the Elemental Lord to the ground when the birds are just about to hit, Vess quickly advised. Good idea. The Earth phase ammunition reserves are too limited. It is best to save the remaining rounds for later. You are right about your concerns, but I have made sure to stock up on a lot of additional rounds back in Diandi base. I originally procured them in order to provide enough ammunition to conduct extensive tests, but they can provide handy reloads for us. I can instruct my assistant to ship them over. The Earth Fae should be able to load the magazines by itself. I purposefully designed it this way to prolong its usefulness on the battlefield. That relieved a major concern for Major Jankowski. He was afraid that the small Earth Fae would only be able to make use of its weapons system for a short amount of time. Chirp, 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 chirp. The next wave is coming. Vess used his access to the Elemental Lord's systems to study the properties of the noticeably larger swarm of lightning birds. Not only had every energy bird grown a little more powerful than before, but their quantity had also increased by 30% from the last wave. This was a significant finding, because the 20th wave had also been 30% more numerous than the 19th wave. If this compounding pattern continued all the way to the 27th wave, then the storm clouds would spit out so many lightning birds that they would blanket the skies. Vess couldn't imagine how the current state of the Elemental Lord could possibly resist such a wave of attacks. He felt a much greater sense of urgency. The Elemental Lord needed to utilize its power of the elements in an offensive capacity a lot better in order to deal with the next waves. At this time, the Elemental Lord followed the same strategy as before and sought to kite the incoming lightning birds while launching repeated ranged attacks. That was not all. Both Major Jankowski and the Elemental Lord knew they had to do better in order to stay ahead of the curve. The Fire Fae was working hard to control more fire-attributed E-energy, but it became a lot harder to do so while it was on the move. Use the Wood Fae to assist the Fire Fae, Vess quickly advised. The Wood Fae was a little odd compared to the rest. Vess had not been able to figure out a spur configuration that corresponded with its element. After all, who would be crazy enough to use wood in a metallic Mech? There were only a few variations of tree species that could produce wood that was strong enough to be utilized in high-end Mechs, but their rarity was too high. Vess had decided to pair the Wood Fae with a space suppressor in order to play a constricting role on the battlefield. The space suppressor served no particular use at this time. The lightning tribulation did not rely on any notable spatial effects, so there was nothing for the Wood Fae to suppress. However, that also left the Wood Fae free to utilize its power over wood-attributed energy to a greater degree. It just so happened that the land surrounding Diandi base happened to be filled with grassy plains and patches of forests. Most of the flora consisted of fast-growing, genetically modified plant species. That did not change the fact that all of this greenery attracted a lot of nature energy. In fact, certain species of plants had even started to mutate into more extraordinary species due to continuous exposure to E-energy radiation, causing them to release significantly more wood energy as a result. All of this provided an environment where the wood fae felt a lot more at home. There was a significantly greater quantity of wood energy for it to manipulate, and right now the living fae tried to channel as much of it as possible to the fire fae with the intent to add more fuel to the fire. It took a while, but once enough wood fae got fed to the fire fae, the latter finally managed to produce a small purple conflagration as soon as it fired another purple fire beam. We succeeded. The fire energies attracted by the fire fae successfully ignited and started to burn a quarter of the lightning birds that had come close to reaching their target. While the strange tribulation lightning manifestations were able to withstand light hits, the purple flames happened to be damaging enough to pop the birds in just a short moment of contact. In the end, the surviving lightning birds of the 21st wave had dwindled to a smaller quantity than before, which was just enough to give the elemental lord another dose of creative destruction. Vess' hair turned more and more frazzled as over a dozen small golden currents ran through his body. Meow, meow, meow. Lucky looked a little rattled, as well as his architect body began to absorb part of the power of the tribulation lightning. Though Vess did not spot any obvious changes to his gem cat, he was sure that Lucky was benefiting from this exposure. The next wave is already coming, Major Jankowski warned. The 22nd tribulation attack looked a lot more intimidating than before. Just as expected, there were 30% more lightning birds from the last wave, and each individual manifestation also happened to be a little stronger as well. The sheer quantity of lightning birds started to form an oppressive aura that pressed down on the elemental lord. However, the newly born Mech seemed to know no fear. It clung to its identity as a master of the 5 elements and sought to take down even more birds this time. The drone Mech and its spurs had begun to kite the lightning birds like before. Energy beams, along with the occasional physical round, slammed against numerous birds at once, as they seemed to squeeze into a line in their efforts to intercept their target. The intelligence of these birds was not high, and their speed remained relatively constant as well. This made it easier for Major Jankowski and the elemental lord to exploit the lightning birds. Many birds fell from the repeated attacks, but many more were still in the process of closing the distance. Vess already calculated that the elemental lord was bound to suffer more serious damage if it could not eliminate most of these birds. You need to produce a flame this time. It is best if you can turn it into a living form that can actively move around and burn more lightning birds. We are already working on it, sir, Major Jankowski responded. It is far more difficult to accomplish this than we thought. I do not think we will be able to present our new solution in time to defend against this wave. The birds eventually arrived so quickly that the fire fae was forced to fall back on producing simple flames that were fueled by wood energy. Though the purple fire that exploded to life in front of the elemental lord was bigger this time, the lightning birds annoyingly did not maintain their impromptu column formation, but actively spread out in a hemisphere pattern. This meant that the purple flame only took down 40% of the lightning birds, leaving the remainder to strike against the main Mech. Use the fae to block a part of the birds. The elemental lord had abruptly landed on the ground this time. The fae hurriedly converged and blocked the direct paths to the most important and vulnerable exterior modules. The fae did their jobs, though their relatively small silhouettes meant that they could only block a small amount of lightning birds. That was good because their damage tolerance was a lot lower. Meow, 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 meow. The quantity of birds that made it through was still a bit worrisome, and their small increase in power also had a stronger adverse effect on the Mech frame. Vess shook his head to clear the noise in his head. We cannot use the same response to resist the next wave of attacks. Too many birds will get through if that is the case. The fire fae needs to have a better solution available right away. We are still working on it, sir, but the fire fae is confident he will be ready this time. When the 23rd wave of attacks launched from the storm clouds, the quantity of lightning birds generated a significantly greater aura of oppression. ordinary individuals would have become paralyzed with fear if they became subjected to this effect. Vess grew a lot more concerned, but when the lightning birds finally came close enough, the Fire Fae harnessed more fire energy than ever while the Wood Fae provided as much support as possible. Their combined efforts finally produced a more notable result than before because a relatively small but concentrated purple phoenix emerged in front of the incoming birds. Although it was not a real phoenix, the fire construct was just realistic enough to fly and actively hunt down every lightning bird within reach. A lot more of the birds fell prey to the purple phoenix as the latter moved under the Fire Fae's direction. With a constant supply of wood energy feeding the flames, the purple phoenix did not have to worry about burning out for a short while. However, the strain of keeping this aggressive phoenix active and under control was taking a severe toll on the young and weak Fire Fae. The phoenix abruptly dissipated after it had flown a bit too far away, but by now the quantity of lightning birds was just a fraction as much as before. Meow, 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 meow. Vess grinned through the pain. He became jubilant when he saw that his elemental lord had successfully harnessed the power of the elements in a more effective way. While there was still a long way to go to make it to the end, his new Mech at least showed that it was capable of improving quickly. At the same time, his jolts of tribulation lightning was actively strengthening his body, mind, and spirit in small increments. Vess could clearly sense that his body was somehow growing larger and more massive without actually looking any different. This was a sign that he was slowly making progress in his Phase Lord cultivation, all without needing to absorb any additional face water or biomass. Perhaps normal phase whales and phase lords needed to supplement their physical growth with a huge amount of resources, but somehow Vess was exempt from this rule. He did not have the time to figure out why this was the case. He was much more concerned about whether the elemental lord could produce an even larger phoenix next time. It's coming again. Get ready. Chapter 54, 22 Birth of the Five Brothers. From the moment it gained awareness, its body had not yet been completed. The line between sapience and non-sapience was difficult to define. All the living Mech knew was that it had gradually become more and more aware of itself and its existence over a span of many hours. In a Mech workshop that felt as warm and nurturing as the womb of a real organism, a life slowly came into being. That was not all. The living Mech was not alone. Its creation became accompanied by the creation of several subentities in the form of its Fae. As a Mech designed to deploy spurs into battle, the four Fae came into existence in a similar fashion to the main body of the Fae project. An amalgamation like this had never been brought to life in the past. This was the first time that the creator had ever developed a Mech that contained multiple personalities from the onset. This was a deviation from the norm and the birth of a new subcategory of living Mechs. The new Mech inherently understood the context and the significance behind its birth. The machine was brought to life by its own Mech designer, who did not hesitate to channel all of his desires and expectations into his own work. As such, the emerging living Mech deeply became proud of its own special existence. It was not only one of the few living Mechs that had been handmade by its designer from beginning to end, but it was also bestowed with the components that would allow it to wield great power in the future. The main personality of the Mech possessed a strong, innate relationship with metal. Almost every component that was added to his frame consisted of one powerful alloy or another. Mechs already shared a special relationship with metal, as most of them were made by this material. It was no coincidence that its creator had designated the metal element as the root of the new machine. The main body not only became tougher as a consequence, but also gained an additional form of authority and control over its Fae. The four subpersonalities that came to life at the same time as the main one were all lesser and weaker in comparison. It couldn't be helped, as their smaller and weaker bodies provided less capacity than the main Mech frame. An inherent hierarchy had already formed between the 5 personalities. Despite their exceedingly short existences, they already understood in their very hearts that their creator had determined this in advance. The metal personality was in charge, while the other 4 elemental personalities were destined to be its followers. This was backed up by many factors. It was not just because the metal personality was stronger and mastered an element that granted greater authority over the Fae. An additional reason why the metal personality was destined to become the leader of this brood was because it would be the one to interact directly with its Mech pilot. From the moment a pilot established the man-machine connection, he or she would form a direct connection with the main body of the Fae project, thereby enabling them to attain a whole new level of mutual understanding and cooperation. This alone made it so that the metal personality gained primacy over its siblings. The other elemental personalities all understood this truth and did not fight against their own lot. They were born into their own roles. It would be silly for them to be dissatisfied by their own nature of existence. Their creator endowed them with life, and that was already precious enough. Besides, the spurs were not completely independent and separate from the main personality. While they all possessed their own thoughts and identities, they were similar to siblings that came from the same womb. Each of them were permanently linked to each other. They inherently knew that they were meant to work and fight as a team. Each of them would become much more diminished if they were ever left to operate by themselves. Just the very thought of getting permanently separated from each other frightened these young and tender personalities. None of them knew whether the living Fae were separate life forms that had been grafted to the main body, or whether they were originally whole, but got split up by their progenitor. All they knew was that as soon as they came to life as one interconnected package, they were destined to advance and retreat as a permanent union. While their maker steadily brought each Fae into completion, their hierarchy became more defined as they settled the order of seniority by the order of their individual completion. The metal personality was the oldest and most authoritative among them. He claimed the title of the first brother as it was his birthright to be in charge over the living Fae. The water personality was the initial Fae that their maker brought to life. He was born to be a protector as he carried a smaller version of an Azure energy shield generator inside his weaponless construction. There was no dispute that he earned the title of becoming the second brother. The Earth personality was born with a sense of mass and solidity that the other Fae lacked. He was larger, heavier, and slower than the other Fae because he was made to squeeze as much ammunition in his limited construction as possible. The Fae possessed the strongest punch of all as his Gauss cannon was designed to fire expensive but exceptionally powerful transphasic hyper rounds. He adopted his identity as the third brother with pride. The fire personality inherited much of the fiery passion of his progenitor. He was the only living Fae that carried a 4th-generation Luminar crystal cannon, a weapon that was also developed by his maker. This caused the Fire Fae to develop a much higher sense of worth than the other living Fae. He was deeply annoyed that he was the second-to-last Fae to reach completion. It was an injustice for him to be assigned the identity of the 4th brother. The Wood personality was the youngest and last to come to life. His role in battle was also the least glamorous among them all. Whereas the second brother possessed the strongest defenses and the other 2 Fae possessed the ability to go on the offensive, the Wood Fae could only play a role in battle by activating his space suppressor. Fortunately, the youngest Fae was fine with being relegated to a support function. There was no shame in relying on his older, stronger brothers to carry the fight. He accepted his designation as the 5th brother without any issue. Together, the 5 siblings formed a completely novel and innovative brotherhood that combined all of their separate elemental affinities together in a single living Mech. From the moment that their progenitor had completed the final step, they embraced the purpose of their making and entered into their lives with the determination to make their progenitor proud. Our legend begins. So this is what it is like to be alive. The elements shall obey our orders. Let us fight together, brothers. We are destined to evolve into the lords of the elements. Their creator endowed them with so much sustenance that the 5 brothers couldn't help but have high hopes for their own lives. As one of the strongest and most remarkable Mechs to be brought to life, they were destined to be treated as valuable artifacts by whoever was lucky enough to field them into battle. No matter whether they were allowed to serve in their maker's clan or the much more powerful Red Association, the 5 brothers were fine with either possibility. After all, both organizations had their own merits. The Larkinson clan allowed them to receive the care of their progenitor and become a part of the vibrant community that consisted of many fellow living Mechs. The clan was the mecca for there, and its secret community of living Mechs was led by multiple strong and established personalities such as the Quint, the Evertshanger, and the Minerva. The Red Association was the largest and strongest Mech-oriented organization in this dwarf galaxy. Only the Mechers would be able to materially upgrade the Elemental Fae project to the highest extent possible. In addition to that, only they would be able to deploy the 5 brothers in the most intense battles against the most formidable alien warfleets. The 5 brothers embraced their lives with boundless dreams and endless expectations for the future. Yet just as they started to settle into their new existences, volatile elemental energies had already begun to clash in and around their metal shells. We need to stop our energies from colliding against each other, the metal personality exclaimed. How do we do that, first brother? We must bring order to the chaos. Follow my lead. Each of you is born with the power to control the energy that corresponds to your native element. Make use of your birthright and bring these disobedient elements to heel. Unfortunately, it was easier said than done. The 5 brothers possessed the will, but not the corresponding strength and experience. They repeatedly fumbled in their attempts to control the elements. If not for the timely assistance provided by a strange spiritual cat, the 5 brothers would have never grown quickly enough to impose at least a bit of order to all of the elemental energies. Yet as soon as the 5 brothers managed to establish a somewhat stable equilibrium, calamity had struck as the very skies above the cradle of their birth darkened in preparation for exact punishment. Each of the 5 brothers felt targeted by the overpowering tribulation that directed all of its hatred towards their tender existences. The overbearing intent and malice directed by the fermenting storm made it clear that this supremely powerful force could not tolerate the birth of a Mech that inherently harnessed the 5 elements. The 5 brothers immediately became frightened by the fact that their brief lives might already come to a premature end. However, these hopeful living entities refused to accept imposed by the entity that was looming over their heads. Why must we die before we can properly live? Our progenitor has created us with the purpose to live and serve our pilots. No other authority is allowed to interfere with our mission and the reason for our existence. What is this lightning tribulation, and why do we have to surrender ourselves to its judgment? I refuse to accept a verdict from a foreign and unrelated intelligence. We have a fight on our hands, brothers. We must fight to prove our right to exist. We must defy the heavens by using the power of elements. Let us strengthen our control over our energies and break this storm by relying on our own talents. The 5 brothers inherited the bravery and defiant character of their progenitor. Each of them did not even think about accepting a verdict issued from above. Each living personality had begun to cultivate their own customized variations of the greater Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra, allowing them to absorb or control the elemental energies to a greater extent. Crack! As the first golden lightning bolts struck the main body, the 5 brothers became outraged by the attacks and immediately sought to channel their growing fury into their efforts to tame the elements. They initially thought that they had to withstand the storm by themselves, but they soon received a huge boost of encouragement when the humans came to help them as well. It was not a surprise that they received a powerful Mech pilot that quickly learned how to pilot the 5 elements Mech. What did manage to catch them off guard was that their progenitor himself had entered the cockpit of the main body. The Mech designer had proved with his own actions that he believed in his own creations with all of his heart and soul. Not only did the 5 brothers register the overflowing love and confidence from their most honored maker, but they also gained a strong sense of responsibility. No matter what, they could not allow the storm to threaten their progenitor's life. Either they would succeed and keep their maker safe, or they would sacrifice their lives while doing their utmost to prevent him from sharing the same fate. No other outcome was acceptable. Chapter 54, 23 The Power of 3. The field outside Diandi Base had become a spectacle that attracted countless eyes. Although the local authorities did not announce or broadcast the anomalous weather event to the public, certain members of high society, with excellent connections, received word of what was happening and secretly paid a lot of attention to the unfolding tribulation. Many of them became impressed by what they saw. This seemingly weak standard Mech began to display increasingly more strength. It wielded the power of all 5 classical elements in stronger and more skillful ways. The more the unnaturally powerful thunderstorm tried to destroy the Mech, the more the latter sought to defy its fate. The observers who possessed the deepest understanding of Mechs could clearly sense the will and desire emanating from the living Mech. The Mech had received the blessing of life, and it wanted to do its utmost to defend this precious gift and prevent the unknowable power from above from cutting off its story before it had properly begun. The Elemental Lord was partially a misnomer. The 5 elements Mech encompassed 5 distinct living entities, each of which had taken on a masculine bent for various reasons. The living Mech and the living Fae all regarded each other as fellow brothers who were destined to live and die as a single entity. In this regard, they were connected enough to each other that they could be treated as a single package. None of them were allowed to die alone. The only acceptable way for them to survive this massive was to band together and fight against the storm that sought to disintegrate their entire being. Chirp, 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 chirp. At this moment, a torrent of lightning birds closed in on the fleeing drone Mech and tried to envelop their prey from multiple angles. 4th brother, burn as much as you can. We cannot let so many birds get through. I am trying, but my phoenix is not large enough. I need more fuel to feed its flames. I have already reached my limit, the 5th brother helplessly spoke. I am trying as hard as I can to extract more wood energy from the surrounding terrain, but there is only so much that can be done. The fiery purple phoenix circling around the Elemental Lord uttered a silent cry before diving forward with blazing momentum. A trail of purple flames briefly lingered after its passage, enabling the phoenix to form narrow walls of flames that burned dozens, if not hundreds, of lightning birds in quick succession. However, no matter how many lightning birds got caught by the hot and deadly fires, their flexibility and numbers were too much to handle. Hundreds more birds easily managed to flank around the purple phoenix and the trails of fire that it left behind. Handfuls of lightning birds still disappeared from existence when they got shot by the weapon's discharge of the Luminar crystal rifle, along with the smaller weapon systems built into the Fire Fae and the Earth Fae. Nonetheless, way too many lightning birds successfully managed to close the distance, thereby putting the Elemental Lord in serious danger. Major Jankowski did his utmost to mitigate the bird bombardment. He not only landed his Mech on the ground, but also instructed the 4 Fae to use their modest bulk to shield the more vulnerable parts, such as the flight system and the Luminar crystal rifle. Crack, 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 crack. Even so, the drone Mech still endured hundreds of continuous hits, causing them to scorch and weaken the transphasic hyper armor plating, while doing greater damage to the exterior and internal modules. The cockpit not only blared with alarms, as several minor components had begun to fail due to the excess quantity of currents introduced to by the rapid discharges, but also lit up due to the golden shocks inflicted on the body of the Mech designer, who refused to let his living creations suffer this punishment alone. Vess had already grown a bit numb to the continuous pain roaring from his overloaded nerves. This wave of lightning impacts was worse than anything the Elemental Lord suffered before, which meant that Vess' body suffered significantly greater abuse. His body began to release an acrid form of smoke as small parts of his body had carbonized. However, his body had gained a huge amount of resilience that was far in excess of any human. Only the most abnormal designer babies could compare to him in his ability to resist damage, and he was already starting to outpace those abnormal freaks. His hair looked like a complete mess at this time. His skin had darkened and looked like they had turned into a desert landscape. Nonetheless, there was an inner vitality in his body that was constantly growing stronger in order to replenish the physical damage to his physique. Though Vess deeply understood that he was growing stronger in many ways, his mind was deeply concerned about the state of the Elemental Lord. The 25th wave that his latest creation had just managed to endure inflicted notable damage to the internals. Though the Elemental Lord was constructed well enough to retain most of its combat capabilities, Vess knew that the Mech's performance would drop a lot more seriously if it endured an identical wave of attacks. The 26th wave of tribulation attacks was bound to become more difficult to overcome. They needed to do better in order to preserve their chance of making it to the end. They could not allow the Elemental Lord to falter when they weren't even halfway to making it through this event. As soon as Vess managed to regain control, he immediately studied the internal condition of the Elemental Lord and rapidly formulated a damage control plan. Vess transmitted a short set of instructions to his gem cat. "Lucky, I need you to dive back in and remove or alter these components. Meow. If you don't do as I say, this Mech will fall apart in the next few waves of attacks. Meow." Lucky did not argue much further as he knew that the Elemental Lord was having a hard time. Vess, meanwhile, utilized his cranial implant to directly tweak the settings of the drone Mech. There was still much he could do to optimize the performance of the Elemental Lord. However, Vess knew that this was far from enough to give his Mech a chance to make it past the crucial 27th wave. He had already made the determination to go all out in order to give his latest, and arguably his most magnificent creation, a chance to survive this powerful tribulation. Vess briefly interrupted his work and reached out to the unending regalia that he had temporarily put aside. At the same time, he urged his living Mech to form a more effective solution for the next wave of lightning attacks. "Major, you need to direct the Elemental Lord to produce a more effective means to wipe out the lightning bird. We are trying, but we have reached the limit of what the Fire Fae and the Wood Fae can do," the Mech pilot helplessly said. "They have done their utmost to harness as much fire and wood energy as possible. Unless they attain some sort of breakthrough, it is not realistic for them to produce a stronger result in the short term." Vess briefly withdrew a small item from his armor. "This is not their limit. Their potential is far greater than this. If 2 elements are not enough, then make use of 3 elements. The second brother is doing little aside from putting up an energy shield at times. The Water Fae can do more. Water begets wood. Wood begets fire." Major Jankowski's expression hardened. It is already tough for the 5 brothers to blend 2 different elements at the same time. If they start to work in a third one, the difficulty of maintaining control will become much higher. "We have no choice. The 5 brothers have to start with this sooner than later. If they want to make it all the way to the 81st lightning strike, then they cannot survive without harnessing all 5 elements at the same time. How can they grow so far if they do not have the courage and the will to tame 3 elements?" The R-Ray Mech officer did not reply any further, but the Mech under his control and supervision already started to take action. The Water Fae, which had previously remained passive, suddenly began to take a more active role. Water energy began to surge from the surroundings. There was plenty of moisture and bodies of water in the artificial wilderness of New Constantinople, Roman 8. Water was the liquid of life. Water was the primary component of the blood that sustained living organisms. Water contained the atoms that enabled stars to burn so long that they could easily maintain their brightness for billions of years. As the second brother attempted to work with his fourth and fifth sibling, their cooperation initially started off shaky. The purple phoenix suddenly acted as if a large pool of water had almost doused its flames. The water E energy was colliding directly against the fire E energy, producing many different conflicts that significantly reduced the combat effectiveness of the elemental lord. Major Jankowski gritted his teeth yet again as he tried his best to help the three brothers combine their elements without producing too many undesirable collisions. It was too difficult. Combining two elements was manageable because there was only one relationship to worry about. Putting three elements in closer proximity to each other produced a triangle of relationships, meaning that the elemental lord had to exert 3 times as much control to keep everything together. Although the water fae was able to share the growing burden, it was not enough to manage all of the added volatility. Just as the storm clouds from above began to spit out a massive quantity of angry lightning birds, Major Jankowski suddenly felt through the man-machine connection that the elemental lord had gained a sudden surge of strength. Not only that, but the Mech officer felt that the 5 brothers were all undergoing a strange transformation that caused them to grow more sharper and more dignified. Their control over the elements improved by a significant margin as the drone Mech, and the living fae gained an inexplicable sense of pride and confidence that significantly increased their ability to tame the elements. The water E energy had already begun to clash a lot less with the fire E energy, thereby allowing the fire phoenix to regain its initial stability. Major Jankowski could not explain what had happened. He instinctively felt that the Mech designer riding along was responsible for this sudden change. When the Mech officer briefly turned his head, he saw that Professor Vess had actually unscrewed a few panels and conducted extensive modifications with the tools he had at hand. "Professor, what have you done?" "It's too complicated for me to explain. Just know that I have given the elemental lord a boost that should hopefully make a difference. What you have done is working. The 5 brothers have all changed for the better. Their control over the elements has grown to the point where they are actually doing a good job at controlling 3 elements at the same time." Major Jankowski still did not know how a bit of tinkering could cause the elemental lord to gain such drastic improvement. Only Vess understood exactly what he had done to improve his living Mech's chances to survive the next few waves. Did he make the right decision? He was not sure about that. He chose to act on feelings, so he did not restrain himself when he secretly applied one of Lucky's gems to the elemental lord. Vess briefly recalled the description of the gem that attracted him the most. Somehow, this one seemed more fitting than the rest. A semi-processed gem that contains the royal conceit of a second-born prince that has lost the struggle for the throne. Imparts an aggressive form of regality that will always be inadequate compared to authentic royal authority. Any discussion or behavior that hints or accuses the Mech or its user of being a pretender, illegitimate, a spare or second best will invoke violent retaliation. Chapter 54, 24 Growth of the Elemental Lords. Chirp, 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 chirp. The quantity of lightning birds that comprised the 26th wave was already overwhelming. Energy beams and Gauss rounds sought to whittle down their numbers, but these inefficient attacks did not make any significant changes to the threat posed by the attack wave. Thousands of lightning birds descended upon the fleeing elemental lord without mercy. Yet just as the momentous and oppressive swarm of birds managed to get close enough, a much larger and more violent phoenix crashed into their midst and began to disperse hundreds of tribulation manifestations with sweeping flames. "Burn them all. Let your phoenix sweep these birds." A lot of observers were surprised by how much stronger the purple phoenix had become. Though the strengthened energy construct had not grown strong enough to crush this attack wave entirely, it had abruptly grown large and powerful enough to reduce the formidable threat posed by the 26th strike to a manageable level. The remaining lightning birds that managed to get past this powerful phoenix struck the prepared drone Mech and the accompanying Fae with slightly greater violence than before, but somehow inflicted less damage per attack. The metallic reinforcement of the Mech frame had grown stronger. The first brother managed to capture and utilize a greater quantity of metal E-energy than before. With all of this extra strength, the internals of the Mech had received a crucial boost in strength, enabling the components to weather this tide a lot better than last time. What was remarkable was that the Elemental Lord maintained a domineering appearance throughout this painful moment. The Mech's aura and demeanor had changed significantly just a short moment ago. It previously gave off the impression as if it was a machine that was constantly on the verge of losing control. Now, the Elemental Lord had abruptly begun to live up to its name by exerting a lot more control over the elemental energies in the environment. Its ability to control the forces of nature had improved in a way that made it seem as if the living Mech commanded the elements, as if there was no reason for the latter to disobey. The differences were massive. Not only had the main body and the four Fae gained stronger individual control over their elements, but they had found that it became much easier for them to combine their elements together. Although their ability to merge 3 elements at the same time was still a distance away from perfection, their chances of producing backlashes had dropped to a massive extent. All of this was because Ves had secretly embedded one of his gems onto his work. To be honest, a part of him questioned whether he had picked the right one. There was another gem that also sounded suitable for the occasion. A semi-processed gem that contains the irreconcilable soul of a rebel leader who disappeared on the eve of victory. Will impart greater damage resistance from any attacks launched by figures of authority and their oppressed subjects. Ves released a small sigh. He instinctively felt that this oddly named gem would have been able to help the Elemental Lord resist the lightning tribulation in a more direct fashion. However, Ves ultimately concluded that it was a lot more important to increase his powerful Mech's mastery over the 5 elements. He did not see any reason to regret his choice so far. Harnessing the power of 3 elements instead of 2 made such an immediate difference that his Mech was in a much better shape than he initially expected. "Be careful," Ves warned as he was shaking off the lingering shocks from his earlier lightning bath. "The end of the 3rd round is at hand. The 27th wave will stress our defenses like nothing else. Can the Fire Fae produce another phoenix?" Major Jankowski shook his head. "I have already made this suggestion. It is not possible. The burden of control is too great." That was bad news. The Fire Phoenix had become a lot stronger, all right, but there were limits to how extensively a single construct could overcome an entire swarm of lightning birds. "The only other measure we can take is to pull the Fire Phoenix closer," the Mech officer said. "That will allow us to burn more lightning birds, but it will test the control of all 5 brothers a lot more. This is a matter of life and death for them. They need to take risks." The 2 occupants fell silent when the last and most dreaded wave of lightning attacks had emerged from the dark and gloomy clouds. Chirp, 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 chirp. Lightning bird upon lightning bird descended from above, each carrying a significantly greater charge than before. The quantity of birds that descended from above had grown so much that they briefly outshone the dark storm that had spawned them in the first place. As the lightning birds began to dive and converge upon the Elemental Lord that had begun to move again, they showed remarkably greater intelligence and coordination than before. "Damn it, They are no longer stupidly trying to chase after our Mech in the straightest possible trajectory anymore. The birds had actively split up into multiple pincers in an attempt to attack the elemental lord from opposing angles. Energy beams and Gauss rounds constantly sought to whittle down the great swarm, but its momentum had not dropped in the slightest. Vess began to have a very bad feeling about this wave of lightning attacks. He made a few quick changes to the settings of his lightning rods to reduce their exposure to external lightning discharges. He briefly thought for a moment before he made another decision. He had been testing the boundaries of the lightning tribulation for a while now. Ancient wisdom claimed that any attempts to help the subject survive would provoke a heavier punishment, but so far that did not appear to be the case. Either the lightning tribulation was not as discerning as he feared, or a creator was allowed to take a few liberties in helping his own work pass this crucial test. Whatever the case, Vess gained enough courage to intervene in a more direct manner. Blinky. Imro. His companion's spirit emerged from his head and phased through the Mech frame before entering the nearby fire fey. Naturally, the fourth brother did not resist the arrival of the companion spirit of his progenitor. The fire fey gained a bit more strength once Blinky started to discharge a part of the fire energies that he had accumulated in his Blinkiverse. Imro. The fire phoenix grew even larger and gained a more commanding aura, yet whether this made any substantial difference remained to be seen. They are coming. When the flood of lightning birds had begun to come close enough to make their attack runs, the fire phoenix could only attack 2 of the 4 pincers that were descending onto the elemental lord at most. As the fire phoenix stuck close to the living Mech and flew back and forth, it managed to capture most of the lightning birds that approached from 2 different angles. However, that left the other 2 pincers of lightning birds free to collide against the vulnerable Mech and the Fae. Yet just before these unattended lightning birds completed their mission, the temperature in the immediate area rapidly rose. Burn them all. The fire phoenix had turned around its majestic head and unleashed a spray of purple flame that not only washed over the elemental lord, but also struck many of the lightning birds that were on the cusp of transferring their damaging charge to the Mech frame. By the time the most intimidating wave of lightning birds had come to an end, the elemental lord emerged from this incident with a scorched but still relatively intact appearance. "We did it," Vess jubilantly cheered inside the cockpit. "Although that last move has caused our Mech's exterior to sustain a bit of damage, the internals are still in a good enough shape to proceed. We have successfully managed to complete a third of this lightning tribulation." Meow meow. Even Lucky felt happy that they managed to resist the huge amount of lightning birds, with only a small proportion of them getting through. The gem cat previously thought there was no way they would even last long enough to witness the 27th wave. However, Vess and Major Jankowski suddenly lost their joy as the thunderstorm above began to release more crackling sounds. It was as if the tribulation had grown furious at the fact that its target had managed to survive for so long. "The 4th round of strikes is about to begin," Vess spoke. "Be prepared for anything." As a part of the clouds glowed brighter and brighter, a large ball of golden lightning eventually descended from the skies. This lighting ball was much larger, faster, and more intimidating than the previous swarms of lightning birds. Damn. Wavess was happy that this powerful lightning ball did not strike the elemental lord all at once in a single instant lightning bolt. That did not change the fact that it would probably fry the drone Mech from within if it got too close. The Luminar crystal rifle, along with the 2 offensive Fae, immediately began to pepper the lightning ball with ranged attacks. This time, the energy beams and Gauss rounds produced significantly greater results than before. Unlike the thousands of lightning birds of before, the opposition consisted of a single target this time. However, Vess noticed that the repeated ranged attacks were not having that much of an effect. They were only being empowered by 3 separate elements, which meant that they did not gain any additional power derived from synergy. By the time the large lightning ball had come very close, it had hardly diminished in size due to the low threat posed by the elemental lord. Fortunately, the living Mech still had a fire phoenix under control. The second, fourth, and fifth brothers had made good use of the available time to strengthen their cooperation. Release the fire breath. Just as the fire phoenix was about to bathe the large lighting ball into a torrent of flames, the latter suddenly crackled and changed in form. Within a short amount of time, the giant lightning ball turned into a strange bipedal alien that belonged to a species that Vess and Major Jankowski did not recognize. The powerful alien form manifested by the golden lightning ball was relatively short, stocky, and was covered by scales. Its 3 compound eyes radiated pure menace, while its 2 sets of arms made it look even more inhuman. The smaller and weaker pair of arms lacked a lot of muscle mass and only appeared to be good for fine manipulation. That was not the case for the larger and much more bulky set of arms. It not only looked strong enough to crush a human's skull, but also happened to wield a broad and thick blade of golden lightning. Supported by a pair of digitigrade that was standing in the air, the massive alien made out of tribulation energy looked like the personification of a completely unfamiliar alien warrior race. Vess had a feeling that the lightning tribulation had produced a powerful sentient life form that was native to Messier 87. What happened next surprised everyone. When the fire breath unleashed by the purple phoenix was on the verge of engulfing its target, the 4-armed alien manifestation swung its sword in a single powerful movement. The tribulation manifestation released a wave of lightning energy that not only overpowered the flames, but also struck a deadly blow against the fire phoenix. What? Mio. The water, fire, and wood fae momentarily lost control, as the powerful lightning strike had completely disrupted their control over their own energies. While the affected fae hurriedly tried to recover and condense another phoenix, the large tribulation manifestation had already begun to lift its lightning sword in preparation to unleash a second lightning strike. Don't let it pull off that move again, Vess urgently warned Major Jankowski. Chapter 54, 25, The Lightning Warrior. A lot of observers became shocked and surprised when they witnessed how the lightning tribulation had progressed. A few of the more knowledgeable figures became impressed by how long the newly fabricated Mech had managed to hold out against the forces that sought to erase its existence. Among their exceedingly small circle, it was common wisdom that anything that could trigger a response from above was bound to possess special properties. They were never truly weak, or else they would have never ended up in this predicament in the first place. However, against a storm of this magnitude and severity, it was hard to imagine that a second-class Mech of this configuration could last more than several lightning strikes. The fact that it had managed to overcome 27 continuous strikes, with very little interruption in between, caused a lot of people to pay much greater attention to the Mech and its original designer. It had not been particularly difficult to obtain the design files, or even the entire development logs of the so-called Fae project. Obtaining recordings of the spontaneous but remarkable redesign was harder, but not impossible. Every Mech designer who had access to all of this information formed their own conclusions about the odd drone Mech. It was clear that its maker had reached an exceptional state of mind in order for him to develop such an impressive Mech in a short amount of time. It generated a lot of questions on how much ancient knowledge Professor Vess Larkinson secretly mastered. No matter what, a Mech like this could never be developed from thin air. The esoteric knowledge that formed the foundation of the multi-elemental Mech was controversial, to say the least. The 5 elements left a bad taste in the mouth of many leading human figures. Only those who had lived during those times or became initiated in the secrets of the past would know how much of a taboo it was to toy with the 5 elements. This was what made Vess Larkinson's disposition so perplexing. More than a few people speculated whether he was a modern representative of the Five Scrolls Compact. Though those suspicions never led to anything further, it was clear that this young Mech designer was one of the few humans who successfully straddled the line between old traditions and modern technology. No matter how much controversy he generated, so long as his contributions to the Mech community and human society were valuable enough, there was no need to pay any further attention to his eccentricities. Even if those outlandish accusations that he was secretly advancing the interests of that forbidden cult, so what? The Great Severing had put a clean break between the ghosts of the past and the problems of the present. Red humanity needed to confront much more acute threats that posed an existential danger to everyone, not just the supporters and detractors of different human factions. Messier 87 had always been the central focus of the leaders who got transported along with the rest of the human population of the Red Ocean. As the unexpected lightning tribulation actually managed to progress far enough to manifest a member of one of the powerful alien races that was definitely native to that supermassive galaxy, interest in this remarkable event had spiked. The ability for red humanity to glean information from a galaxy that was located hundreds of thousands of light years away was exceedingly limited. Any early intelligence that could provide concrete details on the powerful native aliens could save billions, if not trillions, of precious human lives in the decades to come. These hidden observers all shared the same hope at the moment. Do not fail too soon. Meanwhile, right underneath the surging storm clouds, the Elemental Lord became confronted by an entirely new threat. The nature of the 28th wave was completely different from the 27th one. Vess was still reeling from all of the changes and rapidly tried to figure out what was happening based on his observations and the data at his disposal. After Jovi told him that this lightning tribulation was of a multimodal variety, Vess quickly started to understand what sort of gauntlet his Mech had got caught up in after its completion. Every change in operation signified a brand new challenge. The previous 9 waves all tested the Elemental Lord's ability to defeat large quantities of small threats. Now that the lightning tribulation had produced a single big threat, it was not difficult to guess that the 4th round was supposed to test the Elemental Lord's ability to resist strong individual champions. Right now, Vess and Blinky keenly noticed that this 4-armed alien swordsman was somehow drawing in a lot of E-energy as it lifted up its sword. The lightning manifestation had done this before, and the resulting lightning bolt utterly managed to crush the powerful Fire Phoenix. Vess already calculated that the Elemental Lord would sustain permanent damage if it got struck directly by a bolt of that magnitude. Against a threat that roughly resembled a swordsman Mech with limited ranged attack capabilities, Major Simon Jankowski fell back on his extensive training and experience. He chose to pull back his Elemental Lord. It was highly likely that this alien swordsman was even deadlier at close range, and Jankowski did not want to risk getting zapped by the lightning manifestation's entire charge if his living Mech made direct contact. Jankowski made the most logical choice. Not only was his drone Mech increasing its distance from the giant alien swordsman, but it had never let up its ranged attacks. Powerful hyper-laser beams, purple fire beams, and Earth Gauss rounds continually struck the lightning manifestation that oddly matched the height of the Elemental Lord. But these powerful attacks only inflicted fleeting damage to the concentrated mass of tribulation lightning. Our ranged attacks are not effective, Vess warned. We need to inflict more area damage against a target that does not appear to have a solid physical body. The 5 brothers need to work together and combine several elements in order to produce more effective attacks. We know, Jankowski replied. We are still working on it, Professor. It takes time to figure this out from scratch. I do not think we have enough time. Incoming. The Mech officer and the Elemental Lord had been paying close attention to the lightning construct. Though it did not appear to be truly alive, its slightly mechanical movements nonetheless betrayed that this lightning manifestation was based on a real alien. After gathering a sufficient quantity of E-energy around its lightning sword, the giant alien figure performed a fast overhead sword strike that launched a powerful bolt of lightning that rapidly reached out towards its target. Major Jankowski precisely forced his Mech to boost to the side in an attempt to throw off his opponent's aim and evade the powerful strike. However, the arcing lightning bolt unerringly homed in on the elemental lord, thereby negating the attempt to evade its fury. Buamel. The entire cockpit rattled as the elemental lord's azure energy shield absorbed the brunt of this powerful lightning strike. Despite getting boosted by the water E-energy supplied by the second brother, the azure energy shield immediately overloaded, causing its generator to spark and fail in an instant. Our azure energy shield is down. All 5 brothers had become distressed at how close the drone Mech had been to incurring significant electrical damage. Vess and Jankowski had also grown shocked at what had happened. The elemental lord was not able to cope with this kind of attack. Given that the lightning tribulation had already advanced to the 28th wave, it was already a given that its power was bound to be much greater than the 18th lightning strike. However, Vess did not expect that a casual attack from a giant lightning manifestation would be able to launch repeated lightning bolts of this magnitude. "We cannot go on like this," Vess quickly concluded. "The base capabilities of the elemental lord are completely inadequate in the face of this power. The Mech does not have the mobility or the defenses to withstand these attacks. You need to finish off this lightning manifestation quickly, or find a way to stop it from swinging its lightning sword like that again." The second, fourth, and fifth brothers were already trying to form an effective response. They had been trying to gather enough fire, wood, and water E-energies to launch a powerful long-ranged fire attack that could engulf the lightning manifestation. However, the last attack not only broke their concentration, but also destroyed much of the multi-elemental E-energy construct that they had been attempting to form. The giant lightning swordsman only paid a relatively minor cost to launch this attack, which meant that it could still launch a lot more lightning bolts before it expended its own charge. As the alien swordsman slowly began to lift up its lightning sword in order to accumulate more E-energies, Major Jankowski eventually decided to switch up his strategy. The elemental lord no longer tried to maintain its distance, but instead did the opposite and charged straight towards the giant lightning manifestation. "What are you doing?" "I feel it is a mistake to fight this lightning alien from afar," Major Jankowski rapidly explained. "The earlier lightning ball took on the form of a swordsman. I think that it has taken this shape because it is designed to test our ability to fight up close. I can sense the challenge in its eyes." "Those are alien compound eyes. Who knows what sort of meaning they convey?" "I am a soldier. Alien or not, this swordsman made out of lightning clearly wants us to test our blade. We'll just get shocked from the moment your weapon makes contact with this concentrated collection of lighting energy." Major Jankowski was making a huge gamble here. Vess understood the Mech officer's logic, but he still thought that it was best to counter this lightning manifestation by launching overwhelmingly powerful ranged attacks. The pilot was in charge, though. He acted on his new plan and immediately put away the elemental lord's luminar crystal rifle so that it could draw a transphasic hyper sword that had already been infused with concentrated metal energies. The Fae had become an afterthought at this time. The situation in the field changed so quickly that they were unable to keep up with all of the developments. Fortunately, the Earth Fae and the Fire Fae kept up their ranged attacks, though they only inflicted light damage onto the lightning manifestation. As soon as the elemental lord closed the distance, Vess braced himself in case a direct contact caused the entire Mech frame to be shocked. Clang. "What?" Much to Vess' surprise, the lightning sword did not behave according to his expectations. when the lightning alien aborted its previous move so that it could use its crackling weapon to block the elemental lord's attack. Its sword actually functioned like a physical weapon. Though the drone mech incurred light shocks at the moment the two swords collided against each other, they were still a lot weaker than Vess initially anticipated. He realized that Major Jankowski may be right. Perhaps it was still possible for the Elemental Lord to defeat the lightning manifestation at range, but it was apparently not the most optimal way to resolve this kind of tribulation. Major Jankowski grinned. His opponent became a lot more familiar all of a sudden. The alien swordsman no longer attempted to launch any powerful ranged attacks, but started to fight in a manner that was highly reminiscent of mechs armed with swords. As a seasoned mech officer of the Red Association, Major Jankowski's swordsmanship was excellent even if he did not specialize in melee combat. He did not go on the offensive right away, but instead sought to fight in a conservative manner so that he could gain a better measure of his current adversary. The swordsmanship demonstrated by the four-armed alien was both familiar and different. Many of the basic movements and techniques were universal among all bipedal species. However, it was the way in which the alien swordsman actively stirred up the E-energies around him that gave its attacks a greater edge. Vess immediately formed a conclusion after he had observed this simulated alien warrior for a time. I think we are fighting against a Kai cultivator. A what? Chapter 54, 26 Elemental Power. The swordsmanship of the alien lightning warrior was good. Vess did not understand swordsmanship as well as Caddy's or even his second daughter, but he had witnessed enough excellent swordsman mechs in action to know that the four-armed alien was both skilled and dedicated in this discipline. It was not even all that alien, to be honest. There were only so many ways that a humanoid arm could swing a sharp and fairly long-bladed weapon. Despite the weird set of eyes and the inhuman pair of digitigrade legs, the four-armed swordsman made out of tribulation lightning fought in a surprisingly familiar fashion if Vess focused on its swordsmanship alone. If that was the extent of the lightning warrior's combat capabilities, then Major Jankowski should readily be able to defeat his opponent. After all, outside of high-ranking mech pilots such as Venerable Desee and General Ark Larkinson, the first-class mech pilots of the Red Association received the best overall training and enjoyed the most high-tech augmentations and facilities. Though Major Jankowski's fighting routine was disturbingly standard and devoid of the extremes that characterized traditional swordsmanship styles, he did not fight in an overly rigid or mechanical way. He adjusted his sword techniques based on the properties of his current mech frame as well as his personal preferences. Right now, Major Jankowski fought like an instructor that sought to suppress his more inexperienced sparring partner rather than for the killing blow right away. It was rather clever of him to hold back as soon as he recognized that the lightning warrior was not as difficult or dangerous to deal with when confronted at close range. The most important priority at the moment was to delay the next wave of attacks and to learn as much information as possible. If they finished off this relatively weak lightning warrior right away, the Elemental Lord would not have enough intelligence or buffer time to put up a good fight against a more powerful lightning manifestation. Right now, Vess and Major Jankowski became most fascinated by the physical properties of their current adversary. While the sword-wielding mech did not do its best to land any deadly blows against its opponents, the transphasic hyper sword struck the body of the lightning warrior on occasion. Despite the lightning manifestation's appearance, whenever it got struck by a sword attack, it did not respond with a violent or overwhelming discharge of tribulation lightning. Instead, it only produced a moderate shock that the main body of the Elemental Lord could reluctantly tolerate. Vess even grabbed hold of his improvised lightning rods so that he could resume the strengthening of his body. This alien lightning swordsman behaved somewhat similar to a physical body, Major Jankowski noted, Every hit with a sword is met with physical feedback. It is not quite the same as hitting metal armor or organic flesh, but the resistance is close enough that it doesn't matter. Vess made another important observation. The shock feedback is growing over time. Compared to the initial shock when your sword first struck the lightning warrior, your last hit incurred a response that is 30% more powerful. Although the lightning warrior is losing its charge at a faster rate, the more you stall this duel, the more threat it poses over time. This was bad news for them, because they would only have a limited amount of time to figure out the rules and prepare for the following waves. I do not feel that my current opponent is a thinking or living alien being, but it is simulating an intelligent being close enough to adapt to my fighting style. Jankowski spoke. It is becoming harder and harder to pull off the same feints. However, the skill level of this alien swordsman is too low to gain the upper hand. That sounded a bit odd, but not completely out of expectation. It was yet another form of pressure against the target of this tribulation storm. How are you coping against its elemental attacks? They're annoying, but my Mech has been able to use the same defensive measures as last time to mitigate the damage. The lightning warrior did not fight like a simple swordsman. Even though its sword techniques were relatively basic, they actively sucked in the surrounding E-energies and converted them into more powerful lightning attacks. The lightning warrior was able to form lightning waves, lightning shields and lightning spears that occasionally caught Major Jankowski off guard. If not for the fact that the elemental lord was able to mitigate these strange elemental moves by boosting its defenses with metal and earth E-energies, the Mech frame would have sustained much more severe damage. Both Vess and Major Jankowski grew more concerned about the lightning warriors that would show up in subsequent waves. Whether the lightning tribulation would produce another four-armed swordsman or a completely different alien warrior, the ones that emerged in the later waves were bound to be a lot more challenging to defend against. Meow. The regular contact between the elemental lord and the lightning swordsman provided the former with a regular and relatively controlled infusion of tribulation lightning, but that would not last long. The gradual increase in shock feedback was already starting to approach dangerous levels. This was even after the first brother and the third brother worked together to promote the defenses of the Mech frame. With the power of metal and earth turning the main body into a surprisingly resilient combat platform, it had been able to bear shock after shock without anything important getting fried. Unless the elemental lord can strengthen its defenses further, we need to wrap up this duel. Vess spoke. Try and see if you can cripple the lightning warrior's limbs and organs. The sword-wielding drone Mech no longer held back as much and began to convey a lot more aggression. Major Jankowski began to exert much more of his skill as a first-class Mech pilot. The machine under his control expertly sidestepped the lightning warrior's slash and utilized its metal and earth-infused sword to amputate one of the four arms. It works. The lightning warrior simulated a pain response and reeled away as it lost its other greater arm. The crippling injury continued to debilitate the lightning warrior, making it easier for Major Jankowski to dominate the fight and cut off other body parts. Cutting off the legs does not do anything aside from giving it more pain. Jankowski frowned. The lightning manifestation does not need to support itself on the ground, so its legs are completely redundant. By the time the lightning warrior had lost all 6 of its alien limbs, it had lost a lot of charge, causing it to exude a lot less pressure than at the beginning. An alarm suddenly sounded in the cockpit. The emissions of the lightning warrior are soaring. It is going to blow. Major Jankowski had already pulled back his elemental lord as soon as he sensed a dangerous reaction from his much-reduced opponent. Crackle. The drone Mech and all of the Fae had managed to retreat quickly enough to avoid much of the power of the electrical explosion. The 28th wave had been solved. 8 more waves to go, Vess remarked with a frown. I am not sure how the next ones will be stronger, but I think it is likely that the skill and the energy manipulation of the subsequent lightning manifestations will become progressively stronger. You cannot rely on your swordsmanship alone. You need to make the most out of the advantages of the Elemental Lord. Its name is not a decoration. The R.A. Mech officer nodded in understanding. Crackle, crackle, crackle. After a short delay, the 29th wave had finally begun. Vess let out a breath in relief when he saw that the storm clouds had produced another four-armored lightning warrior. This particular manifestation looked almost identical from the last one, though it was slightly larger and possessed a distinctly more battle-tested aura. I do not think we are dealing with an inexperienced swordsman anymore. As the new lightning warrior descended from the skies, Major Jankowski did not want to take the risk and allow his new adversary to release a devastating ranged attack. The Elemental Lord fearlessly charged forward. Its earlier victory enhanced its momentum. Its confident demeanor also became a bit more prominent as the five brothers had made good use of the previous delay to sort out new and better ways to combine their elemental powers. The defenses of the Elemental Lord grew substantially more powerful than before as the first brother. The third brother and the fourth brother teamed up to combine three elements at once. For whatever reason, fire promoted earth, though Vess had little understanding of the logic behind such a relationship. Nonetheless, it provided a crucial link that allowed the Earth Fae to feed substantially more Earth-E energy into the main body, thereby strengthening its metallic defenses to a higher level. Though Vess was vaguely aware that metal was supposed to be weak against the lightning element, there was no time to figure out a more sophisticated way to strengthen the main body's ability to resist damage. Any reinforcement was better than nothing. When the Elemental Lord was about to launch a sweeping sword strike, designed to cripple one of the four-armed alien's limbs right away, the new lightning warrior did not stupidly stand around. Instead, the alien bent down and leapt forward by making use of invisible footing. As the three-eyed alien thrust out with the tip of its sword, two different elements sparked from the extending blade, producing a crackling and fiery mix of energies that mixed so explosively with each other that it conveyed an acute threat towards the Elemental Lord. Evade. Crackle boom. A spear of thunderfire extended straight from the length of the blade and extended forward by more than 150 meters. Though the continuous discharge of fiery electrical explosions ultimately did nothing but hit empty air, the Elemental Lord had come close to getting struck by an attack that might have been strong enough to overwhelm its reinforced defenses. Damn it, this second lightning warrior is much more threatening than the first one. If this second lightning warrior was similar to the first one, then the Elemental Lord could not give its adversary enough room to perform any big moves. Major Jankowski developed a lot more fear and respect towards his current opponent, but that did not stop him from urging the Elemental Lord to move close and lock blades with the Thunderfire swordsman. Miuo. Oh, that's hot. When the Elemental Lord's sword made contact with the opposing weapon, a combination of tribulation, lighting as well as tribulation fire somehow channeled into the Mech. Vess was surprised that the tribulation no longer stuck to a single element this time. This did not bode well for the subsequent waves, as the lightning tribulation could pressure the Elemental Lord in much more diverse ways. One of the negative consequences to getting exposed to different elements was that they introduced brand new ways to damage his new Mech. Vess quickly studied the condition of the main body and noticed that it had not only incurred minor heat damage, but also came a little closer to reaching its maximum heat capacity. If the Elemental Lord was unable to counteract this heat buildup, then its internals would get cooked sooner or later. The second brother has to figure out a way to counteract the tribulation fire and reduce the heat level of the Mech frame, Vess advised. He is already working on it, but these fire energies are too strong, especially if they are mixed up with powerful lightning energies. We can either find a way to simultaneously deal with both, or you should take down this opponent as soon as possible. It was better in the long run if the 5 brothers were able to combine their elements in a way that reduced the threat of thunderfire, but the hostile manifestation was not as easy to contain as before. I hate to say it, sir, but this thunderfire warrior is much more skilled with his blade. I have yet to land a single damaging blow onto his body. Major Jankowski's skill with the sword had already been stretched to the limit, and this was just the second lightning manifestation to descend from the skies. Chapter 54, 27, the 30th wave. The jump in skill between the first lightning manifestation and the second one was too big. The first lightning manifestation was pretty much the alien equivalent of a rookie. Even if it possessed a huge charge of tribulation lightning, its overall lack of skill and strength made it easy for Major Jankowski to dismantle his opponent up close. The new Thunderfire manifestation was a different story altogether. The swordsmanship and, more importantly, the elemental fighting techniques were on a much higher level, making it so that Major Jankowski and his living Mech had to fight much more seriously from the onset. The fact that the Elemental Lord was unable to finish off the Thunderfire warrior right away did not make Vess more optimistic about the future waves. Fortunately, there was still hope of beating this opponent. The Elemental Lord was not a swordsman Mech. Much of its combat power rested in its living Fae, which were contributing to the fight in many ways. The Fire Fae and the Earth Fae were constantly hammering the Thunderfire manifestation with ranged attacks. Different from before, their output no longer aimed at the center mass, but focused on targeting the limbs of the tribulation manifestation instead. The fast and skilled movements of the Thunderfire swordsman caused a lot of these attempts to miss, but the few hits were able to produce greater results than before. In addition to that, the 5 brothers were considerably faster and more proficient in harnessing and combining their energies to produce different effects. Ever since Vess had merged one of Lucky's gems with the Mech, the 5 brothers were not only able to merge 3 elements in more varied ways, but also became more skilled at multitasking. For example, the Fire Fae not only worked toward reinforcing the defenses of the main body by taking part in a fire-earth metal chain, but also enhanced the firepower of the Luminar crystal cannon by forming a water-wood fire chain. The burden on the 4th brother had increased dramatically as a result, but the living Fae had grown so much during this fight that he was truly beginning to live up to his potential. No tribulation will cut off my path to life. I will burn everything that attempts to do so, even if I have to ignite those storm clouds myself. The fighting intent of the 5 brothers grew with each passing second, as they constantly improved their ability to wield the elemental energies that they were meant to control. However, Vess was not as optimistic as his living Mech. His mind was not focused on the present, but rather on the future. If the threat level of the tribulation warriors continued to grow at this pace, then the next ones were bound to inflict serious damage onto the Elemental Lord. This was no time for the living Mech to feel comfortable. The 5 brothers needed to make the next step and begin to combine 4 elements at the same time. However, that was not the only way to increase their power. Vess had always kept an eye on the Thunderfire warrior. Compared to its more proficient swordplay, he was much more interested in how this 4-armed alien manifestation used the elements to its advantage. For whatever reason, the Thunderfire swordsman was able to draw in lightning and fire energy and mix them up in a highly combustible combination that produced much more damaging explosions than if these 2 elements operated separately. One of the keys of this combination was that the 2 elements had been merged in such a profound way that they maximized the power that could be generated from the absorbed energies. This was one of the reasons why the Thunderfire warrior was not losing its charge that quickly despite launching all manner of Thunderfire-augmented attacks. The Earth Fae suffered another fiery shock as its sword failed to block a quick jab after it had made a mistake and overextended itself. Before the sword strike could strike the main body of the elemental lord, the earth fae quickly moved in the way and resisted the strike with its thick and sturdy construction. Crackle boom. The earth fae launched away with cracked armor plating and a few damaged components, but it had bought enough time for the main body to recover and launch a quick counterattack that severed the sword arm of the Thunderfire warrior. Good job. Of course, the Thunderfire swordsman instantly compensated by transferring its sword to its other greater arm. Unlike the first Tribulation warrior, the second one possessed a much stronger mentality. Not only was the latter able to cope with its crippling wound a lot better, but it was almost just as skilled with fighting with its offhand. Fortunately for Major Jankowski, his opponent lost just enough combat effectiveness for him to gradually gain the upper hand in this duel. Hostile lightning and fire energies regularly entered the main body, and the Fae as they intermittently got struck one way or another. Each strike produced a fair amount of explosive damage to their chassis and internals, but much of the damage partially restored for mystical reasons. The same went for Vess and Lucky. They experienced a fraction of the Tribulation forces that sought to crush the Elemental Lord entirely, and grew in ways that could not be fully described. As Vess experienced the power of Thunderfire firsthand, he developed a much more comprehensive understanding of this compound element. According to a few sources of cultivation science that he had read in the past, lightning was sometimes treated as a separate element, and other times treated as a derivative of the air element. Different ages and different schools of thought all came up with different interpretations of the lightning element, which caused them to work with it in vastly different ways. What mattered was that it was a lot harder to work with than one of the classical elements. The chance of suffering self-harm was much greater, so Vess could not imagine how much pain these four-armed alien swordsmen went through in order to master the power of lightning. However, the reward was great, as the lightning element was regarded as one of the most powerful offensive elements. Combining this volatile element with another offensive element, such as fire, was incredibly hard, as their interaction never led to any stable combination. They only ever produced one form of explosive discharge or another. It took a lot of skill, effort, talent, and most importantly persistence for a cultivator to master effective ways to combine these two elements. What impressed Vess quite a bit was that the four-armed alien swordsmen did not fight like high-ranking Mech pilots or traditional swordsmen. Unlike willpower cultivators, whose very intentions could forcibly rewrite the laws of reality within their domains, the two lightning manifestations fought as if they were in harmony with the environment. This method of energy utilization reminded Vess a lot of his mother as well as his design spirits. Though Vess found that to be rather odd, as he had always associated swordsmen with willpower cultivation, it appeared that this four-armed alien race preferred to combine their swordsmanship with Kai cultivation. It makes sense. These presumed natives of Messier 87 operated in a high-energy environment. The concentration of E-energy radiation was so stupendously high that it would be stupid not to take advantage of all of the free and readily available resources. Since the power of heaven was so ridiculously abundant in the supermassive galaxy, then the most dominant forms of combat likely revolved around who could leverage this power better than their adversaries. Vess boldly speculated that willpower cultivation likely failed to gain any traction because it was too damn slow and difficult to progress. The demands were harsh, and many of the advantages that made it so effective in the Milky Way weren't as relevant in a radically different environment. If this lightning tribulation continued to generate different manifestations based on the native aliens or beasts of Messier 87, then they were bound to utilize different elements in profound and impressive ways. Crackle boom. The Elemental Lord quickly retreated after it had finally managed to land a fatal blow on the Thunderfire warrior. The second manifestation promptly blew up now that it had been deemed too injured to put up an effective fight. Neither Vess nor Major Jankowski were particularly pleased by this outcome. Have the five brothers managed to learn how to combine four elements? Vess asked in a tone that conveyed a lot of doubt. The Mech officer shook his head. They have already tried to do this numerous times. No matter how carefully they work, they always lose control right away. The brothers have given up on this for the time being. They think that they can do a better job if they improve their control in other ways. Vess did not know whether that was the right course of action to take. Deepening their mastery of combining three elements was only effective in the short term. Sooner or later, the tribulation would introduce a new challenge that could not be dealt with unless the elemental lord employed four elements at once. The 30th wave is coming. The aura of oppression from the storm clouds had become a lot stronger. Both Vess and Major Jankowski changed their expressions as they became affected by the oppression radiated by the third manifestation. Just like before, the giant warrior made out of tribulation lightning belonged to the same species as its predecessors. Different from last time, the latest swordsman wielded a pair of shorter blades that did not look any less deadly. Vess focused his senses on the new warrior. I can sense lightning and wind. Not only that, but this third warrior has much stronger control over these elements. Its power application is on another level. It is also fast, Major Jankowski noted with alarm. The elemental lord barely managed to raise its sword to block the wind swordsman's astonishingly fast attack run. The cockpit violently jerked as the kinetic force of the collision forced the elemental lord back. At the same time, the Mech frame also became subjected to a considerably more powerful shock attack than before. Major Jankowski was barely able to cope with this surprise attack before the wind warrior rapidly circled around and sought to stab its twin lightning blades at an undefended angle. Neither the main body nor any of the four Fae could respond quickly enough to block this subsequent attack. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The elemental lord had no choice but to force its damaged Azure energy shield generator to activate again. The water-reinforced energy shield barely managed to come online before the powerful twin stabs and lightning discharges sundered it apart yet again. This time, the Azure shield generator suffered more severe damage, making it highly unlikely that the elemental lord could depend upon it for a third time. Fortunately, Azure energy shield delayed the wind warrior just enough for the elemental lord to turn around and block the next flurry of sword strikes. Major Jankowski happened to possess a bit of proficiency in dual wielding. Under his direction, the main body pulled out a backup knife and used it to block the wind warrior's second sword. Vess could clearly tell that the first-class Mech pilot did not possess a lot of depth in this combat approach. The wind warrior was so much faster and more skilled that Major Jankowski had no room to breathe. He could do little aside from focusing on defense. Not even the Fae could offer any support this time. The attacks launched by the Fire Fae and the Earth Fae largely missed their mark. The Wind Warrior also happened to excel at evasion. The ridiculously fast and skilled Wind and Lightning manifestation briefly pressured the Elemental Lord with a continuous sword flurry, but suddenly pulled back before adopting a weird attack stance. The power of wind surged behind the Tribulation Warrior. The energy levels were spiking at a rapid rate. Evade. Meow. The cockpit violently jerked as the Elemental Lord uncontrollably spun to the side. A significant chunk of armor plating as well as other components sprayed into the air as the explosively fast attack run of the Wind Warrior had torn out a part of the Elemental Lord's side. Lightning coursed through the frame and compounded the physical damage. The Mech had sustained heavy damage that undeniably compromised its performance. The 30th wave was too strong. Major Jankowski and the Elemental Lord were already starting to falter against this monstrously fast and powerful tribulation manifestation. Chapter 54, 28, The Weakest Link. Crackle. The cockpit of the Elemental Lord violently jerked yet again. The drone Mech was reeling from the latest blow inflicted by the tribulation warrior that mastered the power of wind. Major Jankowski's highly augmented brain was working at its very limit to keep up with the wind swordsman's blazingly fast moves, but the pressure exerted by this alien adversary was too great. A lot of distant observers grew shocked by how quickly the difficulty of the lightning tribulation had escalated. The relatively smooth progress in the previous waves had given them the illusion that the subsequent ones would not ramp up so quickly, but the reality turned out to be different. Only the ones with greater vision and knowledge knew that a lightning tribulation of this magnitude was much crueler in nature. It showed no mercy towards any subject that failed to meet its exceedingly high standards. A comprehensive multimodal lightning tribulation did not leave any room for weaknesses. Any shortcoming that negatively affected the performance of the subject would inevitably become exposed and lead to its downfall. As Vess winced from the latest shock, he desperately tried to think of a way to overcome this predicament. The fact that he hurriedly moved back to his unending regalia in order to take shelter in its protection was a clear sign that he had lost a lot of confidence in his work. It couldn't be helped. As a Mech designer who had lived through plenty of battles, his ability to read the battlefield was not trivial. His ability to process data was already great, and it had improved even further after his continuous exposure to tribulation lightning substantially upgraded all of his capabilities. He actually felt a lot more bloated than before. If not for the automatic space folding effect generated by his rapidly improved phase Lord cultivation, he was afraid that his true body size would have surpassed the internal volume of this cockpit. Crackle. Meow. Ah. The Elemental Lord suffered another damaging impact. It turned out that when the Elemental Lord successfully managed to block both sword strikes from the Wind Warrior, the latter actually lashed out with a powerful wind-infused kick. Normally, a kick like this shouldn't have done more than to shove the Elemental Lord back, but the concentrated gathering of wind E-energy sped it up to the point where it struck the Mech's midsection with the force of a battering ram. The armor plating covering the abdomen of the Elemental Lord had fractured. This was despite its extensive physical and metaphysical reinforcement. This move caused Vess' heart to chill even further. The four-armed alien produced by the lightning tribulation possessed too many advantages. In terms of swordsmanship, the veteran first-class Mech officer was clearly outmatched by the wind swordsman. In terms of speed, a quasi-first-class standard Mech like the Elemental Lord was far inferior to a Kai cultivator that commanded the power of wind. In terms of force, the momentum that the Wind Warrior could produce to empower its attacks did not make it weak at all. There was little the Elemental Lord could do to deliver any strong impacts. The five brothers did not want to admit defeat, though. Their very lives were on the line, and they tried harder than ever to exert their growing abilities in effective ways. The speed differential is too great. We need to slow this swordsman down or increase our own speed. Fifth brother, are you making any progress in generating an energy field that can suppress or constrict the wind? The Wood Fae had been under a lot of pressure to find a way to constrain the movements of this powerful tribulation warrior. I can't. The wind swordsman's power and control over the forces of wind are too deep. The metal water-wood chain doesn't seem to make a difference. How can that be? You are harnessing the power of three elements at the same time, while this tribulation warrior only truly leverages the wind element. Isn't it obvious? This wind swordsman's cultivation is much stronger and more focused. Just because it only specializes in one element doesn't necessarily mean it is weaker than our combinations. The difference in accumulation was too great. The lightning tribulation clearly simulated the performance of a highly trained and experienced alien swordsman who was probably in his prime. The Elemental Lord was technically a newborn in comparison. This matchup was not fair at all in that regard. As the prospect of losing loomed over the Mech, the atmosphere in the cockpit had grown more depressed. If not for the fact that Major Jankowski was still doing his utmost to coordinate with the 5 brothers to keep up with the horrifying pace of the Wind Swordsman, he would have put a lot more thought into pulling the emergency ejection lever. As Vess quickly managed to restore his armor, he went back to using his administrator access to tweak the settings of the Mech and facilitate its damage control activities. However, this was clearly not enough to turn the tide of this frantic duel and give his Mech an opportunity to defeat its opponent. Even stalling did not work. The Fire Fae and the Earth Fae had not ceased to fire their empowered hyper weapons at the Wind Warrior, but their target remained too elusive to hit. Even if the 2 offensive Fae managed to land a lucky blow, a wind shield swirled into existence that sapped much of the elements that reinforced the attack. The defenses of the Wind Swordsman turned out to be formidable as well. As a Kai cultivator who excelled in close-quarter combat, this dual-wielding alien had developed a remarkably deep mastery in the application of wind-E energy. As Vess continued to analyze the data, he found it increasingly harder to optimize and improve the performance of the Elemental Lord. It did not help that the Mech incurred substantial damage every few seconds or so. The more the Elemental Lord suffered an attack, the more prone it became to getting hit again due to a reduction in performance. There was nothing Vess could do to reverse this increasingly more dominant trend. Vess briefly glanced in the direction of the cockpit. Much of the reason why the Elemental Lord was losing out against this Wind Warrior was because his latest work suffered a glaring weakness. The Mech pilot was no longer able to keep up anymore. First-class Mech pilot or not, Simon Jankowski was ultimately just a mortal human soldier. How could he possibly keep up with a transcendent alien swordsman who managed to prosper in a high-energy environment? Major Jankowski had become the weakest link of the Elemental Lord. Vess deeply regretted the fact that he had only completed the fabrication of Altered Fae project long after he had sent Saintess Ulrika Vraken away. If she was in the cockpit, then she would have been able to outfight the Wind Warrior and win this bout by this time. It did not even matter if the Elemental Lord was not an ace Mech. An ace pilot had broken the human limit and could reach much greater heights. Even if the Hexer ace pilot was not available, Vess could have asked a favor from the DeVos ancient clan. The Terrans would probably not object to lending out one of their own resident ace pilots. Instead, Vess had been taken by surprise and had little choice but to borrow the best Mech pilot of the Blue Jay fleet. There was no use in crying over spilled milk. The harsh reality of the situation was that Vess had no choice but to work with the assets he had on hand. Though Major Jankowski was far from able to match the extraordinary alien warriors of Messier 8, in his current state, Vess knew of at least one method to correct this shortcoming. He briefly weighed the risks of employing this method. It did not take long for him to make up his mind. Vess had already invested one of Lucky's precious gems to upgrade the performance of the Elemental Lord. There was no way he wanted to lose his investment. Lufa, lend me your power. The angelic designed spirit readily descended upon his progenitor. Of course, Lufa did not bestow his glow to Vess in his guise as the Angel of Tranquility. Instead, Lufa altered his presence with the power of revelation, thereby causing his aura to change into a variation that was better known as the Transcendence Glow. Vess' demeanor had changed substantially after he had willingly become the conduit of aspect of transcendence. Major Jankowski sensed the changes in the cockpit, but the Mech officer was so focused on the fight that he did not consciously think about what was happening. Nonetheless, the Transcendence Glow was already having an effect on his mind and spirit. By promoting the obsessions, ambitions, and focus of the subject to the extreme, this amazing glow was able to elevate the mood of any active Mech pilot to the peak and beyond. In order to produce the strongest possible effect, Vess not only embraced Lufa's descent, but also tried to merge himself with the design spirit, thereby causing the lines between the two to blur. Simon Jankowski. Vess spoke with a voice that had gained an ethereal reverberation. You are 56 years old, yet you have made no notable accomplishments in your career. While you have managed to make accomplishments as a Mech officer and reach the rank of major, is this where your true ambitions lie? The Mech officer's eyes twitched, which signified that at least one part of him was paying attention to Vess' oddly hypnotic and compelling voice. Vess added more heat in his words. You are a failure of a Mech pilot. Others may look up to you and think you are impressive for becoming a Mech major in one of the strongest human organizations, but as far as we are concerned, you are still a mortal who is bound by the constraints of reality. Your willpower is too weak, and you have not managed to earn enough glory to make people remember your name after your passing. You are an insignificant existence. An air of judgment exuded from Vess as the Transcendence glow fully exerted its influence on Major Jankowski. Many of your peers have managed to undergo their apotheoses in their 20s and 30s, thereby allowing them to step foot on the path to godhood. What about you? What you have managed to accomplish can be replicated by millions, if not billions, of other Mech pilots in the Red Ocean and the Milky Way galaxy. Nothing. You have earned no glory to speak of. Your prestige is entirely borrowed from the Red Association. Where is your pride? Where is your ambition? Are you truly content to live and die as a mortal? Though Major Jankowski was not able to free up enough of his focus to offer a response, his body language as well as his stimulated emotions made it clear that he was not reconciled with his mediocre life. Every authentic Mech pilot yearned to attain greatness. Jankowski had suffered many setbacks in his decades of service. His failure in attaining any breakthroughs had crushed his youthful dreams and forced him to settle for less. Now that he had come under the effect of the Transcendence glow, he revisited these regrets and suddenly felt a lot less willing to bow down to reality. Why should he allow others to become the hero when he was willing to work much harder to attain greater strength? Why should he admit defeat when he still had many decades of time to develop his strength as a Mech pilot? Why must he embrace his own weakness and end up becoming the primary reason why the Elemental Lord was unable to overcome the 30th wave? Simon refused to accept these outcomes. He desired greater strength. This was the only way he could rewrite his own fate and avoid any further regrets. As Major Jankowski's mental activity had begun to peak, Vess prepared to give the Mech officer a final push. He held the hammer of brilliance in his armored grip and raised it above Jankowski's head. The hammerhead still exuded a bit of heat due to its prior exposure to the tribulation lightning. Every human has a chance to attain greatness. If you wish to shed your mortality, then this is the time. Accept our blessing and rise up to become our elemental champion. Whack! The flat side of the hammer of brilliance struck Major Jankowski's helmet. Despite the lack of direct contact, the transfer of extraordinary power ensured that the Mech officer had become affected by Vulcan's influence. Even though Vulcan was primarily a craftsman as opposed to a warrior, his ability to enlighten people had a wondrous effect on Major Jankowski. The R-Ray Mech officer's mood and emotions had already been pushed to the limit. The impact from the hammer of brilliance just happened to push them past a tipping point, causing Jankowski to undergo an unstoppable transformation. An explosion of willpower occurred in his head as he surpassed his mortal boundaries for the first time in his life. Chapter 54, 29 Explosion of Strength. Vess could not guarantee that he possessed the ability to induce a breakthrough on demand. He had taken a major gamble by employing his Transcendence glow on Major Jankowski. Though the Mech officer was in a better condition to accomplish a breakthrough due to the fact that he was fully invested in a battle against a superior opponent, his talent and mentality were not that great. Simon Jankowski had much better chances of breaking through when he was decades younger and still retained a lot of confidence and optimism in himself. This was the prime age bracket for any breakthroughs. Any Mech pilot that failed to break past their mortal limits in their 20s and 30s usually had no chance of defying their fates in the remainder of their careers. The proportion of Mech pilots breaking through when they were in their 50s and older was depressingly minuscule. To be honest, there was no reason anymore for Major Jankowski to expect any drastic increases in strength anymore. His excellent education made it abundantly clear that his chances of becoming an expert pilot had dropped so much that his confidence in this area had dropped to the bottom. That changed today. Somehow, Major Jankowski had dug up many of the ambitions and regrets that he had buried in his mind. He thought back on the high-spirited dreams of his youth and reflected on the failures that scarred his confidence. Why was this future denied to him? How was it possible for his other colleagues to progress by leaps and bounds while Simon himself remained stuck at the ordinary limit? It was not fair. Perhaps many other Mech pilots would already remain content with becoming a part of the most powerful Mech organization in human civilization. But Jankowski had always set his sights on becoming one of the many god pilots that protected the human race. Now, those dreams that he had buried a long time ago suddenly came up in his mind again. Unlike the darkest moments of his past, Jankowski no longer thought that his ambitions were unattainable anymore. Anything was possible as long as he worked hard enough to attain greater power. Under the high pressure of the current battle and the comprehensive influence of the Transcendence glow, Major Jankowski suddenly received a powerful impulse that merged his various thoughts and emotions together. A critical mass had formed in his mind that exploded into a power that activated his spiritual potential and transformed his willpower. At the same time as Major Jankowski broke through to the rank of expert candidate, a massive surge of power exploded from his depths. It was as if all of those decades of quiet accumulation suddenly came loose, causing his rapidly expanding willpower to abruptly resonate with the Mech that he was currently piloting. The Elemental Lord gained a massive and violent infusion of strength that transformed its effective performance and elevated its performance in the most direct ways possible. Though there was a massive lack of control and finesse to this temporary empowerment, it was more than enough to give the struggling drone Mech the strength it needed to close the gap. The exterior of the Mech glowed with the power of forced resonance. Not only that, but the accompanying Fae that had been utilizing their own structures as physical shields to block some of the Wind Swordsman's attacks began to glow as well. The power of forced resonance was magical and mysterious. It followed the purest intention of the Mech pilot and not only simulated the power of true resonance, but also injected a lot of power into the machine, thereby causing it to perform way above its normal limits. At this instance, the Elemental Lord's effective performance had temporarily reached the level of a low-tier expert pilot. This made an immediate difference in battle. The empowered Mech not only kept up with the speedy rhythm of the fast-moving tribulation manifestation, but also began to land successful attacks against the four-armed alien. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Major Jankowski had practically been reborn at this moment. Although there was still a long distance away from undergoing actual apotheoses, breaking the mortal limit and becoming an expert candidate already signified that he had stepped onto the road of ascension. Major Jankowski felt invincible at the moment. He wanted to shout out all of the frustrations that had been welling up in his heart all of this time. Today, he had completely turned his life around and finally managed to unlock his hidden potential. As a veteran Mech officer of the Red Association, Simon Jankowski understood much better what his breakthrough signified. It wasn't just the Mech pilot that received a substantial boost. As his forced resonance flooded throughout the entire Mech frame and the Fae, the five brothers received a massive amount of feedback that rapidly enabled them to explode in strength. The E-energy vortex surrounding the Elemental Lord became a lot stronger as the five brothers were able to exert much stronger control over their respective elements. Although they were still unable to combine 4 elements at once, they were able to leverage their current advantages a lot more extensively. This had many different consequences to the current fight. Just as the Wind Warrior sought to evade one of the Elemental Lord's sword strikes, the Wood Fae worked hard to utilize his elements to constrict the movements of the Lightning Tribulation. Unlike before, the energy field produced by the metal waterwood chain caused the entire surroundings to glow in green. The strong artistic conception created by the fifth brother even started to take on a more physical shape due to the blessing of forced resonance, giving observers the illusion that a vague forest had formed around the Elemental Lord. The Wind Warrior visibly slowed down, even as its wind shield flared. Illusionary tree branches started to surround and envelop the tribulation manifestation. Even if they failed to immobilize the Wind Warrior entirely, the wood energies still managed to wear down the wind energies and counteract the speed boost. Now that the speed differential between the two had shrunk, the empowered Elemental Lord was able to confront the Wind Warrior a lot more directly. The resonance-empowered Fire Fae unleashed blasts of purple fire that penetrated the fragile wind shield and burned a surprisingly large chunk of the Wind Warrior. The Earth Fae, on the other hand, managed to fire an extraordinary heavy slug that penetrated through every barrier and obstacle and severed one of the major limbs of the Wind Warrior, causing it to lose control over one of its swords. The Wind Warrior visibly winced from these twin blows, but it quickly used one its lesser arms to pick up the sword that was just about to drop to the ground. Major Jankowski was not willing to waste the precious time while he was performing at his peak. Under his growing willpower, the Elemental Lord blasted forward with an explosion of fire energy and charged straight towards the Wind Warrior. Crackle, crackle. The Elemental Lord skillfully managed to read the Wind Warrior's reluctant attempt to evade and managed to lock one of the giant alien's sword while wrenching away the other one. Compared to a greater arm, the lesser arm of this alien species was obviously less suited to exert any significant force. After the injured lightning manifestation lost a sword, the Elemental Lord took full advantage of the opening and unleashed a rapid series of slashes that tore into the Wind Warrior's torso and head. Shortly after Major Jankowski had vented his anger at this astounding opponent, he commanded his Elemental Lord to pull back. Crackle-boom. An explosion of tribulation lightning and tribulation wind engulfed the position of the defeated tribulation warrior. The uncontrolled release of energies was so violent this time that the Elemental Lord had to rely on its forced resonance shield to prevent its Mech frame from incurring significant damage. We won. Meow. Vess let out a huge breath in relief. Not only did they manage to overcome the 30th wave, but the Elemental Lord also experienced a surge in growth. The 5 brothers took full advantage of Jankowski's breakthrough and absorbed a lot of spiritual feedback. However, their jubilation was short-lived when the 31st wave commenced a short moment later. The oppression generated by angry storm clouds had grown a lot stronger. It was as if Major Jankowski's abrupt breakthrough broke their calculations. The 4th tribulation warrior that descended from the clouds was yet another simulated copy of a 4-armed alien swordsman. This one wielded a radically different weapon. It held a thick and long slab of metal that looked even more exaggerated than the style of greatswords favored by the sword maidens. The new alien swordsman clearly excelled in powerful strikes. Not only did the tribulation manifestation exude a deep sense of control over the element of earth, but its aura also radiated an air of force. Combined with the tribulation lightning that made up its form, this supremely powerful tribulation manifestation could probably crush the Elemental Lord in a single blow as long as it managed to land a direct blow. Major Jankowski and the 5 brothers did not need any guidance from Vess to figure out how to deal with such an opponent. They were fully prepared to play hard to get and rely on their mobility advantage to avoid the heavy blade of the Earth Warrior. In the meantime, the Fire Fae and the Earth Fae began to unleash much more powerful attacks than before. Their abrupt growth had given them a greater ability to shape and control the energies at their disposal. The Fire Fae, for example, began to compress its fire beam attacks into a pulse that compressed all of the destructive fire energies in a much shorter time interval. Boom, boom, boom. Violent purple explosions rocked the exterior of the Earth Warrior. Each of them possessed enough power to shatter the frame of a quasi-first-class Mech. Meanwhile, the Earth Fae did not let up and infused so much Earth energy into its Gauss, rounds that their mass and force reached unreal proportions. Every attack produced loud collision noises as the resonance-empowered Gauss rounds sought to penetrate and annihilate anything in their path. Yet much to the surprise of the five brothers, the Earth Swordsman showed no visible signs of damage. With its much stronger and deeper mastery over the Earth element, the new Tribulation manifestation formed a defense that was as impenetrable as an ultra-dense rock. No matter whether it was the explosive energy attacks of the Fire Fae or the heavy kinetic impacts of the Earth Fae, neither of the two empowered spurs managed to inflict any damage. The only consolation was that the Earth Swordsman was nowhere near as fast as its predecessor. The Elemental Lord was able to maintain its distance from the powerful Tribulation manifestation and its exaggeratingly heavy greatsword. Yet just as Major Jankowski and the five brothers struggled to form an effective strategy, the Earth Warrior suddenly exerted a strong energy field that constricted the surrounding space and caused every movement to be met with much greater resistance. Vess grew alarmed when this occurred. This is a domain. Although it was not as strong and dense as a Saint Kingdom, the Earth Swordsman's comprehension and control over the Earth element was so extensive that its influence had reached a surprisingly long range. The Elemental Lord especially became locked by the Earth Warrior, making it seem as if the Mech was unable to escape. Major Jankowski's ability to generate forced resonance had just passed its high tide. His ability to empower the Elemental Lord could not become any stronger, which meant that he had no ability to break this weird new condition. My Mech is hardly able to move. The Earth Fae has lost control over the surrounding Earth E energy. The third brother is unable to stop the Tribulation Warrior from usurping his control. Vess widened his eyes in alarm. That was bad. The Elemental Lord only performed at its best when it was able to harness all five elements. If the drone Mech no longer had access to the Earth element, then many important chains became inaccessible. Vess could already feel the consequences around the cockpit. The Mech frame lost a lot of reinforcement due to the breakdown of the fire-earth metal chain. The Water Fae was no longer able to empower its own intact Azure energy shield with the earth metal water chain. The loss of a single element was enough to cripple the Elemental Lord, and that was when Major Jankowski was still in his breakthrough state. The Earth Swordsman did not waste this opportunity. As soon as the drone Mech had become immobilized by the power of Earth, the Tribulation manifestation slowly charged forward while holding aloft its gigantic greatsword. Even if the Earth Swordsman was relatively slow to build its charge, it gradually built up an indomitable momentum that became more and more frightening. The oppression exuded by this Tribulation manifestation was at least an order of magnitude greater than that of the defeated Wind Swordsman. Chapter 54, 30 Elemental Supremacy. It was as if the recently appeared Earth Swordsman turned the surrounding area into an Earth arena. There was no room for maneuver in front of the four-armed alien that wielded a gigantic greatsword. The alien Kai cultivator obviously knew that speed was not its forte, so it had worked hard to refine his control over the Earth element to the point where he could generate a powerful force field that constrained the mobility of all of its adversaries. Although this dense and heavy force field was not invincible, Major Jankowski and the Elemental Lord did not possess a strong enough grasp of their powers to break this constriction. "It's coming." As the distance between the two steadily began to shrink, the constriction generated by the earth element became stronger and stronger. The elemental lord was previously able to move slowly in different directions, but as the earth swordsman continued to crash towards its target, the Mech had lost the ability to move. A combination of panic and unwillingness welled up in Vess' mind. This was the 31st wave. He had hoped that his latest creation would be able to continue its growth and quickly master the ability to combine 4 as well as 5 elements at once. All of that started to look increasingly less likely as the heartless and unfeeling earth warrior descended upon the elemental lord with a greatsword that was likely to sunder the Mech in a single blow. Vess closed his eyes as he tried to figure out how his Mech could overcome this latest predicament. Was there no other way to progress any further? A lot of thoughts swirled in his mind. Meanwhile, Major Jankowski and the 5 brothers did not think about defeat at all. Even when their situation had grown bleak, they still attempted to fight with the determination to see this through the end. Yet as the unstoppable earth juggernaut loomed ever closer to the elemental lord, Major Jankowski could not help but sense an acute sense of death. This sword was unstoppable. The elemental lord could not evade this strike. If he did not summon any further bursts of strength, he would likely go down with his Mech. The unprecedented pressure exerted by the attacking earth warrior caused Major Jankowski and the 5 brothers to exceed their previous highs. They had begun to tap into their greater potential, causing each of them to increase their control over their elements. The Earth Fae even started to show signs of retaking control over the surrounding Earth energies that had been denied by the tribulation manifestation. Yet as the Earth swordsman loomed closer and closer, the elemental lord was still unable to break loose from the force field. Major Jankowski gritted his teeth as he tried to squeeze his newly grown willpower beyond its limit. He wanted to strengthen and prolong the state of forced resonance that was empowering the elemental lord. Yet no matter how much he wanted to produce another miracle, the painful truth was that he had already exploded his potential once. It was impossible for a Mech pilot to attain a double breakthrough. It had never been done throughout the history of Mechs, and for good reason. It took a lot of accumulation for a Mech pilot to become qualified to advance to the rank of expert candidate and expert pilot. Masterwork Mech or not, the elemental lord was only able to play a facilitating role to the progression of a Mech pilot. Just as the Earth Warrior was about to crush the trapped Mech in half with its gigantic greatsword, Vess could no longer deny the reality around him anymore. Dismay welled up in his mind. He had so many expectations for his altered Fae project. He at least hoped that it would have been able to fight its way through the latter half of this exaggeratingly powerful lightning tribulation. However, the lack of preparation was too fatal for his chances for his latest work to ascend to an entirely new height. Vess felt incredibly sorry about the elemental lord for his inability to strengthen his creation any further. For the first time in his career, Vess strongly felt that he had failed as a Mech designer. Due to his many mistakes and shortcomings, he was unable to provide his latest and possibly his greatest work with a viable path to survival. Before Vess allowed this painful admission to defeat to depress his mood any further, he first needed to address a more acute issue. "We lost. We need to go right now." His voice seemed to shake Major Jankowski out of his trance. The new expert candidate had been trying to squeeze his potential, even if there was nothing left anymore. Though an R-Ray Mech officer like Simon should know better than to deny this reality, his recent breakthrough had given him an inflated sense of confidence. He still believed that he and the 5 brothers could turn the situation around. Seeing that Major Jankowski was still too deeply immersed in this impossible challenge, Vess decided to take matters into his own hands. "We need to go right now, so forgive me for doing this." Vess transmitted a series of emergency commands that produced several reactions in quick succession. Ooh. First, the neural interface physically disengaged from the rest of the Mech, causing the man-machine connection to collapse in the most abrupt fashion possible. Major Jankowski immediately suffered trauma from the forced disconnection. He had lost all of his wits due to this damaged approach. Next, the rear of the Elemental Lord blasted open, leaving an open avenue for the cockpit to eject from the Mech frame. However, the cockpit jerked and screamed without managing to make any progress. The cockpit was stuck in place. It appeared that the force field generated by the looming Earth swordsman had grown so strong that not even the ejection process could escape the strengthening net. Vess already expected this to happen. Fortunately, much of the focus of the Earth swordsman was locked onto the main body and its Fae. Lucky, you can make your own escape. Meow. Just as Lucky hurriedly phased through the cockpit of the Elemental Lord, Vess' armored form bent down and pulled Major Jankowski out of the cockpit seat. Although it was a little awkward, Vess managed to embrace the taller and more muscular Mech officer in a bear hug. He then proceeded to focus all of his concentration onto the expanded face water in his blood. The recent lightning tribulation had not only caused his face water concentration to soar by an unknown extent, but also inflated his true body to many times his former size. That ultimately meant that the quantity of face water running through his veins and organs had abruptly increased by several kilograms. Vess tried to activate all of the face water that had spontaneously formed inside his body. Though the resistance generated by the Earth swordsman's force field was still significant, Vess ultimately managed to overcome it with the help of his newfound strength. I will push through. Crack. A sharp sound erupted from the location of Vess and the Mech officer. Both of them had disappeared from the cockpit. Immediately afterwards, a pair of armored figures dropped onto a grassy hill and rolled a bit before they lost their momentum. Vess groaned as he suffered a strong ache throughout his body. Trying to displace himself several hundred meters away with an additional passenger had stretched his new capabilities to the limit. The problem was that he had originally aimed to move at least a kilometer away from his former location. The fact that his journey got cut short due to the strong resistance produced by the Earth swordsman's force field was bad news. Brace yourself. Vess possessed enough awareness to manually activate his personal shield generator, causing it to produce a small but strong barrier that was enough to resist most attacks launched by Mechs for a short amount of time. Just a split second later, the Earth swordsman chopped its enormous greatsword from top to bottom, completely bisecting the immobilized and forcibly deactivated Elemental Lord into two messy lightning-scarred pieces. Crackle. Boom, boom, boom. Secondary explosions quickly engulfed the Mech frame before the ruined power reactor failed to contain all of its power and produced a violent explosion that hardly managed to phase the solid Earth swordsman. After enduring 30 continuous challenges, the Elemental Lord ultimately failed to overcome the might of the 31st wave. As if the lightning tribulation wanted to rub this failure into Vess' face, the Earth swordsman lost cohesion and exploded in place, releasing all of the tribulation lightning that made up for its body at once. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A concentrated storm of lightning exploded in every direction, instantly engulfing the remains of the bisected Mech frame as well as the damaged but relatively intact living Fae. The remnants of the Elemental Lord did not stand a chance against this punishment. The 5 elements Mech had failed to pass the test issued by the lightning tribulation, so it had lost its right to exist. The 5 brothers that developed a lot of hopes and dreams about their future as an amazing living Mech all became ruthlessly crushed by the lightning tribulation that originated from another galaxy. As the explosion of golden currents mercilessly disintegrated each and every aspect that Vess had painstakingly put into the Elemental Lord, the surrounding terrain got blasted by all of the collateral damage. Crackle. The energy shield surrounding Vess' form got struck by one of the escaping lightning bolts. The protective barrier had reached its limit and exploded in a violent fashion. Fortunately for Vess and Major Jankowski, the self-destructive explosion was violent but short. It ended as soon as it came, thereby saving them both from getting harmed by the final blow of the lightning tribulation. The dark clouds that cast a strong shadow over the landscape had already begun to fade. The tribulation had done its job, so there was no more reason to waste any time on this trivial planet. The oppressive air quickly made way for a desolate wind that did not bring any relief. Instead, a rain of black ash dropped from the skies and blanketed the surrounding terrain with an awful burning scent. As Vess dazedly shook his head and recovered his wits, he looked blankly at the falling pieces of ash. These were the remains of the Elemental Lord. After being subjected to the ultimate power of destruction, not a single piece of the Elemental Lord could resist the punishment from the heavens. Neither the physical nor spiritual aspects had managed to escape this fate. Vess felt depressed in a way he had never felt before. The pain in his heart was strong. The Elemental Lord was practically his baby from his perspective. Vess had worked harder than ever to bring a beautiful and promising child to life, only to attract an unreasonably heavy punishment due to the fact that he had violated a taboo. His living Mech had died too soon. The 5 brothers had not even lived for a single day. They had spent much of the short time of their lives fighting for their own right to exist. Struggle characterized the entire extent of their brief existence in this reality. It's not fair. Vess felt a lot of regrets about his lost Mech. Not only did he lose the most brilliant masterwork Mech that he had created up to this date, but he had also suffered a personal defeat that completely sapped his confidence in his own work. Meow. A damaged-looking gem, Cat slowly descended on a Vess and Jankowski's position. Lucky looked a bit burned and frazzled, but his strengthened archimetal body somehow managed to withstand the lightning explosion. Vess felt so discouraged about his failure to save his own work that he did not even pay attention to Lucky's appearance. All he had on his mind was thinking about all of the decisions he could have made that could have given his Elemental Lord a better chance to live past this lightning tribulation. I'm so bad at my job. I still have a long way to go before my work is good enough. Chapter 54, 31 Stuck in Darkness. The lightning tribulation disappeared now that it had accomplished its objective. The powerful force originating from Messier 87 had deemed the Elemental Lord to be a forbidden existence. Ever since Vess had brought this miraculous elemental drone Mech to life, he had violated a forbidden rule and attracted the ire of this distant but all-encompassing force. The severity of the punishment had to fit the crime. Given how quickly and dramatically the lightning tribulation as it progressed, it became clear that Vess had committed a massive crime from the perspective of this alien authority. Vess' mind became filled with regrets and doubts after the shocking event had come to an end. His eyes grew dull as they continued to track the ash particles that continued to fall from above. These were the remains of what could have been one of his greatest Mechs to date. As humble as it might appear on the surface, the Elemental Lord had the potential to match the performance of an expert Mech shortly after its completion. This was a Mech that could have transcended its roots and could have evolved into a mechanical godlike entity. If Vess had been able to buy more time for his nascent masterpiece, it might have been possible for the Elemental Lord to grow quickly enough to keep up with the escalating lightning tribulation. However, he had ultimately failed. He had resorted to several measures to give his potent living Mech a fighting chance. From using up one of his precious gems to pushing Major Simon Jankowski into breaking through, he had gone all out in order to give the 5 brothers the strength they needed to continue their struggle for survival. Vess found it difficult to accept that all of his efforts had gone to naught. Every single physical and spiritual trace of the Elemental Lord had disintegrated into ash and scattered energy. There was nothing to salvage from the remains. The tribulation lightning possessed a capacity of destruction that was unsurpassed. Vess had faintly hoped that the lightning tribulation would be sloppy enough to miss a few broken parts. It might even leave a few of the living Fae alone, given that they were not a part of the main body. Alas, the punishment from the heavens was too thorough. The self-destruction of the Earth Warrior not only wiped out all of the living Fae, but also burned their spiritual foundations until there was nothing left to salvage. A part of Vess wanted to gather up as much of the ash particles that were dropping onto the lighting scorched ground, but he recognized that there was little point in doing so. The ashes contained nothing that held any practical value to a Mech designer. Vess had been able to bring back certain entities from the dead. He had hoped that he could reproduce this particular miracle again, but the lightning tribulation clearly did not leave anything to chance. Even if I brought the elemental lord back from the dead, that damned lightning tribulation would just come back so that it could finish the job, he cynically guessed. The oppressive storm clouds may have cleared from the skies, but Vess saw no discernible light. His vision still remained clouded in darkness. It did not take more than a minute before the forces of the Blue Jay fleet arrived to secure the site. The Terrans did not gain any chance to get involved from beginning to end. The DeVos' ancient clan was not pleased about the Mechers shutting everyone else out. The fact that the culprit who triggered the anomalous thunderstorm was not a citizen of the Terran Alliance made it easier for the Red Association to monopolize whatever gains could be derived from this explosive event. The news could not be blocked, however. The eccentric young Tier 3 galactic citizen had become galactic news once again for conducting a mysterious experiment that apparently generated an accidental weather phenomenon. The vast majority of the public were completely unaware of the truth behind this incident. The common folk hardly paid attention to the implications and merely assumed that the young Mech designer had been too reckless in an attempt to sustain his explosive success. They were not necessarily wrong, but only the highest and most knowledgeable leaders understood the true meaning behind the act of triggering a lightning tribulation. A lot of parties that paid attention to Vess had quietly increased their evaluation of this controversial Mech designer once again. Even if his attempt had crashed and burned, he had demonstrated enough ingenuity and courage for making it this far. So long as he was able to develop his potential further, he could accomplish much greater feats in the future. It was conceivable that a lot of different parties developed a greater desire to cooperate with him. His shallow foundation and his volatile personality no longer became as significant as before. His potential outshone many of his negative qualities, making it so that a lot more people were willing to take a gamble and invest in this supernova of a Mech designer. All of that were concerns for the future. The Larkinson clan had more important issues to worry about. The premier branch had unwittingly attracted a huge amount of attention. It had too little manpower to handle all of the inquiries and deal with all of the powerful Terrans that insisted on obtaining answers. In the absence of Vess, Gavin Newman quickly became overwhelmed by all of the demands. It was not wise to ignore or offer a perfunctory denial to any of these requests. The Terrans could be quite touchy about etiquette and propriety. Gavin began to sweat as he tried to figure out the best way to word a rejection to a rather invasive proposal from one of the ancient clans. "Let me help you handle these matters," a female voice spoke. "I know these clans the best. As a former member of an ancient clan, these Terran dignitaries will still consider me as one of their own. That should make it much less challenging to keep them at bay." Alexa entered Gavin's office within Diandi Base and calmly took over dozens of the most difficult and sensitive cases. With Alexa helping the premier branch handle a portion of the aftermath of the anomalous weather event, the culprit who triggered it in the first place was resting in an entirely different place. Ever since the Blue Jay fleet teleported Vess away from the surface of the planet, he had removed his unending regalia and gone through an extensive health inspection. The state-of-the-art medical facilities and scanners most certainly became confronted by a lot of shocking discoveries as they analyzed the properties of Vest's radically altered physique. From finding out that his face water concentration had skyrocketed to realizing that his actual body mass had grown far more than was apparent on the surface. The doctors and biotech experts serving on the Terrask grew excited at the prospect of gathering invaluable research data on an actual human phase lord. It was hard for Vest to share in the joy and excitement of all of those RA doctors and researchers. Their smiles and laughs completely slid away from the gloom that surrounded him like a force field. If these crazed biotech recessarkers had their way, they would have kept Vest in their labs for weeks. The more they studied Vest's radically altered body, the more they gained insight into how a human version of a phase lord truly operated. However, it was impossible for all of these brilliant scientists to have their way. Their studies may be of incredible value to the Red Association, but it was more important to preserve the rights and dignity of a Tier 3 galactic citizen. As such, it only took a few hours for the health inspections to come to a regrettably early end. Vest did not even register the looks of dismay of all of those doctors who deeply wished that he could serve as their test subject for at least a few more days. He ended up in a cozy and familiar lounge in another section of the flagship of the Blue Jay fleet. A bot had delivered a cup of warm and soothing hot chocolate, but Vest had not touched the floating container once since it arrived. The cup still made sure to keep the beverage warm at the most optimal temperature, so the hot liquid continued to steam in front of the paralyzed Mech designer. Here, the sudden interruption forced Vest out of his fugue. He blinked his eyes and focused on the high-tech gadget that Jovi held out with his arm. Vest slowly raised one of his tired arms and picked up the object. He could sense the water element becoming more active around this brand-new device. The lightning tribulation has completely drained the reserves of your old shield generators, the liaison from the Survivalist Association explained. While it is technically possible for us to restore them to as good as new, they are too weak and outdated for a galactic citizen of your stature. I have taken the liberty to retrieve this from our stores and present it to you as a gift. It is one of our latest personal Azure Shield generators. It is powerful enough to withstand at least one or several attacks from a first-class multipurpose Mech, though I do not advise you to test this claim. It is particularly effective if it is given time to reinforce itself with water-attributed E-energy. The cost of a first-class personal shield generator of the Hyper generation was insane, but it was nothing to one of the most powerful organizations of Red humanity. Though Vest did not want to deal with anything aside from his own thoughts, he was too much of a cheapskate to reject this freebie. "Thanks," he answered in a gruff and exhausted voice. He did not treat this expensive, life-saving gadget like a treasure. He cared so much about the elemental lord that nothing else could rouse his interest. Vest simply placed the new personal shield generator underneath his patriarch uniform and allowed it to settle onto his body. A minute of silence ensued as Jovi sat on the couch opposite to Vest and silently ordered a drink for himself. Jovi's knowing eyes seemingly pierced straight through Vest's facade. "Do you understand what you have done? You surprised everyone when you managed to trigger such a spectacle. It is not impossible for a senior Mech designer to provoke such a response, but it is so unlikely that no one expected you to make it happen. I admire you, Vest, I truly do. It takes a special sort of Mech designer to devise and produce a Mech so powerful that it has pushed past a limit. Do you know why this event is so rare to the point where it is unheard of among most seniors and masters? It is because this is a phenomenon that often precedes the creation of a grand work. Not every lightning tribulation leads to the formation of a grand work, but even if your amazing elemental lord fell short of that impossible standard, it would have excelled in a different way. The mention that the elemental lord had the potential to become a grand work was so shocking to Vest that he finally pulled himself out of his daze. "Are you kidding me, Jovi? Are you actually claiming that the Elemental Lord had skipped straight past the second rung and reached the third rung of Senfaven's ladder of craftsmanship?" Jovi responded with a smile. "You do not have to take my word at it. You might not have noticed it, but several star designers paid close attention to how the lightning tribulation unfolded. They have personal experience with these sorts of events, as their greatest creations are always subjected to the same treatment. The xenotechnician Leah's personally conveyed to me that your Elemental Lord had the makings of a grand work, though the polymath is not as confident in this conclusion. Regardless of their differences, both of them have become highly impressed with your attempt to break the boundaries of what Mech are capable of. This is what Mech designers should truly be working towards." Ves felt mixed about the fact that his modest Mech had managed to attract the attention of at least 2 star designers. His failure weighed so heavily in his mind that he could not even feel proud for this accomplishment. Chapter 54, 32 Consolation Prizes. A grand work. It had only been a short time ago that Ves had begun to dream about fabricating a product that exceeded the scope of a masterwork. That did not mean that Ves actually thought he had a chance of making anything close to a grand work this soon. It was incredibly unrealistic to think that a relatively young and inexperienced senior Mech designer like himself could match the works that could only be attained by the most brilliant master Mech designers and star designers. Yet today, he had somehow defied conventional wisdom again. He should have felt proud for breaking such an astonishing record. It should not matter too much that his attempt to create a grand work had crashed and burned in a spectacular manner. Just the fact that he managed to come into contact with the third rung of the craftsmanship ladder was enough to surpass almost every Mech designer at his age. Perhaps not even the polymath had managed to touch the threshold of a grand work when she was as old as his current self. The implications were enormous, both to Ves and the Red Association. Yet why couldn't Ves summon any joy or pride at this near-legendary feat? It was because the bitter taste of defeat overshadowed everything else. How could Ves possibly be in the mood to take joy in the death of one of his most promising creations? He had developed a close emotional attachment to the Elemental Lord since he initially came up with the idea to create a 5-elements Mech. He poured so much of his heart into this amazing living Mech that its complete and utter annihilation wounded him on an emotional level. Every masterwork carried a piece of himself. It was conceivable that a grand work likely carried a greater piece of his soul. Perhaps this may be the reason why Ves felt so hollow. His entire reality grew bleak, as he could not bring himself to feel any joy about his other accomplishments. The only outcome that mattered to him was that his Elemental Lord lost its struggle for survival and suffered a complete death as a consequence. Ves experienced this trauma similar to a parent who had lost a child shortly after birth. This was one of the most painful and devastating suffering a father or a mother could go through. Before today, Ves could never imagine what it would be like for Aurelia, Andrast, or Marvane to die in his arms. He would probably go crazy with grief. Though Ves would always prioritize his own children over a grand work, that did not lessen the impact of one of his greatest failures as a Mech designer. Jovi did not rush to resume the conversation. He calmly sipped his drink while constantly observing his friend's depressed state. Lightning tribulations are strange phenomena, the Mecher eventually continued. I cannot explain much about them. I am not authorized to come in touch with secrets of this nature. I can only supply you with the small amount of details that the xenotechnician and the polymath have seen fit to share. Though Ves could hardly muster any interest to pay attention to anything else aside from his incredibly painful loss, he harbored a special kind of resentment towards the lightning tribulation that denied his magnificent work a chance to live. Every time his thoughts strayed towards the lightning tribulation, Ves grew pissed at how it showed so much malice towards the Elemental Lord's existence. It was as if its existence personally offended the powerful authority from Messier 87. The Elemental Lord was a completely innocent existence as far as Vess was concerned. It did not deserve to die because of factors outside of its control. If anyone deserved to get punished for violating a taboo, it should be Vess who should account for his crime. Even though it was absolutely crazy for him to think about it, Vess actually wished he could have been the subject of the lightning tribulation instead of his precious creation. In his current mood, Vess irrationally preferred to die if that was what it took to bring the Elemental Lord to life. Only the most passionate and obsessive Mech designers could understand his current sentiment. Perhaps that was why Vess and Jovi were not in complete alignment at the moment. A sense of alienation existed between the two, as Jovi could not fully understand why Vess took this loss so badly. The R-Ray Mech designer sighed. Objectively, you never had a chance of success. Your intention was too ambitious. Your Mech possessed too much promise, far more than you can bear at your current ability. You sought to produce a battleship when you are only truly qualified to make a frigate. You tried to fly when you should still be learning how to walk. If you toned down the scope of your highly inventive work, you might not have been able to produce an astonishing result, but the resulting Mech would have provoked a much weaker reaction from Messier 87. His explanation made sense. That was one of the reasons why Vess became so filled with regret. It became clear that he had crossed the line far too much. Perhaps star designers, such as the Polymath, had many ways to cope with an exceedingly powerful lightning tribulation, but Vess was far less capable of handling such a situation. The outcome that happened today made that abundantly clear to him. His failure taught him a brutal lesson about the dangers of unbridled hubris. Is it unusual to attract a multimodal lightning tribulation that strikes as much as 81 times? It is one of the most severe responses that a Mech designer can provoke, Jovi straightforwardly answered. For whatever reason, the number 9 has great meaning to the source of these tribulations. It is usual for highly notable accomplishments that far exceed the scope of an ordinary masterwork Mech to trigger at least some variation of a lightning tribulation. Depending on how extensively the work defies the rules, the tribulation will strike in multiples of 9. For example, if you had attempted to create a Mech that was much less ambitious, then it would have been able to survive this test if it only lasted for 27 strikes at most. That was a sobering realization to Vess. He had acted completely without any awareness of the forces he had been toying with. If he possessed this information from the start, he would have definitely reined himself in and given his Elemental Lord a much greater chance to live past this day. Vess lowered his head in regret. He hated the fact that the Red Association denied this crucial information to him, but he did not really blame the Mechers for withholding it in the first place. No one could have imagined that Vess actually needed it at his current stage. People often learned the most profound lessons when they suffered a massive failure. Vess was in the same position now as the death of the Elemental Lord scarred him to the point where he would never want to make the same mistake again. If he ever entered a position where he could trigger a lightning tribulation once again, he was determined to hold back until he was able to guarantee the survival of his most promising works. There was no doubt in his mind that Vess would be confronted by lightning tribulations yet again. He had already triggered it 3 times over the course of his career. There was no way he would allow this setback to deter him from challenging this powerful force yet again. Tell me more about these lightning tribulations. Vess spoke with greater steel in his voice. You said that this one originated from Messier 87, right? Messier 87 is one of the largest galaxies in the cosmos as far as we can tell. It has assimilated so many galaxies that its influence on its surroundings is massive. A significant concentration of E-energy radiation is able to reach the current location of the Red Ocean. This essentially means that we are all operating on its territory, for a lack of a better description. When we are able to make use of its power, we become subject to its terms and conditions. Vess was pretty sure that he had never signed such an agreement, But then again, a supremely powerful galaxy had no need to waste its time on paper. Are those four-armed aliens native to that distant galaxy? Jovi nodded. Normally, this is a secret that shouldn't even be shared outside of the halls of the Red Association, but since you have already seen their manifestations with your own eyes, you are allowed to know this much. You have done us a massive favor by giving us a glimpse of the possible alien adversaries that we might face once our two galaxies come into contact with each other. The previous lightning tribulations have produced similar alien manifestations, but they were not as weak as the ones that appear today. You have made a large contribution by giving us a glimpse of the low-level combatants of the greater galaxy. Vess couldn't help but twitch his lips. Low-level. According to the model constructed by the Mechers, the four-armed alien swordsman likely ranked at the bottom of Messier 87 hierarchy of power. Since I have made such a valuable contribution, I am due for a reward. Is that correct? That is naturally the case. Any intelligence related to Messier 87 can directly improve our chances of surviving contact with the natives that reside over there. You have also given us valuable insights on the evolution of a human phase lord. We will not be stingy about any help you can give us in this regard. The personal Azure Energy Shield generator is a part of your reward. The association has also seen fit to award you with 750 million MTA merits. Oh, before you ask, we are aware of how much you care about the EdNet, so we have also awarded you with 10 permanent EdNet quotas. We hope that you will not let your ambitious attempt stop you from breaking the limits of what is possible in the future. The Mech industry needs more rule breakers like you. Red humanity would be in a far better position if there are 10 more Mech designers who possess the same attitude. Those were hefty consolation prizes. Heh. Vess couldn't help but chuckle when he heard that. You Mechers are quite rule-abiding as far as I am aware of. Well, I can understand your interest. Only the craziest of Mech designers are brave enough to pursue the greatest of ambitions. The Red Association was a bastion of order and rationality. That came with many advantages, but it was often the case that outsiders managed to shake up the foundation of Mech design the most. The Mech industry needed both in order to prosper. Centuries of continuous growth and prosperity had proven this assumption. We would like to provide you with another benefit, Jovi said. As an honorary member of the Red Association, it is our duty to assist you with your needs. Whenever you suspect that you are on the verge of fabricating a Mech that is likely to attract a lightning tribulation, you can contact us for help. Our available esteemed experts will be happy to provide consultation to you. They can estimate the severity and the mode of tribulation so that you can make the necessary preparations and adjustments. You are not alone, Vess. The addition of any work that is able to survive a baptism of lighting is a boon to our civilization. The more wonders you can produce, the more you can strengthen the foundation of our race. We are all hoping that you will eventually succeed in your venture. Vess could hear the sincerity in Jovi's voice. The Mechers might be bastards at times, but when it came to the design and creation of fantastic Mechs, they could be his strongest allies. There was no reason for Vess to reject this assistance. If he wanted to succeed in his attempt to defy the supreme authority of Messier 87, he could make a lot more progress if he was able to borrow the expertise of the Red Association. Chapter 54, 33 Heavenly Authority. Vess received a decent amount of clarification from Jovi. Understanding what exactly happened a few hours ago helped Vess a lot. He was starting to move past the trauma of losing an exceedingly precious living Mech and began to think about how he could avoid this outcome in the future. If the Mechers wanted Vess to move past the darkness that clouded his thoughts, then they had made a fair amount of progress. He still couldn't move past his enormous failure, but it was a good sign that he was starting to think about the future again. Too little time had passed for Vess to be ready to move on, though. The more he wanted to let go, the more his memories of the Elemental Lord pulled him back. There was no easy way for Vess to overcome this problem. Jovi clearly understood this fact and did not occupy his friend for long. Mech designers can never succeed all the time. The further you go, the greater the challenges you will have to overcome. While it is not my intention to discourage you, it may be better for you to set your grander ambitions aside and work towards strengthening your foundation. The stronger your fundamentals, the greater the chance that your mech will be able to survive these ordeals. That was a sensible piece of advice. I agree. Maybe it is time for me to stay grounded for a time. There was so much room to improve. His failure may have caused him to lose the elemental lord, but its legacy still lived on in his mind. He knew exactly what he had done to fabricate such an amazing work. While he was not certain about his ability to reproduce a mech that was just as brilliant when he was not in an inspired state, he could still learn from the design and all of the spontaneous decisions he had made during the fabrication run. This would be his way of making sure that the elemental lord still lived on in another way. Its existence would be remembered, and its contributions would remain visible in the form of many small improvements and advancements derived from its brilliant existence. Vess felt as if he went through a small mental baptism by the time the Teresk teleported him back to Diandi base. Upon his return, Vess sternly made it clear that he did not want to be disturbed for the time being. Not even Lucky could keep him company. Meow. I am sorry, buddy, but I need to take care of an important matter. Vess retreated to his design lab and forced himself to write down his logs and add as many annotations to the design of the elemental lord as possible. He wanted to translate all of his current thoughts and insights into writing while they still remained fresh. This was an essential step to the long process of learning from his mistakes and doing a much better job next time. He might not be in the best mood to undertake this work, but he owed it to the elemental lord to do what was necessary to preserve its legacy to the best possible extent. As he worked, Vess noticed that he had become a lot more productive than before. Despite his exhausted and emotionally drained state, Vess felt as if his mind had undergone a huge expansion. The radical physical changes produced by the latest lightning baptism had literally amplified the size of his brain. Somehow, these radical physical changes took place without producing any distortions, injuries, or other sequelae. Vess did not even feel weird or uncomfortable about the fact that thousands of kilograms of his own body mass had been folded into different dimensions. Even though his actual body was stuck in a convoluted dimensional puzzle, his actual experience with his current state was not much different from before. How is this possible? This was the charm of a lightning tribulation. Any positive changes that took place usually ended up well. No mortal force was able to do a better job than the power of supreme creation. Vess ended his note-taking a lot faster than he expected. It gave him the illusion that he had gained a copy of Gloriana's much-anticipated first-class cranial implant. Of course, there were many differences between the two. He could vaguely discern that the radical expansion of his brain matter largely served to help him assert control over his massive true body. Vess could not precisely tell how large his actual body had grown after his face water concentration had gained such a massive boost. One outcome was for certain. He would probably be mistaken for a monstrous giant if he ever unveiled his true body in front of an ignorant crowd. I need to head somewhere private and see how I truly look like if I undo all of this space folding. He needed to know what he was dealing with in order to prevent any future surprises. Who knew whether it would be handy for him to take advantage of his enormously inflated scale one day? His thoughts did not linger too long on his phase lord cultivation. He was willing to take advantage of it whenever it was convenient, but he did not intend to obsess over its benefits. As Vess continued to stare at the design of the elemental lord, he suddenly jerked when he noticed that one of his incarnations received a surprise visit. Back in the old galaxy, the Oblivion Empress had deigned to pay a visit to Veronica. The living divine artifact rested on a table and stared aimlessly at a design terminal. What happened back on New Constantinople Roman 8 had produced such a massive impact that not even Veronica could focus on her routine design work anymore. Letter 188 Omicron, my child, a deceptively mild voice called out from the side. No matter how gentle her voice may be, there was no way that Veronica could possibly disregard her own mother. Mother, the mechanical feline responded. I suppose you have come to talk about how my main self arrogantly sought to challenge the heavens, only for his work to get struck down as punishment. The robed true god maintained a non-judgmental expression as he sat in front of Veronica. I came to dispel your ignorance. Now that you have touched upon a layer of reality that was previously beyond your reach, it is better if you develop a better understanding of the forces that you have challenged and insulted with your work. Veronica frowned. Jovi had offered a lot of clarification, but he never offered an exact explanation why the elemental lord provoked such a violent response. Can you tell me the taboo that I have violated in the process of creating my latest work? Cynthia settled in a more comfortable stance. To do that, I need to explain the purpose of heavenly punishment. You should have an understanding that galaxies are controlled by enormous and unfathomable existences, correct? They were called the heavens or the heavenly Tao in ancient times. It is beyond the scope of this conversation to explain their full nature, but it is enough for me to say that they are the collective representatives of the galaxies that have spawned them. The stronger the energies in a given area, the stronger and more encompassing they become. It should be obvious to you that Messier 87 hosts one of the most powerful and domineering heavenly authorities in the cosmos. The female cat nodded. I can understand that logic. What does that have to do with lightning tribulations? I am getting there, my child. Now, a heavenly authority is spawned from a galaxy and is generally, but not always, concerned with the health and survival of that very same cosmic environment. Since the heavenly authority is largely derived from the power of heaven, it is highly concerned with the use and abuse of these energies. What you call E-energy radiation may seem like a free and endlessly renewable resource to you and your fellow red humans, but this is not actually the case. Nothing is truly free, and the E-energy that is released by Messier 87 all have an existing owner. That was a remarkably different perspective on E-energy than the general consensus back in the Red Ocean. Veronica felt a bit sour about this truth. So we have all been leeching off someone else's energy. Is that what you are trying to convey? The heavenly authority has the right and the power to set its rules regarding its use. If anyone ever uses the power of heaven in a manner that is not conducive to the health or the goals of the dominant authority, then the latter will take action to punish the violent and deter others from committing similar misdeeds in the future. That caused Veronica to look upset. I can understand this punishment mechanism, but why does it turn into a reward mechanism so long as a violation is strong enough to make it past a tribulation? Cynthia chuckled. That has to do with one of the fundamental rules of reality. Never forget that might make right. Not even the heavens can circumvent this truth. They must always be fair to a degree. If the weak commit a crime, then they must suffer the punishment. If the strong commit a crime, then they will be rewarded for their actions so long as they can withstand the consequences. I understand that this brief explanation may sound highly contradictory to your ears, but I do not make the rules. It sounded as if even a true God with a deep understanding of cultivation science was frustrated about the operation of the heavens. I don't get it, Veronica said in a tone that conveyed clear frustration. Why did Messier 87 have to be so heavy-handed in striking down my elemental lord? There are multiple reasons that can explain what has happened. One of them is internal and the other one is external. I shall start with the latter first. To put it simply, Messier 87 is an enormous galaxy that is filled with the power of heaven and cultivators who know how to make use of it. Now think of how a galaxy develops where a growing population of powerful aliens continually extracts the same resource over and over again. Do you think that the galaxy can always satisfy this growing demand? No, Veronica shook her head. That is impossible. There has to be a limit. This is one of the reasons why a heavenly authority must exist. It acts as a combination between an environmental protection agency and a resource management bureau. When the power of heaven is abundant, it is inclined to be fairly lenient about the usage of this widely available energy. However, Messier 87 is not old, but occupied with an unimaginable amount of aliens, many of whom are cultivators. I cannot discern too much information about them, but the severity of the lightning tribulation indicates that this powerful galaxy is operating close to its maximum capacity. In other words, it was like a highly congested sports stadium that was already filled to the limit. It was incredibly different to keep all of the occupants happy and in line. It was logical for the security forces to act harshly against those that wished to enter the stadium by force or ruin the enjoyment of legitimate customers. Veronica was grateful to her mother for finally giving her a clear explanation. I do not really understand the logic behind the harsh response, the cyborg cat said. All of that E-energy radiation that is spilling outside of the confines of the galaxy is going to waste anyway. Why does this heavenly authority care about the fact that I intended to recycle it for my own use? There are so many other humans in the red ocean that are doing the same. Why am I being singled out all of a sudden? Her mother's expression took on a graver expression. A heavy aura formed around her that generated an air of solemnity. It is because your violation was too severe, my child. When you attempted to create a mech that immediately possessed the potential to combine the 5 elements, you did not just attempt to create a living mech that was the equivalent to a true god if it fully realized its potential. You challenged the heavens themselves by usurping a part of its authority. This is the internal reason why your work could never be tolerated. If your living mech was truly able to combine all 5 elements at once, it will have the ability to merge them into higher forms of energy that can threaten the heavenly authority and bring its galaxy out of balance. Do you understand now? Ooh, I don't think so. Well, you are less ignorant than you were an hour ago. If not for the fact that a lightning tribulation must follow the rules, it would have crushed your elemental mech with all of the power of 81 strikes at once. Do not doubt my words. In fact, do not even think about repeating your stunt. You can design any mech you like, but your strength has to match your ambitions. If you dare to create another machine that inherently wields the 5 elements before you are ready, then the lightning tribulation may not be so merciful next time. Chapter 54, 34 The Great Struggle for Dominance. I still do not understand. Veronica had trouble understanding the rules and logic of these so-called heavenly authorities. From her perspective, a big galaxy like Messier 87 generated so much E-energy that it could not possibly contain it all. A vast quantity of E-energy radiation constantly escaped from the confines of the galaxy and spilled out into the depths of space. A tiny proportion of that massive radiation happened to pass through the new coordinates of the red ocean, thereby allowing people like Vess to take advantage of this runoff energy. How could Messier 87 care so much about what happened beyond the periphery of its own galaxy? Why did it remain so touchy about the usage of this energy that would have just continued to dilute more and more until practically nothing of use was left? Her mother definitely possessed a much more comprehensive understanding of the true situation, but she had an annoying habit of withholding crucial information due to believing that her child was not ready to face the greater truths. Veronica was tired of being treated like an immature kid. Her main self was already a senior mech designer, which in most places was regarded as a mature and accomplished professional. While there was still a large gap in status between a senior and a master, the fact that she had already come in touch with the 3rd rung of Senfaven's ladder of craftsmanship ought to be an indication that she should be able to learn about the relevant truths in advance. "Mother," the cute cat said as she floated over and landed her metallic body onto Cynthia's lap. I need to know more. The rules that you have described don't really make sense to me. I lack the context to understand why the heavenly authority hates what I am doing. I won't stop, you know. I will continue to design and fabricate mechs that are stronger than the ones I have made before. Even if I rein in my ambitions and work at a more measured pace, I will bump into a lightning tribulation sooner rather than later. If I am forced to have a rematch, I would like it to happen on my terms. The Lady of the Night calmly listened to her child's arguments. Information is power, but it is also a curse. The true God spoke in a weighty tone. From the moment you become aware of certain truths, your perception of life, reality, and fate will change forever. Ignorance is usually regarded as a negative trait, but I do not agree with that sentiment. There is virtue in ignorance. Those who live without having to bear the curse of knowledge can embrace their futures with greater optimism. Her argument did have merit, but Veronica had moved way past that point. She had become embroiled in numerous galactic and intergalactic affairs, a few of which directly influenced the development of entire civilizations and the balance of power in the Red Ocean. I do not think your argument applies to me anymore, Veronica plainly told her mother. Now that I have become a Tier 3 galactic citizen in human society, I have reached a position of prominence and leadership where continuing to remain ignorant is regarded as a sin, not a virtue. My responsibilities have become to remain oblivious to the greater forces in play. Tell me, please, give me the truth. Not even the Oblivion Empress could remain unmoved by her child's appeal. It was a mother's greatest wish for her child to grow up safe and happy. However, now that her naughty offspring had become involved in affairs that were so threatening that even true gods had to act cautiously, perhaps her baby had a point. Very well, I shall unveil the truth to you if you must know. The powerful woman relented and took a few moments to compose her words. Previously, I have described the heavenly authority of Messier 87 to you. Since this large galaxy is governed by a collective consciousness, so can others. Virtually, every galaxy that is not devoid of life and energy is overseen by similar heavenly Taos. Veronica firmly nodded. I know. I have already come in contact with whatever is in charge of the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. They were quite nice to me back then. In fact, I suspect that one of the reasons why my Phase Lord cultivation progressed so effortlessly on New Constantinople Roman 8 was because the Red Ocean secretly made things easy for me. I don't think Messier 87 was in charge of the last lightning tribulation. Cynthia was surprised by these guesses. You are not wrong. You have an astute mind. It just so happens that this is related to the truth that I am about to unveil to you. If you think about it, these heavenly authorities are similar to cultivators. You can even think of them as superorganisms in a similar fashion to an ant colony or a bee colony. They are not singular existences that you can easily distinguish, but they come forth through the intense cooperation between many specialized organisms that are operating within a conductive environment. Yet no matter how special a superorganism may be, it is still subject to the same pressures and desires as any other organism. This explanation entered into familiar territory to Veronica. She possessed keen insights into life and also possessed a decent understanding of biotechnology. You're saying that heavenly authorities can become hungry and greedy. They yearn to compete for a limited amount of resources that they really need, so they inevitably enter into a competition against similar existences. Are the galaxies competing against each other? Cynthia responded with a cold smile. They are. It may seem perplexing to you. The cosmos is vast. There are as many galaxies as there are pebbles of rock on a typical planet, yet they cannot possibly fill up the vast stretches of space. However, the heavenly authorities that are rooted in these galaxies are competing over loftier goals than that. One of them is to become nothing less than the overarching authority of our entire universe. What? There was a huge difference in scope between governing a galaxy and governing an entire universe. The difference in scale was so unimaginably huge that it was like comparing an ant to a Red Fleet dreadnought. Even if Messier 87 was impressively one of the biggest and most energetic galaxies in the block, it was pure arrogance to think that it could dominate the rest of the cosmos. This is not a goal that can be attained in any human's lifetime, Cynthia explained. Entire races may rise and fall before any noticeable change occurs. However, these heavenly authorities can afford to play the long game. They can live as long as their origin galaxies can last. Their strategies and methods of operation are incomprehensible to you because they are inherently not human. Conquering the universe may be impossible to the likes of us, but Messier 87 has already been working towards this goal. Do you know how it intends to invade other spaces? Veronica thought back on her mother's previous explanations. The answer was obvious now that she thought about it from this angle. Energy. It is energy, right? Earlier, you told me that no energy is free and that all of it is already owned. From the moment that people like me make use of E-energy radiation, we develop some sort of relationship or dependency on its originator. Cynthia grimly nodded. This is one of the direct methods that heavenly authorities rely upon to expand their claims. Each of us are made out of matter and energy, and even the former is derived from the latter. The humans of the Milky Way are completely native to this galaxy. Their bodies are completely derived from nutrients that originate right here. The energies that sustain their existences are also generated by the stars and other resources of their native galaxy. This means that they are full subjects of the local heavenly authority from beginning to end. It was rather weird for Veronica to look at life from such a colonial perspective, but she was able to understand the logic behind this thought process. What about red humanity? The cyborg cat asked. What about my main self? Do they still belong to the Milky Way, or are they being assimilated by other authorities? There are no straightforward answers to your questions, my child. There are two dominant factors that roughly determine your allegiance, for a lack of a better word. The first factor is to look at the energy and matter that has made you who you are today. In your case, you are born in the Milky Way, emigrated to the Red Ocean, and recently began to make heavy use of Messier 87 E-energy radiation. From a materialistic standpoint, your allegiances have become split between all three galaxies. That sounded incredibly messy to Vess. It explained that he had been confronted by the heavenly authorities of both the Milky Way and the Red Ocean during his first sublimation. Back then, he had already obtained dual citizenship of sorts. I don't think that most red humans are keen to allow Messier 87 to take over us in this way, Veronica retorted. I certainly have no love for this supermassive galaxy, even if I am eager to exploit its E-energy radiation. I am also sure that a lot of red humans still harbor a lot of attachment to the Milky Way. They are still natives to the old galaxy in their opinion. They merely regard their territories in the Red Ocean as colonial extensions of the galaxy of their birth. Cynthia smirked. That is why the origin of matter and energy is not the only factor that determines your allegiance. Do not get me wrong. You cannot afford to disregard this factor. Your mixed interactions with the Milky Way, the Red Ocean, and Messier 87 have caused you to develop strong debts of karma with each of these three galaxies. They are essentially investing their resources in you with the hopes that you will generate a profit for them in the future. That sounded awfully familiar to Vess. States and powerful family organizations operated in the same manner. What happens if I am not in the mood to pay one of them back? The cyborg cat's purple glowing eyes flickered. If you continue to take from them without ever paying them back, then these heavenly authorities will become hostile to you. They may not be able to punish you directly, but they can make it harder for you to advance by amplifying the power of a lightning tribulation. They can also encourage their own subjects to attack you on its behalf. In short, it is not pleasant to be targeted by a hostile galaxy. That was bad news to Veronica. She had already pissed off the authority from Messier 87 once. Damn, do I have to make amends in order to make up for my crimes? Veronica asked with concern. Not necessarily. Cynthia shook her head. You cannot maintain friendly relations with everyone. This is what the second factor is about. The bonds of karma formed by making use of energy and matter from a specific origin can only make you indebted to that heavenly authority. What truly matters is where your heart lies. Many red humans still think of themselves as full natives of the Milky Way. That means that they do not harbor any allegiance towards the Red Ocean and Messier 87. This is in spite of the fact that they have no qualms about exploiting the resources from both galaxies. You can do that. Yes, my child. What this means is that all of those human immigrants are still regarded as subjects of the Milky Way. They are essentially invading or colonizing other galaxies on its behalf after they have left their native galaxy. This is one of the fundamental reasons why the native aliens of the Red Ocean are so hostile to human colonists. The phase whales and the other alien races cannot tolerate an intruder that seeks to convert the Red Ocean into a conquest of the Milky Way. This competition sounded way too big for Veronica. She had no idea that these galaxies were locked in an epochal struggle for universal dominance. Chapter 54:35, The Curse of Knowledge. The story had become a lot clearer now that Cynthia unveiled the struggle for dominance. Veronica had no idea that the galaxies, or rather their heavenly authorities, tried to conquer each other as part of a deep and enormous conflict. The Milky Way, the Red Ocean, and Messier 87 were not as isolated from each other as Vess thought. In particular, the Milky Way and the Messier 87 had entered into a direct competition with each other. The Red Ocean just happened to become the contested lands they were competing over. The Milky Way originally sought to establish its claim on the Red Ocean by unleashing the scourge of humanity on the dwarf galaxy. However, the major alien races refused to let that happen. They panicked and prematurely triggered the Great Refuge Plan, which somehow displaced the Red Ocean all the way into Messier 87 orbit. While this desperation move had certainly crippled the invasion attempt of the Milky Way, the greater consequence was that the Red Ocean became targeted by a much greater predator. Even though no subject of Messier 87 had yet to step foot inside the hapless dwarf galaxy, the much stronger galaxy had already begun its invasion by flooding the Red Ocean with exotic radiation. All of the E-energy radiation that red humanity was happily using to power up their mechs, starships, and other tech was not as free as they assumed. The greater truth of the matter was that E-energy radiation belonged to Messier 87. No matter whether the humans or aliens of the Red Ocean actively made use of this resource or not, their continuous exposure to the power of a foreign heaven would slowly cause them to become more related to the giant golden galaxy. What did this mean for the future? Would red humanity still seek to maintain its attachment to the Milky Way, or would people gradually forget about their roots of their original galaxy as they began to interact more with Messier 87? What of the native aliens? Would the phase whales and the other major races remain loyal to the Red Ocean to the end? Or would the power of exotic radiation succeed in turning them against their own home galaxy? All kinds of complicated questions welled up in Veronica's mind. She was no longer able to see the conflict between red humanity and the native aliens of the Red Ocean in a simple manner anymore. So many additional factors came into play that Veronica could not keep track of everything anymore. The sides had become too ambiguous. This was what her mother meant by referring to the curse of knowledge. A powerful human hand caressed Veronica's head. Do not think so much about these overarching issues, my child. A motherly tone soothed the cyborg cat. You are not directly involved in this struggle. You are a chess piece, not a chess player. You need to focus on your own immediate interests first. The greater struggle between heavenly authorities is most definitely relevant to you, but its scope is far too great for you to agonize over. For now, it is already enough for you to become aware of the allegiances and intentions of the people around you. Think about which heavenly authority they belong to and how that affects their decision-making. Veronica paused in thought. The most immediate subject in mind was the Red Association. The Mechers were not monolithic, but he bet that their leadership had probably come to a consensus on this matter. The leaders of the Red Association were probably aware of this universal struggle for dominance. They had to be, as they largely consisted of true gods, just like her mother. Given that the Mechers of the Red Ocean purposefully severed ties with the Mech Trade Association, I think that the former has no intentions of maintaining ties with the Milky Way anymore, she guessed. You once told me that names have power. The decision to embrace the name of Red Association means that it is likely meant to encourage Red humanity to develop its own separate identity that is separate from original humanity. The same goes for the Red Fleet. It is more than that, Cynthia said. The Red, too, have not only adopted a strategy that seeks to diminish the ties between Red humanity and the Milky Way, but they have also taken action to embed the humans into the Red Ocean. What is curious is that the Milky Way may still be able to retain a weak claim to Red humanity, but it will undoubtedly become much weaker over the coming years. Veronica couldn't help but scratch her head with her paw. That sounds risky. Doesn't that mean that Red humans will essentially become native to the Red Ocean in a few generations? The Red Ocean dwarf galaxy was clearly too weak in the face of the two larger galaxies. It sounded a bit stupid to side with the smallest and weakest player in contention. The strategy of the Red, too, is much more profound than you think, my child. The Mechers and the Fleeters are purposefully using their control over Red humanity to shift its allegiances. Try and guess what they seek to accomplish with the information that you have obtained. Do you think it is pleasant for people like you to become the unwitting foot soldiers of these powerful authorities? No, Veronica immediately shook her feline head. This is especially the case when we were never given any choice in the first place. If there was one pet peeve that annoyed her the most, that was answering to a higher authority. Think about all of the god pilots and star designers who owe enormous debts of karma to the Milky Way, but have become stranded in a Red Ocean that has moved far beyond the reach of the former. Do you think these august figures are eager to find a means to reconnect with the old galaxy? This was a more difficult issue to Veronica. I do not know what goes on in their heads. I think that god pilots and star designers are honorable enough to repay all of the favors that helped them in the past. That said, the Great Severing has made it a lot more difficult for them to do so. These leader figures will probably do whatever they can to help the Milky Way out, but not as its vassals, but as normal business partners who have engaged in fair transactions. That was a more insightful answer than Cynthia expected from her child. Your words already touch upon the true motives of the Red, too. The Oblivion Empress spoke in an encouraging tone. Many people yearn for power. The more powerful they become, the less they are able to tolerate subservience. The Great Severing is both a calamity and blessing to the leaders of the Red, too. They have lost most of their connection to the Milky Way. How do you think the vassals of a powerful kingdom will act when they have become stranded in a distant colony? It did not take much effort for Veronica to imagine the likely outcome. There is no reason for those vassals to maintain a strong allegiance to a kingdom that cannot help them anymore. The colony will undoubtedly declare independence to its former master. Though Red humanity cannot sever all of its ties to the Milky Way, the relationship between the two will become much less unequal than before. Veronica grew fascinated by what she heard. She could see the hidden meaning behind many of the moves made by the Red, too. It turned out that they proactively sought to change this relationship from the moment the Great Severing took place. In fact, she could even see an angle where certain people who may have learned about the Great Refuge plan in advance deliberately choose to let the native aliens have their way. So what now? Veronica asked her mother. Red humanity may have gained an opportunity to weaken their ties to the Milky Way, but that still leaves them vulnerable to both the Red Ocean and Messier 87. The latter especially poses a great threat to the independence of all of those people. Cynthia smirked. That is why the Red 2 are playing an exceedingly dangerous game. Are you still not able to figure it out? Think about it. What happens to a territory that is contested by 3 different powers? That territory will either fall into the hands of one of those 3 powers or is able to maintain its independence through clever diplomacy. Wait, is that what the Red 2 are aiming for? Are you looking to play the 3 galaxies against each other, to the point where none of them can lay claim to red humanity? I cannot be certain that this is their ultimate plan, but this is the strategy that I would embrace if I was in their shoes. The Oblivion Empress replied. Red humanity is looking to deepen its integration into the Red Ocean, so that the dwarf galaxy can keep Messier 87 at bay. But I am certain that the Mechers and the Fleeters will control this process to prevent their people from becoming completely assimilated. Messier 87 is the greatest threat that you and your people must confront, but as long as you are able to use the power of the Milky Way and the Red Ocean to resist the progressively greater influence resulting from the widespread usage of E-energy radiation, it is possible to produce a stable middle ground. This was a daring plan, one that went so deep that the vast majority of people weren't even aware of this greater ploy. If this daring plan comes into fruition, red humanity will no longer become slaves to any heavenly authority, Veronica realized. Our civilization will become detached but not completely hostile to any of the galaxies, thereby allowing our people to control our own fate. She had only glimpsed a part of the truth so far, but what she learned was so shocking that she looked at all of the major events that happened as of late in a whole different light. For example, Vess began to suspect whether the xenotechnicians' diplomacy plan was an attempt to gradually assimilate red humanity into the Red Ocean. The Red 2 are playing a dangerous game, and they are not unopposed. The true god elaborated. For example, the Terrans and the Rubarthans retain a much greater desire to maintain their existing culture and heritage that originates from the Milky Way. So long as they are able to cling to these old traditions, these first-raters will continue to maintain a much stronger association to their old galaxy for many ages. That can happen. Oh, yes, a cultural invasion is still an invasion. It does not matter if thousands of years go by and no living human exists anymore that has ever resided in the Milky Way. The history, the memory, and all of the other emotional attachment to the old galaxy will ensure that its heavenly authority will still maintain a partial claim to red humanity. Damn, this game was growing more and more complicated. The more information Veronica received, the more convoluted this struggle became. She thought about another variable. Is this fight even fair? What I mean by that is that the strength of these heavenly authorities are way too far apart. As far as I am aware, the Milky Way suffered a massive calamity that crippled it to the point where it is no longer able to produce the power of heaven. The Red Ocean has a lot of face water, but it is too small and weak to do anything else. If nothing shocking happens, I think it is likely that Messier 87 will gobble up the Red Ocean sooner or later. That is the most likely outcome, Cynthia acknowledged. It is one that the Red 2 is resisting with all of their power, but they face an uphill battle. The Red Ocean may be a small and weak dwarf galaxy, but it is an incredibly strategic prize to the greater heavenly authorities. Face water is a rare specialty resource that can massively facilitate long-range travel and transportation. Messier 87 may be powerful in absolute terms, but I doubt it is able to expand its influence to distant galaxies so easily, once it is able to take over the Red Ocean. The powerful natives of Messier 87 will be able to make use of all of that face water to invade a lot of other galaxies that were previously out of reach. Whether the aliens of Messier 87 knew about it or not, their explosive conquest of the surrounding galaxy clusters would serve to fulfill the ultimate ambitions of their heavenly authority. Chapter 54, 36 Gifts of Fate. Though her mother had gifted Veronica with the curse of knowledge, the benefits were worth it. She would rather live her life with greater awareness of all of the games that were being played over her head. Learning about the true nature and motivations of the heavenly authorities was exceedingly precious knowledge. If she wanted to hear this massive truth from the Red Association, her main self would probably have to become a Tier 2 or a Tier 1 galactic citizen in order to earn this right. That was way too long for Veronica. It was far more preferably that she learned about this enormous universe-wide struggle in advance so that she could avoid its many pitfalls. Knowing that the Milky Way, the Red Ocean, and Messier 87 were locked in a massive competition did not give Veronica any comfort. In fact, it did the opposite. She felt the Red Ocean had become a lot more dangerous now that she understood that it had turned into contested land. "You haven't really answered my last question," Veronica spoke. "Messier 87 is the only galaxy that is both powerful and healthy. The Milky Way may have a strong heritage of its own, but it has been crippled for a long time. How can it remain a viable contender? What is its goal anyway? The Red Ocean has moved so far away that it is difficult to imagine that it can play an active role going forward." The Lady of the Night lifted the cyborg cat up and stared straight into her artificial eyes. "The heavenly authority of the Milky Way is indeed past its prime. It has been damaged to the point where it is but a shadow of its former self. Put yourself into its shoes. If you have deteriorated to the point where you have been reduced to prey to any other galaxy that is able to invade your domain in the future, are you willing to lie down and accept this outcome?" "Hell no," Veronica swung her silvery tail in agitation. "I would do anything to escape this predicament. Wait, is sending out red humanity a desperation move from the Milky Way?" The implications were massive if this was the case. Cynthia erupted in laughter as she swung the cyborg cat like a baby. "Ha ha ha, you think too highly of the heavenly authorities. They are more powerful than you can imagine, but free will is a powerful force. At most, they can only nudge people along to increase the probability that events will play out in their favor. To give you a more concrete example, lightning tribulations are one of the means they can use to produce outcomes that are more favorable to their interests." Letter 188 Omicron, the mother set the cyborg cat back down on her lap and resumed petting. When Veronica heard this explanation, she thought back on her own personal experiences with lightning tribulations. She had triggered 3 of them so far, and they produced outcomes that seemed perplexing. That was not the case anymore. Realization gradually dawned upon Veronica as the expanding context finally granted her enough clues to fill in the missing pieces. Is that the reason why these different heavenly galaxies treated me so differently? From what I can remember, the Milky Way and the Red Ocean have been really friendly towards me. Is that because I am doing stuff that advances their agenda? You can think of it that way. Cynthia nodded in agreement. Their options are also much more limited. They do not have many good investment targets to choose from due to their relatively poor ecosystems. Messier 87 is spoiled for choice, so it is much less inclined to be generous or forgiving anymore. Veronica felt as if she had touched upon a great revelation. It was one that directly affected her outlook towards her life. I can understand that, but aren't they being a little too generous towards me? The cyborg cat skeptically asked. It seems to me that they are a bit too eager to lend me a hand. Am I that attractive of an investment target? You are, Cynthia plainly answered and poked her finger against the cyborg cat's chest. Have you forgotten who you are? The gifts of fate always come with a price. It took a few seconds for Veronica to guess what her mother was getting at. What kind of gift of fate was she referring to, and why did she refer to it with such an ominous tone? Oh, are you talking about the Mech designer system? Cynthia smiled. Like it or not, from the moment you have initiated the fragment of the metal scroll, you have become a holy son. More than that, where do you think the metal scroll comes from? Where do you think the sacred scrolls originated from? Each of them are artifacts that have been infused with massive amounts of energy and matter. All of that has to come from somewhere. Do you understand now, my child? Damn. Veronica had yet to make this obvious connection. Now that her mother pointed it out, Veronica abruptly realized that carrying and making use of the Mech designer system caused her to accumulate greater and greater debts of karma to the Milky Way galaxy. Her ties to the old galaxy had grown so strong over the years because she had never ceased to take advantage of the system. Veronica had learned a thing or two about the nature of karma. She knew it became exponentially more difficult to resolve all of this karma as it continued to pile up without stopping. She began to think about the only other person that she knew that owed even more debt to the Milky Way. Was the polymath the most favored agent of the old galaxy? It did not make sense. On the day of her attempted coup, the star designer took the initiative to disconnect red humanity from the old galaxy. Her unity plan also sought to wipe out all of the old traditions of every colonial state and replace it with a completely new and uniform identity that belonged to red humanity alone. All of that suggested that the polymath tried to do the polar opposite and rebel against the Milky Way. Even though her radical scheme had crashed and burned, the polymath did not really lose as badly as everyone thought. Perhaps her true goal was to default on her astronomical debt to the Milky Way and start over with a clean break. If that was the case, then Vess had vastly underestimated the polymath's scheming. It made a lot of sense for her to ditch the iron-resonant crucifix crown and her fragment of the metal scroll. She may have benefited enormously from their power back when she was younger and weaker, but now that she had become an incredibly smart and capable star designer, their usefulness had started to come to an end. It was far more preferable for the polymath to get rid of these shackles of the past and move forward as a free and unburdened true god. A part of Vess began to envy the polymath for successfully taking advantage of these powerful relics, only for her to dash before she had to pay her massive bill. This is one of the hidden meanings behind the term Holy Sun. You are the symbolic child of the Milky Way and enjoy its blessing for that reason. Any lightning tribulations that you trigger will cause it to manipulate the circumstances in a manner that will benefit you the most. After all, the more the Milky Way facilitates your growth, the more you can feed back to your mother galaxy. It explained that the first tribulation successfully birthed the superior mother, despite the enormously shabby and suboptimal conditions at the time. It also explained why all of the negative karma resulting from all of the mistakenly attributed deaths that were allegedly caused by his actions produced such a light and tolerable series of lightning strikes. The heavenly authority of the Milky Way had been playing favorites all this time. Veronica was not amused, to say the least. No one liked to be burdened by a massive pile of debt. She was fine when she remained ignorant of these strong bonds of karma. Now that she had become aware of them, she truly felt that she could not go on with her life without making a serious effort to repay the Milky Way for all of its help. This was not an absolute imperative, but it was more of a nagging feeling that just wouldn't go away unless she resolved it. The more she tried to weasel her way out of this debt, the more it would disturb her on an esoteric level, making it harder for her to advance without getting bogged down by lingering regrets. Veronica made another belated realization. Wait, is that why I have accidentally become a phase lord? Is this also why it had become so absurdly easy for me to advance my body cultivation during the last tribulation? Cynthia replied with a smirk. Why do you ask questions when you already know the answers? As I have said before, the gifts of fate always come with a price. The Red Ocean can be regarded as a vassal of the Milky Way, though that is not actually the case. It is complicated. What are you talking about, Mother? The true God sighed. It is not easy for me to explain the complex dynamics of the heavens from a human perspective. What is relevant is that the Red Ocean has noticed that you are one of the favored sons of the Milky Way and decided to act like a copycat and make a bet on you. Its own situation is quite precarious, as you know. At worst, the Red Ocean will lose its investment, but so long as you are able to use its blessing to successfully resist the invasion of Messier 87, You will be doing it a massive favor. Does that mean that other humans won't be able to advance their phase Lord cultivation so easily by exposing themselves to lightning tribulations? I cannot say. Cynthia crossed her arms. The Red Ocean has a strong incentive to boost the strength of red humanity, as its native aliens are far too primitive and undeveloped to resist the forces of one of the greatest galaxies in the cosmos. However, the Red 2 clearly will not appreciate all of the gifts that it is able to bestow. You are much more suitable to become its agent because you are principled enough to repay your debts and already enjoy the support of the distant Milky Way. That sounded like a very human power play to Veronica. All of this stuff was becoming more and more complicated. She was already reaching her limit of how much she could bear the growing curse of knowledge. Veronica felt very mixed about her main self's accidental body cultivation. Phase Lords were much harder to kill if nothing else, so they had a much greater chance of surviving a lot of future crises. However, thinking about how all of the growing face water concentration and body mass increased her debt to the Red Ocean reduced their attraction. She was not resentful enough to ditch these supposed freebies, but she did not like the fact that she had been roped into a contract without properly understanding the terms. Cynthia rubbed her palm on the cyborg cat's head. Calm down. Do not worry too much about all of these debts and obligations. There are many ways to resolve them. If you want to be honest, then work towards paying them back when you have grown powerful enough that you can do so with a slight amount of effort. If you want to be less than honest, then I can point out directions for you to default on your debts at the cost of souring your relations with these two galaxies. It was way too soon for Veronica to think about this. She was still in a growth stage and would probably have to become a highly accomplished master Mech designer before she could even think about addressing these issues. What about Messier 87? I cannot stop making use of all of the E-energy radiation that it is spitting out, but it clearly has no love for me. In fact, I have probably earned a place on its blacklist given that I am an agent of both the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. You cannot have it all, my child. So what if Messier 87 regards you as a threat? Its heavenly authority cannot strike you down with all of its might. So long as that is the case, you can survive even if you enter deep into its sphere of influence. Did you know that there are two kinds of cultivators? No. There are cultivators who conform to the rules of the heavens. They are able to earn greater power and longevity as rewards for their service. You can interpret them as the agents of harmony who seek to benefit their galaxies out of obligation or because they adhere to a noble purpose. There are also cultivators who defy the restrictions imposed by a heavenly authority. They steal whatever they can and take advantage of every exploit so that they can obtain all of the power and longevity they desire by force. They are pure agents of chaos who are defined by their overriding selfishness and defiance towards greater authorities. Much of the reason why the Milky Way has fallen to this point is due to the actions of these miscreants. What sort of cultivator are you, my child? Chapter 54, 37, Heavenly Relationship Management. Was Veronica an agent of harmony or an agent of chaos? Was she a protector or a destroyer? Was she a hero or a villain? Just thinking about these questions generated a lot of headaches in her cybernetic mind. There was no way she could form direct answers to them. No matter which one she chose, she could always think of an argument that contradicted her conclusions. However, Veronica was not as young, clueless, and naive as she was in the past. She had gone through a lot of growth and managed to make a lot more progress in shaping her views about herself. Her artificial purple eyes glowed brighter as she cut through the confusion and reasserted her identity. I refuse to abide by this false dichotomy of yours, Veronica issued her response. There is no way that people can be allocated to just two diametrically opposing categories. We are way more complicated than that. The way you have framed your words is too misleading, Mother. Cynthia smirked as she looked down at the cybernetic incarnation of her son. I did. No one is purely good or evil. Veronica eruditely explained her views. In the same way, I do not think that anyone can be completely selfless or selfish. Most people tend to fall along various points in those spectrums. I am neither an agent of harmony nor an agent of chaos. I am me, just me. I make my own decisions. I will not allow any heavenly authority or my irrational hatred towards one to determine how I live my life. Her mother approved of her views. You have a clear head on your shoulders, my child. There will always be people who seek to pin you with a label that falls in line with their interests. If they try to paint you as an agent of harmony, they will try to engage in moral kidnapping to force you to work for the greater good of the human race and other such nonsense. Veronica grimly nodded. She immediately thought about her interactions with the survivalist faction and the rest of the Red Association. Although she did not necessarily ascribe malice to the way the Mechers had treated her so far, she could certainly recognize an element of exploitation in their relationship. There will also be people who oppose you or what you represent. They will portray you as an agent of chaos whose presence will only lead to great disaster if left unchecked. It is not pleasant to be turned into a common enemy of an entire society, and the threat of it may deter you from doing whatever it takes to achieve your goals. Veronica always felt restrained in society. From the need to keep so many secrets to her inability to experiment as much as she liked, she would have been able to make much greater progress if she became unbound by the constraints set by the Red 2 and other authorities. Cynthia stroked Veronica's head. I do not wish to tell you how you should live your life. You have grown old enough to make your own decisions in this regard. What I want to tell you is that you do not have to entertain so many concerns about the debts and obligations imposed by the various heavenly authorities. They are powerful in many ways, but helpless in other ways as they are notoriously inflexible. Many cultivators in the past and present have succeeded in bamboozling them. A debt is only heavy when you are unable to get rid of it through other means. Her words helped to reassure Veronica's nerves. Not every debt had to be repaid. The problem was that Veronica always abided by the principle of fairness. As a Mech designer and an entrepreneur, she often relied on win-win agreements to earn long-term profits. It was not in her nature to scam her business partners, especially when the latter had always shown enough goodwill. I do not want to play fast and loose with karma, Veronica said with a sigh. If the burden is not too heavy and if the contract is not unreasonably lopsided, I do not mind settling my debts in an honest fashion. You have already confirmed to me that the Milky Way and the Red Ocean are not strong enough to threaten me all that much. That means that they don't have enough leverage to force me to do stuff that I do not want. I am confident in my ability to maintain mutually beneficial relationships with them. The worst that could happen is that I will walk away from them and make do without their support. Her mother looked approving. That is a sober approach to managing your relationship with these heavenly authorities. Too many cultivators have revered the heavens so much that they have effectively surrendered their goodwill. From what Cynthia had described, these heavenly authorities pretty much sounded like the spiritual equivalent of a large superorganization, such as the Red Association. While the Mechers were undoubtedly powerful enough that Veronica had to act carefully around them, there was no reason for her to surrender to them and become their slave. It was still possible to become friends and business partners with the Mechers. Veronica just had to apply this approach to the huge and overarching heavenly authorities that she became involved with. She was willing to work together with them if it was profitable enough. Of course, Veronica was also willing to disregard the Milky and the Red Ocean if it wasn't worthwhile to cooperate with them any further. That still left her with one more heavenly authority that loomed especially large over her main self. About Messier 87, Cynthia smiled in order to reassure her child. You must respect this heavenly authority, but there is no need to fear it too much. Much like the native alien races of the Red Ocean, the heavenly authority of Messier 87 are entangled in many different parties and affairs. You do not even rank anywhere close to the top as far as priorities go. As long as you keep your head down and avoid antagonizing it at every opportunity, you will be able to proceed without needing to look over your shoulder all of the time. Veronica's mood improved after she heard that. What sort of negative consequences will I suffer if I do not do anything to improve my relations with Messier 87? The heavenly authority will not treat you much worse than all of the other red humans that reject its assimilation. This will not produce too many consequences beyond the accumulation of bad karma so long as you remain in the red ocean. Even though Messier 87 is attempting to claim the dwarf galaxy as its own, so long as the civilizations who occupy it cling to their own identities, this takeover is bound to get stalled. That sounded nice, but Veronica was sure that Messier 87 would not let this be. The red ocean's strategic value was too great. All of the face water produced in this modest dwarf galaxy could further the aggressive ambitions of any heavenly authority. What if the native aliens of Messier 87 invade the red ocean one day? Veronica asked, with a bit of apprehension in her voice. The Red, too, have reasons to fear that this confrontation will happen in a few decades or so. Now that I know about the struggle for dominance, I can see why they are so concerned. Those invading aliens will likely act as the agents of Messier 87 and seek to establish its heavenly authority in our dwarf galaxy. How can we resist the power of this much larger galaxy? Cynthia let out a sigh. That is a problem that can only be solved by you and the rest of red humanity. Messier 87 may be unprecedentedly huge and powerful, but I can easily deduce that it is occupied by many scattered races and organizations. Only a fraction of them have the capacity to conduct intergalactic travel. The forces that arrive in our galaxy should be relatively small. Their cultivators will also be operating in a much less prosperous environment. The large reduction in E-energy radiation levels will directly weaken their ability to leverage its power. Take advantage of that. The god pilots of your civilization are not weak. In other words, red humanity needed all of the god pilots it could get to confront the foreign true gods that would definitely be coming. Kai cultivators and willpower cultivators are two entirely different beasts. The strength and effectiveness of Kai cultivators were far too dependent on the environment. Kai cultivators could easily exert strength far beyond their level in a high-energy environment, but they were awful as long as they entered a region that was barren in terms of E-energy radiation. That was one of the principal reasons why Cynthia never dared to step foot outside of the Nyxian Gap. This hazardous region might not exactly be abundant in spiritual energy, but it was filled with negative energy that provided enough juice for the Lady of the Night to gain a home-ground advantage. Willpower cultivators and the souped-up version known as God pilots were much different in that regard. While they possessed a certain ability to leverage E-energy radiation to empower their own moves, they did not excel in this capacity. Their greatest strengths were their wills. Rather bending or persuading the environment to lend their power to them, willpower cultivators instead preferred to overwrite their surroundings by force, thereby imposing their own version of reality into place. Operation Night Jazz had given Veronica a good glimpse of how god pilots operated in a medium-energy environment. She saw that the god Mechs had already been upgraded with hyper-technology, enabling them to increase their performance even more. Yet no matter how much E-energy they leveraged from the environment, the foundation of their strength always centered around the willpower of the god pilots and the technical capabilities of their god Mechs. E-energy radiation was just icing on the cake as far as they were concerned. I understand. Veronica seriously nodded. I will do what I can to promote the emergence of as many god pilots as possible. I am already involved in several lines of research that should help red humanity produce a lot more high-ranking Mech pilots. Now that she had obtained a lot of information that the Red 2 kept for themselves, she couldn't help but agree with the strategies adopted by the Mechers and the Fleeters. The conversation between mother and child had finally begun to reach its end. Veronica had received way too many revelations in a short amount of time. She needed a lot of time to process her own thoughts and formulate new strategies based on the information that she had received. There was one more matter that she wanted to bring up with her mother. Even though my elemental lord failed to earn its right to exist, I don't want to give up on the concept. The cyborg cat spoke. Do you have any advice for me about making sure that my work stands a much better chance of surviving against a punishing lightning tribulation? Letter 1A Tomicron, I was waiting for you to ask such a question. Cynthia responded. Your original approach was too arrogant and dangerous. You overreached by an enormous extent. How can you build a mech that harnesses the power of the 5 elements when you have not even mastered any of them yourself? You tried to fly when you still haven't even learned how to walk. The proper approach is to do this step by step. She had mentioned this before. It sounded as if it was very important to start from the beginning. Before you think about merging multiple elements to produce powerful synergies, you should master the fundamentals by thoroughly exploring every classical element in isolation. I can tell that your depth and comprehension of 4 of them is far too shallow. This is your greatest weakness and shortcoming. As long as you familiarize yourself with the properties and applications of all of these elements, you will naturally be able to fuse them together to produce more dramatic results. Chapter 54, 38, Multi-Elemental Cultivation. Back when the Elemental Lord struggled to survive against the progressively stronger tribulation waves, the powerful living Mech had been forced to learn on the fly and hastily figure out how to chain several different elements together. The 5 brothers who had just been born did not enjoy the time to explore their own elements, let alone figure out how to fuse them together. They were like babies who had been forced by circumstances to fight like adult soldiers. There was no way for them to succeed in such awful circumstances. It would be like asking Andras to fight against the Singularity Lord. The disparity in strength was simply too great for this venture to succeed. As a powerful Kai cultivator, Cynthia Larkinson definitely knew what she was talking about when she gave her advice on mastering the 5 elements. Veronica listened carefully and took her mother's lessons to heart. There is nothing wrong with specializing in a single element, the true God said. Any element can be exploited to produce results that are far greater than what is possible in nature. By lessening their focus on other elements, Kai cultivators can dedicate enough time, resources, and other factors to transform the expression of a single element in many powerful forms. A mono-elemental Kai cultivator is not necessarily inferior to a duo-elemental cultivator. What is important to note is that the difficulty in making progress, as the latter is at least several times higher. A duo-elemental cultivator has greater potential than a mono-elemental cultivator, right? Veronica asked. That is only true in certain cases. A duo-elemental cultivator has more options at his disposal. If his cultivation is at the same stage as a mono-elemental rival, he can exert greater power through the synergies between the 2 elements. However, the time and effort it takes to master twice as many elements makes it so that the duo-elemental cultivator has often failed in their deeper meanings and possibilities. This was essentially a contrast between breadth and depth. It reminded Veronica of the possible development directions of his design philosophy. She was able to choose between growing a broad but relatively short tree or growing a narrow but also taller tree. Veronica had eventually opted to go with the former because that aligned better with her own nature. She was way too curious about different stuff to stick to a single subject. It appeared that the same dynamic also applied to Kai cultivation. The differences will become even more exaggerated when more elements come into the mix, right? Cynthia smiled in a way that made it seem as if she was reminiscing about the past. Oh, that is most certainly the case. The difficulty and progression speed of triple elemental, 4 elemental, and the most exceptional 5 elemental cultivators become exponentially worse. Virtually no grassroots cultivator can ever succeed in them. It takes a strong background, many resources, and most importantly, talent in all of the relevant elements in order for a cultivator to make real progress in any of them. If any of these conditions are absent, it is always better to focus on a smaller quantity of elements. That made a lot of sense. It sounded as if mono-elemental cultivators were all poor fellows who had to make do with less, but as long as they worked hard enough, it was still possible for them to defeat multi-elemental cultivators. Veronica looked up at her mother again. You are a mono-elemental cultivator who specializes in wood, am I right? You have never displayed any strong abilities that make me think of the other 4 classical elements. The cyborg cat received a small smack on her head as a response. It is not polite to point out someone else's cultivation, Cynthia admonished the cat before smiling. I can tell you that you are not wrong. My power is largely derived from wood. Due to my extensive exploration and mastery of this element, I have fused it with my own comprehension and insights and mutated it to form my own Tao. This has granted me the ability to perform many methods and techniques that cannot be reproduced through shallower applications of the wood element. Veronica recalled the times where her mother demonstrated her power as a Kai cultivator. Cynthia was frightening in how she was able to expand her nature-based domain to absorb any kind of energy and convert it into her own power. Is that the sort of strength and understanding that I must reach in order to sufficiently master a single element? That caused her mother to chuckle. Oh no, my dear, that is far too much to you, I believe. Your circumstances are different from mine. You do not have the time or the need to explore one of the elements to such an extent. It is sufficient for you to master an element to the point where you can solidly manifest all of its basic applications to a perfect degree. There is no need for you to develop more advanced techniques because you can rely on the combination between multiple elements to produce more comprehensive results. So you are saying that I am much more suitable to become a multi-elemental cultivator. Only in the context of a creation cultivator, Cynthia affirmed. Your goal in mastering the elements is to incorporate them better into your mechs. You do not need to waste your time on learning techniques that are only relevant to Kai cultivators. That makes it much more practical for you to explore multiple elements. In fact, almost every mech designer is a duo-elemental cultivator. They always have a foundation in mechs, which is a derivative of the metal element, and another attribute that is most closely aligned with their specializations. Veronica nodded in agreement. She herself started out with a domain that was split between metal and life. Does this mean that I should start out by deepening my understanding of the metal element? That is my strongest so far, and I think I can make a lot more progress if I work together with Vulcan. Surprisingly, Cynthia shook her head in disagreement. You are already working with metal practically every day. You have become so exposed to it that it is difficult for you to accelerate your progress if you work on it more. It is better for you if you shift your focus and explore a completely different element for a time. You will make many new discoveries as you work towards deepening your understanding of it. Once you comprehend this second element just as well as your original metal element, you can begin to explore how you can produce truly powerful results by combining them together. Over time, you can repeat this process with a third, fourth, and ultimately a fifth element. This was the proper progression trajectory of a multi-elemental cultivator. Veronica understood much better now how stupid she had been to design a 5-element mech from the start. She felt so embarrassed by her monumentally stupid mistakes that she wanted to crawl inside a box. Even though you make it sound like it is manageable, it will still take many years before I truly gain the qualifications to develop a proper version of the elemental lord, right? That is so, my child. That would take way too much time and effort. Veronica was not even sure if she and her incarnations could master the 5 elements to a sufficient degree in a reasonable time frame. Do I have to focus on the 5 elements at all? There are a lot of other attributes that I could explore instead in order to improve my mech designs. For example, I can choose to focus more on the attributes of space or death. Those are also valid approaches. There are many cultivators in the past and present who have done just fine without the 5 elements. However, I recommend that you do not disregard their power and their usefulness to your work. The reason why they are so important is because they encompass virtually every phenomena in our reality. You will not have any blind spots as long as you are able to master all 5 elements. Even if you fall short of that, mastering several elements will already equip you with the tools needed to address many different issues that you may encounter in the future. Her mother made a good point. Veronica already had a firm foundation in the metal element, so she might as well get started in the other 4 ones in order to round out her elemental design applications. Of course, she had to be careful about biting more than she could chew. I need to pick an element to begin my foray into mastering the 5 elements, Veronica said. I am thinking about increasing my comprehension of the water element. What do you think, Mother? Why water? There are 3 reasons for that. The first is that it is much easier for me to progress in it than the other options. The latest freebie given by the Red Ocean has substantially increased my Phase Lord cultivation. My main self's body carries a lot more face water in his body than before, and that has likely boosted my affinity to the water element. That means that I can make a lot more progress if I delve into water as opposed to the other choices. Cynthia responded with an approving nod. That is a good observation. Cultivators must always make use of their advantages. You are not an innate 5-elemental cultivator, so you certainly cannot take this lightly. What else? I have already learned a lot of insights and applications related to the power of blood. Veronica continued. Just as mechs are a derivative of metal, blood is a subcategory of water. I can use my existing understanding of blood to quickly deepen my understanding of the water element. That is also a good approach. It is not uncommon for cultivators to start with a narrow expression of an element and slowly work towards broadening and generalizing their understanding. Veronica was pleased to hear that her suspicions about this were correct. The final reason is that this element synergizes well with face water and face water technology, which are highly relevant to mechs. Both hyper-technology and face water technology offer many uses to applications based on the water element. Whether it is developing stronger Azure energy shield generators or increasing the effective utilization of face water in a mech, a greater understanding of this element will boost all of these useful applications. The only problem that bothered Veronica was that the direct offensive applications of the water element were rather limited. She could still think of a few ways for the water element to enhance the attack power of her mech designs, but it was a lot easier to leverage the fire element instead. This was the nature of working with the 5 elements. Each of them possessed natural advantages and disadvantages. By choosing to focus on the power of water, Veronica would find it a lot easier to improve the defensive properties of her mech designs in the near future. She did not particularly mind this. Defense was of great importance as it was vital to preserving the lives of precious living mechs as well as their mech pilots. It was only when his living mechs and his mech pilots were able to live long enough that they could grow into powerful legends. It appears that you have formulated a solid plan, Cynthia said with a hint of pride. Know that the journey to mastering the 5 elements is destined to take a lifetime. The vast majority of cultivators never come close to it, and even the most talented ones often die before reaching their ultimate goals. The journey is much more important than the destination. Do not think about controlling all 5 elements in this century. Start by exploring what you can do with the power of metal and water before you branch out further. I suspect that it may take several decades before you are qualified to start the next phase. Her mother really hit home how monumental it was to tackle the 5 elements. Veronica fully kept these words in mind. Thank you, Mother. I will try my best not to skip over this process again. I have thoroughly learned my lessons. The cyborg cat eventually left the design lab in order to sort out all of her thoughts and reform her mental models. The Oblivion Empress watched the incarnation of her son depart from her mundane sight, while her own attention drifted towards the past. She raised one of her pale and shining arms and formed a ball of wood energy. She then summoned a second ball consisting of earth energy. 3 more balls of energy of the remaining elements quickly followed. The balls began to orbit around each other under her careful direction. Wood followed after fire, which followed after earth, and so on. Slowly but surely, the cycle of elements started to rotate faster and faster, generating a lot of excess energies that took an exponentially greater effort for Cynthia to control. Soon, the 5 balls of energy spun so quickly above her palm that it seemed as if they were about to morph and merge into a single cohesive amalgamation of energy. The 5 different representative colors of the 5 classical elements slowly made way for 2 contrasting colors. Dark and light spun around each other in a mystical pattern that exuded a lot of power and sacredness. Even though the Lady of the Night had invested only a trifling amount of energy in this little display, the power and other properties of this extraordinary energy ball would have shocked Veronica into silence. Eventually, Cynthia closed her palm, causing the extraordinary energy interaction to disappear from sight. To a cultivator like her, the 5 elements were the root of everything. Chapter 54, 39, Ideas on a Mono-Elemental Mech. Vess' mood had become a lot less burdened by depression the day after he had lost the Elemental Lord. He initially thought that he would remain affected by the grief and loss of losing such a precious creation, but Veronica's most recent conversation with Cynthia changed everything. Now that his expanded mind became filled with a lot of messy and complicated thoughts about heavenly authorities, his relationships with the 3 galaxies, the factors that determined the strength of lightning tribulations, and the endless depth of multi-elemental cultivation. He had become way too distracted to pay much attention to his failure. While the premature death and loss of the Elemental Lord still weighed heavily on Vess, he no longer became stuck in the past. Instead, all of the explosive revelations from his mother had firmly set his sights to the future. New issues, new threats, and new possibilities loomed in the distance. Vess grew excited at the thought of tackling them so that he could ultimately design much stronger mechs than the ones he developed before. There is a lot more to hyper-technology and e-technology than what I have used before. Vess felt more ashamed of his precious forays into hyper-mechs. The Lionheart, the Blood Star Mark Roman II, and most notably the Elemental Lord all appeared to leverage the power of different elements, but their applications were painfully shallow and simplistic. If Vess wanted to design much better hyper-mechs, then he urgently needed to deepen his comprehension and mastery into specific E-energy attributes. This also lined up with the progression of a traditional blacksmith. Each of them improved their craft by expanding their understanding of different elements and the materials associated with them. The greater their comprehension, the greater the extent their products could take advantage of an element. Right now, Vess needed to set aside his obsession of merging the 5 elements and start off with just a single element. While it was impossible for Vess to design a true mono-elemental mech, given that they were all intrinsically related to metal and other elements, he wanted to improve the application of the water element in his next designs. Several new mech ideas came to mind. However, Vess quickly fell back to his Fey project. After all of the excitement surrounding the Elemental Lord, it seemed as if he had completely set the original Fey project aside. Letter 1A Tomicron, it is still a good mech design. Though its design did not measure up to his recently raised standards, it was still a fine product and a good drone mech in the early phase of the hyper generation. The Living Mech Corporation had already made preparations to mass-produce the commercial variants of his latest mech line. Gavin and many other staffers had also been working hard to set up a high-profile product reveal event. If Vess insisted on going back to the drawing board and finding a way to develop a version of the Fae project that made much more extensive use of the water element, then that would completely upend the current schedule. It would probably take at least several months for Vess to design a satisfactory hypermech that utilized the power of water in more profound ways. Vess might as well design a variant of the Fae project, or better yet, a completely new mech design. Perhaps he could even do both at the same time, while also making sure he kept up on his intensive studies. My productivity has increased once more. Vess had already noticed the improvements ever since he returned from the field. The latest lightning baptism not only amplified the size of his physical body to the point where he had a lot more brain mass than before, it had also furthered the evolution of his mind and spirituality. The care of the Red Ocean ensured that the recent lightning tribulation strengthened his overall foundation in a holistic manner, without producing any sequelae. Although Vess did not like to pile up a lot of debt, he sincerely felt grateful to the local heavenly authority for increasing his cognitive capabilities. He was able to design his mechs a lot faster than before. It was difficult for Vess to estimate how much he improved, and not all of it translated to purely intellectual gains. Having a big body that was filled with face water actually imposed an exponentially greater burden onto Vess. Much of his brain capacity actually had to be dedicated towards managing all of the face water and face water organs. If that did not happen, then it was far too easy for the space folding to get messed up or for a drop of face water to go berserk and tear a hole in his body. Vess needed to gain a better understanding of his strange physical state. He was not that eager to find a corner and unfold his true body. He was much more interested in planning out his next steps in relation to his mech design endeavors. HM, I have already spent enough time on the Fae project. It is time for me to wrap it up and give it a rest. I can wait until this mech line has become old enough for me to apply a lot of improved hyper-technology in the next revisions. His thoughts strayed towards future mech designs. He wanted to tackle at least one project that had a profound relationship with face water, so that he could explore more extensive applications of the water element. The most obvious answer he could think of was a space knight. The defensive mech of the Larkinson clan could certainly use an update. The current versions of the Bright Warriors and the Rigid Walls were still serviceable as far as last-gen mechs went, but their roles were far too marginal in the current war. Alien warships simply possessed too much firepower. Their attacks could be evaded with a bit of effort, but it was almost impossible for a mech to survive a direct impact with one of the bigger armaments of an armed vessel. Even the smaller tertiary gun batteries of a warship could tear entire mech companies of space knights apart due to their much greater firing rates. Offensive melee mechs enjoyed a renaissance in the hyper generation due to the release of space suppressors and other supporting technologies, but the same benefits did not apply as well to defensive melee mechs. The problem was that space knights were usually a lot heavier and slower to close in on an enemy fleet. Even if they managed to arrive next to their targets, their maneuvering was painfully sluggish, making it a lot easier for gun batteries to track their movements and blast them apart. Vess was not able to mitigate these dangers entirely, but more extensive utilization of the water element could help them resist the attacks of smaller rapid-fire cannons a lot better than before. Is there a way to increase their mobility as well? It should be relatively easy to improve the mobility of a mech equipped with a combat drive or a transphasic flight system, but both of them happen to be high-end systems that were usually reserved for high-ranking mechs. If Vess wanted to design a commercially viable mech, then he needed to control the costs and minimize the dependency on face water as much as possible. Do I have to split this project in two and design two variants of the same concept at once? Perhaps he should. It made sense for him to split the development of the Fae project in order to design a low-end and a high-end version of the same concept. The same logic could apply to many other projects as well, particularly the ones that he intended to put on the market one way or another. It shouldn't be too difficult to enhance the performance of a transphasic space knight with a deeper application of the water element. But what about the cheaper version of the same concept? Is it possible to leverage the water element in an effective manner in a mech that has no face water? Vess became quite troubled by this question. There were definitely a lot of methods that could enhance the performance of such a machine, but the lack of synergy between face water and hyper technology limited his options. No, that is not correct. Removing face water from the equation doesn't necessarily constrain my work. It just takes away all of the powerful handicaps that has allowed transphasic mechs to cheat for a long time. Transphasic mechs were typical products that relied on a very expensive material to enhance their combat power. While it was definitely worthwhile to expend these valuable resources for this purpose, it was too bad that the supply of this exotic was wholly insufficient. The demand for face water had never dropped. It had only grown higher and higher, and there were no signs that it would drop anytime soon. If even the aliens of Messier 87 had reasons to covet face water, then it was conceivable that it would never become a common commodity. This meant that Vess would never be able to capture a large market share by designing transphasic mechs. Even though his clan could afford it, a lot of other organizations did not have this luxury. The top market segments could get their hands on face water easily enough, but the bulk of the forces fighting for red humanity would probably field non-transphasic mechs for the most part. Vess could make a much stronger contribution to the survival of red humanity if he was able to design a highly effective hyper mech that did not rely on an expensive crutch such as face water. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to tackle this challenge. The main reason why he became excited about this potential new project was because he wanted to see how he could leverage the water element in a defensive capacity. Is it possible to imitate the defensive properties of transphasic armor systems and transphasic energy shields without employing face water? He initially thought that it was impossible for him to accomplish this by making use of relatively cheaper and more abundant hyper materials. However, he began to doubt this conclusion when he thought about how he could approach such a matter. What is face water, exactly? Is it a fusion between space energy and water energy that has taken on a material form, or is it something else entirely? Even though Vess had put a lot of effort into studying face water theory, he still wasn't able to come up with an answer to this question. This was an indicator that face water still had a lot of mysteries left for Vess to explore. Even though Vess felt that it was far too simplistic to equate face water as a special fusion between space energy and water energy, what if he applied this simple combination into a mech design? This might actually produce a useful result. However, doing so would violate his intention of designing a mono-elemental mech. Trying to combine the water element with any other attribute meant that Vess would be focused on researching exciting new synergies and combinations. While that was undoubtedly helpful for his mech design project, Vess would be unable to advance his comprehension of the water element as much as he wanted. No, I need to restrict my work to just using the water element. Vess frowned. At most, I will only use the metal element to reinforce the mech frame, but everything else should be carried by the power of water. That made it a lot harder for Vess to come up with viable ideas. For example, face water synergized extremely well with energy shields, which was why all of the native alien races relied upon transphasic energy shields as their main form of defense. Could Vess utilize the water element in a similar, but also different fashion that would lead to stronger energy shields? Water is often associated with motion. What if I can use the water element to make an energy shield more dynamic? Perhaps I can create whirlpools or something that can make it trickier to break the energy shields. Chapter 54, 45 Phases of Superstition. Vess found that it was much harder to deepen the application of hyper-technology than he initially expected. Certainly, there were a lot of different ideas that he could apply to energy shield generators and armor systems, but it was not as simple for Vess to figure out anything worthwhile. His standards were high. The problem was not that his ideas were bad, but he was almost certain that other Mech designers could do a better job than himself. I am not the only person who is working on deepening the application of hyper-technology. He frowned. Anyone who took a look at it would notice that the 5 classical elements occupied a very prominent position on the list. This was because everyone could see that they had the potential to form a cycle. Of course, trying to make it happen was way easier said than done. It turned out that Vess was hardly the only Mech designer who dared to design a Mech that attempted to form a complete cycle of the 5 elements. Unlike the initially successful creation of the Elemental Lord, all of the other attempts to fabricate comparable machines had failed before they could even be completed. No matter whether they were conventionally fabricated or materialized into existence, they almost certainly broke down due to the violent and uncontrolled interactions between opposing elements. Vess couldn't help but smirk when he found this out. It is not so easy to build a 5-element Mech that can stably control all of these forces. After a lot of Mech designers had learned their lesson, they reined in their ambitions and fell back to designing mono-elemental or duo-elemental Mechs. Only the more daring ones attempted to tackle triple-elemental Mechs, but they usually relied on special advantages to moderate the inevitable conflict that could arise. When Vess read through the articles that highlighted the few triple-elemental Mech designs revealed to the public, his expression shifted for a time. Reading between the lines, he could easily tell that these Mech designers either learned a thing or two about cultivation science or had access to a consultant with the respective expertise. They all treated their Mechs as artifacts that sought to leverage the power of heaven to amplify their performance. The triple-elemental Mechs even showed more obvious traces of mysticism that alluded to a deeper understanding of a special interpretation of the 5 elements. After the hyper-generation kicked off, the common consensus in the Mech industry was that E-energy came in many different variations. They were akin to different flavors that were wholly separate and discrete from each other. However, according to a particularly dominant interpretation in ancient times, the 5 elements were a lot more interconnected to each other. They described different phases of a universal cycle. They were like the seasons of an axial tilted planet that repeated endlessly. According to this mystical interpretation of the 5 elements, Chi, or E-energy, was naturally able to undergo transformations like the cycling between yin and yang. One interpretation of the transformation between the phases sounded a bit interesting to him, because it was tied into the concept of life and growth. Water represented the formation of new plant life under the cover of winter snow. Wood stood for the growth of new shoots of plants at the onset of spring. Fire stood for the warming and feeding of solar radiation in the heat of summer. Earth represented the ripening of grains and other plants that took place next. Metal was associated with the harvesting of the ripened crops and the storage of seeds to prepare for the following cycles during autumn. Light's new Omicronville, all of it sounded nice, but Vess personally thought it was a ham-fisted way to tie the 5 elements to the seasons. Vess did not put too much stock in the superstitions of old. He was a man of science and preferred to use a combination between his own observations as well as knowledge based on modern empirical research to build his own theoretical frameworks. His mother taught him that anything related to spirituality was psychoactive and psychoreactive. That essentially meant that superstitions and subjective beliefs actually had the power to change the behavior of spiritual phenomena. This must be why the 5 phases of transformation theory must have been so popular in ancient times. Vess speculated. It is a convenient self-hypnotizing tool that enables many cultivators to easily combine and transform these classical elements. It explained why Mech designers who did not get exposed to this theory found it a lot harder to design multi-elemental mechs that produced greater synergies. Their own mental models lacked sufficient explanations that could help them tame the E-energy attributes they sought to combine. Though the existence of this harmonious cycle suggested that the 5 phases of transformation described a fundamental and objective truth about this reality, Vess did not put as much stock to this interpretation. One of the objections he had was that the cultivators of ancient times dressed up the mysticism and used the 5 elements to make all kinds of nonsensical excuses and beliefs about stuff. For example, people associated the 5 elements with 5 different tastes, 5 different sounds, and so on. Vess really couldn't take this seriously because he was a modern scientist and engineer who possessed critical thinking. In his mind, the 5 phases of transformation were not even that absolute. For example, wood could clearly turn into fire, but Vess believed he could also find a way to turn fire into wood if he worked hard enough. Sure, it was probably a lot harder to recreate this counterintuitive transformation, but Vess was convinced he could do it if he desired. However, it was a thankless and highly inefficient approach to utilizing E-energy. Vess might not like the mysticism surrounding the 5 elements, but he could not deny that it provided mech designers with an easy mental model to incorporate ready-made transformations in their work. As much as he wanted to design multi-elemental mechs, like all of these adventurous mech designers, Vess forcibly had to hold himself back from following suit. Many of these mech designers are too impatient. He shook his head in disapproval. The vast majority of applications of hyper-technology, so far, were relatively shallow. At most, mech designers utilized their design philosophies to apply E-energy in slightly more inventive fashions. For example, Vess had already learned that there were plenty of mech designers who specialized in energy defenses, had already applied the idea he thought about before. Energy shields that utilized the water elements to form whirlpools or currents that could better spread or divert incoming attacks had already emerged. The same went for other relatively simple applications. It is a waste of time for me to develop mech systems like these, Vess concluded. I'm not even a defensive specialist. If I want to design a more interesting space knight, then I should try and form a connection between hyper-technology and my specialty. He became stuck at this junction. There weren't any obvious ways for him to apply hyper-technology to a space knight in a way that tied into living mechs. Even though his head was full of ideas, none of them were relevant to the matter at hand. Oh well, he shrugged. I am not in a hurry to start another design project. I can take my time and wait for further inspiration. He was still determined to design a new defensive mech in the future, but it had to make enough sense. There was no point in starting up a new project when he hadn't even figured out a solid direction. Vess put this potential new mech design project aside and returned to handling all of the affairs that had come up since he concluded his most recent fabrication run. Many new groups of people want to cooperate with us, Gavin Newman reported when Vess had returned to his main office in Diandi Base. Many of them are first-raters such as Terrans. This has made it a lot more difficult to greet them and handle our communications with them. Our premier branch is too short-handed to manage these relationships, and our needs in the upper zones are not too great at the moment. That did not surprise Vess that much. You don't sound too worried. That is because your assistant Alexa has stepped in on our behalf. She was a lifesaver. She possesses the right training, background, and status to respond to all of these powerful parties. She has even taken action that has drastically reduced the amount of unsolicited inquiries that we are receiving. Vess looked impressed. She is really too useful. I am really glad that I recruited her into my clan. Although it was not fair to make this comparison, he thought that Alexa was much more useful to him than Keddies at this point. It was the separation that was making it difficult for Vess to remain connected to Keddies. He knew that the ambitious swordmaster and journeyman had chosen to stick with the sword maidens in order to design more effective swordsman mechs that could pose a greater threat to alien warships. Vess thought back on all of the other Mech legions of the clan and found it hard to relate to them after he started to spend time among the Terrans. He missed all of the familiar clansmen. Vess couldn't wait until the first batch of Larkinson Mech pilots graduated from EdNet training and joined the Premier Branch. A few more minutes passed before Gavin addressed the most important item on the agenda. By the way, we have already finalized the planning of the upcoming product reveal, Gavin said. If there are no unexpected delays or complications, we can hold the event a month from today. We have already rented a large enough venue in the Bordel system, and we can guarantee that a large amount of press and invited guests will come and listen to your presentation. A month is doable. Vess had no objections to this schedule. The Blue Jay fleet is so damn fast that the travel time should not be an issue. Will the Warborn or the Expeditionary Fleet be present? Probably not. Both forces are already on their way to the conflict regions. General Ark Larkinson and Master Benedict Cortez are adamant about looking for fights and gain more opportunities to earn war merits. It may take months for them to turn away from the front. I see. Well, it is not necessary for us to rely on their assistance. We can rely on the Blue Jay fleet for high-level protection and private sector forces for other services. The Fae project is partially commercial, so it should not be a problem to hire a bunch of excellent mercenaries to pilot them in our public exhibitions. Using them can better highlight how easy it is to get started with the Fae project as opposed to other drone mechs. Gavin nodded in agreement. An abundance of security companies and mercenary organizations has descended onto Bordel. We will not be lacking in manpower. There are two issues that you need to address. First, given that your previous attempt to make a mech has ended up in disaster, are you in the mood to fabricate another mech? If you are able to present a masterwork mech during the product reveal, you can win over a lot more customers. Second, have you decided on a proper name for the Fae project? Chapter 54, 41 New Calendar. If Gavin asked whether Vess could fabricate a masterwork version of the Fae project immediately after the death of the Elemental Lord, then he would definitely receive a negative response. The loss of his previous Elemental Lord had left a deep scar in Vess' heart. Although his most recent talk with his mother had successfully distracted him from this loss, Vess still felt a bit of apprehension at the thought of fabricating another mech so soon. Even if Vess was willing to stay honest and fabricate an unadulterated version of the elite edition of the Fae project, he still felt repulsed at the thought of doing so. It felt too much like attempting to fabricate an inferior substitute to the Elemental Lord. How could Vess possibly create a masterwork mech when his mood was still affected by the trauma of his most recent loss? It did not matter if Vess had learned in hindsight that the Elemental Lord had no chance of surviving the lightning tribulation from the start. Its design was too primitive due to his many shortcomings. He should have never attempted to bring this flamed work to life. His rationality told him that he should accept his mistakes and move on from this incident. His emotions still couldn't quite let go of the loss. Whether it was doomed from the beginning or not, in the brief time the Elemental Lord was alive, Vess genuinely developed a strong emotional attachment to his proudest and most remarkable living mech to date. This was most definitely a problem. Vess recognized that he had developed a mental block that prevented him from smoothly fabricating another copy of the Fae project. He let out a sigh. I am not quite ready to repeat my earlier effort. There is a high chance that I won't be able to produce anything special if I start another fabrication run. I need more time to restore my mood. It was quite disappointing for Vess to be subjected to this constraint. Even though he had touched the third rung of Senfaven's ladder of craftsmanship, his grip on the second rung was not solid enough. Vess had no intention of challenging the third rung anytime soon. It was clear that he still had to master the art of creating masterworks before he could think about taking the next step. As for the name, let us call it the Fae Fianna. The odd name prompted Gavin to raise his eyebrow. Is that another old mythological reference? Pretty much. It sounds good enough, and it is certainly a unique and distinctive label. What matters is that the performance is good enough. That is indispensable for turning the Fey Fiona into a bestseller. While I am not that proud of the relatively superficial application of hyper-technology, the e-technology that I have incorporated in this Mech line is unmatched. I do not think that anyone else can design a drone Mech with the benefits that I have imparted into my design. Vess still had reasons to be proud of the Fey Fiona. The shortcomings in relation to hyper-technology were not small, but they were excusable as the Mech industry was still stuck in the early phase of the hyper-generation. I might not be ahead of everyone else, but I am not too far behind either. I still have time to develop my own unique applications of hyper-technology. Vess definitely wanted to revisit the design of the Fey Fiona in a few years or so, and update it into a proper elemental Mech. However, he only wanted to embark on this project after he had built up a robust toolbox of design solutions that were suited for the current Mech generation. In order to do that, he needed to explore what he could do in other Mech design projects. He still needed to finish up his remaining Mech design projects. He also had to take stock of the radical changes to his physique and other properties. Vess had yet to gain a clear idea on what he turned into and how that affected his productivity going forward. When Vess almost wrapped up his meeting, his assistant gave him a piece of advice. "I am concerned about you, boss. You have been working at a high intensity for over a month. You have skipped a lot of sleep when you started up 3 different fabrication runs in quick succession. I do not know how much you can tolerate, but if you are still anything close to a normal human, then it is time for you to take a break." Take a break. You know what I am talking about. Gavin spoke in a surprisingly assertive tone. I know you still have Mech design projects on your plate, but are they truly urgent enough for you to get back to them right away? Your mental condition has obviously deteriorated. You need a proper rest, and there is no better way to do so than to pause your responsibilities and spend more time with your children. Let me ask you this. How much time has passed since you last enjoyed a proper vacation? I took days off, you know. I took my children to the city and everything. Interrupting work for a single day every now and then does not constitute a proper vacation. Vess, let's face it, you are too high-strung right now. You look and act like a Mech designer that has been running on fumes. It might seem like a waste of time, but as long as you spend enough time on vacation to reset your mind state, I am sure that the problems related to your mood will go away. Though Vess initially rejected the notion of dropping all of his responsibilities so that he could go on vacation, he gradually started to get around to the idea. It had been a long time since his mood had dropped so much. Though Vess had been through worse, that did not mean that he was happy about his current state. Taking the time to recover his mentality would ultimately yield more benefits in the long run. Light's new Omicronville, perhaps, he might be able to recover his mood in time to fabricate a proper representation of the Fey Fiona. Okay, Vess relented. You have convinced me. I guess it will be nice to take the kids out to an interesting new place for a week or so. It's too bad that my wife isn't here to accompany me, but oh well. Is there enough room in my schedule to squeeze in a vacation before the big event? Or will I have to wait until it is over before I can take a lengthy break? Given how fast the Blue Jay fleet can travel, we should be able to free up a week's worth of time in your schedule. It just so happens that the Joan DeVos Elementary School will soon release its students for the upcoming holiday. Vess raised his eyebrow. What holiday? The new holiday that commemorates the passing of the first year of the Age of Dawn, don't you recall? The Red 2 has instituted a new calendar that introduces several holidays that did not exist before. I think the Mechers and the Fleeters want to encourage us to move on from the age of Mechs and stop pining about the good old days. There are many people who complain about putting our calendar out of sync with the standard one that has always been used in the old galaxy. That caused Vess to frown for a moment. Unlike his assistant, Vess had gained a lot more awareness of the plots taking place above everyone's heads. The new calendar deliberately broke from the calendar of the old galaxy in order to distance red humanity from the Milky Way. It was one of the many cultural changes the Red Two had made to shape red humanity into a more independent civilization. Vess did not take these changes as lightly as others. The curse of knowledge had forced him to notice the deeper undercurrents behind this deliberate strategy to steer red humanity's destiny towards a specific destination. That did not mean that he had to act on the information that he possessed. So what if red humanity arbitrarily changed the calendar? All he cared about was that there were no problems in bringing his children along for the upcoming holiday. Will I be able to bring the kids to Bordel? It is not advisable, Gavin seriously responded. You can submit an application for an extended leave if you want to, but it will cause your children to fall behind in their studies. They can partially make up for it through virtual schooling and self-study, but I think it is best to just send them back to New Constantinople Roman 8 after your vacation is over. There is no compelling reason to bring them to the Bordel system. It is also not exactly suitable to bring them to a militarized star system. He was right. The Bordel system had changed from a fairly remote and underdeveloped port system to a fortified stronghold. A lot of armed forces had congregated in the star system, and that attracted a lot of service providers that sought to take care of their needs. It was certainly not a place to relax and spend more quality time with his children. All right, Vess shrugged. I think that Gloriana should almost be ready to head back at that time, so I guess it will be fine. Have you come up with any suggestions on where I should enjoy my vacation? Gavin had already conducted research on this matter. He activated a projection that presented 3 different holiday destinations. I assume that you do not want to spend your vacation in New Constantinople, so I have looked for various destinations that are somewhere on the way to Bordel. He highlighted the first planet. Nerian Roman 9b is an icy resort planet that is located on the edge of the Agamemnon upper zone. It features a lot of ice and snow for you to partake in all sorts of winter sports and winter activities. Given that it is owned and operated by the Terrans, all of the facilities and amenities are top-notch. The most popular activity is to ski down the highest mountains of the planet, though it is far from the only draw. Vess had not really gone on many vacations. The typical ones brought him to the surface of various tropical resort planets. Traveling to an ice planet was a nice way to experience whole new sights. Perhaps he might even be able to gather inspiration on how to utilize the water element. This is an interesting option. What about the second one? Akanen VI is an untamed planet in the Krakatoa Middle Zone that filled with exobasts and exoplants. Its colonists have deliberately preserved its original ecosystem and made sure to keep a light footprint. It is one of the most biodiverse planets in the region and has a large amount of research value. The people in charge have also turned it into a nature resort of sorts and opened it up for tourism. In fact, the most popular activity on the planet is hunting. There are a lot different exofauna that provide challenges at every level. That reminded Vess of the time he spent on Felixia I. He still cherished the memories he made of the time he spent on the surface of the cat planet. In particular, it had also been the planet where he hunted his first and only crown cat. Zygra would have never become one of his design spirits, and the spiritual fusion partner to his father, if he never visited that unforgettable planet. Vess grew more interested in Akanen VI. Perhaps it might be fun to take his children on a hunting trip and allow them to shoot a few alien critters or whatever. What about the last option? Well, the last holiday destination is a bit more special. Chapter 54, 42 Which one? The last holiday destination is also located in Krakatoa, Gavin explained to Vess. Port Salience was originally colonized to take advantage of its proximity to the Torald Middle Zone to attract customers from there as well. It is set up as a cheaper and more remote version of Chance Bay. That means that it hosts a lot of gambling establishments as well as Mech arenas, though there are also many other activities that you can enjoy if you are looking for more variety. Port Salience was a lot more barren than the previous planet. It definitely looked like a place that attracted all kinds of profiteers and luck seekers. "This does not really look like a kid-friendly destination, Gavin," Vess said. "That is true, but I have added this option in case you want to pass on a bit more frontier wisdom to your children," his assistant replied. "You do not have to go for this option if you do not think it is a good idea. That said, the competitive scene over there is something else. It is not only highly active, but has developed its own set of rules and traditions in the few years the planet opened up for business. The colonizers have done so well that Port Salience has actually attracted a large crowd of people who were originally staying in the Bordel system. That should tell you enough how exciting its Mech games and tournaments have become." Vess took a closer look at the barren rocky planet that only hosted a few colonial settlements. He could actually spot large craters on its surface. It looked as if Port Salience had turned much of the lifeless and rocky landscape of the planet into open competition fields. "If I want to watch a Mech duel, I can take a trip to the local arenas in the city of Sandon," Vess said. "I trust you well enough that there are other reasons that make it worthwhile to visit this planet." Gavin smiled. There are other planets throughout the zones that try to undertake similar business, but there are two reasons that make Port Salience more interesting. The first is that it is owned and operated by the Wild Fighter Association. "Oh, you mean the same organization that is filled with melee combat enthusiasts?" Though it had been a long time since he thought about the Wild Fighters, his clan had a fruitful business relationship with them. The Larkinsons had managed to win Wild Torch, a powerful fleet carrier, after winning a large Mech tournament. No average organization was willing to award a precious second-class fleet carrier so easily. Vess suddenly frowned. The Wild Fighter Association was unusually large, wealthy, and widespread. It was way more successful than it should if it was an independent group. The Wild Fighter Association was almost certainly backed by a first-class power. Was it the Mechers? Was it the Rubarthans? Either of these possibilities sounded likely, but Vess did not know the correct answer. He activated his desk terminal and conducted a few searches on the galactic net. Nothing. The Wild Fighter Association did not mention its backing, though there were plenty of rumors that it definitely enjoyed a bit of care from above. This was concerning to Vess, because his clan still had an ongoing business relationship with the Wild Fighters. "By the way, the other reason why I encourage you to visit Port Salience is because many of the Mechs that are used in the competitions are actually sold by the LMC. Lights New Omicronville, huh?" Gavin smiled at Vess. This shouldn't come as a surprise. The LMC has a strong market position in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. Port Salience is one of the more notable markets for the Mech company. Living Mechs possess certain advantages that make them very interesting to discerning Mech athletes. Sales of our staple products have been on an upward trend for years, until recently. Let me guess, the start of the hyper generation has broken that trend. Sadly, yes. Our Mech company isn't moving as quickly to refresh its product catalog with hyper Mechs as other competitors. The market has been reset, which means that a lot of customers are looking forward to buying the early models of hyper Mechs that have been coming out as of late. You have to be aware that hyper technology adds a notable amount of combat power to a Mech without excessively raising its production cost, depending on the hyper material composition. Vess knew this a lot better than Gavin. It was always the case that current-gen Mechs were stronger than last-gen Mechs on average. The hyper generation exacerbated the problem by introducing a brand new technological field that was just as powerful, if not greater, than face water technology. This was of great importance to Mech athletes who relied heavily on winning in order to earn a living. So long as they had the money to spare, they would definitely be willing to pay hefty premiums to acquire early-generation hyper Mechs. even though the supply of high-grade hypermaterials was still exceedingly constrained. The same was not the case for low-grade hypermaterials. "What is the opinion among our existing customers?" Vess inquired. "A lot of Mech pilots have developed an attachment to their living Mechs. It is not so easy to persuade them to switch over to a newer hyper-Mech, as the piloting experience is too different. Besides, not every competition format allows for the use of hyper-Mechs quite yet. A lot of old and experienced competition operators have instituted rules that allow for a few years of buffer time before Mechs of the newer generation can be put into play. This also grants a buffer time for competitive teams to replace or upgrade their old machines. That said, there is definitely growing pressure to switch over to hyper-Mechs. They are strong crowd pleasers and always attract the largest audiences." All of that was bad news to Vess. His previous stance on upgrading his product catalog was that he was willing to take his time. The longer he waited before he updated one of his old Mech designs to the new generation, the more time he had to develop his hyper-technology applications. While that undoubtedly remained true, the LMC may actually lose a lot of loyal customers if it didn't hurry up and refresh its entire Mech catalog. The performance improvements were too great, and the competitive pressure was too high. No matter whether it was on the front lines of the current war or the many Mech arenas located in the safer parts of human space, there were far too many customers who demanded Mechs that incorporated the latest tech. Vess frowned when he realized that he had grown far too out of touch with the sentiments of the customers he served. This was a dangerous development. The less he was able to understand his customer base, the greater the extent his Mech designs would become less and less aligned with their needs. His expression grew stern as his gaze swept back and forth between the projections of Aukenan VI and port salience. Emotionally, he felt a greater connection to Aukenan VI. While Vess did not consider himself to be a serious hunter, he had fond memories of the few times he participated in hunts. A part of him deeply wanted to travel to Aukenan VI and spend a week on different hunting activities. He particularly wanted to bring his children along and give them a taste of real action. In peacetime, it was not that important for Aurelia and Marvane to experience what it was like to take the lives of other organisms. However, the looming conflicts between red humanity and the native aliens of both the Red Ocean and Messiersea were bound to engulf the entire dwarf galaxy in the throes of war. Vess did not want his children to grow up soft and ill-disposed towards violence. Bringing them on a week-long trip across alien biomess sounded like a great way to prepare them for the darker times ahead. Another important benefit to visiting Aukenan VI was that he could vent his own desires. He missed the rush of the battle that he enjoyed with disturbing regularity whenever he went on an expedition with his fleet. All of the months he spent in New Constantinople Roman VIII had been fruitful in many ways, but it also prevented him from experiencing the excitement of entering into a life-and-death struggle against irreconcilable enemies. There was also his recently improved Phase Lord cultivation. Even though he had yet to explore the strength of his true body, Vess strongly believed that it should not be weak in combat, especially if he was able to master a few basic spatial abilities. It did not matter if Vess never had any combat training. Plenty of Phase Lords in the Red Ocean consisted of scientists, statesmen, and other members of the ruling class. Few of them enjoyed military training, but they still became formidable in a fight once their bodies grew large and dense enough. Of course, the really effective combatants among them not only knew how to utilize their enormous bodies a lot better, but also dedicated a large amount of time on training and developing their spatial abilities. Vess was sorely lacking in both areas. He did not have the time to become a good combatant, and it was completely unnecessary for a Tier 3 galactic citizen to take charge of his own defense. Nonetheless, he was still curious to see how he would fare in an actual fight by himself. He had gone through far too many situations where many of his defensive arrangements failed, and where he had to take action in person to resolve a crisis. The most recent debacle of this nature was the time where he and a lot of important figures of his clan got kidnapped by the remnants of the Peskin race that originally lived in Davut. The extensive alien wildlife on Aachen and VI definitely offered Vess a lot of opportunities to explore his newfound combat capabilities in the most satisfying way. Yet, Port Salience had its merits as well. Vess felt obliged to visit the rowdy planet in order to take a first-hand look at how his living mechs were doing in the competitive scene. However, doing that felt too much like work to him. While he did not think he would counteract the purpose of a vacation by accumulating more stress during his visit, he wanted to let go of all of his work responsibilities for a time. Still, it would be fun to take a look at many different living mechs in use and see how they had grown over the years. If I recall, a lot of competitive teams have in-house design teams that regularly modify and upgrade the mech in their stables, Vess remarked. That is usually correct. Some of them even outsource this work to professional design studios or small-scale mech boutiques. Have they begun to upgrade their LMC mechs with hyper-technology by themselves? Many of them have attempted to do so, Gavin replied. The results were mixed at first, but a few enterprising mech companies have taken upon themselves to design variants of our products that do a decent job at dragging them into the hyper generation. Much of the upgrade work is not that sophisticated. It is mostly mech designers who apply the standard formulas and templates published by the Red Association. That sounds interesting. I would like to take a look at those third-party variants. Vess faced a difficult decision. He had already dismissed Nerian Roman 9b as a vacation destination, but he couldn't make up his mind between the remaining two options. Both of them had their pros and cons. Though Vess could split his time between both of them, he did not want to spend too little time on either planet. He wanted to stay longer and immerse himself long enough to start the second year of the Age of Dawn with a fresh mindset. Which one should he choose? Chapter 54, 43 Work and Leisure. Vess found it far too agonizing to choose between two good choices. His heart yearned to travel to Aachen and VI and let go of everything related to mechs for a week. He looked forward to letting down his guise as a patriarch and a man who attracted the attention of all of Red humanity and immerse himself in various hunting and camping activities. On the other hand, Port Salience enabled him to engage in his passion from a different angle. Instead of designing mechs, Vess could reconnect with his work by seeing them in action. He was curious to see how his older products fared as they grew alongside the mech athletes who they partnered with. The bonds they developed must be deep, as mech athletes fought at a much greater frequency than professional soldiers. Certainly, mech athletes never became exposed to life and death struggles, but the strong emotions generated by winning and losing important matches that could define their careers were almost just as potent, especially when they occurred at a much higher frequency. From what he understood about living mechs, Vess believed that he may be able to witness the most intimate bonds between man and machine among his purely commercial works. Perhaps his visit to Port Salience might not be totally removed from his work, but he was sure he could gain enough enjoyment during his stay to compensate for any added stress. Which one should I choose? Vess needed to restore and uplift his mental state one way or another. He could not afford to run himself ragged. No one was able to maintain a high level of productivity on a continuous basis for so long. This was especially the case when working at a high intensity, as Vess had done when he completed his last 5 mech design projects. Vess also grew a little bored of New Constantinople Roman 8. Even though he had yet to explore all of the curious and wonderful sights that the Terran planet had to offer, he had already witnessed the best of what it had to offer. New Constantinople Roman 8 lacked the accumulation of history that produced unique local cultural customs and gave weight to old monuments. That problem was not unique. Red humanity had only formally begun to colonize the Red Ocean very recently, So all of the colonies in human-occupied space suffered from the same problem. It was one of the many signs that red humanity was still not in sync with the rest of the dwarf galaxy. People like Vess were still regarded as intruders who forcibly tried to carve out a new home in the new frontier. If Vess wanted to get in touch with anything older, then he had to travel to a planet that had yet to succumb to humanity's insatiable colonization drive. His choice became clear now that he figured out what he wanted to experience the most. "I have made up my mind," he announced. "Please make the appropriate arrangements for a week-long visit to Aucanon VI. Give me a more detailed list of hunting activities. I want to hunt a variety of different prey under various different conditions." The planet also allows for the hunting of huge game, correct? That is so, but the supply of large-sized exobests is fairly limited. Try and arrange at least a hunting trip related to huge beasts. That caused Gavin to look confused. "You will need to bring your own mechs to hunt such prey. It is overkill to rely on the mechs of the Blue Jay fleet to hunt these prey. The only way to make this special hunt meaningful is if you issue a special request to the Davut branch to quickly dispatch a troop of appropriately equipped Larkinson mechs to the Aucanon system." Vess dismissively waved his hand. "That won't be necessary. I intend to conduct a different sort of hunt. I will explain it to you later after I have conducted an investigation. For now, just reserve a quota for me. I am sure that the colony will be eager to accommodate a guest of my stature." Since Vess had become a big shot nowadays, he might as well make use of his privileges. They talked a bit more about what Vess sought to gain from this upcoming vacation. "So does that mean that we do not have to make any arrangements in Port Salience?" "Not so fast, Gavin. Right now, my schedule is largely constrained by the need to hold a product reveal in a month, right?" "That is so," his assistant confirmed. "I don't want to miss out on Port Salience. It is still necessary for me to reconnect with my old customers and my old works in these changing times. The Mech scene on that planet is vibrant, so I am sure I can learn a lot about how my products are faring in the hyper generation. How about we schedule a visit after I have finished my product reveal?" Gavin raised his eyebrows. "That can work. It will delay your return to New Constantinople Roman 8. We will also have to postpone a few important meetings, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Are there any other particular reasons why you want a detour to Port Salience on the way home?" Vess steepled his fingers. "I want to take a look at how other mech designers are dealing with living mechs. Competitive mech teams often repair and modify their existing mechs at higher rates. I think that has led to the rise of mech designers who have developed unique insights and approaches on how to tweak the performance of my works. I think I may be able to meet with a handful of interesting second-class mech designers that we bring into our design department." His assistant immediately understood what Vess was aiming for. "Are you looking to fill up the void left behind by the mech designers who have chosen to undergo EdNet training?" "Yup. We need to replenish our ranks of second-class mech designers, but I don't trust others to hire the right sort of people. The design department is one of the most important institutions of our clan, and I do not want to fill it up with people who do not understand living mechs or have opposing ideas. We also need people who are willing to leave their old lives behind and embrace their new identities as Larkinsons. I do not think you will have much issue attracting volunteers these days," Gavin remarked. "An invitation from you holds almost the same amount of weight as an invitation from the Terrans or the Rubarthans. You have become the idol of many third-class and second-class mech designers who hope to follow your trajectory. Well, I won't complain if it makes it easier to convince talented mech designers to work for me, but I don't want to take on people that can only look up to me," Vess said. "I need mech designers with enough pride and ambition to push themselves to greater heights." He knew he was being way too picky about this. It was not necessary for the mech designers of the design department to design original mechs all of the time. There was also room for less inventive mech designers that were more suitable to work on maintaining existing product lines. Perhaps Vess should pay more attention to these sorts of people during his upcoming work visit to Port Salience. In any case, it did not take long for Vess and Gavin to add this extra trip to the planning. I will make sure to inform the Wild Fighter Association and arrange a meeting with the officials in charge of Port Salience. Would you like to mention the topics that you wish to talk about when you meet with them during your visit? Vess definitely wanted to hold a deeper discussion with the Wild Fighter Association. He believed that there was much more room for cooperation. He did not dare to underestimate the second-class organization, despite the fact that he was in the process of transitioning into a first-rater. I do not have anything definitive in mind at the moment. Just tell the Wild Fighters that I may wish to discuss deeper cooperation with them. I would ideally like to meet with a representative who has a strong enough voice within their ranks to make decisions on behalf. We shall see what we can do. Port Salience is not their main base of operations, but there should be enough time for the Wild Fighters to prepare for your arrival. That settled the matter of vacations. With 2 different trips on the agenda, Vess was sure he could thoroughly restore his mood and return to a more optimal state. Together with the return of his wife, he and his wife were bound to become a much more effective pair than before. By the way, how much progress has been made in the preparations for your upcoming augmentation treatment? Gavin couldn't help but smile. The Seneschai has been helpful and transparent every step of the way. However, it is not easy to get anywhere close to his own level of cybernetic augmentation with a lightly upgraded body like mine. I am pretty much a baseline human as far as the Terrans are concerned. Vess had an inkling of what the issue might be. Baseline humans were simply too weak and fragile compared to the typical Terrans. So the Terrans think your body's load-bearing capacity is too low to undergo heavy augmentations. That is so. I will have to undergo several rounds of gene optimization treatments. Once my body has reached a higher standard, the Terran implant surgeons will gradually install more and more mechanical implants in my body until my mind is more extensively digitized. Luckily, my body is not too deviant, so the Terrans do not have to deal with any existing complications. How long will you remain absent? The experts of the Strian ancient clan believe that they can get it done in less than half a year. They have tried to compress this time period as much as possible, but it is difficult to shave off more days when I need to recover from surgery multiple times. I understand. It would become a little more difficult for Vess to get by, without Gavin taking care of all of his trivial chores. Others could fill in while his longtime assistant was absent, but Vess would miss the deep and tacit trust and mutual understanding that characterized his long relationship with a fellow local from Cloudy Curtain. After he concluded his meeting with Gavin, Vess took the day off and accompanied his children for a time. He found it delightful to spend time with his daughters and son again after he exhausted himself in his attempt to bring the Elemental Lord to life. Vess enjoyed a long night of rest and woke up without his wife by his side. He missed her warmth and company, but knew that she would eventually return better than ever. Once he sent his children off to school again, Vess did not follow his old routine by heading over to his design lab. Instead, he decided to move to the empty testing grounds and entered an underground chamber. This place was normally reserved for testing mechs. It was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of mechs and possessed enough defenses to withstand decently strong attacks. Since Vess was not in a mood to dedicate all of his attention to designing or fabricating another mech, he might as well explore his expanded phase Lord cultivation today. Vess, a familiar voice spoke up behind his back. "Ah, I expected you would come." Vess turned around and smiled at Jovi. "I take it that you and your fellow Mechers want to observe and record more data about myself." Jovi nodded. "We still know too little about human phase lords. We have reasons to believe that your transformation into one is close to the ideal state of a phase lord at your stage. You can provide us with a large amount of reference data. We can also assist your attempts to familiarize yourself with your new capabilities, by sharing what we know about how alien phase lords operate. Shem, that is fine with me. I don't exactly have a manual for this, so I can use a bit of guidance. Chapter 54, 44 New Facewater Organs. Though Vess never asked for it, he couldn't help but develop a growing interest in what it was like to wield the powers of a phase lord. The gift from the Red Ocean was rather strange in that he did not seem to undergo any radical changes in size or mentality. His actual brain had ballooned to a much greater size. He gained a lot more organic processing power as a result, but they did not lead to strange or inhuman thought patterns. This was one of the reasons why the Mechers assumed that his transformation into a phase lord was close to the perfect ideal. Vess was still Vess. His personality had not become overly distorted due to the changes, and he did exhibit any obvious signs of alienation from human society. "Did you expect anything different?" Vess asked. "We have conducted enough studies on phase whales and phase lords to observe personality traits that are common among each of them. These changes transcend the properties of different species," Jovi replied. "Our scientists are not certain whether these shifts in personality are inherent to the development process, or whether the inadequate psychologies of the native aliens are at fault." While they talked, the Mechers who teleported inside the underground testing chamber set up their monitoring equipment and brought over a lot of props. Vess found it rather reassuring to not have to worry about arranging these preparations himself. The Mechers are way more interested to see what he was capable of, so they made sure to give him plenty of ways to exercise his new abilities. "What sort of personality traits are you concerned about, exactly?" "I cannot say. It is best if we do not tell you about them in advance. You may behave differently if you focus too much of your attention on these changes." As a scientist and engineer, Vess understood what Jovi was talking about. It was already rather improper to bring up the subject in the first place, so Vess purposely changed the subject. "Before I plan to unfold my true body, I want to spend a bit of time on exercising my spatial abilities in my current state. I think it has become a lot easier for me to displace my body and maybe even project a spatial barrier." Jovi did not object to that. "We are curious to see what you can do as well. Are you able to perform these abilities innately, or do we need to dig out an alien scripture that can teach you the right techniques?" "I think I can manage on my own for the time being. I think that simple spatial manipulation can easily be done with the help of a facewater organ that is already programmed to perform specific abilities. Somehow, the latest lightning baptism has caused me to grow a couple of strange new organs inside my body. I can feel them. They are much more compatible with facewater than the rest of my organs." Jovi nodded and activated a projection that displayed a cross-section of Vess' body. It is not easy to reconstruct an accurate snapshot of a body that is compressed in folded space, but our high-powered scans have given us enough data to construct this composite image. According to our studies, the concentration of facewater in your bloodstream has increased to 1.4%. This is still a small figure in absolute terms, but it is many times stronger than the previous level. Vess nodded. "I can clearly feel that I have grown a lot stronger. I just don't have a clear idea yet because I haven't let my new powers loose. Aside from that, your body is home to 3 new organs that are not inherently human. They do share a great resemblance to the common facewater organs of other phase lords and phase whales, so we have a decent understanding of their purpose and their mechanisms. The Kelsis organ is responsible for generating spatial barriers. The Locos organ is responsible for granting you senses that enable you to perceive space and spatial phenomena without the use of tools. The Morocco's organ is responsible for shaping and bending the fabric of space. These were the 3 starter organs that every self-respecting phase lord had to obtain in order to be recognized as a god among natives. Vess previously did not possess them, so he never considered himself to be a real phase lord. How do the natives gain their facewater organs? I doubt they can obtain them without effort like myself. You are correct about that. Vess, phase lords as well as phase whales do not automatically grow them as they increase their face water concentration. They must rely on themselves or other specialists to cultivate customized organs that are based on their genes and their unique physical circumstances. Once the organs are grown in labs, they can be implanted or absorbed in the bodies of their new owners. After that, they can either grow alongside their owners, or may need to manually upscaled as the true bodies of phase lords increase even further in size. All of that sounded complicated. It showed that not even phase whales were inherently able to develop their face water abilities by relying on their existing organic endowments. This was why all of them became masters of biotechnology. Is there anything special about the 3 organs that I should know? Vess asked. There is a lot of room for development for these organs. They are currently in their most basic states. Their stability and fault tolerance are therefore high, which is very suitable for beginners who have not yet improved their control. We have found that phase leaders tend to develop their face water organs laterally as well as vertically. What we mean by that is that aside from upsizing them and increasing their face water concentration, the organs can also be modified or mutated into more specialized variations. Vess looked more and more interested in this subject. What are the common changes made to the organs? It depends on the organs in question. The Celsus organ can be altered to increase the range of a spatial barrier, allowing you to shield your allies. The Locos organ can be modified to help you discover hidden pocket spaces. The Morocco's organ can be changed in a way that makes it easier for you to generate gravity wells. While the benefits are usually great, many changes also entail trade-offs where you have to sacrifice other traits. In short, the lateral modification of face water organs plays an important role in the development of phase leaders. It was just like Mechs in a way. The most basic ones started out simple, but they became progressively more powerful and sophisticated at higher price levels. Even then, there was limited room for customizations, so most Mechs could only excel in a few areas. It should still be possible to perform face water techniques without these organs, right? Vess asked. Yes, Jovi said. You can theoretically perform any spatial ability that is possible at your current face water concentration so long as you are skilled enough. However, the threshold is much higher, and the efficiency is dreadfully poor. It is like using a single tool to fabricate an entire mech. It is much better to have multiple specialized tools at hand. Understood. I guess face water organs are responsible for controlling, automating, regulating, and amplifying the expression of any face water ability. They can do more than that, but you have the gist of it. In any case, we do not advise you to modify your organs unless you are serious about developing your combat potential. If you decide to go down this path, then I advise you to let the transhumanist faction do the work of implanting new face water organs in your body and altering your existing ones. I will take that into account. Vess was not that eager to cooperate with the transhumanists on this matter. He did not want to surrender control of his phase lord cultivation to an external party. This was just a disaster that was waiting to happen. He still recalled the lesson taught by his mother. By the way, there is one notable anomaly to your physique that you should know. Jovi continued and pointed out another organ inside Vess' body. Your so-called Jutland organ has undergone substantial changes. It has not only evolved to tolerate face water, but it has also integrated into your phase lord physique in a more profound fashion. We believe you can utilize work law energy in a more active fashion as well, though I would like to caution you to be careful about that. This is a special form of energy that is highly destructive, as you should know. Noted. Vess asked a few more questions before he changed into a special nano-suit developed by the Mechers. Most native alien species, including phase whales, do not have a taboo against nakedness, Jovi explained with a smile. When they unfold their true bodies, they don't really care about tearing their clothes. However, the more well-equipped phase lords have usually prepared giant suits of armor that can artificially enhance their capabilities. I think you may be able to design one for yourself. However, it will be difficult for you to carry it around if you do not have access to a large enough pocket space. That indeed sounded like a problem. Vess might have the Vault of Eternity, but it cost a lot of AP to rent more storage space. He also did not want to flaunt his system abilities in public, even though he was pretty sure the Red Association already figured out that he was a holy son. Is there a portable pocket space that I can exchange from the association? There is, but it will not be cheap. These sort of pocket spaces are almost exclusively reserved for ace pilots to ensure that they will never be too far away from their ace mechs. God pilots have access to even larger ones that are also extremely robust. If you are willing to expend all of the MTA merits that you have accumulated so far, we may be able to supply you with a spare device that is tied to a pocket space with enough capacity to fit a second-class light mech. That's too expensive. It is cheap if you know what it takes to create a stable pocket space that is accessible to its owner while on the move. It is also robust enough that other phase lords cannot easily break this pocket space apart from a distance. Jovi patiently explained. We are pretty much selling it to you at a loss with the MTA merits that you have on hand. I am only permitted to give you this exchange opportunity due to your continued cooperation in advancing our understanding of human phase lords. Though Vess did not really care that much about all of the MTA merits he had accumulated so far, he was deeply reluctant to spend it all at once for a pocket space that was not essential to his work. Chapter 45, The Basic Abilities of a Phase Lord. As Vess tried out various basic abilities, he found that it was a lot easier to perform them as before. The face water organs truly helped to make these abilities more accessible. They acted like formulas that took away much of the work and effort needed to manually figure out solutions. Accessing them was not obvious to Vess at first. He had no inherent knowledge or awareness of the face water organs and their many functions. It was only when he actively concentrated on them and tried to flex them in different ways that he instinctively became aware of what they could do. It was a strange process to Vess, as there was nothing human about these organs that he could relate to. He had to explore everything with caution in order to avoid any uncontrolled outbursts. Soon enough, he started to grow a little more accustomed with flexing the basic abilities of all three face water organs. Hit me, Vess requested as he proudly stood in his new nanosuit. 4 different bots surrounded him at this moment. Upon his command, they began to fire harmless white balls that stopped short of hitting his body. A nearly invisible spatial barrier flared into visibility upon impact. They stably blocked the damage without experiencing any noticeable drain. Please escalate the kinetic power of the attacks. The bots started to launch harder and faster projectiles at Vess. The spatial barrier continued to hold for quite a bit of time, even when the attacks had begun to turn lethal to baseline humans. Nobody worried too much about the potential risks of accidents. Vess still carried his latest personal Azure Shield generator, and the nanosuit also possessed notable defensive properties. Bang, bang, bangs, bang. The attacks grew stronger and stronger until the bots had to launch attacks that could pose an actual threat to third-class mechs. This was the point where Vess felt he needed to put more serious effort into maintaining his defenses. The 4 small bots made way for a single larger one that packed a serious punch. It was already overkill to employ this killer bot against most infantry units, but Vess no longer fit into this category anymore. Bang, bangs, bang. The kinetic cannon steadily launched progressively more punishing attacks, while the mechers gathered a ton of useful data. They not only monitored the activity of the Kelsis organ, but also studied the exact properties of the spatial barrier that had formed a bubble around Vess' body. It wasn't until his spatial barrier started to wobble and show more signs of destabilization that Vess truly started to experience significant strain. Okay, that is enough, Jovi announced. The killer bot immediately stopped its attacks and purposefully pointed its kinetic cannon in a different direction. Hey, I can still handle more. I have not even come close to my limit yet, Vess complained. We have gathered enough data to calculate your approximate limit. It is absolutely not advisable to subject you to stronger attacks. They can be truly life-threatening, and we do not dare to bet on our backup options to protect you from serious trauma. Though Vess felt a little frustrated at the early suspension, he understood why the Mechers behaved so cautiously. They were only following proper procedures. Fine, let us move on to other tests. He managed to open himself up to a whole range of new senses with the Locos organ. He gained a special perception towards spatial phenomena. Although it was not good enough to pick up the most subtle disturbances, it was more than enough to detect any activity generated by other phase lords. The range is quite impressive, Jovi said, as Vess looked at a point that was situated way beyond the underground walls of the testing chamber. One of our first-class multipurpose Mechs is firing one of its transphasic weapons 12 kilometers away. The sensitivity of my Locos organ has severely dropped at the limits of my perception range. I do not think I can detect any spatial activity generated by anything weaker than a transphasic Mech at this distance. That was rather disappointing to Vess. Being able to perceive strong activity 12 kilometers away sounded like a lot, but it was wholly insufficient in actual combat, especially in space. Real phase lords should be able to extend their spatial perception a lot further away. When Vess seriously began to test the limits of his Morocco's organ, he played around with various basic applications. For example, he found that he could actually bend and fold space, as if it was a multidimensional blanket. It was impossible for Vess to describe the process of doing so. It was simply not human to begin with. The Morocco's organ somehow exerted the power of face water in such a way that enabled him to knead space as if it was a toy. Like Snomicron Vepsilon, of course, the relatively basic Morocco's organ in his body was not highly developed. Vess could not fold space in half or shatter it entirely. He could only extend the effects generated by his Morocco's organ roughly 80 meters away. Any further than that rapidly increased its strain, making Vess feel as if it was starting to burst. He could consciously increase or decrease the stability of the space around him, making it easier or harder for others to perform spatial tricks. He was not able to generate any serious gravity wells, nor create any wicked space blades. This was strange because Vess could still feel that his Morocco's organ had power to spare. The problem was that it did not come with too many ability templates. Vess figured out that he needed to improve his proficiency in spatial manipulation and be able to perform these specialized applications by himself. Once he managed to master a method manipulating space to a sufficient degree, he could find a way to solidify the process by updating his Morocco's organ. This is really troublesome, Vess grumbled. You are already lucky enough to enjoy a head start, Jovi responded in a light-hearted tone. Depending on the species, it may take years if not decades of manual practice in order to master the few abilities that you have easily demonstrated. You have reached a point in your development where most phase lords must choose to specialize in a specific direction of spatial manipulation. They cannot learn or acquire these advanced applications by themselves, which is why they must always apprentice themselves to more powerful phase leaders. That was understandable. The face water organs were extremely complicated. It was easy to botch any attempt to modify them in any way. Only expert guidance from a more established phase lord or phase whale could ensure that this development process would go smoothly. This was where the small community of native gods began to splinter into different factions and schools of thought. Different species possessed different inclinations, and they possessed different strengths that caused them to excel in some applications of spatial manipulation. It was still unclear what human phase lords excelled at. There was no one else like Vess, and his conditions weren't exactly normal to begin with. He possessed several abnormalities that made it difficult to generalize any of his results. If I have to speculate, I think your perceptive ability should be the strongest. Really? Do not underestimate the value of strengthening your perception. I think it may serve you well whenever you do any work related to transphasic mechs. It is the only ability so far that can assist you in a productive capacity. That was actually an astute point. Vess grew thoughtful as he tried to figure out how gaining an enhanced perception of space could help with designing or fabricating better transphasic mechs. In any case, before Vess was ready to move on to the second phase of testing, he wanted to explore his teleporting ability. Jovi found it strange that Vess was able to do this naturally. You do not possess any face water organs that are associated with any known displacement techniques. How did you teleport in the past? I just tried to think about it really hard, Vess lamely said. I tried to work the face water in body to do what I want, and somehow it just happens. Perhaps we should err on the side of caution. Your method sounds too ad hoc to be safe. You were lucky that you did not split yourself in half by displacing your upper body while leaving your lower one behind. It's not that dangerous, Vess protested. I don't know how it is with other phase lords, but I am pretty sure I can pull it off without any risk. Don't forget that I managed to teleport myself as well as Major Simon Jankowski several hundred meters away from the cockpit of the Elemental Lord. It was highly dangerous of you to do so, Vess. We were on the verge of remotely activating your emergency teleporter. If that did not work, we intended to utilize a more powerful remote teleportation machine that we had already brought into the field. Relying on your new phase Lord constitution to teleport by instinct should be your last possible resort. Jovi was right from an objective viewpoint, but Vess felt differently about this subject. Whether it was unique to Vess or common to all phase lords, he felt that he possessed an innate ability to teleport his body across modest distances. The Red Association may have learned a lot about phase lords, but Vess did not think the Mechers had managed to steal every secret related to phase lords. I am trying it out at least once, Vess said in a determined tone. It is better that I experiment with it in a controlled environment than attempt to pull it off during another crisis situation. He repeated the process that worked in the past and tried really hard to will his body into a different position. Crack. The noise created by the displacement echoed throughout the chamber as Vess found himself roughly 33 meters away from his previous position. Your condition appears to be good. You have not sustained any injuries according to our sensors. See, I knew I could do it. Vess grinned as he relished at how he was able to pull it off so easily this time. I think I am starting to get accustomed to doing this. I don't feel that I am doing anything special. I just try to activate all of the face water that is spread throughout my body at once. I don't think it is necessary for me to acquire a specific face water organ for this, unless I want to increase my range or improve my capacity to overcome space suppression. How good is your precision? Vess looked down at his feet. The floor of the testing chamber was marked by a temporary grid pattern, making it easier to determine distances. I ended up at the exact right location I was targeting. I cannot guarantee my accuracy will be as good if I try to teleport a few hundred meters away. Is there any sense of protection or limitation when it comes to displacing your body under the floor or beyond your line of sight? Now that you mention it, I instinctively feel that I do not have to worry about teleporting into walls, chairs, or other solid matter. I don't exactly know why. I know I can teleport to locations beyond my sight, even if I have never been there before. I have a feeling that it is a lot more dangerous, though. Do you have any indication of your maximum displacement range? Vess looked off into the distance again. I can get a vague sense of it, but I won't know for sure until I try it out. I estimate that my maximum range should be no more than 2 to 3 kilometers. That is respectable. I am sure you can move much further if you improve your proficiency with this skill. Neither Vess nor Jovi were eager to test the range of this teleportation ability. The risks were simply too great. It was enough to know that Vess could displace himself several hundred meters away with relative ease. He could even bring along any objects he was touching, though the range drastically decreased as they grew larger. Once they concluded this round of testing, Vess was ready to move on to the most exciting portion of this session. "Are you sure this nanosuit will sufficiently cover me when I unfold my true body?" Vess worriedly asked as he picked on the fabric of his skinny suit. "It looks awfully thin to me, you know. I can hardly imagine that there are enough nanites to preserve my modesty." Jovi let out another sigh. "They work differently from what you think. The nanosuit is completely sufficient. Even if an accident occurs that leads you to exposing yourself, what does it matter? We have more than enough scans of your body to know what is underneath." In fact, the nanosuit is constantly broadcasting a precise and accurate capture of all of its shapes and contours at a frequency of 388,000 times a second. We won't be seeing anything new, even if your body has grown much larger. Chapter 54-46, Vess the Human Biomech. Before Vess conducted the big test, he first had to conduct a quick test of his current physical properties. The mechanics behind the spatial folding of his body was weird. In his current state, he only had partial and selective access to the properties of his true body. Vess had an abnormally strong body for a long time, but he never really made use of it since he was a Mech designer. The last two lightning tribulations had improved this seemingly redundant advantage even further. Not only did his muscle mass become stronger, but they also became a lot more efficient, remedying many of the lingering flaws and imperfections produced by Dr. Jutland's extremely messy implantations. However, the greatest and most radical change by far was the introduction of face water into his body. From the moment he gained a smidgen of face water in his bloodstream, he had already separated himself from his humanity in a physical manner. His body had taken its first steps to physical transcendence and experienced a profound transformation that enabled it to exist in multiple dimensions where it should normally not exist. All of this sounded incredibly weird and dangerous. It was essential for a body under these conditions to become a lot tougher and stronger. From the intelligence collected by the Red 2, developing a strong body was essential to the progression of a phase lord. This was one of the reasons why Pulmer phase lords were practically unheard of. These weird ball-shaped aliens were not weak, but they were not known for their athleticism either. The native aliens that somehow managed to take their first step on the path of the phase lord immediately had to undergo their first test. If their bodies were strong enough to withstand the dangers introduced by the presence of face water, they would be able to go on and live as phase lords without any immediate concern for their health. If their bodies were too frail or had weakened too much during the advancement process, then the face water introduced in their bloodstream would definitely tear their flesh and bones apart. Far too many native aliens had perished at this junction. Edge cases also existed where a native alien managed to become a phase lord, but did not quite become strong enough to resist all of the face water fluctuations. This led to the emergence of tortured phase lords, like the Eminence of Torment. As such, no one in the Red Ocean underestimated the need to develop a strong body. We believe that a fit, strong, and healthy body is essential to successfully advance into a phase lord. Jovi elaborated from the side as Vess punched a few dummies with his surprisingly crushing fist. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Though Vess had not reached the point where he could tear apart mechs with his bare hands, he found it quite enjoyable to crush these weaker metal bots as if he was a superhuman soldier. He had never tested his physical might in such a raw and primitive fashion. After all, why would he? Possessing greater might was absolutely useless in a highly advanced technological society where every heavy exertion could be done with bots and machines. Possessing too much muscles could even become a detriment to the fine manipulation of manual tools during delicate production processes. That was intolerable for Vess, as he needed to maintain high dexterity in order to improve his various crafts. Nonetheless, he still possessed the same wants and needs as other people. There was something compelling about possessing the ability to crush a person's skull with his raw hands. It made him feel more fearless, as he felt he could easily take care of lesser threats himself. He was no longer as vulnerable and helpless as before. Even without a weapon, he could rely on his brute strength to crush his opposition. What was important at this time was that Vess only exerted a fraction of his current strength. Once he unfolded his body, he was not only able to unlock the full expression of his larger true body, but he could also take advantage of the greater leverage granted by his larger limbs and scale. After conducting a few more quick tests, Jovi summed up his observations. Your raw physical properties are impressive for a human. Only the most radically augmented humans can match, and in certain cases, exceed your exaggerated strength. I have seen one such case myself in the form of a highly mechanized cyborg soldier. His body was almost completely replaced by high-quality mechanical components. He was like a Mech on a human scale. You are more like a bio-Mech in the same vein. Vess smirked. I think this comparison will become a little more apt once I unfold my true body. Can I do it now? Please wait a moment. There is a high likelihood that nothing will go wrong, but in the faint chance that the process will get botched. We need to calibrate our rescue measures to save you from the dangers of your own body. The worries of the Mechers were unfounded. Vess possessed a good grasp of his own body, and he felt that there was no chance he would stumble and tear his own body in half or whatever. However, he could understand the caution of the Mechers. Any good researcher had to prepare for accidents, no matter how unlikely they may be. It was always better to be safe and sorry. Once the Mechers had completed their adjustments of their excessively thorough safety measures, Vess could finally see how his body truly measured up these days. I am starting. Jovi and all of the other Mechers had vacated the testing chambers. They all retreated to the observation areas that were all protected behind solid walls and transphasic energy shields. Shortly after Vess made the determination to unveil his true body, his presence started to shoot up like a rocket. The act of revealing his true body was like unsheathing a deadly blade. Vess no longer suppressed his glow anymore, causing him to radiate a powerful sense of life and Mechs that was reminiscent of his living Mechs. Anyone who experienced his living workshop method would feel familiar with this sensation. However, Vess did not release this glow because he was ready to fabricate another living Mech, but because he wanted to draw out his full form, both physically and spiritually. The testing chamber seemed to shrink in size from his perspective. It took a few seconds for him to recognize that it was not his surroundings that were growing smaller, but it was because he was growing bigger with each passing second. More and more strength filled his body as he mysteriously reversed the complex spatial folding that perfectly and seamlessly stored his extra body mass in other dimensions. Normally, such a process should have produced a lot of stretching, damage, and other unpleasant phenomena. But a phase Lord somehow possessed the innate ability to dimensionally fold and unfold their true bodies without any danger. This was an exquisite design. Vess could not believe that phase Lord cultivation was a natural phenomenon. It had to be designed and perfected by ancient body cultivators. Somehow, it had gotten baked into the red ocean to the point where its heavenly authority had embraced it as the common standard in the dwarf galaxy. Though Vess normally looked down on old and outdated methods, he had to admit that there were good reasons why the methods of a phase Lord withstood the test of time. The shift in perspective started to slow as Vess felt as if his growth in size was nearing its limit. Fortunately, his body had not grown large enough for his head to hit the high ceiling of the testing chamber. Just as he expected, he had grown a bit taller than a typical second-class medium Mech. In terms of proportions, his muscular but fairly lean body remained the same, which meant that his dimensions had slightly more in common with light Mechs. However, Vess knew that much of the reason why medium Mechs tended to be a bit bulkier was because they were always clad with relatively substantial armor plating. If Vess chose to don himself in a proportional suit of combat armor, he would probably be able to match the bulk of a medium Mech that was on the heftier side. He could even imitate a humanoid heavy Mech if his massive suit of armor was thick enough. However, it wasn't just his height, mass, and perspective that had changed. From the moment he gained full access to all of the body mass and other organs that had previously been hidden away, Vess experienced a huge wave of euphoria that radically uplifted his mood and caused him to feel excited beyond all reason. "I'm strong," he spoke in a deeper and much more superhuman tone. "I feel as if I'm unstoppable." This was not an exaggeration. All sorts of hormones and other changes affected his brain chemistry, causing him to completely push aside his caution and reticence. For whatever reason, he not only felt strong enough to challenge a Mech in a fistfight, but he also felt a lot more connected and in tune with the surrounding space. His face water organs were all able to exert greater strength, and the face water spread throughout his body were no longer locked away or burdened by the need to keep his body folded into different dimensions. All of this meant that his ability to manipulate space had become much stronger than before. His spatial perception had multiplied by several times. He felt as if he could actually bend space to the point where he could generate a weak gravity well. He could probably teleport a lot further than before. Though Vess had yet to test these drastic improvements, he instinctively felt as if he was not as weak and restricted as before. After Vess became a little more acclimated to his new state, he immediately turned to the shielded windows of the nearest control room. Jovi and all of the other Mechers had become surprisingly tiny to Vess. It would be so easy for Vess to crush their bodies in his palm. This realization profoundly altered his thinking and his perspective on many matters. Vess felt as if he had truly become the equivalent of a humanoid Mech. Unlike other humans who needed to enter the cockpit of a larger machine in order to gain this kind of combat power, Vess could completely dispense with that and fight with his true body alone. He looked down at his own suited body and gained a much greater appreciation of his amazing physical state. The nanosuit surprisingly managed to cover his body, despite getting stretched to an extreme degree. Though it had grown a lot thinner and less concentrated than before, the advanced suit still did its job of preserving his modesty, though it came at the cost of reducing their defensive properties. Vess didn't care at all. When his body had grown this large and powerful, he no longer needed to rely on mundane protection to withstand greater damage. After all, his resilience was not solely based on his exaggerated physical size and mass. The face water reinforcing every part of his physical state also played a huge factor in making him stronger and tougher. Vess truly had the illusion that he was no worse than a transphasic biomech at the moment. The only question was whether his strength matched the standards of a third-class, second-class, or quasi-first-class biomech. "Give me a dummy. No, give me 10 dummies. I need to test how strong I have become." From the moment the first Mech scale bot entered the chamber, Vess rocketed forward like a giant on the run and simply shoulder-bashed the large contraption against the wall. Crunch. Vess' huge momentum was too much for the poor bot. It collided against the transphasic energy shield and deformed as its metal construction simply couldn't withstand all of the impact forces. That was not enough for the unleashed Mech designer. He reached down and tore the limbs from the torso one by one, as if he was ripping off the arms and legs off a toy doll. Ha 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 ha, too weak, more, I need more. Chapter 54, 47 Abusing Bots. Vess felt as if he had turned into a beast. Much of his calm and rationality as a Mech designer had taken a backseat as the more primal part of his cognition had been brought to the fore. His extremely exaggerated physical condition made him feel as if he had become stronger than any human. Not just Vess, but any human that suddenly transcended the weakness of his own physique and started to match the size and physical strength of mechs would feel the same. Mechs played a huge role in human society. They were the mainstay fighting machines for several centuries, and they had developed a strong and extensive image of martial might in everyone's mind. For Vess to transition from a puny human to a genuine phase lord was such a significant transformation that he could not help but get lost in his newfound power. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Vess threw himself at the bots that entered the testing chamber on a continuous basis. He punched the metal exterior of the bots without fear of breaking his own knuckles. The relatively soft and thin metal layers easily deformed whenever he punched or kicked them with his limbs. Though the bots soon started to resist more actively and try to attack him from multiple directions, his spatial barrier easily blocked the attacks. The forces exerted by the bots were not that strong at the moment, and their lack of transphasic properties made it very difficult to exhaust the spatial barrier. So this is what it is like to fight like a mech. Previously, he had only been able to feel what it was like to possess the combat power of a mech by going on a mastery experience. Even then, he was only able to hitchhike in the mind of a mech pilot, making it so that there was an extra layer of separation between himself and the powerful machines. This was no longer the case. Vess' entire body had turned into the equivalent of a transphasic biomech. Although there were still many differences between his current state and a real biomech, there was enough resemblance that he had the illusion that he could fight and win against an actual machine. Stronger, I need them to be stronger. The mechers obliged. They had already gathered enough data on Vess' current state to develop a much more accurate estimate of how much he could handle. Send in the second-class battle bots, Jovi commanded after he had studied the data. The weak bots all disappeared from the testing chamber. Soon, a dozen stronger and more well-equipped bots had entered the fray. Half of them were armed with rifles, while the other half was armed with various melee weapons. Vess could immediately tell that these were serious battle bots that could pose an actual threat onto second-class mechs. That meant that their threat to him was not negligible. It appeared that the mechers were so interested in testing his current limits that they were willing to take a few risks. Get ready, Vess. Don't forget that you can command us to stop at any time if you cannot take it anymore. Do not try to fight past your limit. I'm not that fragile, Jovi. Just start already. The ones with ranged weapons quickly started to open fire onto Vess. Most of the initial attacks did not exert that much strain on his defenses. Even if he removed his spatial barrier, he had a high degree of confidence that his abnormally dense and face-water-reinforced body could resist the attacks for a time. What surprised Vess was that a few of the ranged machines were actually armed with transphasic weapons. The laser beams and Gauss rounds inflicted significant damage to his spatial barrier, making it so that Vess could not ignore their threat. Vess tried to move and evade, but he found out that he lacked the grace and finesse of a true light mech. His movements were clumsy and clearly marked by lack of systematic training. He was unable to dance around the battlefield like the light mechs he had designed in the past. Phase Lords were not meant to be swift and agile. Their body cultivation focused on promoting their size, mass, and face water concentration so that they could become absolutely titanic powerhouses that could crush everything by relying on brute force alone. Dodging was not their style. If they couldn't withstand powerful attacks, then they just needed to make their bodies big enough. What that meant was that Vess realized that he was not necessarily able to gain the upper hand when he fought against equally sized mechs and machines, at least when it came to physical performance. However, a Phase Lord possessed more advantages than a massive body. The appearance of a full squad of battle bots was a signal that Vess should no longer stick to simple methods. He needed to utilize the comprehensive abilities of a Phase Lord in order to beat this challenge. Come, Vess shouted. The bots armed with swords, spears and shields jogged forward while maintaining a solid line. This made it harder for Vess to isolate them and eliminate them one at a time. It was a good thing that Vess did not intend to confront them first. He concentrated for a moment and activated all of the face water in his body at once. For whatever reason, it had become a lot easier for him to pull off this step. Crack! Vess instantly disappeared from his place and quickly appeared behind the row of ranged bots that were pointing their rifles in the wrong direction. Though the bots responded remarkably quickly by turning around, Vess was too close to let them have their way. Death! He utilized his raw power to grab and tear one of the ranged bots apart, only to get blocked by an energy shield. That won't stop me for long. Vess instinctively concentrated on his fist and caused it to gain transphasic attack properties. It was a relatively crude and inefficient application, but it was not too difficult to pull it off. He wasn't even worried about tearing his own flesh. Vess punched again, causing his fist to break through the relatively weak energy shield and almost pierce right through the chest of the relatively fragile machine. He punched the other nearby battle bots as well, completely ending their threat before they could launch too many attacks. Vess suddenly looked down at the rifles that they had dropped. They were not designed like ordinary Mech rifles, but had been specially modified in several ways. Even though Vess found it a lot more difficult to maintain the calm and highly analytical mind of a Mech designer in his current physical state, his brain had not completely degenerated to the level of a simple brute. Let's see. Vess picked up the transphasic Gauss rifle and held it in a relatively unfamiliar grip. Normal Mech weapons were locked to their assigned machines, thereby preventing enemy Mechs from taking advantage of them on the battlefield. Light's new Omicronville, this was not the case right now. The Mechers had deliberately kept these weapons unlocked to see how Vess could handle them in his current form. He only received a shallow amount of firearms training, and he mostly stuck to using pistols as opposed to long rifles. Bang! Vess couldn't help but feel embarrassed when the first pull of the trigger resulted in a Gauss round that missed one of the surviving ranged bots by over 5 meters. However, he quickly decided to drop to his knees and take the time to aim his weapon properly. Bang! This time, he managed to land a solid hit. The power of the transphasic Gauss rifle was not only able to break the energy shield of his target, but also penetrate through its weak armor. Even though his aim was still a little off, he easily managed to finish off the crippled machine with a follow-up attack. Vess fired the weapon several times until he managed to eliminate the other remaining ranged bots. That significantly reduced the pressure and made him feel a lot less restrained. At this time, the melee bots had come enough to make it a lot less convenient to keep firing Gauss rounds at the incoming machines. Instead, Vess imitated his second daughter and held his Gauss rifle like a club. Come! Vess clumsily tried to evade most of the incoming strikes while trying to break through the defenses of another Mech. However, he found out that his rifle made for a poorer weapon than his fist. It did not have any transphasic properties when utilized in this manner. This prevented him from inflicting meaningful damage to the defensive bot that had placed itself at the front. His spatial barrier clanged as the attacks of the other bots exerted a lot of damage to him. The transphasic sword especially stressed his defenses to the point where Vess had to exert his Kelsis organ more extensively in order to compensate. Vess tossed aside his useless rifle and started to back off and prevent himself from getting surrounded. However, the bots had already managed to enclose him from every side. Vess did not think much further and activated all of the face water in his body to displace himself a short distance away. Crack! He immediately emerged behind one of the melee bots. His fist quickly crashed through the energy shield and damaged the vulnerable rear of the machine in question. A few more transphasic punches was enough to cripple the machine, but by this time, several nearby bots had quickly turned around and slammed themselves against his spatial barrier. Ah! The spatial barriers held, but Vess felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't help but back away before he endured more strain. Vess tried to maneuver around to prevent the bots from ganging up on him, but his agility and movement speed were not as good as that of his adversaries, making this effort useless. He could only win this bout if he went on the offensive. Vess began to employ his other spatial abilities. He utilized his Morocco's organ to bend the space in front of a Mech. When the machine entered the bent region of space, it suddenly went off course and stumbled to the side, but that was all that happened. He frowned and tried to activate the same ability onto another machine. This caused him to encounter greater resistance. The bot showed a few signs of distress, but Vess failed to tear it apart from within. Vess was not strong and skilled enough to pull off this feat. Since that was the case, Vess stuck to what worked and steadily eliminated the remaining bots one by utilizing his strong defenses and his tricky ability to displace himself. Though the exertion was not small, Vess quickly increased his proficiency in his innate teleportation ability. Not only was he able to teleport short distances at smaller delays, but he also gained a bit more comprehension of face water and the properties of space. Vess found that his affinity towards space had become much more pronounced. He felt as if he could quickly advance his instinctual understanding of face water theory, as long as he kept exercising his various spatial abilities in this liberated state. Crunch! His transphasic fists grew stronger and more piercing, as Vess gradually refined his application of his phase lord power. By the time he managed to eliminate all of the bots aside from the one equipped like a transphasic night Mech, he was able to repeatedly bash the defenses of this powerful machine until it crumbled under his onslaught. Vess started to breathe a little heavier. He had exhausted himself quite a bit, to the point where he was starting to grow really hungry. It appeared that exercising his body and spatial abilities with his true body dramatically increased his energy consumption. Fortunately, his massively oversized body also possessed enormous energy reserves, making it so that he could probably keep this up for a long time. "We will give you 5 minutes to rest before we commence the next phase," Jovi announced. Vess did not really feel the passage of time in his current state. 5 minutes came and went so quickly that he jerked in surprise when an entirely different opponent entered the testing chamber. A second-class hyper-Mech had appeared of a design that he did not recognize. A bad feeling came over Vess. Though the materials and tech incorporated into the machine were not that much better, a real professional Mech pilot was in control. The battle bots of before had all been controlled by dumbed-down AIs. There had been no need to make them good, as the Mechers only wanted to test Vess' raw combat performance. This time was different. Putting Vess up against a real Mech was a more comprehensive test that could truly showcase the differences between a phase lord and the most common weapon platform of humanity. As a Mech designer, Vess deeply appreciated the differences that a trained Mech pilot could make. There was no way this second-class Mech would be a pushover. Chapter 54, 48 More Than a Phase Lord. The second-class hyper-Mech, arrayed before Vess, possessed a simple design. It was a landbound hero Mech that was equipped with a simple laser rifle and a relatively short truncheon. Neither of these weapons seemed overly threatening. Even if they managed to overcome his spatial barrier and hit his naked body, they would not be able to pierce through his skin and damage his sensitive organs. That did not mean that Vess looked forward to getting hit by these armaments. It would definitely hurt if he got struck by a powerful whack or a burning laser beam. Vess had gained a better understanding of his fighting capabilities as a phase lord. His lack of combat training was painfully evident. The bots had frustrated him multiple times due to his inability to execute his intended moves or his failure to read the actions of his opponents. These were basic but essential skills that every properly trained Mech pilots mastered before they graduated from the Mech Academy. Part of the reason why it took at least 1012 or even 15 years for Mech cadets to complete their education, was to train all of these fundamental combat skills. Vess completely lacked this sort of training, so his combat fluency was not much better than a complete civilian. Becoming a phase lord did not magically stuff his head with martial arts skills or whatever. He just gained an oversized body and the ability to perform a few spatial abilities. If Vess wanted to become proficient in combat up close and at a distance, then he needed to undergo focused training in these aspects. Be careful, Vess. Our Mech is about to attack. Try and resist as seriously as you can. Do not hesitate to defeat it with all of your means. Don't worry about the Mech pilot. The cockpit is built according to the standards of a first-class multi-purpose Mech, so you won't be able to break it open that easily, especially when we have prepared other redundant protective measures. Though Vess could never really trust whether all of these measures could save the life of the Mech pilot, he was unwilling to hold himself back. He needed to know how well he could fight against a real Mech. This was why he was willing to cooperate with the Mechers and trust that they had their act together. The opposing hero Mech made the first move by running backwards, while also raising its hyper-laser rifle straight towards Vess. The pilot was skilled enough to launch an accurate snapshot at Vess in a single smooth motion. Vess slightly blinked at the bright flash of light. A fiery hyper-laser beam had struck his spatial barrier. While the attack was not transphasic in nature, the hyper-tech incorporated in the weapon added a lot of fire energy to the attack. This caused the fiery laser beams to strike significantly harder than normal. Vess was no longer in his prime condition. His short rest only allowed him to catch his breath and improve his condition by a small extent. That was a bit troublesome. His body possessed enormous energy reserves, but once they had been depleted, it would take a lot of time as well as nutrients to replenish what he lost. His spatial barrier flared repeatedly, as the opposing hero Mech never let up on its attacks. Though Vess did not feel too threatened by these attacks, it was a bad idea to let his current adversary drain his defenses for free. Vess did not even bother to run towards the distancing machine. His running speed was not as good as the opposing machine. He simply activated all of the face water throughout his body again and accurately teleported right next to the Mech in question. Vess quickly launched a transphasic punch at the hero Mech, only for the slippery Mech to evade the attack in time. The hero Mech not only managed to slide back like a slippery eel, but also launched a shot of its hyper-laser rifle, causing Vess' spatial barrier to flare with burns once again. The outburst of light and flames interfered with his sight, but did not block his other senses. His locus organ alone had become sensitive enough to perceive the presence and movement of mass in space. Vess ignored the fire laser beam attacks as best as possible and launched himself towards the hero Mech again. However, the hero Mech easily read his movements and always succeeded in evading in the right directions. Vess grew more frustrated at his inability to express his strength properly. It was not until he utilized his Morocco's organ to unexpectedly bend the space around the hero Mech that he was able to mess up his adversary's movements. Crash! Vess finally managed to inflict a heavy blow against the hero Mech's energy shield. While the energy shield was not transphasic in nature, it was enhanced by the water element, which significantly reduced the damage of kinetic impacts. It would take a few more attacks in order to break through this defensive barrier. The hero Mech already slipped away before Vess could land another attack. The machine did not try to avoid a confrontation. It not only fired its rifle whenever possible, but even chose to counterattack by striking its steely truncheon at his spatial barrier. Vess could sense the strong metal element hardening and improving the attack power of the physical blows. His spatial barrier was losing stability at a distressing rate. It appeared that the Red Association's application of hyper-technology was on a higher level compared to the rest of the Mech industry. He would have loved to sit down and study the more refined and optimized application of hyper-technology, But that was currently not possible. Vess had a fight to win. The use of hyper-technology gave Vess a bit of inspiration. What if he employed E-energy as well? He could just treat himself as a hyper-biomech. Vess had already gained proficiency in a number of spells related to the 5 elements. He first tried to reinforce his spatial barrier with the water element in an attempt to mitigate the damage inflicted by the hyper-laser rifle. However, Vess soon discovered that his ability to feel and manipulate spiritual energy had suddenly become worse. What? Vess tried to keep the hero mech occupied by occasionally teleporting to its side and launching a transphasic punch that could not be avoided. He quickly discovered that his sensitivity to E-energy had dropped. His body had grown a lot larger, and that kept his own spirituality a lot busier. However, the more important reason why he was unable to command the various elements he had grown familiar with was because the space element had become far too dominant. His true body was filled with face water. His sensitivity to spatial phenomena had been raised by a drastic degree. It was as if a star that represented the space element shone so brightly that all of the other stars had dimmed in comparison. This was an annoying effect, and it prevented Vess from pulling off the tricks he planned before. Though he was pretty sure he could still force himself to command the various elements, it was much easier to stick to spatial manipulation, which benefited from the support of his entire body. Wait a second. This was a match where he was able to employ all of his means. He still possessed 2 trump cards that he had yet to employ. First, his Jutland organ had become integrated in his Phase Lord body. Vess gained access to a lot more work-law energy than before, and now that he had unfolded his true body, he felt he could harness it a lot easier as well. Second, he also had Blinky and his other incarnations at his disposal. Vess was not a true warrior, so he had no qualms about relying on external help to beat his opponents. Once he made this realization, his eyes grew sharper and his glow became more intense. Emro. His dramatic increase in body size did not translate to Blinky. His companion spirit still looked as small as a regular house cat. It was hard to imagine that such a small critter could make a meaningful difference in a fight of this scale. However, the star cat possessed a number of strong advantages. First, the cat began to disgorge a large amount of earth energy from the Blinkiverse. As an inherent spiritual entity, Blinky was able to skillfully control the earth energy so that it became integrated into Vess' transphasic fist. The earth element possessed an antagonistic relationship with the water element, so it was the best choice to break the hero mech's water energy shield. That was not enough. The organ that replaced his heart became hotter and more active as Vess purposefully drew out the work-law energy that was locked in a cycle inside his chest. Vess felt a lot more danger as he tried to draw out this mysterious and potent energy, but that made him look forward to its power even more. Once he accumulated the work-law energy into his earth and face-water-empowered fist, it began to exude so much power that he was barely able to keep the energies in control. Crack. Vess immediately disappeared from his previous position and appeared right next to the hero mech. The mech pilot was not stupid. He had already commanded his machine to evade in a random direction just before Vess had pulled off his displacement maneuver. A medium hero mech was not light. Its typical characteristics made it impossible to perform instant evasions, especially when it was not equipped with powerful boosters. Like Snomicron Vepsilon, however, the mech pilot possessed keen battle instincts that had been honed through relentless training and a sufficient amount of battles. Combined with the fact that Vess had repeatedly utilized his teleportation ability during the fight, the pilot successfully managed to prevent his machine from getting struck head-on by the multi-empowered fist. Though Vess grew incredibly frustrated that his sneak attack had missed, he was unable to control all of the combined energies, causing them to suddenly explode from his fist at once. B000M. A surprisingly powerful blast of energies erupted from his supposedly failed attack, causing Vess to get pushed back by the force of his own outburst. The energy shields that protected the floor of the testing chamber flared considerably as they struggled to resist the forces. The hero Mech quickly appeared into sight. Its water energy shield had been unable to withstand the powerful forces. Not only that, but the left side of its torso as well as its rifle arm had suffered significant damage. Vess' eyes lit up as he saw the results of his experimental approach. He gained a bit of inspiration and tried to pull off another move. Though the hero Mech had tossed aside its damaged rifle and dashed forward in order to overwhelm Vess with a flurry of sword strikes, the inspired Phase Lord did not take these attacks too seriously. Blinky disgorged a large quantity of water energy to reinforce his spatial barrier and reduce its vulnerability to the metal element that enhanced the hyper sword. Meanwhile, Vess drew out a bit more work-law energy. Even though his oversized body had massively increased his reserve of this energy, his Jutland organ was not able to replenish it that quickly, so he had to be careful about squandering it too quickly. When Vess had gathered this work-law energy into his palm, he tried to combine it with his spatial abilities, but failed as there was no obvious way to combine them together. He shrugged and simply chose to combine it with E-energy instead. Emro. Blinky no longer reinforced the spatial barrier, but instead channeled as much fire energy to his palm as possible. Vess did not sense any particular synergy between fire-attributed E-energy and work-law energy. They were completely different types of energies that did not intersect with each other in any obvious fashion. This increased its mystery even further. Vess still had little idea what it was and why it was not related to the other forces he was familiar with up to this point. He could wonder about that later. The hero Mech had inflicted significant damage to his spatial barrier. His main form of defense was not going to last much longer. Be careful. Vess deliberately pointed his palm a bit downwards before he unleashed the mix of fire and work-law energy in a powerful and uncontrolled discharge. The much greater quantity of work-law energy produced a much violent outburst that instantly crushed the legs of the hero Mech before it was able to complete its evasion maneuver. The energy shields protecting the floor flared much brighter this time, but still managed to hold together. The fight had come to an end. Vess consciously started to relax. He already felt a bit tired after straining his face water organs and expending a significant portion of his work-law energy. The latter was a much more precious resource to him. It had made a crushing difference in this bout. Vess realized that so long as he kept enough work-law energy in reserve, he no longer had any reason to feel threatened by one or several second-class Mechs. Of course, he would have a much harder fight on his hand if he was unable to muster enough of this highly potent energy type. He was frankly disappointed by his basic fighting capabilities as a Phase Lord. He clearly possessed the ability to compete against Mechs, but his awful fighting skills and lack of familiarity with his new capabilities held him back. As Vess continued to evaluate his combat performance, the damaged hero Mech had already been dragged away from the testing chamber. A much more powerful machine took its place. Vess immediately felt a much stronger presence as one of the first-class multipurpose Mech of the Blue Jay fleet came into view. He immediately felt intimidated by the powerful tech and the transphasic hyper-modules of its cutting-edge design. Vess, your body signals indicate that you are still able to persist in a fight. We would like to ask for your cooperation and test your ability to fight against this Mech. We do not expect you to win, but it would be helpful for the both of us if we can play this scenario out in reality. Ooh, okay. Now that he came face to face with one of the strongest standard Mechs in use, Vess no longer felt as invincible as before. Bang! Face water-infused blood spilled from his injured body as Vess collided against the shielded wall just 40 seconds after the match had begun. His nanosuit featured multiple holes as well as awful-looking burns, as Vess endured several painful plasma attacks. The first-class multipurpose Mech hovered like an invincible metal deity in front of Vess. Its completely intact Azure energy shield showed that it had not been threatened from beginning to end. "Well, that is a clear outcome," Jovi said. Chapter 54, 49, Preparing for Human Phase Lords. Half an hour later, Vess had concluded a bunch of health examinations. After he shrunk his body to his most comfortable human state, he cleaned himself up and donned his uniform again. He found it a bit regrettable that he had to return the nano suit, but he did not mind it too much. He vastly preferred it if he could design and fabricate a suit of his own that could keep up with his growth in scale. He already had a number of interesting ideas in mind on how to design a suit that could significantly improve the combat capabilities of his true body. However, all of that sounded rather superfluous to Vess. The quick and overwhelming defeat against a single first-class multipurpose Mech thoroughly disabused him of the notion that he could actually fight alongside his own Mechs. He was not his father, he was not his mother, he was not his uncle, he was not his grandfather, he was not Cadiz, he was not Venerable Joshua. Each of these aforementioned people were trained fighters, soldiers, and killers. They dedicated their lives to improving their ability to fight and kill. That was not all. They not only dedicated at least decades' worth of training into honing their craft, they actually managed to win against a lot of powerful opponents. Each of them could be regarded as highly capable and competent combatants in a fight. They were the first fighters that people would turn to if they sought protection. They could handle themselves on many different battlefields. What about Vess? Phase Lord or not, he was still a Mech designer in essence. Neither him nor his incarnations were true warriors. None of them dedicated themselves towards combat, especially in the odd combination of purely physical combat and extensive spatial manipulation. Vess hoped that his mysterious transformation into a Phase Lord also came with instinctual combat skills, but it turned out that he was wishing for too much. The lack of combat training was a serious flaw that caused him to utilize only a fraction of his potential as a Phase Lord. Vess could see it, and so could the Mechers. When he finally met up with Jovi in a meeting room, they both took a look at the battle footage. Vess felt more embarrassed than ever when he saw how much his rapid increase in power had caused him to lose his rationality. As we expected, you are not exempt from the rapid shift in mentality that comes with acquiring an oversized physical form, Jovi remarked. This is a known phenomenon among the native aliens, but hardly any of them complain about it because they think this is only natural. How do you feel now that you are able to reflect on what has happened? It took a few seconds for Vess to formulate his words. It's difficult to take people seriously when they look so much smaller and weaker. It's like looking at a bunch of small critters such as mice or ants. It is irrational for me to think this way, but there is some sort of biological instinct that forces me to think that I have little reason to fear tiny organisms. I can squash them at will, and it is also difficult for me to regard their intellect at the same level of my own. I know that these thoughts are wrong, but it is surprisingly difficult for me to get rid of these delusions. Jovi nodded with understanding. We are afraid that may be the case. While we do not have enough human Phase Lords to form a definite conclusion of what is happening, we think this is not an inherent fault of Phase Lords. It is more likely that we are being subjected to the faults of our own biological instincts. It is in our nature to dismiss the threat of creatures as small as ants, and to fear the danger of coming close to larger animals such as elephants and whales. That sounded logical. I guess the same is true for alien species as well. The Phase whales have always been regarded as the most arrogant ones in the Red Ocean, and that is not a big surprise considering how they are by far the largest sentient beings of this dwarf galaxy. In other words, no matter whether they were humans or aliens, each of them would inevitably feel that they were stronger and superior than everyone else as they grew larger. It was a literal god complex in action. As the most recent battles against the Phase whales have shown, being bigger does not always translate into victory. Jovi remarked. It is important for us to counteract this development when we are ready to train our own batch of human phase lords. Vess raised his eyebrow. How close are you to turning humans into phase lords? I am not completely certain, to be honest. Jovi shrugged. You will have to ask the transhumanists for details. However, my responsibilities as a liaison between you and the various institutions of the Red Association has put me in touch with their researchers. The direction of their requests and inquiries makes me think that they have made a large amount of advancements in recent months. Both Vess and Jovi exchanged meaningful glances with each other. Is it because they have received the guidance of the evolution witch? I cannot say anything in relation to the activities of one of our honored god pilots. That pretty much sounded like a confirmation to Vess. Many people had been wondering what the evolution witch was doing now that her Geniforger had successfully assimilated the body, and presumably the brain of the Singularity Lord. Even if the powerful god Biomech was only able to salvage a fraction of the knowledge contained within that gigantic brain, it probably contained a wellspring of memories, much of which was undoubtedly related to the secrets of phase whale cultivation. Gaining any meaningful knowledge from one of the top phase leaders of the dwarf galaxy was a massive coup. Besides, it wasn't just the Singularity Lord that ended up in the hands of the Mechers. Several other ancient phase whales got killed as well, and even if their bodies were in much worse shape, they could still provide a huge amount of research data as well as experimental materials. It would be surprising if the highly competent biotech researchers of the transhumanist faction failed to make any progress with all of this bounty at their disposal. Of course, the role of Vess was still important. He provided a viable template of a human phase lord. Having him around was like having a cheat sheet at their disposal. He could help the researchers save a lot of time by making a lot of tedious and dangerous experiments redundant. This was why it was permissible for Vess to know a thing or two about how much progress the Mechers had made in this research direction. Once you guys have managed to develop a viable way to produce a human phase lord, what is next? I cannot imagine that you are willing to popularize it. From what I know, it takes a gigantic amount of face water to develop those huge bodies. Why invest thousands of kilograms of face water to nurture a single phase lord, when you can use the same amount to equip entire Mech divisions with transphasic machines? Jovi sighed. You are right about that. Our society cannot afford to produce large amounts of phase lords. That said, there are still several fantastic uses for them. Their deep control over space, combined with their ability to flexibly alter their size from that of a human to that of a space station, are undeniable advantages for assassins, saboteurs, and bodyguards. I am not privy to any specific plans, but I can guess that our association has already devised several plans to make the most out of phase lords. The fact that they do not have to be Mech pilots is fantastic, because that opens up the selection pool by a massive extent. Infantry no longer became as useless as before. So long as they possessed the right qualifications, and so long as there was enough face water, each foot soldier had the potential to transform into a massive giant that could stomp ordinary Mechs with their gigantic feet. Naturally, the Mechers would never waste all of their face water to turn their Mech designers into phase lords. As Vess had shown just earlier, a non-combatant was still inept at fighting, even if he was able to match a Mech in physical terms. What about Mech pilots? Vess asked. While it might not be cost-effective to turn ordinary Mech pilots into phase lords, what about ace pilots? What about god pilots? I cannot say anything official or definitive on this matter. Personally, I think it is superfluous. God pilots already have a strong body in the form of their own god Mechs. It makes even less sense to ace pilots. Their only goal is to increase their chances of surviving the ultimate breakthrough process. Becoming a phase lord is a needless diversion that detracts from their greatest goal. Having an abnormally strong body may even interfere with the Mech body merger process, as it becomes much harder to merge the body of a Mech with an abnormally strong body of a phase lord. Do not forget that willpower is the only source of strength that a god pilot candidate must carry over. That sounded plausible, but Vess did not completely rule out the possibility that having an abnormally strong body might increase the success rate. He was sure that the Mechers were secretly planning to conduct an experiment of this nature on one of their peak ace pilots. There were so many of them that the Red Association could afford to volunteer one of them for an important scientific discovery. If the experiment indeed proved that ace pilots had a much higher chance of surviving the Mech body merger process when they turned themselves into phase lords, then a huge craze for this special form of body cultivation would emerge. So many ace pilots yearned to become phase lords that the demand of face water would grow at least 100 times greater. This would have massive ripple effects in Red Humanity's society. Transphasic mechs would become luxury products that were only reserved for the very few, as it became impossible for most parties to obtain face water. Vess did not like this at all because face water was a strategic resource that could make all of the mechs and starships of the Larkinson clan stronger. His forces would be fighting at a severe disadvantage if they no longer had access to a sufficient supply of face water. Of course, a lot of human forces would also become a lot more enthusiastic about fighting the aliens. Since face water had become virtually unobtainable in human space, then the best way to obtain this precious resource was to plunder alien territories. Whether Mech pilots benefited from it or not, Vess realized that the impending emergence of human phase lords may change the new frontier forever. From what Vess had learned from his mother, this was definitely a move that purposefully increased the connection between Red Humanity and the local heavenly authority. There was great meaning in this move. It showed that the Mechers still wanted to develop a closer relationship with the Red Ocean, likely in an attempt to counteract the growing influence of Messier C. Regardless of the presence or absence of human phase lords, we do not intend to place all of our hopes on them, Jovi told Vess. We have always rested our hopes on Mechs, and that has not changed now that we are on the verge of opening up another means of human transcendence. Mechs remain the most powerful, cost-effective, and suitable means to combat the threat from within and without. I can assure you that our shared profession will always remain an essential part of our civilization. I hope you are right, Jovi. I really do. If our Mechs are not strong enough, then we just have to work harder. Chapter 54, 50 The Longevity of a Phase Lord. Vess had an undeniable connection to the possible rise of human phase lords. He gave an insightful lecture about it during the Survivalist Conference. He provided follow-up feedback to the transhumanist faction over the span of multiple months after he had revealed his unique expertise on phase lord cultivation. The transhumanists oddly became a lot less interested in listening to his feedback after the conclusion of Operation Night Jazz. This was understandable, as the Evolution Witch and the other forces participating in this bold operation had managed to capture a huge amount of data, as well as enormous amounts of phase leader remains. By then, Vess had already provided most of the theories and insights that he could squeeze from his mind. His understanding of phase lords was ultimately limited to his shallow personal experiences. There was only so much information that he could provide to the transhumanists. His role by this time had been reduced to providing reference data. Jovi and the researchers assigned to the Blue Jay fleet could easily take care of this chore, so Vess had been unable to obtain any useful hints from any of the core researchers who were working on this massive project. Regardless, Vess still felt that he had contributed enough to this effort to feel responsible for the spread of human phase lords in human society. If they ended up causing damage to Red Humanity, then Vess would undoubtedly carry a lot of blame for their actions. To be honest, Vess did not know what the Mechers were thinking by focusing so much on turning humans into phase lords. Was it truly because they wanted to increase their connection to the Red Ocean, or did they have another purpose in mind? The transhumanists had always focused on Mechs as the ideal means to achieve transcendence. Focusing too much on phase lord cultivation was not only a distraction, but also a huge drain on resources. Perhaps the only compelling advantage was that all of these studies demystified the existence of phase whales and phase lords. They became a lot less inscrutable. Perhaps all of the gathered information may lead to the development of specific countermeasures that targeted the weaknesses of these powerful native gods. "Let us get back to your personal performance," Jovi said as he summoned a projection that displayed a model of Vest's true body. "We have gathered a large amount of interesting data on your physique. It is still recognizably human, but it is also so much more. The overall state of your body has improved far beyond what is possible. The only exception is your left leg." The projection zoomed in on Vest's left leg. It did not look different from the other leg at first, but Vest could see that the flesh was a little less dense and robust. The bones over there also looked wrong. "Ah, that is due to my cybernetic leg," Vest spoke. "Part of the process that turned me into a phase lord has forced me to sacrifice a part of my body. I previously thought that this sacrifice was permanent, but after my most recent lightning baptism, my true body grew explosively in size while correcting a lot of flaws. The lower left leg of my true body has regrown for the most part, but there is still a bit of weakness that I can't make up for. It's a weird interaction that I cannot fully explain." Jovi accepted this explanation. "The ritual that you have used has metaphysical components that impose greater consequences on yourself. It is hardly perfect, and it is still too dangerous to be put to use. I can be sure that we will devise our own method of transforming humans into phase lords. Any soldier we choose to undergo this treatment cannot afford to possess these vulnerabilities. They can become a deadly weakness in battle." The Orvan ritual sacrifice altar was not that bad. Vest may have come away with a clear physical vulnerability, but he also gained Veronica in the process, which proved to be incredibly useful. "If I have this weakness, then the Orvans most certainly have it as well," Vest surmised. "That is, unless they have switched to a different method. We shall investigate further. Anyway, we should talk about your future as a phase lord. I do not think I need to convince you that your combat effectiveness is terrible. You have so much power, but you have not developed it in the slightest. Any trained soldier or Mech pilot who has gained your physical gifts can easily defeat at least 4 of you at the same time, and that is only a conservative estimate." Vest's expression turned ugly as he became reminded by his awful performance once again. "I know I am bad at this. Are you suggesting that I should undergo combat training?" Jovi nodded. "Our trainers and Mech instructors can assist you in training the basic combat skills of hand-to-hand combat. If it is possible for you to effectively wield transphasic weapons that are scaled to your true body, then that is even better. It may take 3 to 5 years of weekly training for you to turn into a somewhat competent fighter. As for your spatial abilities, we cannot assist you in this, but our biotech research teams can help you upgrade and develop your organic hardware further. You will probably be unable to defeat a typical alien phase lord in a duel after these improvements, but you can rest assured that you will no longer be a liability on the battlefield." The Mechers truly weren't mincing their words here. Though Jovi's judgment sounded harsh, Vest knew it was fair. There just wasn't any possibility for him to gain the combat consciousness of a professional commando or Mech pilot in a short amount of time, especially when he was just a Mech designer. Vestridto think whether it was worthwhile for him to devote a few hours every week on basic combat training. He quickly shook his head. "There's little point in this. If I am ever forced in a situation where I cannot rely on the protection of others, my best course of action should be to get away as fast as possible. If I truly have to fight, I would prefer to adopt a fighting style that matches my inclinations the most. I would much rather develop my spatial manipulation skills than my physical combat skills. The former is not only more suitable for an intellectual such as myself, but it will also help me understand face water theory and deepen my familiarity with this powerful substance. In other words, Vess wanted to fight like a wizard instead of a warrior. That is not a bad idea, Vess, but according to our intelligence, learning how to utilize your true body in combat is the most cost-effective use of your limited time. It may not be to your liking, but you can drastically reduce your chance of getting beaten within half a year of training. As for improving your ability to manipulate space, we have heard that it can take decades, centuries, or even millennia to develop powerful enough techniques that can pose a threat against equally strong opponents. Vess straightened his back when he heard that. What? How come it takes that long? I don't feel it should be that difficult. The R-Ray senior Mech designer shook his head. That is not what we have heard. Every alien phase lord must slowly familiarize themselves with the power of face water. They must also delve into the potential of their face water organs and improve them step by step. No matter whether they rely on self-experimentation or guidance from a more powerful mentor, it takes a long process of trial and error to develop truly useful spatial abilities. That was way too much time for Vess. He could not dedicate so much of his valuable time on developing a few redundant spatial tricks. How can the native aliens tolerate such slow progress? They do not mind this slow pace because they have all of the time in the cosmos, Jovi replied with a sardonic smile. The transition from a normal alien into a phase lord is a life-changing event. Any body cells that are elevated and saturated with face water have become much more powerful in many different ways. One of the more obvious consequences of this is that your body does not really decline with age anymore. No matter whether the original lifespan of an alien phase lord is 100 years or 1,000 years, it has become at least 2 orders of magnitude greater than before. It is even possible for phase lords to become biologically immortal as long as their face water concentration has become high enough. What? Vess had never really thought about how becoming phase lord affected his lifespan. He was only a little over 40 years old, so he was far from reaching the age where he needed to worry about running out of days anytime soon. This was why his reaction to this benefit was less dramatic than normal. If a 500-year-old geezer learned that becoming a phase lord enabled them to live for many generations more, then they would probably go over the moon. Vess suddenly sharpened his gaze. Is this why you Mechers are so interested in devising a successful method to turn humans into phase lords? His friend had no solid answers to that. I cannot offer any clarification on this topic. I do want to note that we are short on high-level professionals. There is a modest group of master Mech designers, ace pilots, and galaxy-renowned academicians that our society is heavily reliant upon. Many of them have contributed enormously to our civilization, but their ability to do so is running out due to the fact that they belong to generations that were born before the age of Mechs, or shortly after it has commenced. It made a lot of sense to turn them into phase lords just to advance their lifespans. However, Vess was not certain whether their chances of becoming one were high enough. The weaker their bodies, the lower their success rate. Their advanced ages also held them back to an extent. There isn't enough face water in human space to turn all of them into phase lords, Vess said in a disapproving tone. Then it is a good thing that more and more groups are preparing to assault the native aliens that we are at war with. Jovi smiled. The indigenous alien races have been in control of the Red Ocean for many years. They have amassed plentiful face water reserves, much more than we can extract from our own territories in the few years that we have resided in the new frontier. While you may look down on the benefits of becoming a human phase lord, what about your family? Vess had not thought about it from that angle. My family. Your wife and children may not be as exceptional as you, Vess. If they can become phase lords, their drastically improved longevity will ensure that they can accompany you for many more years. They will also become much harder to kill, and they will become virtually immune to all diseases and physical afflictions. If there is any need, we can help them acquire bodies that will allow them to withstand the test of time. The endless lifespan of powerful phase lords is one of the many reasons why the natives consider them to be their gods. They are immortal and immune to the ravages of time. Though Vess became enormously attracted by the prospect of upgrading the bodies of the family he cared about the most, he soon rejected this possibility in his mind. There were more ways to attain transcendence than by copying the methods of the native aliens of the Red Ocean. Gloriana's goal was to become a star designer, and Vess could grant his children their own suitable means to achieve transcendence. So long as they managed to become a true god, their longevity would no longer be an immediate concern.